Xixi has traversed into a novel, albeit finding herself transformed into a mere 4-year-old child. Yet she is the privileged daughter of the affluent Gu family in the Xia kingdom. However, her fleeting joy is quickly overshadowed by the grim realization that her entire family comprises mere cannon fodder within the narrative. Over the course of the following year, tragedy befalls them. Those who die succumb to illness or face imprisonment. Oh my goodness, my dear aunt, your boyfriend is a complete scoundrel. You must never treat him as a husband. Disease alert. Second uncle, that childhood friend of yours will snatch away your girlfriend and your company. He'll even push you off a building and disguise it as a suicide. Goodness, Grandma, this tutor is utterly unworthy. She schemed against Grandpa to produce an illegitimate child, forged a suicide note, and usurped the Gu family fortune, leaving you, at your age, to sleep on the streets and perish from the cold. Father, open your eyes wide. Your beloved is not here to rekindle old flames, but to seek a scapegoat. In 10 days, she will eliminate her husband and frame you, leading to your imprisonment. Gu Jingyan. The Gu family is ruined, and I will starve to death beside a garbage bin. Oh, how tragic. Upon hearing Xixi's thoughts, the entire Gu family panicked, taking preemptive action to counter and punish the vile individuals. They vowed that their dear Xixi must not endure even the slightest grievance. As they savored the unfolding events, the Gu family prospered and thrived, while Xixi was cherished and adored by all, elevated to the pinnacle of affection. Chapter 1. Returning to the aristocracy, soaring to new heights, Xixi has once again traversed into a novel. After meeting her demise beneath a massive truck, she has now entered her 99th literary world. This current one marks the 100th. In this life, she is a distinguished young lady, enveloped in luxury, and all she needs to do is fulfill a task to enjoy a comfortable retirement in this realm. Yet something feels amiss. Her slender limbs resemble those of a fragile twig, and amidst the swirling snowflakes, she stands clad in a single garment in the frigid wilderness. To her astonishment, she has become a 4-year-old short-legged little darling. System, you best elucidate this situation. The system, sensing Xix's displeasure, stammered nervously, Xixi, just a moment, I'm leveling up 1 minute. As Xixi stood in the snow, arms crossed and shivering for a full minute, the system finally completed its upgrade. Dear host, I am now a brand new system attuned to this world. What is the current situation? You have entered a narrative titled Soft Wife, the overbearing husband's gentle affection. You are a cannon fodder character within the story. As long as you manage to survive until the main plot concludes, you may enjoy a comfortable retirement in this world. Xixi seized upon the implication. So, I need not play the villainous supporting role to highlight the heroine? And I need not suffer for the sake of plot progression, nor be subjected to organ extraction to provide parts for the heroine. Indeed, as long as you do not disrupt the main storyline, merely surviving until it concludes will fulfill your task. Xixi inquired, so, where do the main characters currently stand? The system bluntly responded. They are like you, merely 4-year-old children, Xixi. The title suggests a typical overbearing CEO narrative. She must wait for the plot to conclude before her retirement, which implies waiting for the protagonists to mature. While the duration may extend a tad longer, it provides significantly more flexibility than her previous worlds. The system has now unlocked the gossip and marketplace functions. You merely need to indulge in your own gossip to discern the current happenings, Xixi. Care for some? Absolutely. Bring it forth with haste, Xixi. In this life, you are indeed a young lady of privilege, merely stolen away. Xixi felt a throbbing at her temples. What? Your abductors are Xiao Jiawang and Ye Xiutong, who, having been childless for years, harbored a nefarious desire to steal another's child. Yet shortly after bringing you home, they bore their own child, viewing you as a burden, treating you poorly for 4 years, often subjecting you to abuse and withholding food. Currently, you are being punished in the snow for your brother's failure to eat properly, tasked with feeding him in this frigid environment. Xix's fists clenched in anger. What sort of despicable individuals are these? Unable to conceive, they resort to stealing another's child. Once they had their own offspring, they treated the stolen child as a mere tool, a punching bag. Amidst the falling snow, they left the child clad in a single garment, standing in the cold as punishment. This is not merely a punishment, it is a blatant wish for the child's demise, thus relieving them of the burden of raising a non-biological child. After successfully indulging in the gossip, the system presented the option to accept the original owner's memories. Xixi decisively clicked yes. The original owner, being far too young, had endured nothing but torment since acquiring memories. Her brother would cry and hit her, he would throw things at her. She would evade, only to be struck. If her brother's toys were not tidied promptly, he would trip their father, resulting in her being violently punished. After assimilating all the memories, Xixi took a deep breath and rolled up her pant legs and sleeves. Her body bore a patchwork of bruises, a distressing sight. Were it not for the numbing cold, she would surely feel the acute pain. Half an hour ago, Neshiotong cast you out, making you reflect in the snow for 3 hours. 3 hours? 5 more minutes and she would be frozen solid. No, she must find a warmer place to comprehend the system's new functions first. Resolutely, Xixi returned indoors, recalling her newly acquired memories to select a neighbor and knock on their door. In the past, when the couple would strike her, this neighbor would hear her cries and come to offer consolation, inadvertently aiding the original owner several times. Within 10 seconds of knocking, the door swung open, revealing a woman. Upon seeing Xixi, she greeted her with a warm smile. "Xixi, what brings you here?" "I just baked some pastries. Come in and have a bite." Xixi stood frozen. Yet drawing upon her acting skills honed from her 93rd traversal into a story, tears began to flow. "Auntie, I'm cold." The woman then noticed that Xixi was clad in a single garment, her face flushed from the cold, her ears nearly turning purple. "Oh!" she exclaimed, swiftly darting into her home to fetch her coat, wrapping it around the child. "Quick, come inside. It's warm in here." Once inside, Xixi felt a wave of comfort wash over her, her frozen body gradually regaining sensation. "Xixi, why are you dressed so lightly? Did you forget your keys?" The woman, who had her own baby peacefully sleeping in a cradle, was unable to bear the sight of the child suffering. Upon observing Xixi pitiful demeanor, her gaze pierced the woman's heart. Since becoming a mother, she could not bear to witness any child in pain. The woman brought a bowl of hot soup and fresh pastries to Xixi. "Andy, could you please not tell my mother?" Xixi sobbed theatrically. "It's my fault. I didn't feed my brother properly and she made me stand in the snow as punishment, but I'm so cold. I feel awful." "Wah, Auntie, I'm scared." "Do not be afraid," the woman gently reassured, her voice thick with emotion, eyes glistening with tears. "Auntie is here." The little darling before her emitted a pained whimper, eyes brimming with fear, and trembled all over. The system, awestruck, marveled. Such remarkable acting. No wonder the beloved host had won the Best Actress award 10 times in her 93rd literary world. The woman, sensing something awry, cautiously rolled up Xixi sleeves and pant legs, revealing a multitude of bruises, each more shocking than the last. "Do your parents often hit you?" the woman asked, her voice choking with emotion. "It's because Xixi is disobedient that they hit me." Xixi sniffled, lifting her chin to meet the woman's gaze with an expression so mature it evoked sympathy. "I didn't take good care of my brother." What a preposterous claim. The little cherub before her, merely 4 years of age, was unexpectedly tasked with the responsibility of caring for a younger sibling. The prospect of failing in this duty was met with the threat of severe punishment, including being made to stand in the snow as a form of discipline. Such individuals are utterly unworthy of the title of parent. They are nothing short of beasts. After satisfying her hunger, Xixi engaged her mind with the system. "Dear system, you mentioned that I was taken away. When shall I return to my affluent family?" According to the narrative arc of this world, that will occur when you turn 18. You are the beloved daughter of the illustrious Gu family in West City, and your father's name is Gu Jingyan. What? Another 14 years to wait. Xixi could not bear to linger even a minute longer in this wretched household. Once she returned to confront that couple and the bothersome younger brother, she would reclaim her rightful wealthy parents. Re-entering the realm of affluence, she would soar to unprecedented heights. Chapter 2. The Little Darling Becomes a Warrior. By the way, you just mentioned a mall feature. What is that? Please explain. Presence value 5. A mechanical voice echoed in Xixi mind. "Dear host, as your role in this narrative is that of a mere supporting character, you can acquire presence value to purchase items, thereby upgrading me. For instance, your recent performance with the neighbor garnered you a substantial 5 points of presence. What can I buy now? Strength pill, 2 points. Universal healing pill, 2 points. The strength pill enhances one's power to that of a fully grown man with a strength of 150, lasting for 10 minutes. The universal healing pill instantly restores any ailments, wounds, or scars." Xixi let out a cold click of her tongue, decisively opting for the strength pill. Why heal? This injury may prove useful. Ding. Xixi. There's a juicy tidbit about Neshiotong. Care for a taste? Just a small nibble. Oh, so that's why Neshiotong wanted you out. She fears you might disrupt her flirtations with her new beau. It has now escalated to the stage of naked intimacy. Gu Xixi. So, she was merely seeking an excuse to send me away to avoid any awkwardness. How fascinating. Shouldn't I return swiftly to catch the juicy drama unfolding? Perhaps I should notify Nie Xiaotong's husband, Xiao Zhiwang, to come home and join in the spectacle. After all, his wife is engaging in naked intimacy. Given Xiao Zhiwang's notorious temper, wouldn't he be inclined to interrupt his wife's escapades? Gu Xixi had already risen from her chair, eyeing the telephone in the woman's room. System. Do you know Xiao Zhiwang's phone number? The system immediately comprehended. He hasn't brought his phone. Oh, dear. The thrill of witnessing the act of betrayal would be thwarted. Time for plan B. With that, a mischievous smile crept onto her youthful face, and she turned on her pitiable mode. Auntie, I must return home now. Thank you, Auntie, for being so kind to Xixi. Even in death, Xixi shall not forget. As the woman looked on in shock and sympathy, the seemingly fragile little figure drifted toward the door, like a leaf on the brink of falling. Upon opening the door, a gust of wind surged in, causing her to sway slightly. It was not until the crisp sound of the door closing resonated that the woman shuddered, her heart racing with an unsettling fear, akin to molten lava surging within her conscience. Gu Xixi returned home, pondering if she might be beaten again. Such a delicate frame. What if she were to be beaten to death? With this thought, the woman hastily removed her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and pressed herself against the wall, straining to listen for any sounds from Gu Xixi's home. Gu Xixi approached her doorstep, knocking emphatically, eliciting a cacophony of noises along with Nie Xiaotong's irate curses from within. Almost 10 minutes elapsed before the door swung open, and Nie Xiaotong, seething with rage, dragged Gu Xixi inside. What are you doing back? I ordered you to stand in punishment for 3 hours, and you dare return early. Gu Xixi rolled her eyes in disdain, pouting slightly. How chaotic. She had even managed to put on her underwear backward. Nie Xiaotong's fitted knit top was bulging at the front and back, resembling a humpy camel. The neighbor was eavesdropping against the wall. She was quite worried you'd return and get beaten. What a good person she is. Gu Xixi, infuriated by the interruption of her plans. Nie Xiaotong brandished a bamboo stick about 2 fingers wide, prepared to unleash her wrath upon Gu Xixi. What's this? Do you want me to serve you some stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat? Gu Xixi's childish voice accompanied by an impatient remark caused Nie Xiaotong to freeze mid-swing. What did you say? You dare to retort? Is your skin itching for a beating? I'll make sure to beat you senseless today for your insolence. Oh. The neighbor heard Nie Xiaotong's furious tirade. She picked up the phone and dialed 110, but hasn't he pressed send yet? Not sent. Then I shall lend a hand. Gu Xixi swiftly consumed the strength pill she had just exchanged, her body suddenly brimming with an unstoppable vigor, as if fueled by an inexhaustible strength. The bamboo stick swinging toward her was caught in her grasp and ruthlessly snapped in two. What in the world? Nie Xiaotong stared in disbelief at the half of the bamboo stick in her hand. A mere 4-year-old, possessing such strength? Before she could comprehend the situation, Gu Xixi charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Nie Xiaotong's ankle, sending her crashing to the ground. Her tailbone struck the floor with a jarring thud, eliciting cries of pain as she struggled to rise. Please stop. Gu Xixi suddenly shouted with a wail, crouching beside Nie Xiaotong's head and unleashing a flurry of punches. Each strike landed solidly, quickly distorting Nie Xiaotong's nose. Oh, don't hit Xixi. It hurts so much. Help. Help me. Someone save Xixi. Just a wall apart. Gu Xixi's fists pummeled Nie Xiaotong's face into a swollen mess, while her attempts to shield her face resulted in her hands becoming bruised and battered. This strength pill proved exceptionally potent, instantly transforming her from a frail 4-year-old into a warrior. Meanwhile, the neighbor was horrified. Her finger hovering over the dial button decisively pressed it down. Xixi, your good neighbor has called the police. They will arrive in 7 minutes. Gu Xixi nodded in satisfaction. Just a couple more minutes of beating, then I'll deal with that little brat. Nie Xiaotong, barely conscious, whimpered. Her face swollen to the size of a pig's head, her arms and shoulders bruised, and her chest feeling the sting of several blows, tasting blood in her mouth. Yet, even the pain she endured was but a fraction of what Gu Xixi's original self had suffered. Enough noise, quiet down. The door swung open, revealing a figure even shorter than Gu Xixi. Despite their youth, the child's face bore an air of arrogance, utterly unappealing. Clearly a spoiled brat, twisted by the indulgence of his parents. Xiao Xiang, a year younger than Gu Xixi, ruled the household with an iron fist, indifferent to the suffering of others. even when witnessing his mother groaning on the floor. Silence. Stop disturbing my game. Xiao Xiang casually grabbed a toy and hurled it at Xixi. In the past, he had relished throwing objects at others whenever he felt displeased, and Xixi had often been his target, bearing a scar on her scalp from a previous encounter.
Now,
Empowered by the strength pill, Xixi calmly caught the toy, examined it, and then hurled it back with great force. Xiao Xiang, caught off guard, was struck on the forehead, yelping in pain as he fell to the ground. The once arrogant Xiao Xiang began to cry, scrambling to find another object to throw at Xixi. Whatever he threw, Xixi dodged and retaliated, leaving him in a chaotic state, with multiple scratches adorning his face and arms, and several lumps swelling on his head. Upon witnessing her precious son being beaten, Xiaotong, in a fit of rage, struggled to rise from the floor, intent on delivering punishment to Xixi. But just as her hand was raised, the doorbell rang. Xixi, the police have arrived. In the midst of her assault, Xixi delivered one final punch to Xiao Xiang, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Quickly, she composed herself, feigning innocence with a timid expression, her eyes wide and pitiful, tiptoeing to the corner. Xiaotong, cursing under her breath, opened the door and froze upon seeing the police. It was her. I heard it. She was beating the children. She was merciless. The children were crying for help. The neighbor from earlier, filled with righteous indignation, emphasized that this family often abused their children, leaving them with visible injuries, and just moments ago, they had made the child stand outside in the cold wearing nothing but a thin shirt. How pitiful. Chapter 3. Could she be his daughter? Just as the police arrived, Xixi's strength pill effects wore off, everything aligning perfectly. How dare you speak such nonsense? Xiaotong was immediately enraged, pointing to her own injuries and moaning. These were inflicted by that little brat Xixi. I didn't hit her, she was the one hitting me, and she even attacked Xiao Xiang. The woman, listening to her claims, scoffed dismissively. What nonsense. How could such a small child inflict such injuries upon you? Don't try to shift the blame for your husband's actions onto others. Xiaotong and Xiao Zhuang frequently engaged in heated arguments, with Xiao Zhuang possessing a notoriously volatile temperament, well known throughout the entire building. No one would believe that a mere 4-year-old child could inflict such damage upon her. The police gestured for Xixi to approach, wishing to inquire further. Embracing her acting skills, Xixi timidly stepped forward, occasionally casting a fearful glance at Xiaotong beside her. Come now. Did I strike you just now? Xiaotong's voice boomed, startling Xixi into a tremor. Her small face, filled with trepidation, was on the verge of tears. And no.
see?
She has already denied it, Xiaotong said, her swollen lip contorted in irritation, desperate to send the police away and unleash her frustration on the little imp. Yet, as she raised her gaze, the expressions of the police and neighbors seemed to question her. Do you really believe her? They had dealt with numerous domestic abuse cases, and the child's demeanor clearly indicated something amiss. However, she dared not speak the truth in front of her mother. Ultimately, urged by a female neighbor, the police decided to take everyone to the station for further investigation, as Xiaotong was unable to produce Xixi's birth certificate or register her with the authorities. The severity of the situation escalated significantly. Inside the police station, the female neighbor presented a recording of Xixi's pitiful plea for help, a sound that shattered the hearts of all who listened. How could one possibly bring harm to such an adorable child? Xixi was taken to a separate room for questioning. Does your mother hit you often? Don't be afraid. Tell the police sister the truth. With her here, your mother won't dare to hurt you. After a moment of contemplation, Xixi began to sob, her words coming out in stutters. Mommy scolds me for not taking care of my brother, calls me a wild child. It hurts so much. Wild child. The investigating officer seized upon this term, probing further. What else have your parents said? They mentioned I'm not her biological child, and if I hadn't died, I would grow up to be my brother's wife. These were indeed words spoken by Xiao Zhuang, who lamented the difficulty of finding a wife and proposed that the little girl, being so pretty at just 4 years old, would make a fitting match for his son in the future. Xixi continued, they say my real dad is Gu Jingyan living in the West City, and that he is very wealthy. Once I marry my brother, they will take me to meet him, and I will have lots and lots of money. This was information that the traffickers had never disclosed. They were completely unaware of the identity of the child they had abducted. Gu Jingyan? The two officers exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely able to believe the name. While there may be several individuals named Gu Jingyan across the nation, Only one could claim residence in the West City alongside great wealth. The Gu family, the richest in the country, stood at the pinnacle of society, making it unfathomable to connect them with this pitiful little girl. Gu Xixi's innocent face radiated purity and charm, seemingly incapable of deceit. If this case indeed involved child trafficking, it was of utmost importance to confirm the details with Gu Jingyan, regardless of any potential offense to the Gu family. The officers first contacted Gu Jingyan's assistant, who then passed the call to Gu Jingyan himself. Adjusting his collar uncomfortably, the officer felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It was known that Gu Jingyan had never been married and had not publicly acknowledged any romantic partner, so to suddenly inquire about a child was quite the predicament. Mr. Gu, hello. We have a young girl here at the station claiming to be your daughter, currently 4 years old, who may have been abducted at a very young age. Before the officer could finish his explanation, Gu Jingyan's voice interrupted from the other end. Where is she now? At our police station, 83, Hua Road. I will be there shortly. With that, he hung up the phone, and a wave of curiosity swept over the crowd surrounding him. What is happening? Is he really coming?
Yes,
he said. He would be here soon. Could it be that a secret child had indeed been stolen? I recall he married, and had no girlfriend. My goodness, if this is true, it would save that poor child. The news spread rapidly throughout the police station, with everyone eagerly anticipating what would transpire once Gu Jingyan arrived. Gu Xixi was comfortably settled in a room equipped with air conditioning, hot water, and a box of small pastries and cakes. Wow, Xixi, your real dad is on his way. The small figure nodded in satisfaction, raising a piece of cake toward her mouth. A Rolls-Royce Phantom screeched to a halt at the traffic light. How much longer? A calm voice from the back seat held an underlying urgency. 10 more minutes, the assistant replied, already accelerating to the maximum speed possible. Gu Jingyan nodded. But as he glanced at his phone, he was momentarily lost in memories from 5 years ago. That night, he had been drugged in his drink, waking up in a dark room with a stranger. By morning, she had vanished. He had conducted an extensive search for her identity, but the hotel's surveillance footage had yielded nothing, the clues severing at the break of dawn. This was precisely why Gu Jingyan was willing to pursue this matter. Perhaps the woman from that night had indeed borne a child. 5 years ago, 4 years old, the timing matched perfectly. He felt a sense of obligation for that night. And if the other party had any demands, he was willing to assume full responsibility. Mr. Gu, we have arrived. As Gu Jingyan pulled himself from his reverie, he found himself at the entrance of the police station. Without waiting for his assistant to open the door, he stepped out decisively.
Ding.
Your real dad is at the door. Upon hearing this, Gu Xixi jumped from her chair and dashed outside, only to be intercepted by the swollen-faced Xiotong. You little brat, what nonsense did you tell the police? How did I become a trafficker? Mr. Gu, a figure clad in dark attire entered, exuding an aura that silenced the room. Gu Xixi gaped at the man, internally exclaiming, is my real dad this handsome? Just look at that face, it's breathtaking. Those broad shoulders, those long legs. Absolutely stunning. Gu Jingyan paused, his ears detecting a faint sound. Was that the voice of a child? He scanned the area, spotting only Gu Xixi, the sole young child present.
Wow, wow, wow.
So, I'm this adorable because of good genes. Gu Jingyan furrowed his brow. There it was again, definitely the voice of a child. But the only child present had not uttered a word. I didn't say anything wrong. Overwhelmed by her father's striking appearance, Gu Xixi remembered to engage with Xiotong. As she spoke, Gu Jingyan was certain that the voice he had heard was indeed that of the little girl. Could it be that she was his daughter? Was he really able to hear her thoughts? Chapter 4. The results of the paternity test had arrived. As Gu Jingyan observed the commotion between Gu Xixi and Xiotong, he began to speculate. Could this woman be the one he had entangled with that night? Wait a moment. This was rather difficult for him to accept. Xiotong wore a tattered sweater, her coat adorned with lint, her face round with double chins, bruised and swollen from Gu Xixi's punches. As she bent down, her 2 rolls of belly fat pressed together, and her pig-like feet were clad in furry high heels. For a moment, Gu Jingyan was at a loss for words. It felt as if his head had been encased in a plastic bag, suffocating him with disbelief. Despite the darkness that had enveloped the room that night, he vividly recalled that the woman had an attractive figure, her curves exquisitely defined, standing at least 165 centimeters tall, with a melodious voice. The woman before him, however, was barely 152 centimeters, and her weight was likely equal to her height, her voice akin to a clanging gong. Why is my dad so stunned? What is he thinking? Does he not want to acknowledge me? Please don't. If I go back, I will certainly meet a grim fate. Those traffickers would kill me. Xixi cast a fleeting glance at the woman grasping her, whose cherubic face exhibited a momentary flicker of panic in her small eyes. Indeed, it was her innermost thoughts. She had not uttered a word, yet her voice resonated within his mind, suggesting a profound possibility that they might truly be father and daughter. If Xixi labeled that woman as a human trafficker, then she could not possibly be the one who had shared his bed that fateful night. Mr. Gu, might I inquire if you would consent to a paternity test? A paternity test necessitates the agreement of both parties, particularly that of Gu Jingyan. It was common knowledge that he was unmarried and without children. The sudden emergence of a child, along with the necessity for identification at the police station, was rather presumptuous. The police collected DNA samples from both Xixi and Gu Jingyan, not neglecting to gather a sample from Nie Xiaotong as well. And the paternity test was expedited for results. Nie Xiaotong, still bewildered by the unfolding events, raised her hand intending to strike Xixi. Please refrain from striking children. Gu Jingyan interjected as he blocked her hand, adding, moreover, she may very well be my daughter, and it is not your place to discipline her. It is often said that blood ties connect hearts. Although the paternity test results had yet to be revealed, he had already concluded, based on his ability to hear Xixi's thoughts, that she was indeed his daughter. The onlookers appeared oblivious to Xixi's inner voice, indicating that he alone could perceive it. Was this not a testament to their connection as father and daughter? A tremor passed through Nie Xiaotong's hand as she stammered her rebuttal. What nonsense are you spouting? This little rascal Xixi is my biological daughter. The police officer shot her a sharp glare, admonishing, think carefully before you speak. The paternity test results are indisputable. With a huff, she retorted, do as you wish. I need to return home to prepare dinner, and I can't waste my time here. With a guilty air, Nie Xiaotong grasped her bag and attempted to leave, only to be halted after just a few steps. You cannot leave until the paternity test results are disclosed, the officer declared sternly, causing Nie Xiaotong to falter. Her voice faltering as she protested, my son is still at home. It's troublesome to keep bothering the neighbors. I should really, did you not claim that Xixi is your biological daughter? Yet she remains here, and you wish to depart? Even having been present for less than half an hour, Gu Jingyan could detect the inconsistencies in this so-called mother's words. Now immobilized, Nie Xiaotong continuously checked her phone. Approximately 20 minutes later, a man burst into the police station. Upon sighting him, Xixi instinctively shrank away, inadvertently leaning against the arm of Gu Jingyan, who sat beside her. The small figure exuded a sense of reliance, prompting Gu Jingyan to instinctively straighten his posture, shielding her behind him.
Wow.
Being next to my handsome dad feels so safe. I doubt those two rascals would dare to hit me, hee. Hearing Xixi's thoughts, Gu Jingyan suppressed a smile, striving to maintain his composure. It appeared that beneath the silent exterior of this little darling lay a rather spirited inner world. Xiao Zhouang had heard about Xixi's situation en route and stormed into the police station, seeking the instigator of the turmoil. He zeroed in on the small figure amidst the crowd, brandishing his fist as he charged forward. Xiao Xixi, how dare you claim you are not my biological child? You ungrateful wretch, we have raised you for nothing. Gu Jingyan's assistant, witnessing the scene, stepped forward to obstruct the man, stating, Sir, please maintain your distance from Mr. Gu. Who do you think you are? Xiao Zhouang arrogantly jabbed a finger at the assistant's chest. Nie Xiaotong quickly pulled him aside, covering her mouth. That man is Gu Jingyan, the wealthiest and most powerful figure in West City. We're in deep trouble. Xiao Zhouang's previously threatening demeanor faltered as he felt a chill run down his spine, his fierce gaze transforming into that of a frightened quail. In West City, who was unaware of the Gu family, provoking them could spell the end of his life. Dealing with the couple would be as effortless as squashing an ant. What else the situation? Wasn't that woman a single mother? How could she be entangled with the Gu family? Frustrated, Xiao Zhouang raised his hand and struck Nie Xiaotong. He dared not confront Gu Jingyan, especially now that Xixi had his protection. Instead, he vented his anger on Nie Xiaotong. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed two individuals whispering in a corner, and Gu Jingyan's expression grew increasingly icy. Something was amiss with them. Even if they had not stolen his daughter, they must have taken someone else's child. Wait, why has only my handsome dad arrived? Where's my mom? Xixi waited anxiously, only to find Gu Jingyan alone by her side. This was unusual, exceedingly so. Hearing her inner voice, Gu Jingyan straightened, his seemingly calm demeanor masking a torrent of curiosity. Indeed. Where was her mother?
Who was she?
He too wished to uncover the identity of the woman from that night. Instinctively, Gu Jingyan tilted his head towards Gu Xixi, listening intently. The system processed for a moment before responding. Apologies, due to insufficient plot unlocks, your mother's identity remains unknown at this time. What? I don't know who my mom is? Did I just spring forth from a rock? Gu Xixi's thoughts caused Gu Jingyan to choke slightly, his fist brushing against his lips as he coughed gently. Wait, my handsome dad must know who his wife is, right? Gu Jingyan remained silent. I'm sorry. I don't know either. Oh heavens. So it turns out it was like this, which means my handsome dad is also unaware of who my mom is. Never mind. I'll find mom after returning to the wealthy family. I absolutely don't want to stand in the snow as punishment, getting beaten every day, and only eating half a bun. The bustling crowd around them was oblivious to the little one's internal lamentations. Only he could hear her. To others, this child appeared obedient and gentle, yet he alone comprehended the torment she had endured. Standing in the snow as punishment. Daily beatings? Eating merely half a bun? Was such treatment conceivable for a mere 4-year-old? Gu Jingyan's hand, resting on his knee, instinctively clenched into a fist. Mr. Gu, the paternity test results are in. A police officer rushed in, exhaling puffs of white vapor. Chapter 5. Are they all cannon fodder? Xiao Jiawang and Nie Xiutong, alerted by the commotion, approached to join the fray, their eyes wide as they scrutinized Gu Jingyan's expression. Gu Jingyan accepted the report, glancing briefly before turning his gaze to the small figure at his side, who gazed up at him with sparkling eyes, seemingly awaiting the outcome. It's me. It's me. It's me. I am your most adorable daughter. Were it not for his ability to hear her thoughts, Gu Jingyan might have been deceived by her innocent, pitiful expression. Xixi is Mr. Gu's daughter. However, Xixi has no biological relation to Ms. Nie Xiutong. As the words fell, Nie Xiutong stumbled back a step, preemptively exclaiming, I am not a human trafficker. I found Xixi abandoned by the roadside. She was on the brink of death, and I saved her. Xiao Jiawang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have spent a great deal on her over the years. Look at how well we've raised her. Plump and healthy. The assistant accompanying Gu Jingyan scoffed incredulously, finding the couple's statements utterly ludicrous.
Plump?
While she might be pale, the little lady was anything but plump. She resembled a matchstick, and yet they dared to speak such fabrications. The assistant gritted his teeth. Gu Jingyan glanced down at the small bundle, whose face was indeed pale and delicate, yet Gu Xixi was the thinnest child he had ever encountered. The scant flesh on her face barely concealed her bones. Her limbs were slender, and her clothing hung loosely with her movements, her hair appearing somewhat yellowed from malnutrition.
Home. Home. Home.
I want to eat delicious food and drink spicy soup. While the little one stood quietly by his side, her inner voice soared with exuberance. Gu Jingyan's tightly pressed lips curled into a faint smile. Eat delicious food and drink spicy soup? Indulging in delicacies is acceptable, yet partaking in spicy beverages is best avoided. She has endured 4 years in such a family, and her petite frame requires diligent nurturing. Xixi, let us return home. Gu Jingyan half squatted down, cradling the little one in his embrace. The warmth enveloped her instantly, wrapping her in a profound sense of security that cocooned her frail body. Those two who abducted me cannot simply evade justice. I hope my handsome father is not a soft-hearted saint, but rather a formidable protector, who will deal with them appropriately, preferably with a stint in prison. However, my handsome father seems quite astute. He likely won't be easily deceived. Gu Jingyan, upon hearing her thoughts, couldn't suppress a smile, amused by the moniker she had chosen for him, refusing to address him properly as father. His daughter, indeed, possessed a delightful sense of humor. Suppressing his laughter, Gu Jingyan turned his gaze toward the police officer beside him. These two may be the kidnappers of my daughter. Please inform me once the investigation yields results. Kidnappers? Xiao Jiawang exclaimed, his voice rising in a defensive tone. If it weren't for us rescuing your daughter, she would have perished long ago. Is the Gu family so esteemed that they cannot express gratitude for saving your daughter? Gu Jingyan could hear Gu Xixi's thoughts. Yet internal musings were insufficient as evidence. To substantiate the allegation of kidnapping, tangible proof was imperative. Otherwise, according to their claims, it would merely amount to illegal adoption. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, we will thoroughly investigate this matter. Every officer present felt genuine joy for Gu Xixi as she emerged from her dire situation. Gu Jingyan nodded, and in an instant, he exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant. Tang Yin, having accompanied Gu Jingyan for many years, immediately comprehended his intent and nodded subtly. Even if the police were to probe into past events, it would not impede their simultaneous investigation, for they were determined to uncover the truth. As Gu Jingyan prepared to leave with Gu Xixi in his arms, Xiao Zhaoang clenched his jaw, unwilling to relent as he pursued them. After raising your daughter for so long, won't you show any appreciation? She has consumed our food and used our resources, surely. The Gu family isn't so miserly as to expect nothing in return? The assistant interposed to obstruct Xiao Zhaoang, his expression irritable. Better to worry about whether he might face imprisonment himself. Fueled by rage, Xiao Zhaoang raised his fist and struck the assistant's face. Tang Yin deliberately refrained from evading the blow, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he cast a sardonic glance toward the nearby officers. Officer, someone is committing assault. With no retaliation, it was not mutual combat but rather Xiao Zhaoang's unilateral act of intentional harm, and that too in the presence of numerous police officers. As Xiao Zhaoang was about to retaliate with a verbal assault, he was swiftly subdued and pinned to the ground. Nie Xiaotong staggered a couple of steps, still intent on pursuing, but Gu Xixi gently tapped Gu Jingyan's shoulder, signaling him to halt. With an innocent and cherubic demeanor, she addressed Nie Xiaotong, intentionally raising her voice. Mommy, don't be afraid. I didn't tell Daddy about you not wearing clothes and talking to that big brother. Daddy won't scold you. Xiao Zhaoang, already restrained on the ground, suddenly erupted in fury, his face flushed as he shouted, What have you done behind my back? He was incensed, not for a moment doubting Gu Xixi's words. This little girl had grown under his watchful eye, timid and obedient. She could not possibly be lying. She must have seen something that led to Nie Xiaotong's aggression, culminating in their visit to the police station and this cascade of troubles. After leaving the police station, the commotion inside grew increasingly lively. Upon receiving a call, Gu Jingyan hurriedly rushed over with Tang Yin, arriving in such haste that they had not prepared a child's seat in the vehicle. Gu Jingyan had no choice but to seat her in the back and secure her with a seatbelt. However, as he stepped back, the sight before him stirred a complex array of emotions. Gu Xixi appeared too slender, resembling a newly acquired puppet, barely restrained by the seatbelt. After completing the necessary paperwork, Tang Yin returned to the driver's seat and adjusted the rear-view mirror. Mr. Gu, where to now? First, to the hospital. Gu Jingyan was concerned that prolonged exposure to such an environment might have adversely affected Gu Xixi's health. Fortunately, following a series of medical examinations, Gu Xixi was found to be largely unharmed, though she suffered from severe malnutrition, and the bruises on her body would heal with the application of scar ointment. On the journey home, clad in a beautiful new outfit, Gu Xixi comfortably reclined in her seat, conversing with the system. Will we finally be able to live a good life now? What? Are we all just cannon fodder? How infuriating. I just want to live a leisurely life. To be a carefree fish. Gu Jingyan silently listened to her thoughts, keenly noting the term cannon fodder. Their entire family was cannon fodder? In what manner? He yearned to hear more of what Gu Xixi would express, yet the car had already arrived at the entrance of the Gu family estate. Unmarried, Gu Jingyan had 2 younger brothers and a sister, all of whom remained in the ancestral home, save for the youngest. The grand entrance of the courtyard was imbued with an ancient charm, with a gentle stream flowing and a hint of mist rising. The stone wall above was engraved with the golden characters Gu Tingye Yuan. I knock. Is this real gold? It seems our family is indeed wealthy. Hehe. Gu Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The first words from this little one upon arriving home were about money, revealing her profound affection for it. When the results of the paternity test were revealed, Gu Jingyan promptly informed all members of the Gu family about the addition of a daughter to their ranks. As he entered Gu Tingye Yuan with Gu Xixi in his arms, he found 3 anxious figures awaiting him in the living room. Gu Jingyan, the eldest brother, was greeted by his second brother Gu Junli, his third brother Gu Yayan, and his youngest sister Gu Wanwei, all of whom had returned early. The family patriarch and matriarch were globetrotting and could not return in time, but they had bombarded him with a dozen phone calls. Big brother, what is happening? How did you suddenly acquire a daughter? Gu Junli sprang up from his seat upon seeing Gu Jingyan, his small frame nervously trailing behind him, gripping his pants leg as he peeked at the gathered company. Is this my little niece? Gu Wanwei, not contemplating much, accepted Gu Jingyan's claim without question, eager to dote on the adorable little one. Come here. Andy wants to hold you. Gu Jingyan gently patted Gu Xixi's head. Xixi, do not be afraid. This is your aunt, and this is your second uncle, and here is your third uncle. Gu Yan smiled as he crouched down, his gaze fixed on Gu Xixi. He pointed at Gu Jingyan.
This is your father.
By the way, big brother, who is her mother? Gu Jingyan replied, I do not know either. Gu Juanli, Gu Yan. And Gu Wanwei exchanged incredulous glances. Is my third uncle a bit out of sorts? The four present were momentarily stunned, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. Upon hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts for the first time, Gu Juanli, Gu Yan, and Gu Wanwei stood frozen in astonishment. Chapter 6. Contemplating Marriage into the Family. Gu Wanwei crouched down in disbelief, rolled her eyes, suspecting the presence of a ghost in the house. Wow, my aunt is a true beauty. The Gu family's genes are undeniably remarkable. The polite little bundle of joy before her suddenly spoke. Gu Wanwei was now certain. The voice echoing in her mind was indeed emanating from Gu Xixi. The little one had not even moved her lips, yet she distinctly heard her voice resonating within her mind. Could it be that her thoughts had intertwined with Gu Xixi's? What a pity! Though my aunt is so lovely, she has chosen a worthless boyfriend. Gu Wanwei's mind exploded with realization, as if something had detonated within her. And she yearned to inquire further, but her mouth opened and closed, unable to articulate a single word. Simultaneously, Gu Juanli and Gu Yan found themselves grappling with similar thoughts. They believed they alone could hear Gu Xixi's musings and were diligently processing this incredulous revelation. The four of them discreetly scrutinized one another's expressions. However, the Gu family's children were worldly enough. Even when faced with inexplicable phenomena, they maintained their composure without overt signs of astonishment. All three believed themselves to be the chosen ones, secretly reveling in their fortunate circumstances. Xixi, hello. I am your legendary third uncle. Gu Yan eagerly extended her hand, wishing to establish a cordial rapport with Gu Xixi. Gu Xixi, appearing polite, flashed an innocent smile and greeted, hello, third uncle. This third uncle is rather amusing, though his intelligence is somewhat questionable. The most handsome in the family remains my dashing father, with third uncle in second place and second uncle in third. Aunt is the epitome of beauty. This remark delighted Gu Wanwei immensely, prompting her to lean down and gently kiss the strands of Gu Xixi's hair. Hearing their inner thoughts, second uncle Gu Juanli widened his eyes, glancing at his reflection in the glass. How did he end up at the bottom of the list? Though, at this moment, there were only 3 men in the Gu family, being looked down upon struck Gu Juanli hard. Even Gu Yan, who was praised for his looks, couldn't he find joy in it, as he was, after all, belittled for his intelligence by a 4-year-old little angel. Oh dear. Consequently, the atmosphere within the Gu mansion was filled with starkly contrasting emotions, leaving Gu Xixi utterly bewildered. Hello, second uncle. Gu Xixi's heart soared. Yet she maintained her obedient and adorable demeanor. Hello, Xixi, Gu Juanli replied with a rather strained smile.
Ding.
Just as they finished their greetings, a sound reminiscent of gossip echoed in Gu Xixi's mind. System. What is happening? It's gossip. It concerns your little aunt. Quickly, present it. What? My little aunt's boyfriend is gay. Just when everyone thought they had heard enough shocking inner revelations, Gu Xixi's thoughts erupted with an even more terrifying piece of news. Not only Gu Wanwei, but everyone present, including Gu Jingyan, pricked up their ears. Gu Wanwei indeed had a boyfriend, whom she had been dating for half a year. He was her senior from university. They had fortuitously reunited and found a deep connection, gradually growing closer. Over the past 6 months, her boyfriend had been attentive and caring, and aside from his slightly less affluent background, Gu Wanwei found no faults in him. However, this boyfriend, despite his shortcomings, would likely struggle to win over old Master Gu, and Gu Wanwei had kept this from everyone in the Gu family. How could her newly arrived niece be aware of it? This man has had numerous boyfriends since middle school and 4 more in college, all of which were kept secret. After reuniting with the beautiful aunt, upon realizing she was the youngest daughter of the Gu family, he harbored intentions of marrying into the family. This fellow is particularly adept at creating a charming persona. Gu Wanwei's mind was in a whirl. When she lifted her head, she felt as though everyone was watching her, prompting her to flee back to her bedroom. She needed a quiet place to process this. Could it be that her model boyfriend was truly a scheming gay man? The 3 young masters of the Gu family were eager to learn the specifics, as even they were unaware that their sister had a new boyfriend. Yet Gu Xixi did not continue her thoughts. Instead, she rubbed her belly. I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. Gu Jingyan immediately instructed the servants to prepare a meal suitable for children, accompanying her during the meal. With my handsome father staring at me like that, I can't eat. Gu Jingyan, his gaze fixated, cleared his throat and averted his eyes. Feigning interest in his phone. Gu Xixi was his daughter, and Gu Jingyan planned to host a recognition banquet to announce her identity to everyone. He had already arranged for Tang Yin to take care of it. Back in her room, Gu Wanwei declined her boyfriend's invitation for a date. Ever since she had heard Gu Xixi's thoughts, a knot had formed in her heart. She made a call to her assistant, requesting a multitude of the latest children's clothing and accessories. Gu Wanwei managed one of the securities companies under the Gu Group, a gift from old Master Gu on her birthday. A graduate from a prestigious university, she had been running the company successfully. Yet she never anticipated that while achieving professional success, she might be deceived in matters of the heart. Although Gu Wanwei had no idea how Gu Xixi had come by this information, she was determined to investigate thoroughly. Having cancelled her date for the evening, she had already hired a private investigator to keep an eye on her boyfriend. An hour later, the children's clothing and accessories Gu Wanwei had ordered arrived, filling half of Gu Xixi's wardrobe. The other half was filled with clothes chosen by Gu Jingyan. Xixi, look, do you like them? Gu Wanwei gently patted her small shoulder, awaiting her response. Gu Xixi looked up, scrutinizing the array of clothes in the wardrobe. All designer brands. Beautiful, aunt is truly wonderful. I want to give her a kiss. With her eyes sparkling, Gu Wanwei deliberately crouched down to prepare for the anticipated kiss. Gu Xixi, without hesitation, turned and planted a kiss on Gu Wanwei's cheek, beaming like an angel. I love it. Thank you, aunt. Gu Jingyan, who had also purchased clothes but received no acknowledgement, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He furrowed his brow and gestured towards the other half of the wardrobe. These are all mine, Xixi. Do you like them? What is going on? I feel like I'm judging a competition, weighing deadly decisions. It's like choosing between saving a girlfriend or a mother from drowning. Beautiful aunt dresses so elegantly. Her taste is indeed exquisite. But what are these colorful items my handsome father picked out? Are they for lanterns? Gu Wanwei nearly burst into laughter. Hearing the critique, Gu Jingyan felt fortunate that no one could hear Gu Xixi's thoughts. Otherwise, his face would surely burn with embarrassment. Was it really that unappealing? To express his sentiments, he had personally selected these, albeit via his phone.
Ding.
Xixi, there's gossip. Do you want to hear it? Serve it. Your aunt's boyfriend just arranged a meeting with a man online and is on his way to the hotel. What? Beautiful aunt's scheming gay is committing a blatant act. Oh, at Huatai Hotel, room 702. Upon hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, Gu Wanwei stood up abruptly. I need to step out for a moment. Just as Gu Wanwei left, Gu Jingyan sent a message to Tang Yin via his phone. Go to Huatai Hotel, room 702. Ensure no one notices. If Wanwei needs assistance, intervene. Indeed, Gu Wanwei could also hear Gu Xixi's thoughts, which left Gu Jingyan somewhat disappointed. Chapter 7. What are you babbling about? Gu Jingyan had assumed he was the only one privy to Gu Xixi's thoughts, only to discover that Gu Wanwei possessed the same ability. Although it remained a conjecture, the series of events since returning home was filled with too many coincidences. The moment Xixi mentioned her boyfriend being problematic, Gu Wanwei's face turned pale as she retreated to her room. Just moments before, when Xixi expressed a desire for a kiss, Gu Wanwei had deliberately crouched down. And when Gu Xixi mentioned her boyfriend heading to a hotel with a man, Gu Wanwei's reaction was so overt that it was unmistakable. She rushed out with fervor, clearly intent on catching him in the act. Every small gesture, reaction, and expression from Gu Wanwei betrayed her emotions. Though the sister was remarkable in her career, she was quite innocent, with every thought and feeling inadvertently displayed on her face. Gu Jingyan connected the dots and speculated that Gu Wanwei could indeed read Gu Xixi's thoughts. After sending the message, Gu Jingyan cast a complex look at the little angel squatting in front of the wardrobe. How could she know so many peculiar things? Nestled comfortably on her bed, sipping a cup of steaming milk, Gu Xixi's bedtime had arrived. A maid was meticulously applying scar cream to her skin when Gu Wanwei, just returning from outside, abruptly burst through the door. Xixi. The second word was swallowed back by Gu Wanwei as she gazed in disbelief at the sight before her. The small figure sitting on the bed was frail and thin, with fresh and old bruises crisscrossing her back, the bones protruding sharply against the skin, resembling broken wings. How could this be? Gu Wanwei's eyes brimmed with tears, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. Just then, Gu Jingyan was walking from the opposite end of the corridor and, upon seeing the stunned Gu Wanwei, asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Xixi, you have so many injuries." Gu Wanwei trembled as she cried, gesturing with her hands. Gu Xixi, only 4 years old, had been entrusted to a maid for treatment. as Gu Jingyan believed it was time for her to understand the distinctions between genders. He merely waited outside during her examination at the hospital.
Yet.
Upon witnessing the multitude of scars etched across her delicate back, his heart ached profoundly, causing his fists to clench involuntarily. He dared not contemplate what this fragile little bundle had endured over the past 4 years. Growing up in the sweet embrace of the Gu family, they could hardly fathom Gu Xixi's plight. Hearing a noise behind her, Gu Xixi turned her head in confusion, clutching a plush rabbit in her hands. The purity in her little eyes pierced Gu Wanwei's heart once more. Just as she intended to enter the room, Gu Jingyan gently pulled her back, softly shutting the door. Gu Jingyan drew Gu Wanwei aside and began to discuss matters concerning Gu Xixi. He had dispatched someone to investigate, uncovering that Gu Xixi's family had treated her poorly, subjecting her to beatings and verbal abuse over the past 4 years, often leaving her to go hungry. This had led to the already underdeveloped 4-year-old suffering from severe malnutrition, her height significantly shorter than that of her peers. Xiao Zhuang was a wicked man, quick to anger and strong of fist. Even the neighbors, who felt pity for Gu Xixi, dared not intervene. Only this time, a brave female neighbor had reported the situation to the authorities. Her husband had scolded her for meddling, worried about facing retaliation from Xiao Zhuang, as they could not afford to move away. When Tang Yin and his team arrived, they found Xiao Zhuang menacingly banging on the female neighbor's door, threatening to kill her for causing trouble for his family. Gu Jingyan arranged for Tang Yin to provide the neighbor with a sum of money and a new apartment. Without her intervention, he would not have been reunited with his daughter so swiftly, liberating her from the depths of hell. With Tang Yin's assistance, the neighbor's family managed to vacate their home in just 2 hours, moving into their new residence overnight, finally escaping the clutches of the devil that was Xiao Zhuang. Upon hearing about Gu Xixi's past, Gu Wanwei's face flushed with anger as she furiously waved her arms, punching the air. How despicable! I want to kill that scoundrel. Upon hearing the word kill, Gu Jingyan raised an eyebrow at her. Not kill, but at the very least, give him a good beating to relieve the frustration. Gu Wanwei pouted, crossing her arms and exhaling forcefully. I have already sent someone to investigate. It is likely that this family stole Xixi. If we find evidence, they will not escape justice. Gu Jingyan raised his hand and gently tapped the top of Gu Wanwei's head. Do not act rashly. There is no need to entangle yourself with villains. Humph. Gu Wanwei, still seething, bit her lip, her entire being radiating fury. If you truly cannot sleep, you may take some small action. Just ensure you are not caught. Gu Wanwei suddenly shook her head vigorously, her excitement palpable. Can I find someone to teach him a lesson? As long as there is no evidence against us? Her elder brother's demeanor was silent yet reassuring. Even he, usually so composed, seemed to be greatly affected by the situation. The thought of being able to punish that scoundrel filled Gu Wanwei with glee, and she hummed a cheerful tune while sending a flurry of texts to a certain number. By the way, can you beep beep beep? Gu Jingyan intended to inquire whether Gu Wanwei could hear Gu Xixi's thoughts, but as he spoke, his words were drowned out by a series of beeping sounds.
Gu Wanwei,
having just sent her message, looked up in confusion.
Huh?
What are you beeping about, brother? Gu Jingyan replied. It seems as though he has been scolded. The matter of hearing thoughts was inexplicably difficult for him to articulate. Was it truly a secret that could not be revealed? Gu Jingyan tried twice more, but each time his attempts to mention the thoughts resulted in more beeping. Gu Wanwei, observing him from across the room, began to regard him with a peculiar gaze. Brother, are you really that flustered? What is it you wish to say? Never mind, it's nothing. I will go inside and coax Xixi to sleep. Go ahead. Startled by the injuries on Gu Xixi's body, Gu Wanwei momentarily forgot her purpose for visiting. Earlier, she had gone to the hotel but had been unable to find her boyfriend. She intended to return to eavesdrop on what was happening. Auntie will tell you a story, all right? Gu Wanwei entered the room, holding a storybook. Gu Xixi had already received her treatment and was obediently sitting at the head of the bed. Okay. The adorable little voice left Gu Wanwei in a daze as she clutched the picture book, beaming with delight. Let us tell the story of the 3 little pigs.
What?
The 3 little pigs? I can recite that story by heart. How about I tell my beautiful Anna's story instead?
Gu Xixi added.
But Auntie's voice is so melodious and gentle, it doesn't matter if the story is old. Gu Wanwei initially thought that Gu Xixi might not enjoy the story and planned to change it, but upon hearing the latter part, her heart melted. Didn't Auntie go to catch someone in the act? Why are you back so soon?
Oh.
You didn't catch him. What happened? As Gu Wanwei narrated the story, her voice faded as she focused intently on Gu Xixi's thoughts, eager to glean more information. So, why didn't you catch him? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 8. The misplaced preference for sons. Xixi was multitasking, enjoying her snacks while listening to the story. Suddenly, the voices around her ceased, prompting her to curiously glance at Gu Wanwei. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Gu Wanwei continued the story, but slowed her pace, now fully concentrating on Xixi's thoughts.
Oh.
It turns out they were almost at the hotel. But the man who was supposed to meet them had a fiancé, who fell ill, so they rescheduled. Damn. 2 rotten cucumbers. One has a girlfriend. The other has a fiancé. How disgusting.
Ugh.
Gu Wanwei grimaced and echoed her sentiments with a sound of disdain. The room fell silent.
Xixi,
Perched on the bed, turned to look at her, prompting Gu Wanwei to quickly explain with a smile. A mosquito flew into Auntie's mouth. It's nothing. Nothing at all. In the middle of winter, there are still mosquitoes? Xixi's little face remained adorably innocent as she continued to listen to Gu Wanwei's story. Eager for more revelations, Gu Wanwei, despite finishing the tale, felt a tinge of disappointment at not hearing anything new. The little one, now drowsy, was nearly resting her head on the pillow, struggling to keep her eyes wide open in an effort to engage. Gu Wanwei couldn't help but chuckle at the little one's earnestness, carefully tucking her back under the covers. Regardless of how her little niece knew of those matters, she felt compelled to verify them personally. A private investigator would send her updates later. Indeed, her boyfriend had been near Huatai Hotel, but had turned back midway, leaving his ultimate destination uncertain. Tonight presented the best opportunity for clarification, though interrupted midway. However, it was alright. She would spend more time with Xixi in the future, gathering insights and surely seizing new opportunities. The reunion banquet was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Gu Jingyan was a man of action, swiftly organizing all necessary arrangements. The guests invited were all prominent figures, closely connected with the Gu family. The following morning, Gu Xixi was carried downstairs by Gu Jingyan as soon as she awoke. Is this little Xixi? A graceful and elegant middle-aged woman sat on the sofa, and upon seeing the sleepy-eyed little one, her eyes brimmed with tears. Gu Jingyan affectionately patted Gu Xixi's head. Xixi, call her grandmother. Startled, the drowsy Gu Xixi suddenly looked up. What? This is my grandmother? She is so young. Such good maintenance. Is this the power of wealth? I'm so envious. Just as she reached out to embrace Gu Xixi, Chang'an's hand trembled in disbelief, her head turning in confusion. How is there a child making noise in my head? Yet there was only Gu Xixi, the sole little one present. Hello, Grandma. Gu Xixi flashed her signature smile, eagerly extending her tiny hand. It was then that Chang'an connected the dots between the voices she had just heard and Gu Xixi's words. Just moments ago, the little one hadn't spoken. What had she heard?
Wow.
My grandmother must have been an enchanting beauty in her youth. The genes of the Gu family are truly remarkable. Grandmother appears to be so gentle. I adore her. The voice emerged once more. Yet, the little granddaughter did not utter a word. Could it be that she heard the thoughts of her little granddaughter? Chang'an, who often prayed and worshipped, was unperturbed and instantly taken with this extraordinary granddaughter. Surely, heaven must have sent Xixi to their family in recognition of her piety. Gu Jingyan had been quietly eavesdropping on Gu Xixi's inner musings, and seeing her fondness for her grandmother brought him a measure of relief. Having grown up outside, he feared she might struggle to adapt to the Gu family's way of life, requiring substantial time to cultivate relationships. However, it appeared that this little darling found joy in everything, so perhaps his worries were unfounded. How strange. Where's my grandfather? I am so curious. He must also be a handsome old man. Upon hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, Chang'an's expression darkened, revealing traces of resentment. What about Dad? Is he truly not coming back? Last night, Gu Jingyan had already spoken with the old Master Gu over the phone. The irascible old man, upon learning of the sudden emergence of a granddaughter, was suspicious of her identity and disdainful of her being a granddaughter rather than a grandson, insisting he would not return for the recognition banquet. Ultimately, only grandmother Chang'an took a private jet back. You know your father's temperament all too well. Never mind. The most important thing now is to care for Xixi. Chang'an reached out to stroke Gu Xixi's head, only to find the one soft strand somewhat dry and yellowed, unlike the children she had held before. Having heard some past tales over the phone, Chang'an felt a pang of sorrow, barely managing to hold back her tears. Xixi, grandmother has bought you a gift. Would you like to see it? Oh yes. Thank you. Grandmother. The little darling extended her arms and eagerly embraced Chang'an. This delighted the old lady immensely. As she spread out all the gifts she had brought back onto the carpet. 12 items, all purchased yesterday, intended for this little sweetheart. A diamond-studded hairpin, a gemstone bracelet, and a gold and jade longevity lock. Xixi sat amidst them, dazzled and unsure of which to admire first. Oh my, I adore gold, jade, gemstones, and diamonds. Grandmother is simply the best. I promise to protect Grandmother and ensure she doesn't freeze beneath the overpass. Just as Grandmother was about to show Xixi the gifts, her hand trembled, causing the items to tumble onto the carpet. Not only her, but Gu Jingyan's heart also tightened.
What?
Freeze beneath the overpass? Grandmother's throat felt dry, and she longed to clarify the situation, yet words failed to escape her lips. Is it that we cannot disclose the truth? Is the Gu family on the brink of calamity? Grandmother sank back onto the sofa, her heart pounding wildly. Though our family may be mere pawns, with me, Xixi, here, I shall surely save everyone. Humph. Indeed. It must be her daily devotion to prayer that has prompted heaven to send this granddaughter to rescue the Gu family. She had just observed that the eldest was remarkably composed, indicating he likely could not hear Xixi's voice. It was surely her karmic connection with the Buddha that had granted her this unique circumstance. Grandmother's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, and she edged closer to Xixi, eager to glean more information. I know why Grandpa isn't coming back. It turns out he doesn't believe I am his granddaughter, and is disappointed that I am not a male heir. TSK, the disdain for daughters deserves divine retribution. Grandmother's thoughts. Last night, when Gu Jingyan returned the call, Grandmother was right beside the old Master Gu. The old man only reprimanded Gu Jingyan, refusing to attend the recognition banquet. As for the doubts regarding Gu Xixi's identity and the disdain for her gender, those were voiced in her presence. Unbeknownst to Gu Jingyan, from thousands of miles away, this little granddaughter had somehow known. Divine. Simply divine. Throughout the day, Grandmother and Gu Wanwei seized every opportunity to play with Gu Xixi, both eager to hear something from her. Until the morning of the recognition banquet. Oh, last night, my beautiful aunt's male friend successfully arranged a meeting. He is also coming to the recognition banquet tonight. Gu Wanwei. So soon. And he's already making advances? Originally, Gu Wanwei had not intended for her prospective ex-boyfriend to attend the banquet, but upon hearing Gu Xixi's words, she hastily sent him a message to prepare for the afternoon. Chapter 9. The Cunning and Deceitful Rotten Cucumber. The recognition banquet commenced in the afternoon, with guests arriving one after another. The backyard, front yard, and hall were all beautifully arranged, and every person who arrived uttered congratulations, never questioning who Gu Xixi's mother was. What should not be asked remained unspoken, and those who were invited understood this unspoken rule. Today, Gu Xixi was dressed by the designer Gu Wanwei had invited back, clad in a newly released limited edition children's outfit, a light pink puffy dress with distinct layers adorned with round pearls, and a diamond necklace brought back by Grandmother yesterday. She was adorned with creatively designed jewelry, radiating a cute and lively aura that did not appear gaudy. Her hair was slightly curled, held in place by two pink butterfly clips, resembling a princess from a fairy tale. Gu Wanwei followed her adorable little niece throughout the day, treating her as a beautiful doll to play with. After changing into her outfit, Gu Xixi twirled in front of the mirror. Wow, I am truly adorable. Hearing her thoughts, Gu Wanwei secretly agreed. Yes, indeed. When that rotten cucumber arrives, I must pay close attention to what kind of drug he has given my beautiful aunt. Humph. Gu Wanwei found herself both amused and exasperated. She had fully awakened from the sweetness of love over the past 2 days and reflected on many things concerning her boyfriend Dai Zhou. Details she had previously overlooked became increasingly vivid. From the inception of their relationship until now, they had only held hands, never even sharing a kiss. Each time she drew too close, Dai Zhou seemed to find an excuse to distance himself, yet his words and actions maintained a tone of care and tenderness, leading the love-struck Gu Wanwei to remain oblivious to any discrepancies. She merely assumed he was shy due to a lack of romantic experience. Dai Zhou, having received the invitation, dressed handsomely and arrived at the Gu family home. However, he found it perplexing that aside from Grandmother Gu's warm demeanor, Gu Wanwei's 3 brothers appeared distinctly displeased with him. Their sharp, cold gazes seemed as if they intended to carve into him. Even Gu Wanwei exhibited a sense of distance unlike before. It was Dai Zhou's first time being invited to the Gu home, and despite their lackluster reception, he endeavored to please everyone, including Gu Wanwei. He assumed her aloofness was simply due to their recent separation, making her unhappy. He felt confident in his ability to charm her. Izhou, let me introduce you. This is my adorable little niece, Gu Xixi. Throughout the day, Gu Xixi had called more people than in her previous 99 lifetimes, her mouth feeling parched. Yet upon seeing the legendary rotten cucumber, she instantly perked up, raising her head to scrutinize the man under Gu Wanwei's guidance. He was of decent height, good build, and had a scholarly appearance, though his dark circles suggested he may have overindulged. He flashed what he thought was a friendly smile, squatting down to extend his palm. Hello. Xixi, I am Dai Izhou. You can call me Brother Izhou. Gu Xixi stood with her hands behind her back, unmoving, her gaze gradually lowering to examine his outstretched hand. I refuse to shake hands with him. He just arranged a meeting with that man last night. Who knows what disgusting things he has touched, ugh. And Brother Izhou? I suggest you move away swiftly.
Instant téléportation.
Get off this planet. The further, the better.
Ugh.
Upon hearing Gu Xixi's inner thoughts, Gu Jingyan nearly lost his composure. Despite her outward appearance as a docile little darling, her thoughts were exuberant to a somewhat excessive degree. In Gu Jingyan's presence, Gu Xixi continued to play the role of the sweet and obedient child, merely nodding and saying, "Hello." She refrained from extending her hand, which caused Dai Izhou to awkwardly retract his own. Her charming visage seemed polite, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of disdain that Dai Izhou found incomprehensible. Was the Gu family truly so superior that even their newly acknowledged daughter regarded him with such an expression? Maintaining a feigned smile, Dai Izhou nonchalantly placed his hand back into his pocket. Before successfully marrying into the Gu family, he felt compelled to curry favor with each family member. At this juncture, it was Gu Wanwei who lost her composure. The private investigator reported that Dai Izhou had not left the apartment door for an entire night. How had he arranged such a meeting? He actually invited someone to his home. How audacious. The apartment saw a flurry of comings and goings, and the private investigator could not possibly keep tabs on everyone, only focusing on Dai Izhou. While he had indeed not stepped outside, the person he had invited could enter freely. Gu Wanwei could not help but acknowledge the man's cleverness and cunning. Regardless of which hotel he frequented, she could effortlessly uncover the desired information due to her status as a member of the Gu family. To avoid leaving unnecessary traces, Dai Izhou had summoned his guest to his home, while Gu Wanwei was preoccupied with organizing the reunion banquet and had no time to meet him. Eager for more information, Gu Wanwei listened intently, awaiting Gu Xixi's deeper probing. He changed the entire bedding from last night and discarded it in the trash. He even conducted a thorough cleaning of his house. What a sly and devious cucumber. Were it not for the inappropriate nature of the words, Gu Jingyan would have inquired where Gu Xixi had acquired such peculiar phrases. Surely, it must be from spending too much time with that family, leading his precious Xixi astray. Returning home a day late, old Madame Gu was oblivious to the unfolding events. What was a rotten cucumber? As she greeted arriving guests and friends, she found herself distractedly eavesdropping. Everyone awaited the next revelation, yet Gu Xixi suddenly fell silent, causing anxiety to ripple through the gathering. This was especially true for Gu Wanwei, who had been hoping to gather evidence through gossip. Just when Gu Xixi thought the gossip had run its course and was ready for a light snack, the system in her mind erupted with excitement. System. Gossip alert. Gu Xixi. Whose? System. Not the rotten cucumber, but Dai Izhou's. Gu Xixi. Let us skip the inquiries and report directly. As everyone grew weary of gossip and sought a moment of respite, Gu Xixi's voice echoed in her mind once more. What the? This Dai Izhou learned at noon that the man he had previously invited was HIV positive, and hurried to get himself tested at the hospital. The results have yet to come back. Gu Wanwei's mind buzzed with shock, instinctively prompting her to distance herself from Dai Izhou. Baby, are you unwell? Dai Izhou smiled and reached out to touch her forehead, startling Gu Wanwei into a hurried retreat. I need to go to the restroom. In a flurry, she sought an unoccupied corner, and just as she opened her phone, she saw a message from the private investigator. Dai Izhou had indeed visited the hospital that afternoon for an HIV test. With almost no need for further evidence, Gu Wanwei was convinced that everything Gu Xixi had conveyed was true. What reason could he possibly have to seek such a test? If he suspected he had contracted HIV, how could he still find the time to linger in the Gu household? Had Gu Xixi not returned in time, she too might have been at risk of infection and deceived into marriage. That would have been utterly disastrous. Gu Wanwei felt an icy chill run down her spine, cold sweat trickling down. The rotten cucumber's acquaintance from yesterday has also arrived. Chapter 10. Peculiar Quirks. Let me see what this second rotten cucumber is all about. Oh no, my aunt's male companion is the rotten chrysanthemum, while the man from last night is the rotten cucumber. Gu Wanwei. It felt as if every pore on her body had been pricked with needles, cold and stinging. Even the air surrounding Dai Izhou made her feel nauseous. Not only was Gu Xixi curious, but every individual present capable of hearing inner thoughts perked up their ears. Only old Madame Gu remained somewhat oblivious to the unfolding drama, still busy attending to guests and not fully grasping the heated gossip. Third brother Gu Yan directly picked up a glass of red wine, casting glances at every man present as if to scan for potential threats. Wait a moment, I'm hungry. I need to eat something first. With a sudden shift, the little darling turned towards the long table laden with food. Gu Wanwei felt a surge of frustration, akin to a rocket, as she rushed over, disregarding her elegant attire, and scooped Gu Xixi into her arms. Xixi, what do you want to eat? Choose, and your aunt will serve you. Selecting this, that, and the other with her adorable voice. Gu Wanwei handed her the platter filled with food, her eyes gleaming with unspoken anticipation. Now that we have food, darling, can you continue? Yet as soon as Gu Xixi grasped the platter, she became engrossed in her meal, and her inner voice fell silent. This left the equally gossip-hungry third brother Gu Yan in a state of agitation. Just as Gu Xixi let out a satisfied burp after indulging, a glass of juice appeared before her. Xixi, don't choke. Have a drink. Thank you, third uncle. And thank you to you. Now hurry up and speak. You're making us anxious. Don't rush. Take your time. Gu Jingyan gently wiped the corner of Gu Xixi's mouth with a tissue and patted her head.
Slow down.
You mustn't dawdle. The gossip cannot pause at such a critical moment. Gu Yan paced back and forth like an ant in a hot pot, his impatience palpable. Meanwhile, Gu Wanwei mirrored his state, consumed by an overwhelming desire to know who that man was. Having eaten her fill, Gu Xixi patted her belly, contentedly smacking her lips. I'm full. Now let us return to the gossip.
Oh, look.
Those two have linked up. Accompanied by Gu Xixi's thoughts, everyone instinctively turned to gaze in Dai Izhou's direction. Indeed, a young man stood beside him. The man was handsome and well-built, yet he was accompanied by a beautiful woman who had her arm linked with his, a clear sign of a couple. With his fiancée beside him, he still dances before his rendezvous. Is it true that wealthy individuals possess the most peculiar quirks? Gu Yan, Gu Junli, and Gu Wanwei all focused on Dai Izhou, while Gu Jingyan merely cast a brief glance before redirecting his attention to observe the unusually reactive brothers and sister. Could it be that the second and third brothers could also hear Xixi's thoughts? The mere notion sent a pang of jealousy through Gu Jingyan's heart. He was no longer unique. Would he now be relegated to a mere commodity in the market? It was evident that Xixi was his daughter. How could everyone else hear her thoughts? Fortunately, aside from a few Gu family members, the others remained composed, betraying no hint of surprise. Were her thoughts to be overheard by outsiders, the uproar would be immense. The man mentioned by Gu Xixi was none other than Zhang Haoxi, the sole heir of the illustrious Zhang family in Xiqing, who also had business dealings with the Gu family. While not as affluent as the Gu family, he remained an unattainable figure for ordinary people. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Zhang Haoxi possessed refined features and a commanding presence, gently swirling his wine glass. His fiancée was equally radiant, their interactions brimming with intimacy, each detail showcasing the strength of their bond. Dai Izhou conversed with Zhang Haoxi as if they were newly acquainted, discussing stocks and funds, deliberately omitting any mention of the events from the previous night. It would be challenging for the average person to connect these two seemingly unrelated individuals. Gu Wanwei felt uncertain, even contemplating whether Gu Xixi truly meant Zhang Haoxi. She was also acquainted with Zhang Haoxi's fiancé, frequently observing the couple's affectionate displays on social media, indicating a remarkably stable relationship. Zhang Haoxi hails from a wealthy family, and he certainly indulges himself in extravagant pleasures, charming both men and women alike. Yet, upon returning home, he feigns deep affection in front of his fiancée. Dai Izhou seemed to sense Gu Wanwei's gaze upon him and approached with a smile, inviting her over. What would be the purpose of that? To introduce her to his bedfellow from the previous night? Gu Wanwei cast a cold glance at Dai Izhou, choosing not to approach him. The awkwardness of Dai Izhou, who remained rooted in place, prompted him to glance at Zhang Haoxi, revealing a hint of an embarrassed smile.
Ding.
A message from the private investigator arrived. Before Gu Wanwei could open it, She heard the premature thoughts broadcasted by Xixi. The test results for the rotten chrysanthemum have come back positive.
Oh dear.
I must ensure that my beautiful aunt breaks up with him immediately, not a moment longer. But how should I phrase it? The words of a child are often disregarded by adults. As Gu Wanwei listened to Gu Xixi's thoughts, she opened the results sent by the investigator. Her expression darkened as she replied with a message, "Send the test results to Jiang Haoxi anonymously." Noticing Gu Wanwei's displeased demeanor, Dai Yizhou attempted to show concern, only to be evaded by her. The notion of what he had done behind her back last night made Gu Wanwei feel nauseous. The very thought that his closeness to her was merely for the sake of the Gu family's wealth was repugnant. Gu Wanwei did not mind if others approached her for money, for she indeed possessed wealth. However, a man who sought both her fortune and her life was utterly vile. Had she not overheard Xixi's thoughts, she might have remained oblivious to this man's deceit. Not far away, Jiang Haoxi, who had been engaging with guests, suddenly pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen before his expression soured drastically. He immediately sought out Dai Yizhou, his eyes reddened with fury, as if he were ready to commit murder. Gu Wanwei couldn't help but chuckle coldly to herself. Jiang Haoxi and Dai Yizhou were both of the same ilk, neither more noble than the other. Having maintained a facade of affection with his fiancée since arriving at the recognition banquet, Jiang Haoxi found an excuse to send her away and approached Gu Wanwei. "Miss Gu, may I borrow your boyfriend for a few minutes?" Gu Wanwei smiled slightly. "Be my guest. Do not merely borrow a few minutes. They could lock him away for good. And she would assist in making them trending on social media." Oh dear, that Jiang Haoxi realizes he might have contracted something and is frantically seeking Dai Yizhou to settle the score. Will they end up fighting?
Hee.
Gu Xixi suddenly remembered she hadn't yet discussed the breakup with Gu Wanwei, scampering over to embrace her aunt, who was lost in thought. Feeling somewhat caught, Gu Wanwei knelt down to ruffle Gu Xixi's hair. "What's the matter, darling? Annie, could you please not be with that Uncle Dai Yizhou? He is so ugly. He is unworthy of you." Gu Wanwei couldn't help but burst into laughter. She realized that her little darling was struggling to find a way to persuade her to break up. Thinking of how long it had taken Xixi to muster the courage to take this step, Gu Wanwei kissed her forehead. "Xixi is right. I will break up with him shortly, kick him to the curb, and find someone more handsome and better." Chapter 11. Proposal and Wedding Night Extravaganza. Really, truly? Gu Xixi's eyes widened. "Indeed, I promise. Auntie will not deceive you." The serious expression on her beautiful face made it clear she was not jesting. "That's wonderful." Beaming with joy, Gu Xixi dove into Gu Wanwei's embrace, rubbing her little face against her aunt's. "As long as Auntie breaks up with that rotten chrysanthemum, she won't contract anything, nor will she fall ill. If Auntie dies, Grandma will be heartbroken and her health will deteriorate significantly." After being kicked out of the Gu family and sleeping under the overpass, it wouldn't take long before she could no longer endure it, alas. Just as Grandma Gu returned from welcoming guests, she felt a sudden weakness in her legs. What had she missed? How could her precious daughter be on the verge of death, sleeping under a bridge? Nevertheless, now that Auntie has promised to break up, that is the first step in saving the Gu family. My beautiful aunt is so wonderful. I will definitely not let that rotten chrysanthemum or that rotten cucumber get near her. Humph. Gu Wanwei felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears as she hugged Gu Xixi, rubbing her forehead against her. She recalled the sight of her little darling covered in wounds. They had done nothing for Xixi when she needed them most, yet Xixi was determined to help her, to assist the Gu family. This little darling was far too resilient. The chrysanthemum and cucumber are arguing in the corner by the restroom. "I want to go see." As soon as Gu Xixi finished speaking, she raised her small hand and wiggled it. "Auntie, I need to go to the restroom." "All right, Annie will take you." Not just Gu Xixi, Gu Wanwei was also intrigued. Upon reaching the vicinity of the restroom, they indeed heard low voices engaged in a heated argument around the corner. "You bastard. You dare show your face after what you did to me." Jiang Haoxi's voice was filled with restrained anger, accompanied by the sounds of shoving. The rustling of clothing suggested that a scuffle might have already occurred. "I only found out about it today at noon and rushed to get tested. The results just came in." "How could you know? Did you have someone investigate me?" Dai Yizhou's voice was equally anxious and pained. He understood all too well what the test results implied. If Gu Wanwei were to discover this matter, his dreams of marrying into a wealthy family would be utterly shattered. He had to keep this hidden from Gu Wanwei. "Don't concern yourself with how I know. Just know that if I am affected, you will also pay the price." With that, Jiang Haoxi stormed around the corner, their conversation having reached a breaking point. Gu Wanwei quickly grabbed Gu Xixi and ducked into the women's restroom. What a devoted couple. Even in death they wished to be together, accompanying each other in demise. Hearing this, Gu Wanwei nearly burst into laughter. Just a moment ago, she had felt weighed down with gloom, yet now Gu Xixi's words had lightened her spirits. However, with so many guests present, Gu Wanwei worried that if she were to immediately break up with Dai Yizhou, he might lose control of the scene, causing unnecessary trouble. Today was Gu Xixi's day. She did not want to disrupt the recognition banquet. Dai Yizhou could not comprehend why Gu Wanwei, who had previously been so compliant, now seemed like a different person altogether. Every time he approached her, she would retreat, her expression dark and hostile, as if regarding an enemy. Remembering his test results, Dai Yizhou gritted his teeth and shamelessly sought Gu Wanwei out to assert his presence. Time was running short. He needed to propose as soon as possible. This is not good at all. That rotten chrysanthemum, upon seeing the test results, hurriedly had a friend purchase a diamond ring, preparing to propose tonight and consummate the marriage in one go. His friend is on the way with the ring. Upon hearing the words proposal and wedding night, Gu Wanwei felt a chill run down her spine, as if her time was running out. Oh dear, she could hardly contain herself. What should she do? She desperately wished to have Dai Yizhou transported to the outskirts of the city, at least to ensure he wouldn't return to disrupt the recognition banquet that evening. Sure enough, after more than half an hour, Dai Yizhou, who had been persistently pursuing her, disappeared for nearly 20 minutes. When he returned, his suit jacket was bulging in a square shape, presumably the emergency diamond ring. This man had contracted something, yet still intended to drag her down with him. Gu Wanwei truly wished she could drop an atomic bomb on Dai Yizhou's head, making him vanish from the world in an instant. Yet, despite her anger, she represented the Gu family and could not leave behind any incriminating evidence. She needed to proceed with caution. From this moment forth, she would absolutely not allow Dai Yizhou to touch a single hair on her head. As dusk fell, the guests attending the Gu family's recognition banquet had long since gathered, enveloping the entire household in a lively atmosphere. Many took this opportunity to forge connections with the upper echelons, laying the groundwork for future collaborations. Gu Jingyan summoned Tang Yin and whispered a few words in his ear, to which Tang Yin readily nodded in agreement. Dai Yizhou was lifting his wine glass, surveying the crowd for potential allies to latch onto. This evening, he attended the familial recognition banquet as the future son-in-law of the Gu family, which afforded him a measure of respect from guests of all statuses. Alas, in his distracted state, Dai Yizhou was jostled by someone, nearly spilling his drink onto the mayor of West City's suit. Flustered, he quickly offered an apology, but when he looked up to reprimand the inattentive server, the individual had vanished amidst the throng. With numerous servers traversing the venue, he could not ascertain who had collided with him. Mr. Gu, the ring is secured. Moments later, Tang Yin re-emerged beside Gu Jingyan like an unobtrusive shadow. Gu Jingyan subtly nodded. Ensure the young lady's safety. She must not have any physical interaction with Dai Yizhou tonight. Understood. Although Gu Jingyan sensed Gu Wanwei's aloofness towards Dai Yizhou, he was aware she had likely heard Xixi's sentiments and had resigned herself to the unworthy suitor. However, this man was a cunning fox, and Gu Jingyan feared Gu Wanwei might be ensnared in a trap. Thus, he needed to arrange for Tang Yin to keep a watchful eye. A proposal? Not a chance. After mingling amid the clinking of glasses for some time, Dai Yizhou suddenly felt something amiss. His pocket felt lighter. He raised his hand to touch it, only to discover that the diamond ring he had just acquired was mysteriously absent. This was the centerpiece of the evening. Without the ring, how could he propose to Gu Wanwei? How could he entice her to spend the night at his home? Taking a deep breath, he prayed it had merely slipped out inadvertently, and with no more interest in socializing, he bent down to search the floor. Even in the absence of old Master Gu, old Madame Gu and Gu Jingyan could maintain order, ensuring that the recognition banquet proceeded splendidly, bestowing upon Gu Xixi the most lavish treatment and respect.
Gu Xixi,
who had scarcely experienced a full meal before the age of 4 and had never encountered such a plethora of delicacies, felt a pang of sympathy for her former self upon absorbing the memories of her predecessor. Everywhere she looked, there were delectable dishes, tempting her to showcase each one tenfold. System. Xixi, Mie Xiaotong, and Xiao Zhewang are outside the Gu residence. They are preparing to demand money from the Gu family. System. They are taking advantage of the banquet's numerous guests, knowing the Gu family values reputation. Their ruckus will surely compel the Gu family to offer them something to disperse them quickly. Gu Xixi was genuinely impressed by the audacity of these two shameless individuals. Were it not for insufficient evidence currently under investigation, they would have long since been imprisoned. Do those two traffickers dare to cause a scene at the Gu residence? Are they not fearful of being silenced on the spot? Upon hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, Gu Jingyan immediately deduced that the traffickers she referred to were indeed Nie Xiaotong and Xiao Zhuang. They had managed to infiltrate the Gu family. They heard that grandma is soft-hearted and is usually pious, intending to exploit her for a substantial sum. The kitchen is busy moving goods. They planned to seize an opportunity to sneak in. Gu Wanwei, eager to confront these two scoundrels, had just risen when she noticed her elder brother's most dependable assistant exiting. Chapter 12, You Little Rascal. Gu Wanwei, lifting her dress, followed closely behind. Observing as Tang Yin exchanged a few words with a server, who then swiftly dashed towards the kitchen. The server apprehended the nosy Xiao Jiawang and Nie Xiaotong, binding them and discarding them in a secluded corner of the entrance where no one would pass. We are Xixi's adoptive parents. Xiao Jiawang yelled defiantly. We merely wish to see Xixi. We miss her dearly. Oh, is that so? Gu Wanwei arrived with her entourage, smiling like a gentle and accommodating angel. You are Xixi's adoptive parents? You were the ones caring for her before? Yes, yes. Seeing Gu Wanwei's favorable demeanor, Nie Xiaotong nodded vigorously. Could this lovely young lady take us inside? We wish to meet old Madame Gu. Of course, come along. With that, Gu Wanwei signaled to those beside her. Several burly men in black suits gradually surrounded Xiao Jiawang and Nie Xiaotong, leading them to an empty storage room nearby. Is old Madame Gu here? Xiao Jiawang squinted suspiciously. Gu Wanwei's smile began to shift, a glint of cunning and mischief illuminating her eyes. Indeed. In the next moment, the two were enveloped in black sacks, fists raining down upon them, eliciting cries of anguish. After approximately half an hour of this punishment, Xiao Jiawang and Nie Xiaotong felt themselves hoisted up, akin to two pigs awaiting slaughter, and unceremoniously tossed onto the main road outside. Scram! If you dare return to the Gu family, you will meet your doom. Under the fierce warning of the men in black, Xiao Jiawang finally managed to pull off the sack covering his head, seething with rage. How infuriating! He had thought that the seemingly amiable Gu Wanwei would be easy to deceive. Did everyone in the Gu family truly believe they had abused Gu Xixi and were unwilling to meet them? Bah! He was merely educating the child. What abuse was there? Without them, could Gu Xixi be so obedient and well-behaved? Now that they recognized their child, they intended to whisk her away, effectively stealing the fruits of their parenting. Ouch! This hurts. Nie Xiaotong pulled off the sack, revealing wounds far worse than Xiao Zhuang's. What are we going to do? Given the Gu family's attitude, they won't easily part with any money. As soon as she spoke, Xiao Zhuang slapped her across the face. This is all your fault. Sneaking around behind my back with men. How dare you ask? I didn't.
Nie Xiaotong stammeretten genial.
That little brat Gu Xixi never lies. You know what you've done. If I catch you, I will surely beat you to death. Nie Xiaotong's heart sank, trembling in fear. Thankfully, she had deleted all her conversations with that pretty boy before heading to the police station and had warned him not to contact her for the next few days. After returning from the police station, Xiao Zhuang had beaten her severely, nearly turning her phone inside out, yet he found nothing. It was precisely because he found nothing that he became increasingly convinced that Gu Xixi was telling the truth. She must have secretly deleted the messages. If he found evidence, he would not let this woman off easily. Nie Xiaotong was well aware of Xiao Zhuang's temperament. If he truly discovered her betrayal, his threats of violence were no mere bluster. She could very well be killed. With this thought, Nie Xiaotong shivered, curling up in fear. We cannot arrive empty-handed. Xiao Jiawang glared at the Gu family's walls, his eyes reflecting the lights within. Since there are so many people now, we will take advantage of the crowd to snatch something valuable. Nie Xiaotong, battered and bruised, barely managed to rise before collapsing back to the ground. Useless. You keep watch here, I'll sneak in. Xiao Jiawang shot her a disdainful glance. From afternoon until night, Gu Xixi had accompanied Gu Jingyan and old Madame Gu in socializing for an extended period. This petite frame, already undernourished, was weary and drowsy by 7 o'clock. The socializing of the wealthy was indeed dreadfully dull. System, if I accomplish my task, can I truly retire in this world? You mustn't deceive me. System, this is absolutely guaranteed. Rest assured, dear host. Having traversed numerous worlds and lived many different lives, Gu Xixi felt exhausted. Finding a world where she need not worry about food and clothing for her retirement was indeed appealing. System, there's news. Bored, Gu Xixi perked up, Report. Xiao Zhawang was beaten by her aunt and thrown out of the Gu family before he had a chance to demand money. He is unwilling to accept defeat and has now climbed in through a tree along the perimeter wall, hoping to pilfer something valuable to sell. He has already reached the second floor. This fellow truly was relentless and exceedingly bothersome. It would be best to deal with him once and for all. The system, sensing something amiss, urgently cautioned. Xixi, it is illegal to harm others in this world. Xixi replied, but I'm only 4 years old. System, exactly, you are only 4. Therefore, you cannot harm him. Xixi countered, then I'll have my handsome dad send someone to handle it. System, it is illegal to harm others in this world. The conversation evolved into an endless series of nested layers. Xixi contemplated and deemed it unnecessary to allow her handsome father to retain a potential incriminating leverage over a mere thief. Nonetheless, there were ample methods to deal with a petty criminal. Xixi inquired, System, how many presence points have I accumulated today? Today, Xixi was akin to an exhibit, paraded by her family in the Gu household, and with this particular display, she received numerous notifications regarding her presence value. The system replied, currently accumulated 10 points. Rubbing her hands together, Xixi accessed the marketplace to explore suitable items. Swap and substitute, 6 points. This ability allowed one item to be replaced by another, chosen at random by the system. Memory eraser, 3 points. This tool could obliterate the memories of a specified individual from 10 seconds prior to the current moment. Alongside the strength pill and the all-purpose cure pill, Xixi now had 4 purchase options available in the marketplace. After meticulously reviewing the functions of each item, she concocted an excuse to ascend to the second floor. Where is Xiao Zhawang? She asked. The system responded, currently near the study. The little darling wobbled over and, with a bright voice, called out to Xiao Zhawang's back. Wow. Startled, Xiao Zhawang jumped, frantically grabbing an object to shield himself, only to realize it was Xixi standing before him, and she was alone. You little brat. Xiao Zhawang fumed, grabbing her with the intent to strike. Daddy, are you here to see Xixi? The innocent and adorable little darling blinked her eyes, appearing utterly defenseless. Xiao Zhawang's raised hand fell, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Indeed, but the people here are not welcoming to Daddy. Could you quietly take Daddy for a stroll? The eager little darling nodded enthusiastically and promptly led Xiao Zhawang into her room. Xiao Zhawang's eyes glinted with greed as he surveyed the room. This is where you live. Damn, the Gu family is so wealthy, yet they refuse to share anything with me. Daddy, this is Xixi's wardrobe. And this is where I keep my necklaces and hair ties. To ensure Xiao Zhawang could see clearly, Xixi opened the cabinet, lifting her small hand in demonstration. Her sparkling eyes shone brightly, akin to the diamond jewelry nearby. Chapter 13. The Heirloom Fruit Knife. Xiao Zhawang dared not take anything overly valuable. He understood that if the amount was too large, it would surely incite suspicion, and should he be discovered, imprisonment was inevitable. A smaller amount, however, would likely go unnoticed by the affluent Gu family. These are all yours? He asked, picking up items to examine, discovering that the hair accessories and necklaces contained genuine diamonds. Especially noteworthy was the small, solid gold jewelry box alongside a plethora of glittering children's hair ornaments. The Gu family is outrageously wealthy. Even the children's possessions are made of real gold and silver. Excitedly, Xiao Zhawang stuffed items into his pockets, nearly emptying the drawer where Xixi stored her jewelry. Realizing this was too conspicuous, he placed half of the items back. You mustn't tell anyone I was here, understand? He shook her shoulder threateningly. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. With that, he deliberately raised his fist, threateningly, to intimidate Xixi. Had she been the original Xixi, she would have certainly been frightened into compliance. After 4 years of a life filled with beatings and scolding, the original had never dared to defy Xiao Zhawang or Nie Xiaodong. But the current Xixi was pursuing the pinnacle of performance. She understood that her persona would remain silent, and feigning fear, the little darling huddled her shoulders, trembling and raising her small hands in front of her. Daddy, please don't hit Xixi. Xiao Zhawang, satisfied, nodded and prepared to leave, intending to find a place to sell the stolen items. I need to call someone to catch the thief. Xixi thought. Hearing her thoughts, Gu Jingyan had already instructed Tang Yin to position themselves beneath the tree from which Xiao Zhawang had entered. Just as Xiao Zhawang climbed to the window, he spotted movement below. It was not good. He had to find another escape route. With no way out, Xiao Zhawang seized Xixi. Pressing the small knife, he brought against her neck. Speak quickly, or I'll kill you. Goose Xixi, unafraid, pointed towards a small staircase at the end of the second floor. You can escape from the backyard, over there. Daddy, please don't kill Xixi. Her faint sobs were exceedingly pitiful, yet the deranged Xiao Zhouang paid no heed, dragging Goose Xixi along the corridor in a hurried escape. However, upon reaching the courtyard, Xiao Zhouang was dumbfounded. The yard was filled with people preparing for an event, and it was evident that this was not a favorable escape route. Xiao Zhouang vaguely sensed he had been set up, his knife wavering against Goose Xixi's neck. You little brat! How dare you trick me? The pitiful wail sent shivers through the guests, and just in time, Gu Jingyan arrived. Do not harm Xixi. You can propose any terms you wish. In his panic, Xiao Zhouang oscillated between laughter and anger, torn between uncertainty and desperation. With so many witnesses to his hostage situation with Gu Xixi, his life trajectory could never revert to what it had been. Cornered, Xiao Zhouang, in a fit of reckless abandon, pressed the knife harder. Everyone stand back. Once I leave, I'll release this little brat. Gu Xixi retorted. Leave? You won't be able to escape. Off to prison you go, you bad egg. Outwardly weeping, yet inwardly composed, Gu Xixi accessed the marketplace and purchased the swap and substitute ability, selecting to use it. Please select the target for the change. Gu Xixi indicated the knife in Xiao Zhouang's hand. Please select the replacement. A. Heirloom fruit knife. The blade was dull, the plastic fragile. With the slightest pressure, it would shatter into pieces, causing no harm. B. Bread. Have you ever seen a knife-shaped loaf? C. Water gun. The water gun was fully loaded, ready for a water fight.
D. Banana.
This banana bore a striking resemblance to a knife. After careful consideration, Gu Xixi chose the heirloom fruit knife. The charge of armed robbery was likely to carry a heavier penalty. In an instant, the knife in Xiao Zhouang's grasp underwent a transformation. The knife he had held so steadily moments ago suddenly splintered apart, the blade and handle separating with a clatter as they slid down Gu Xixi's skirt to the ground. All that remained in Xiao Zhouang's grasp was a crumpled piece of plastic. In the flash of an eye, Gu Jingyan lunged forward, seizing Xiao Zhouang's arm and twisting it behind him, catching the little darling in one arm and holding her tightly against him. The crisis was averted, and everyone exhaled in relief. Unwilling to concede, Xiao Zhouang attempted to retaliate, but Gu Jingyan's gaze was as cold as ice. With one hand, he forced Xiao Zhouang's arm behind his back, the ensuing pain compelling Xiao Zhouang to kneel, immobile. Tang Yin and the others quickly intervened, stuffing a rag into Xiao Zhouang's mouth before binding him and carrying him out of the Gu residence. Seeing Xiao Zhouang's downfall from a distance, Nie Xiaotong feared the repercussions might fall upon her, and she fled. The armed robbery, compounded by the hostage situation involving Gu Xixi, resulted in the recovery of stolen goods amounting to several million. We apologize for the disturbance, a minor incident that has been resolved. Please do not worry. Gu genuinely reassured the guests, raising his glass with a smile, his calm demeanor easing the assembled crowd back into light-hearted conversation. Mr. Gu, we have handed him over to the authorities. After ensuring all was in order, Tang Yin returned to report to the Gu family. Gu Jingyan gently patted Gu Xixi to comfort her, his gaze darkening as he raised his eyes. I do not wish to see him in front of Xixi again. Understood. Tang Yin nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew. With the armed robbery's significant financial implications, Xiao Zhouang was assuredly destined for prison. Regardless of the length of his sentence, it would not affect Gu Jingyan's plans. He had ample means to ensure this individual would never reappear before Gu Xixi. This is a calming tea to soothe your nerves. Please drink it. Madame Gu personally brought a steaming bowl of tea, gently caressing Gu Xixi's head. Thank you, Grandma. The little one said, her small hands cradling the bowl as she obediently drank it all. Gu Wanwei, her brow furrowed in concern, repeatedly examined Gu Xixi's neck, anxious that she might have overlooked a small injury. As she observed the family surrounding her, Gu Xixi felt an unusual stir in her heart. In her own world, she was an orphan, devoid of parents. Throughout the 99 worlds she traversed in her literary journey, she had scarcely encountered familial ties. The sensation of having a family seemed rather delightful. The guests had yet to depart. Everyone spent a little more time with Gu Xixi before returning downstairs, leaving only Gu Jingyan to accompany the little darling. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, at a loss for conversation. Gu Xixi remarked, "My handsome dad was quite cool just now." The corners of Gu Jingyan's lips lifted in pleasure at her commendation, reflecting on the hardships she endured over the past 4 years. He recently discovered that he had a daughter. As a novice in fatherhood, he was just beginning to learn how to be a good dad.
Xixi.
If you need anything in the Gu household, feel free to tell me or your aunt, Gu Jingyan said, gently patting her head, his eyes brimming with tenderness. If I ever fall short in any way, do not hesitate to let me know. Gu Xixi clenched the quilt tightly with her small hands. Suddenly having family is quite unfamiliar. Upon hearing her unspoken thoughts, Gu Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. Was there something he had done wrong? But I'm surprisingly happy, hehe. Chapter 14. The Splendor of a Breakup. Gu Jingyan's anxious heart finally found solace. In both her original world and the ones she had traversed, Gu Xixi had never truly experienced familial love. It was rare that upon returning home, every member of the family treated her with such kindness. She was determined to strive to save everyone and ensure the Gu family's safety. The first step involved her beautiful aunt. Daddy, where's Auntie? Gu Xixi asked with tear-filled eyes, blinking as her small fists resembled two plum buns. I want to hear Annie tell stories. Is that okay? Gu Jingyan nodded, rising to call for Gu Wanwei. He was concerned that Gu Wanwei's continued association with Dai Yizhou might lead to unforeseen complications. It was safer for her to accompany Gu Xixi. The recognition banquet had concluded, and Gu Wanwei was contemplating her breakup speech when Dai Yizhou, with his deceptively charming smile, invited her to return with him. This was not Gu Wanwei's first visit to Dai Yizhou's home. They occasionally enjoyed coffee together and watched movies side by side. But that did not imply any intimacy upon returning. However, tonight was different. The thought of the man before her, who was entangled in his own troubles, attempting to pull her into his turmoil, sent a chill through Gu Wanwei. It dawned on her that their past affections had been in vain. Wanwei, will you come to my home tonight? Dai Yizhou gazed at her with earnest eyes. In the past, such a look would easily sway Gu Wanwei. Although the ring was gone, he believed that with her lingering affection, he could propose anew and replace the diamond later. From this moment, we are breaking up. And do not attempt to find me again. The sight of you makes me nauseous, Gu Wanwei declared, shaking off his hand and turning to leave. The abruptness of the breakup left Dai Yizhou stunned for a moment, merely catching a glimpse of her retreating figure. Wanwei, he called, yearning to chase after her. Is there some misunderstanding? Sir, Miss Gu has stated you are not permitted to enter. The 4 bodyguards stationed at the entrance easily restrained Dai Yizhou. Just yesterday, they had been affectionate, and now she sought to end things? Did the Gu family disapprove of him, forcing her to break up with him? Realizing that shouting at the door was futile, Dai Yizhou hastily retrieved his phone to call Gu Wanwei, hoping to salvage the situation within the critical 24 hours, aiming to pacify her first. Having arrived at Gu Xixi's bedroom, Gu Wanwei's expression soured upon seeing the caller ID. She gently held Gu Xixi's small hand and answered the call. I told you, we are broken up. Please stop calling me. Wanwei, did I not perform well enough tonight? Are your family members dissatisfied with me? I'm sorry, I will try harder. Will you give me another chance? This has nothing to do with my family. I want to break up.
Why?
Why must there be a reason? I'm an adult, and if I want to break up, I can. Do I need to justify myself to you? You want a reason?
Fine.
You are too ugly, and I've grown tired of you. Gu Wanwei shouted into the phone. If you keep calling, don't blame me for being rude. In the next moment, she blocked and deleted all means of contact.
Gu Xixi,
who had silently observed the unfolding drama, finally felt at ease. Auntie's breakup was incredibly cool. Such a worthless scoundrel must be avoided at all costs.
See,
Your aunt is broken up with that ugly monster, Gu Wanwei said, pressing her soft cheek against Gu Xixi's. Rest assured, I will find a handsome man next time, and I will definitely let you see him first. The little head nodded obediently, her big eyes sparkling. He sounds great. Let me vet him first. I'll make sure he has no secrets. Gu Xixi exclaimed. It's a shame for Jiang Haoxi's fiancé, Yi, who is still unaware that her fiancé may be entangled in such troubles. She might be caught up in it too. These words caused Gu Wanwei's heart to flutter, leaving her feeling unwell. Jiang Haoxi's fiancé, Yi, Fang Xiu, was also a wealthy young lady, her family involved in the jewelry business. They were well matched and had known each other since childhood, but Fang Xiu had only recently returned to the country after studying abroad. Upon her return, she had swiftly fallen under Jiang Haoxi's fervent pursuit. Gu Wanwei had only heard snippets about Jiang Haoxi's affairs. He was quite the charmer, able to make her believe in him each time. Gu Wanwei had Fang Xi's WeChat, and the girl often posted on social media, appearing to be a cheerful, kind-hearted individual who enjoyed life. If she were to fall victim to such scoundrels, it would be truly regrettable. Xixi, you can look at the album for a while. Your aunt has some matters to attend to. Gu Wanwei called a private investigator, instructing him to anonymously send all gathered information to Fang Xiyu. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. In the room, Gu Xixi, having grown bored while perusing the album, unknowingly drifted off to sleep. She seemed to hear someone tiptoe into the room, turn off the bedside lamp and neatly place the album on a small shelf. It wasn't her beautiful aunt. It appeared to be someone else. Ever since returning to the Gu residence, Gu Xixi had enjoyed remarkably peaceful sleep, and upon awakening, her stomach was already grumbling with hunger. She steadied herself on the handrail as she ventured downstairs, resembling a wobbly little penguin. Gu Wanwei had already finished breakfast and was frowning at her phone at the table. Despite sending the gathered information to Fang Xiyu last night, why was she posting love-filled moments so early in the morning? There was a photo of a heart-shaped breakfast Dai Izhou had prepared, along with seemingly sweet pictures of the two together. Could it be that she hadn't received the information? That shouldn't be the case. The private investigator had even sent her screenshots of the message delivery interface.
Mom.
I'm heading to the office, Gu Wanwei announced, facing a day filled with tasks awaiting her attention, leaving little room for thoughts of Fang Xiyu. Gu Xixi's room was overflowing with toys, yet she held no interest in them. Such childish items were not suited for her. Around 3 in the afternoon, Gu Wanwei returned and proposed a shopping trip. Shopping sounds delightful. Perfect for me. Gu Xixi eagerly took Gu Wanwei's hand. And the two of them enjoyed wandering through the mall, dining and playing until it was time for dinner before finally returning home. System. Xixi, news is here. System. Your aunt's ex-boyfriend is still outside the villa, stubbornly wanting to meet. System. He plans to start with the family, hoping to win your aunt back. As Gu Xixi drowsily succumbed to slumber in the car, she was abruptly roused. Gu Xixi exclaimed, "What? Is that wretched scoundrel specifically stationed at our doorstep to obstruct my beautiful aunt?" She presumed that the Gu family had disapproved of their union, prompting him to first attempt to win over her grandmother. By ingratiating himself with her grandmother, he believed everything would fall into place. He was also convinced that her aunt would refrain from expressing her ire in front of their grandmother, thus affording him an opportunity for redemption. Gu Wanwei tightened her grip on the steering wheel. She had anticipated that this cad would not relinquish his pursuits so easily, but she had not foreseen such relentless tenacity. He even procured counterfeit antiques as gifts, she thought, claiming it to be a Buddhist statue from the Qing dynasty, when in reality it is merely a modern craft. The car screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Gu residence. Gu Wanwei exited with fierce determination, clutching Gu Xixi as she stormed inside, fearing that any delay would grant that despicable scoundrel an advantage. Chapter 15. The announcement of engagement last night. While attending to guests, Grandma Gu had been so preoccupied that she missed the gossip and remained oblivious to Dai Izhou's true nature, genuinely believing him to be Gu Wanwei's boyfriend. Upon hearing a visitor had arrived, she promptly instructed her servant to usher him in. "Hello, Auntie," Dai Izhou greeted, clad in a light gray suit, impeccably dressed and bearing gifts. Grandma Gu smiled warmly and gestured for him to take a seat, instructing the servant to brew tea. "Izhou, you came to see Wei Wei? But she hasn't returned yet." Dai Izhou offered an awkward smile, revealing a troubled expression. "Actually, I came to see you, Auntie. There are some matters." His tone suggested a young couple had experienced a disagreement, prompting a knowing smile from Grandma Gu. Being a woman of experience, she understood all too well. "Grandma, hurry and chase this scoundrel away." Gu Xixi's voice echoed before she even entered. The imposing figure of Gu Wanwei stormed in, and as Dai Izhou moved to greet her, a sudden pain shot through his knee. Gu Xixi brandished a toy sword, one she had just acquired from the mall. Although she had no fondness for it, Gu Wanwei insisted on buying it, claiming it would be amusing to see Gu Xixi wield it. And now, it seemed, it was perfect for vanquishing a scoundrel. Grandma Gu inquired, "What scoundrel?" "I don't see any. This man is a homosexual, infected with AIDS, and he still wishes to pursue my aunt. They've already broken up." The revelation left Grandma Gu's smile frozen, her mind reeling as if struck by an atomic bomb. "What are you doing here? We've already parted ways." Gu Wanwei's gaze bore down on him like a judge, leaving Dai Izhou feeling suddenly vulnerable. Could she have discovered something? "Wei Wei, I truly care for you. I don't want to break up," the pitiful man pleaded, his wounded eyes pleading for sympathy. Yet this act held no sway over Gu Wanwei any longer. "I no longer harbor feelings for you. If you persist in your harassment, I shall be forced to break your legs," she declared coldly, her arms crossed and her gaze fierce, instilling fear. "I detest those who cling on relentlessly. The more you pursue me, the more I loathe you. I can barely tolerate you as a stranger, but if you continue your insistent antics, you will become the most repugnant person in my eyes. Daiijo had never witnessed such a fierce expression on Gu Wanwei's face, sending a chill down his spine and causing his legs to tremble. The Gu family wielded immense power. To break someone's legs in West City was as simple as crushing a chick. Gazing into Gu Wanwei's emotionless eyes, he understood that his dream of marrying into the Gu family had shattered completely. He had yet to come to terms with his illness. And now he had lost all prospects of wealth and status, feeling as though a great weight had descended upon his shoulders. Dreaming of marrying into the Gu family? You wish. Gu Wanwei spat. Knowing you are ill and yet refusing to break up, you still seek to marry?
Bah.
Grandma Gu, emerging from her stupor of shock, could hardly believe that this seemingly refined man was of such a low caliber.
Daizu, dejected,
Contemplated staging a sorrowful scene of love lost when Grandma Gu's furious roar interrupted him. Get out this instant. Terrified, he refrained from sitting, instead standing rigidly. Nearby, Xixi raised her toy sword once more, her small hand extending and accurately poking Daiijo in the rear.
Ow.
He yelped, leaping up like a frog, revealing his true nature as he prepared to retaliate. In the next moment, he found himself surrounded by 4 men in black, who seized his arms and swiftly carried him out of the Gu residence. They showed no mercy, tossing him outside while issuing a fierce warning. Scram. We shall not keep this sword. Your aunt will buy you a new one next time. Gu Wanwei, repulsed by the thought of the sword having poked Daiijo, reclaimed the toy. As Daiijo groaned outside, Gu Wanwei gripped the sword tightly and hurled it with all her strength, striking true once more.
Ah.
You're so fond of being stabbed. Take your sword and leave. Gu Wanwei re-entered shortly after, tossing the counterfeit Buddhist statue he had brought at him. And take your fake goods with you. When Gu Jingyan returned, he caught sight of Daiijo, clutching his rear as he shuffled past the car. Just as he reached the door, Gu Cc's thoughts echoed once more. The scoundrel is about to be cornered and beaten up. It was Jiang Haoshi's people who were called. His fiancée learned of his affair with Daiijo and also of his illness, confronting him directly. But then, she was soothed by Jiang Haoshi? They thought it was a misunderstanding and reconciled. Upon hearing this sequence of events, Gu Wanwei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She had encountered lovesick fools before, but it was rare to see someone so easily placated after being presented with undeniable evidence. This was critical. Could it be that the private investigator failed to provide compelling enough information, leading her to doubt? Fortunately, my beautiful aunt managed to break it off in time and avoided a calamity. Upon hearing this, Grandma Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her daughter was unharmed. Let us set this gossip aside for now. Jiang Haoshi, unable to contain his anger, has intercepted Daiijo on the roadside and is preparing to give him a thorough beating. Ah, I want to see. Gu Wanwei and Grandma Gu, along with Gu Jingyan, all turned their gazes towards the little one standing by the sofa. Having longed to find someone to punish Daiijo, Gu Wanwei could no longer contain her excitement and bolted outside. Wei, where are you going? It's time for dinner. You need to digest. Gu Wanwei shouted loudly, having indulged in too many snacks outside. Upon hearing this, Gu Xixi hurriedly followed, tugging at Gu Wanwei's skirt to prevent her from going alone. If they delayed any longer, they would likely miss the entire brawl. Gu Wanwei, unwilling to linger, gathered Gu Xixi and rushed outside. The Gu family's old residence was serene, with a winding path leading directly to the main road, flanked by meticulously landscaped greenery. Beyond that, the main road's greenery paled in comparison to the tranquility of the path. Not far from the corner, cries of pain echoed, and Gu Wanwei spotted Daiijo, who had been knocked to the ground. He lay there groaning, bloodied and resembling a fish discarded on a chopping board. The assailants were ruthless, delivering blows without a word, leaving him barely clinging to life. On the ground, the man clutched his face, groaning in agony, every part of him pained, unable to rise. Good riddance. Well deserved. Gu Wanwei crouched in the grass, silently applauding. Beside her, Gu Xixi rubbed her small hands together, mimicking applause to celebrate. With someone else handling the scoundrel, Gu Wanwei felt no need to intervene. She hummed a tune, leading Gu Xixi back to dinner. Halfway there, she checked her phone and discovered that Fang Xiyu had announced her engagement on social media, revealing that she and Jiang Haoshi were to wed on the 1st of next month. Gu Wanwei hesitated for a moment before instructing the private investigator to send a new message to Fang Xiyu from a different number. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the private detective returned with the news. Fang Xiyu had seen everything and scolded me, accusing me of sowing discord between her and her husband, claiming I was spreading rumors, and threatening to expose me. Chapter 16. Late-stage love brain. Upon reading the message, Gu Wanwei pressed her forehead in exasperation. Sitting beside her, Gu Xixi discreetly glanced at Gu Wanwei's phone screen and caught sight of the detective's reply. She pursed her lips, shoveling rice into her mouth while inwardly lamenting. Jiang Haoxi's medical report hasn't even come out yet. He fabricated a result for Fang Xiyu, and she believed it. The date was even wrong, and she didn't notice. After being sweet-talked by a scoundrel, she believes she is the happiest woman in the world, feeling wronged and guilty. Gu Wanwei's grip on her bowl tightened, her frustration rendering her appetite non-existent. Everyone at the dining table heard Gu Xixi's thoughts. Despite quietly eating, their sentiments mirrored Gu Wanwei's. Women ought to love themselves more, and not place too much trust in men's deceitful words. I'm full. Setting down her bowl and chopsticks, Gu Wanwei hurried upstairs. After much contemplation, she resolved to take one final step. If this did not bring Fang Xiyu back, then she would wash her hands of the matter. Feigning that she too had just received an anonymous message, Gu Wanwei forwarded the information to Fang Xiyu, cautioning her to take care of her health. Half an hour later, Fang Xiyu replied, "Are you free tomorrow? Let us meet somewhere to talk." Finally, some clarity. Gu Wanwei arranged to meet at the rooftop garden CAF of a 5-star hotel, where the afternoon crowd would be sparse, allowing for a private conversation. "Big brother, can I take Xixi out tomorrow afternoon?" With the time and place set, Gu Wanwei rushed downstairs to borrow the child from Gu Jingyan. Without the little one, she would miss out on the juicy gossip, which would be utterly frustrating. Gu Jingyan did not immediately refuse, glancing at the seated little bundle. "Do you want to go?" "I want to," replied the small voice cheerfully. "Then go ahead. But be careful." "Don't worry, big brother, I'll take good care of Xixi," worrying she might miss out on the latest scoop. Gu Xixi was still eager for the warm tidbits. The next day, Gu Wanwei first visited her company and returned in the afternoon to pick up Gu Xixi. Arriving early at the CAF, Fang Xiyu heard footsteps and looked up to see Gu Wanwei, elegantly clad in a Chanel-style suit, holding a round little bundle swathed in down. She never expected Gu Wanwei would bring Gu Xixi along, leaving her momentarily stunned. Gu Wanwei seated the little one at a nearby table, ordering her a small cake and herself a cup of coffee. "I'm sorry, but I have plans to take Xixi shopping afterward, so I brought her along." Fang Xiyu awkwardly tugged at her lips, glancing at the small figure. "It's fine. At such a young age, she probably won't understand adult conversations. You called me out today for a reason, didn't you?" Gu Wanwei got straight to the point, wishing to avoid wasting time on pleasantries. "Pretty auntie. I'm here to give you a lesson." Gu Wanwei. Last night, they were all lovey-dovey and exchanged rings, believing themselves to be the happiest people in the world. "I thought you should learn to trust your partner too." Before Gu Wanwei could fully process Gu Xixi's words, Fang Xiyu smiled and spoke. "I looked at what you sent me yesterday. It's nothing but nonsense. I suspect someone is trying to sow discord between us and our boyfriends." "Suspecting someone is trying to sow discord," echoed Gu Xixi's sarcastic tone in Gu Wanwei's mind, making her stifle a laugh with great difficulty. "These things can be fabricated. They are not necessarily true. We should trust our partners." Although she had mentally prepared herself for this, hearing it directly still jolted Gu Wanwei significantly. Surely, even a zombie would shake its head in disbelief. "Xiyu, why do you trust him so much? He showed me his health report. And he doesn't have any of those ridiculous ailments. Have you considered that he might be the one who forged it?" This statement left Fang Xiyu silent for nearly 5 seconds before she weakly shook her head. "No, I believe him." "Did you look closely at the health report, the indicators, the dates?" "I did. There's no problem," Fang Xiyu replied firmly, even growing annoyed at Gu Wanwei's persistence. "You can't lose trust in your boyfriend just because of some unproven words from outsiders." It seemed she was in the late stages of love brain, and there was no saving her. "Perhaps your boyfriend's test results are genuine, but they don't even know each other. How could it be that kind of relationship?" "That's too far-fetched." Gu Xixi, eavesdropping while enjoying her cake, couldn't help but show a mix of disbelief on her face as Fang Xiyu spoke. "Pretty Annie is trying to help you, and you're treating her like this? Respect and blessings I love to watch from across the street. I believe couples should communicate well and not be easily swayed by outsiders, as that could lead to losing happiness." Mentioning happiness, Fang Xiyu's forehead clearly bore Jiang Haoxi's name, and she smiled shyly. "It's over." Fang Xiyu could have avoided this calamity, but after rolling in the sheets with Jiang Haoxi last night, things are looking dire. Gu Wanwei's chair scraped back a half-meter, the sound grating. All the information and documents had already been sent to Fang Xiyu. If she had maintained a bit more vigilance and kept her distance from Jiang Haoxi, she could have entirely avoided this mess. After Jiang Haoxi's escapade with Dai Yizhou, he had yet to become intimate with Fang Xiyu. But after being sweet-talked by Jiang Haoxi with fake test results, they ended up back in bed together. This was a predicament even the gods couldn't resolve. Anyway, I've already broken up with Dai Yizhou. I have no further relations with him. Gu Wanwei reigned in her last vestige of goodwill, picking up Gu Xixi and growing cold and distant in her gaze. As for whether you believe it, that's your own affair. Fang Xiyu sensed Gu Wanwei's displeasure and stood to pursue her, urging, Wanwei, happiness must be grasped by oneself. You cannot act impulsively. How can love be easily toppled by rumors? Gu Wanwei and Gu Xixi exchanged glances.
Run.
The virus of love brain is spreading. Standing at a distance, Fang Xiyu watched with disappointment as Gu Wanwei and Gu Xixi departed. Once in the car, Gu Wanwei shook her head helplessly. Let go of the urge to help others. Respect their destinies. Xixi, let us go shopping. Back at the Gu residence, Gu Xixi had much to buy, and aside from work, Gu Wanwei's daily passion was shopping. Moreover, with a new, adorably doll-like niece, her hobby expanded to dressing up Gu Xixi. Gu Xixi was like her living doll, and Gu Wanwei could transform her into various charming looks. This was something that suited them perfectly. Having someone to spend money on always brought joy. Gu Wanwei first bought Gu Xixi a plethora of children's items. One particularly cute children's water bottle, complete with a straw and a soft pink exterior, matched Gu Xixi's splendidly. After paying, Gu Wanwei promptly hung it around Gu Xixi's neck. The little one seemed to match perfectly with all things round and chubby. On a weekday afternoon, the mall was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered customers. Particularly in the luxury stores, the staff seemed more like sentinels. Gu Wanwei recalled a new hairpin that would look lovely on Gu Xixi, and decided to browse in the store. As they entered Gu Xixi, the little tail curiously looked around and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure at the counter. Nie Xiaotong. What was she doing here? Did she have the money to shop in such an expensive store? Oh, I only have 200 yuan in my bag, just browsing, not spending. The shop assistant, adorned with a warm smile, trailed closely behind her. And Nie Xiaotong basked in the divine adoration of being treated like royalty.
Ugh.
As she glanced to the side, Gu Xixi was nearly assaulted by a spray of saliva. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, leaping aside just in time to avoid the droplet that splattered onto her left sleeve. Chapter 17. I dare to smash, do you dare? The moment Gu Wanwei stepped into the store, her focus was entirely devoted to selecting hair clips for Gu Xixi. Within a mere 5 minutes, she had already acquired 3 exquisite pieces. As she turned her head, her eyes were drawn to a stunning handbag, completely entranced. Although the latest seasonal styles were routinely delivered to the Gu residence, some of the more affordable designs were audacious and unique. Gu Wanwei was not one to place great value on price. As long as a bag was visually appealing, it captured her heart. Xixi, stay close to your aunt. Do not wander off in the store, understood? Gu Wanwei's voice floated over, laced with the last remnants of rationality. Okay, I want to run off, Gu Xixi responded, raising her small hand to wave in acknowledgement. Spotting the little one had not strayed far, Gu Wanwei nodded in relief. Nie Xiaotong is out shopping and enjoying herself. Even after Xiao Zhuang was just apprehended? Oh, it turns out it's the birthday of her pretty boy. And she's being relentless in her pursuit of designer items. Unfortunately, her finances are rather tight. She plans to merely window shop for now, hoping to devise a way to gather funds for a gift for her pretty boy. Nie Xiaotong has arrived? Gu Wanwei immediately found the bag in her hands lacking allure, subtly shifting her gaze to discreetly survey the store. At the far diagonal corner, she spotted Nie Xiaotong being attended to by the shop assistant. Dressed in what she considered her most presentable attire, Nie Xiaotong held her chin high, feigning affluence as she reveled in the assistant's flattery and service. The bruises from last night's altercation still marred her face, masked beneath a thick layer of makeup. Nie Xiaotong pretentiously examined the items, hoping to sneak a look at the price tags when the assistant was not paying attention. However, the assistant remained vigilant, making it awkward for Nie Xiaotong to inquire about the prices. Isn't this Mrs. Xiao? Gu Wanwei approached with a hint of sarcasm, her arms laden with several bags. Wasn't he Mr. Xiao caught by the police last night? Do you still have the leisure to shop? Shouldn't you be seeking a lawyer to help your husband? Upon hearing the mention of the police, the assistant's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Why are you looking at men's clothing? Your husband won TB out for years. Are you shopping for another man? Fury coursed through Nie Xiaotong's veins, yet she dared not confront Gu Wanwei directly. Out in public, one must maintain face. She refused to crumble before strangers. I can look if I want. Are there rules against it? Meanwhile, Xiao Xiang was chasing after Gu Xixi, spitting. Gu Xixi regarded him with indifference, her small face adorned with an expression of disdain and mockery. Is that all you can do? Pathetic. You only bully girls. And what can you do? Xiao Xiang retorted, his pride stung as he faced off against someone younger than himself. His gaze fell to the ugly blue children's water bottle hanging from his neck, a wicked grin creeping across his face. The store's grand hall boasted beautiful multi-layered crystal chandeliers, with a piano worth millions displayed below. The platform resembled a high, translucent starlit staircase, and the elegant white grand piano appeared to rest among the cosmos. A vision of dreamy beauty. She lifted her newly purchased empty water bottle and shook it. I dare to pour water. Do you dare? With that, Gu Xixi dashed to the grand piano, raising her water bottle high. Though it contained nothing, she mimicked the motion of pouring, cleverly obstructing part of Xiao Xiang's view. Humph. I bet you wouldn't dare. The 3-year-old was not one to back down from a challenge. Xiao Xiang immediately imitated Gu Xixi's gesture, unscrewing his water bottle and racing toward the piano. Having been spoiled by his family since childhood, he desired what others had. And he would not shy away from any challenge, particularly from someone he had bullied for years. Determined not to lose to her, Xiao Xiang tiptoed, finally reaching the piano keys, and poured all the water onto them. The moment the liquid touched the keys, a cloud of warm steam rose. Triumphant, Xiao Xiang returned, hands on his hips. Ha! I did it! Gu Xixi merely rolled her eyes and pointed to the glass nearby. I dare to smash it, do you dare? What is there for me to fear? This time, he was unwilling to let Gu Xixi steal the spotlight. He sprinted to an outdoor flower bed, picking up a palm-sized stone, and hurled it at the glass with all his might.
Crash.
The deafening sound startled Gu Wanwei, her hair almost standing on end. With a temporary truce with Nie Xiaotong, she decided to retrieve the little one first. Auntie, Gu Xixi rushed into Gu Wanwei's embrace, exclaiming, My brother broke the glass. Nie Xiaotong followed closely, and Xiao Xiang, puffed with pride, pointed at the shards. Mom, I did that. The assistant's expression darkened, and she promptly confronted Nie Xiaotong, demanding compensation for the shattered glass. Don't you speak nonsense. My son is very well behaved. How could anyone know who broke it? With that, Nie Xiaotong cast a deliberate glance at Gu Wanwei and Gu Xixi, seemingly attempting to shift the blame onto them. Gu Wanwei remained unfazed, retrieving a black card from her bag and deftly tossing it toward the assistant. Check the surveillance. If it was Xixi who broke it, I will compensate accordingly. Miss Gu, this is a trivial matter. No need for that. The manager's tone shifted dramatically, recognizing her as a super VIP of the brand. One shattered glass was hardly of concern. That's where you're mistaken. Gu Wanwei narrowed her beautiful eyes, her gaze sweeping over Nie Xiaotong. I never claimed it was our Xixi. What if it was someone else? The manager stood momentarily stunned, uncertain of the next course of action. Check the surveillance, immediately. Yes. As the expression on Miss Gu's face darkened, the manager contemplated how to proceed and promptly headed to the monitoring room. Before long, the manager emerged, holding up her phone and projecting the video onto the store's advertisement screen. The surveillance footage clearly revealed Xiao Xiang shattering the glass. Standing tall, the manager confronted Nie Xiaotong. Madam, it was your son who broke the glass. Please compensate the store for the damages. Is it merely a broken glass? Nie Xiaotong scoffed, retrieving her wallet. This floor-to-ceiling glass costs 58,763. The receipt will be provided shortly. Nie Xiaotong's hand trembled as she raised her wallet halfway, uncertain whether to put it back or continue. How is that possible? Don't try to swindle me. A piece of glass costs that much? If the lady has any doubts, we can call the police and present all receipts. There's absolutely no inflation in the price. 58,000. Although Nie Xiaotong's bank card held 60,000, that amount had been painstakingly saved. To use it for a single piece of glass was inconceivable. Children are ignorant. Perhaps we should let this go. A store of your size surely doesn't lack this bit of money, she reasoned, wrapping her arms around Xiao Xiang as if it were the most natural thing. The manager's expression darkened. Anna, call the police. Call the police? Is that really necessary? It's just a piece of glass. I haven't accused this store of fraud. We found the culprits, these 2 children, a man in a suit and uniform, accompanied by security, blocked the store's entrance, furious that they had poured hot water on the piano. The mention of hot water made the man's teeth grind in indignation. Chapter 18. Delivering a piano for Xixi to play with water. Gu Wanwei inquired about the situation and learned that water had been poured onto the piano. The man's face darkened as he halted both Nie Xiaodong and Gu Wanwei. This $1 million grand piano had encountered a grave issue due to a mere cup of hot water. Even repairs would necessitate the replacement of several components, costing upwards of 1 million. The price of the broken glass had left Nie Xiaodong breathless. The mention of 100,000 for the piano repairs nearly overwhelmed her heart. Xiao Xiang, tell mommy, did you do that? Nie Xiaodong pulled him into a corner, trembling all over. 1 million would practically kill me. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of individuals, Xiao Xiang realized the gravity of the situation and widened his eyes, shaking his head vehemently. It wasn't me who spilled the water. It was Xiao Xixi. Upon hearing her son's words, Nie Xiaodong felt an immediate sense of relief and took hold of her son's hand once more, moving forward. I understand now. It was Xiao Xixi who spilled the water, and my son is not involved. Nie Xiaodong affectionately ruffled her son's hair, attempting to comfort him, worried he might be intimidated by the commotion. Am I to be unjustly accused? She thought. Fortunately, there's surveillance. The cameras captured everything. My cup contained no water, while his was filled with boiling water. After venting her frustrations, Gu Xixi feigned a pitiful demeanor, entangling her finger with Gu Wanwei's. Auntie, Xixi never spilled any water. Observing the innocent and woeful expression on the little girl's face, Gu Wanwei immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace, affectionately rubbing her head. Not only was it not Gu Xixi who spilled the water, but the paltry sum of 1 million was also within Gu Wanwei's means to cover. Let's check the surveillance. Surely such a grand establishment must have it. The suited man opened a video on his phone. We came here precisely because we reviewed the footage. Just as the initial portion concluded, Nie Xiaodong clamored to redirect the focus. Look, it was this little girl who spilled the water. It was Xiao Xixi. Gu Wanwei coldly interrupted Nie Xiaodong's tirade. Please mind your words. Xixi's surname is Gu, and her full name is Gu Xixi. She is a child of the Gu family, with no ties to your Xiao family, you human trafficker. Gasps reverberated through the crowd. Is she a human trafficker? What is happening? Should we call the police? My goodness. How audacious. The onlookers engaged in fervent discussions, pointing fingers at Nie Xiaodong, who now found herself encircled by a throng of spectators. She realized escape was futile. Any attempt to flee would surely result in her being apprehended. Don't listen to her. It was her child who damaged the piano. And she is trying to pin it on my son. Nie Xiaodong waved her arms about like a shrew. In stark contrast, Gu Wanwei exuded an elegance akin to a goddess, and even the little girl in her arms resembled a delicate doll. The contrast between their demeanors made it implausible that they would recklessly vandalize a piano. The suited man, visibly annoyed by Nie Xiaodong's shrill voice, furrowed his brow. Please continue watching. With that, the crowd leaned in closer. The latter part of the video revealed Xiao Xiang pouring water from his own cup onto the piano. In an instant, Nie Xiaodong felt as though her heart plummeted into an abyss, shattering into countless pieces. 1 million, no, even 50,000, would cost her dearly. Stricken by shock, she stumbled backward, desperately gasping for breath. It was merely a little water. It can be dried. I can go home and fetch a hairdryer. However, the situation was far from simple. The piano was solely for display, its model and components long discontinued. To repair it would necessitate restarting a production line. And the estimated repair costs of 1 million were already conservative. I recall we arrived at this store right after purchasing the water bottle. A simple review of the surveillance will confirm my bottle was empty. With such comprehensive surveillance, it must have captured the entire sequence, proving I merely made a gesture without actually spilling any water. Gu Wanwei, already prepared to compensate, was taken aback by Gu Xixi's articulate reasoning. The 4-year-old's thoughts were remarkably astute, leaving Gu Wanwei in awe. She even began to suspect that Gu Xixi's earlier actions were a deliberate ploy to incite Xiao Xiang's blunder. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, she looked down into Gu Xixi's pure, untainted eyes. Her sweet and innocent niece could not possibly contrive such intricate schemes. She was merely playing, and it was Xiao Xiang's own clumsiness that led to the spill. Sir, our water bottle was purchased at the store ahead, Gu Wanwei asserted, spotting the staff member who had attended to them earlier amidst the crowd. The surveillance should display the entire sequence. We left immediately after buying the bottle and came here. And it is empty, having not been filled. The store employee, of course, recognized Gu Wanwei, attributing her presence to the day's revenue. The employee promptly retrieved the store's surveillance footage, and when combined with the mall's security cameras, it became evident that Xixi's cup could not possibly contain water. The suited man magnified the footage, revealing that when Xixi tipped her cup, nothing flowed out, nor was there any visible steam. In stark contrast, when Xiao Xiang poured, the water was clearly seen spilling out, accompanied by a noticeable plume of steam. Now, the facts were irrefutable. It was this little boy who had poured boiling water. The suited man stood firmly before Xiaotong. She trembled, her mind reeling from the prospect of exorbitant compensation. No, it must have been her. Upon being informed by the luxury store staff, the suited man recognized the beautiful woman before him as the third miss of the Gu family, and his demeanor softened considerably. The situation is now quite clear. We have also contacted the authorities, and the store will handle the subsequent matters. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to Miss Gu. Regardless of Xiaotong's attempts to argue, the security personnel merely confined her, preventing her from escaping. Frustrated, Xiao Xiang lashed out at the mall security, only to lose his balance, landing painfully on the floor, his mouth colliding with a nearby trash can, knocking out a tooth in the process. Enraged and humiliated, the young boy sat on the ground, wailing with his mouth wide open, now missing 3 teeth. Serves you right. I have the scar from that little rascal, and losing just 3 teeth is too lenient. Gu Wanwei, upon hearing that Xixi had also sustained an injury, felt her anger surge. What had this tiny child endured in that hellish household? Surrounded by love and pampering, she could hardly fathom the struggles Xixi had faced. Leaning down, Gu Wanwei gently kissed the little head in her arms and turned to the suited man. How much is your most expensive piano? The suited man paused momentarily before responding. Currently, we have a piano priced at 3 million. Understood, Gu Wanwei replied, tossing her black card to him. Have that piano delivered to the Gu residence. I wish to gift it to Xixi for her water-pouring play. The phrase water-pouring play was emphasized, accompanied by a knowing smile directed at the despairing Xiaotong. As Gu Wanwei exited the mall, the sound of Xiaotong's cries echoed behind her. As if a murder were taking place, the piano arrived at the Gu residence an hour later, and Gu Wanwei arranged for an empty room to be designated as Xixi's piano room. Whether to play or to pour water was entirely at the little darling's discretion. Wow, my beautiful aunt is the best. I love her so much, Xixi exclaimed, now that my aunt has broken up with Dai Izhou.
She will no longer fall ill and die.
I hope my beautiful aunt remains healthy and happy forever, hee. Gu Wanwei, touched by her niece's heartfelt wishes, felt tears welling up. She quickly ordered a plethora of toys that she believed children might enjoy. Uncertain of Xixi's preferences, she decided to purchase everything. But I really don't like toys. I prefer jewelry, gold coins, and money, Xixi interjected. Gu Wanwei, hearing the heartfelt confession, silently made a call to return all the toys and instead ordered a custom batch of jewelry suitable for children, along with a golden building block, a jade piggy bank, and collectible gold coins. The interests of this little niece were so distinct from those of ordinary children, it was quite a mental exercise. Auntie is no longer in danger for the time being, but trouble looms on Uncle's side. As Gu Junli approached the door of the piano room, he almost slipped and fell. He glanced around the room, noting that Gu Wanwei was on the phone in her own quarters while Xixi sat alone in the room, poking at the piano. Such extraordinary occurrences were still somewhat unfamiliar to Gu Junli, although it wasn't his first encounter with Xixi as thoughts. As long as there was a certain distance between them, his ears would remain tranquil. Had it not been for the news of a new piano arriving at home, Gu Junli would not have ventured into the music room. In his childhood, he had been compelled to learn the piano. Yet his lack of talent left his teacher in tears. Ultimately, the piano was sent away, and he bid farewell to the daily regimen of practice. The mere mention of a piano being delivered rekindled memories of those days dominated by the instrument. Considering that Xixi was still young, any decision to learn the piano should respect her own desires. It would be unjust to force a child to act against her nature. Concerned that the little one might be coerced into piano lessons, Gu Junli decided to investigate the situation. As he approached the door, Xixi's inner thoughts unexpectedly echoed in his mind, startling him. Oh dear, if second uncle mishandles this matter, it could be life-threatening. Gu Junli. What on earth is going on? Is it truly as grave as losing one's life? However, this situation is too complex. How am I to hint at it to second uncle? Gu Junli. Speak quickly. What is this matter? Let me think. There's still time. Gu Junli. Just as he was savoring his own thoughts, they abruptly shifted to a piano melody. Although the notes were punctuated by disjointed pauses, Gu Junli, having had piano lessons, could not help but acknowledge that this was far beyond what a 4-year-old could typically play. Could it be that Gu Xixi possesses a natural talent for the piano? In her 19th world of transmigration, she had once been a pianist, although a malicious supporting character. Her skills had not faltered, and she had mastered the art of piano playing in this life. However, in this incarnation, her fingers were too short, making the distance to the keys feel longer, and her movements had yet to form muscle memory, resulting in only scattered notes. Gu Junli instantly recognized that Gu Xixi was playing Fr Elise. Xixi, you can play the piano? Gu Junli's head suddenly peeked around the door, startling the small figure focused on the keys. Having heard her chaotic playing before, Gu Xixi pointed to the sheet music on the stand, saying that her aunt had just taught her how to read it, and she had just started learning. Whether Gu Xixi was truly learning or not, he did not know, but he certainly had failed in his own studies back then. By the way, Xixi, you just mentioned something. He intended to clarify Gu Xixi's earlier thoughts. But as soon as he thought of her inner musings, his mouth uncontrollably emitted a series of quacks. The little one sitting on the stool stared at him as if he were a fool. What is wrong with second uncle? Has he been possessed by a frog spirit? Undeterred, Gu Junli tried again. Quack, 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 quack. Perplexed, Gu Xixi responded with a tentative quack. Gu Junli. The two appeared to be engaged in a cryptic conversation, yet neither understood the other. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. To his astonishment, discussing her inner voice seemed entirely off-limits. A wave of anxiety surged within him as the thought of impending doom loomed overhead, akin to a sword hanging precariously above him. All matters concerning Wanwei had been accurately relayed by Gu Xixi and had been resolved smoothly. Perhaps his niece was a child imbued with mysterious powers from birth, capable of foreseeing certain events. If what she predicted were to come true, would he truly find himself in peril? Second uncle is quite peculiar. Could it be that those on the brink of death exhibit unusual reactions? Gu Junli. Enough of that. The more it is spoken of, the more anxious he becomes. Emerging from the depths of despair, Gu Junli quickly regained his composure. Over the years, he had weathered numerous storms to establish a company that was entirely his own, built without a single penny or favor from the Gu family. This was his own creation. Yet now he found himself confronted with the possibility of death. The sensation of being aware of one's impending demise without knowledge of when it might strike was the most terrifying of all. But that can't be right. Second uncle isn't dying so soon. There's still plenty of time. Just as Gu Junli reached the peak of his despair, Gu Xixi's words brought a flicker of warmth. Thankfully, it wasn't imminent. Did that mean he still had a chance to eavesdrop on Gu Xixi's thoughts and alter his fate? During the creation of his company, Gu Junli faced countless setbacks and challenges, yet he persevered through gritted teeth. It was unreasonable to resign himself to despair when his very life was at stake. Perhaps the heavens had allowed Gu Xixi to return to the Gu family as a means to assist him, to save his life. The flame of hope reignited. Gu Junli placed a firm hand on Gu Xixi's shoulder, causing her small frame to wobble. Xixi, what do you like? Second uncle will buy it for you. Gu Xixi. I can't possibly say I like money, gold, jewels, and everything valuable. Gu Junli. How about I give you some money so you can buy what you want yourself? Had he not been able to hear Gu Xixi's inner thoughts, he might have ended up purchasing a plethora of toys that children adore, only to be met with her disdain. He pulled out a card from his pocket and placed it in Gu Xixi's small palm. There's 6 million inside. Keep it as pocket money, and let me know when you've spent it. Gu Xixi, bewildered, nodded and softly uttered a thank you. What manner of people were the Gu family? Truly extravagant. Tossing money about without care? Such commendable habits should be encouraged. On this rare weekend, Gu Jingyan could remain at home to play with Gu Xixi. While he was meant to accompany her, Gu Jingyan resembled more of a statue, silently observing her play on the carpet. Gu Xixi felt akin to a seal performing at a marine park.
Ding!
A new piece of information has arrived. Suddenly invigorated while tapping on her toys, Gu Xixi's excitement surged. Simultaneously, Gu Jingyan's phone rang. Mr. Gu, we've located a distant relative of Nie Xiaotong who worked as a doctor at Ruikong Hospital back in the day. Over here. The system began to report information as well. Gu Xixi. So it turns out years ago, a distant relative of Nie Xiaotong named Sun Faxiang accepted money to find a newborn baby for her. Initially, that scoundrel Xiao Zhouang was disdainful that it was a girl, desiring a boy instead, yet during that period, all that was born were girls. Sun Faxiang ultimately chose the cutest baby girl, which happened to be me. As Gu Jingyan listened to Gu Xixi's thoughts, he also absorbed the findings reported by Tang Yin. The information from both sources aligned closely, and Tang Yin had brought people along and was en route to Sun Faxiang's residence. This Sun Faxiang claimed to have deleted the surveillance footage, but in order to cover his tracks, he had made a copy on his computer. Chapter 20. A turmoil of thoughts. At the first sign of trouble, he would rush to smash his computer to destroy the evidence. The computer is hidden beneath the bed, glued to the underside of the bedboard. Gu Jingyan ended the call and sent a message to Tang Yin. Sun Faxiang still possesses evidence from back then. Once you enter the house, immediately secure the individual, as the evidence is attached to the computer hidden beneath the bedboard. Upon reading the message on his phone, Tang Yin felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced up at the surveillance cameras surrounding the building. Could it be that Mr. Gu was monitoring this place through some means? Although he was responsible for the investigation, Mr. Gu seemed to be aware of the most intricate details. Mr. Gu was indeed remarkable, able to maintain control of the situation, orchestrating everything seamlessly. Wait a minute. If we find the surveillance footage, wouldn't that mean we would discover who my mother is? Grabbing a toy. Gu Jingyan had yet to say anything comforting to the child when suddenly, that thought pulled at his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Despite his extensive investigations back then, he had never uncovered the identity of that woman. Now that his daughter was home, he still remained oblivious to the identity of the woman from that night. It seemed that the key to unraveling the mystery lay within the little one before him.
Oh, dear.
The only footage on the computer is of Nie Xiaotong holding me as she left the hospital, exiting through the main entrance. This relative of Nie Xiaotong doesn't even recall the circumstances from back then. He certainly doesn't remember whose child I am. A week ago, nearly 100 individuals gave birth in succession. Regrettably, the surveillance footage from 5 years prior has been overwritten. If it were not for this unfortunate circumstance, perhaps with the capabilities of the astute father, some leads could have been uncovered. Gu Jingyan silently absorbed Gu Xixi's heartfelt musings, his emotions undulating within him. With over 100 individuals to investigate, the task is neither trivial nor insurmountable. The first step is to obtain a comprehensive list. Gu Xixi inquired system. Is there no detailed information regarding my lineage on your end? This methodical unfolding of events resembles the unraveling of a mystery, igniting a sense of anticipation within Gu Xixi. The system responded, as the narrative progresses, corresponding new revelations will be unlocked. It continued, especially those pertaining to you and your family will be updated in real time. Gu Xixi succinctly summarized the system's explanation in her mind. There are indeed revelations, albeit sparse and not entirely reliable, subject to change as the plot advances. Half an hour later, Gu Jingyan's phone chimed again. It was none other than Tang Yin. The background was chaotic, filled with shouts and the sounds of objects being smashed, while Tang Yin's voice resonated with a twisted excitement. Mr. Gu, we have located Sun Faxiang. Despite maintaining a semblance of composure, Tang Yin's voice trembled with exhilaration. As soon as we entered, he attempted to flee to the bedroom, evidently intent on destroying the computer. We found the computer, but all we uncovered was a video of Nie Xiaotong leaving the hospital while cradling a child. Everything mirrored Gu Xixi's innermost thoughts. Gu Jingyan gazed intently at the small head nestled within, round and adorable, evoking both admiration and a sense of reverence. His daughter must possess extraordinary talents, endowed with abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. Fortunately, he had successfully retrieved her to the Gu family, where they could ensure her safety. Had she remained with the Xiao family, her capabilities might have been exploited, subjecting her to persecution. Human greed and malice can amplify endlessly, dragging all pain and evil into an abyss. A flicker of emotion stirred within Gu Jingyan's heart, and he suddenly felt fortunate for having visited the police station that fateful day. His large hand gently caressed the small, round head, which nearly filled his palm. Appearing exceedingly fragile, the little body shivered momentarily, and the head jerked away, revealing a hint of startled emotion in her wide eyes. I'm sorry. Gu Jingyan retracted his fingers, feeling a touch awkward as he withdrew his hand, noticing a loose thread in her hair. Gu Xixi merely acknowledged him with a soft exclamation, continuing to stack her blocks. It seemed his bond with his daughter was still nascent, requiring more time to cultivate. 4 years is neither excessively long nor particularly short. He had been absent during the period when the child most needed, and relied on familial support. Gu Jingyan struggled to transition from husband to father, uncertain of how to interact with his newly discovered 4-year-old daughter. He feared being too distant, yet worried that being overly involved might overwhelm the little one. For instance, he had merely intended to touch her head, only to find her retreating in surprise. Though Gu Jingyan maintained an exterior of calm, an arrow pierced his heart. What was that sudden head pat about?
It startled me.
Could you perhaps make some noise before reaching out next time? Gu Xixi had traversed through 99 worlds within books, including apocalyptic realms, her body retaining a sense of vigilance. After all, that was a world filled with sensory stimuli, unforgettable to her. It turned out that his daughter did not dislike him. She had merely been startled by his abrupt movement. Gu Jingyan's wounded heart began to mend, already contemplating the next opportunity to stroke her head. That delightful little bundle, sprawled on the carpet like a small creature, emitted unconscious whimpers as if questioning her blocks. How charming children can be. After Sun Faxiang was subdued, he was promptly taken away by the police for questioning regarding past events. Although Gu Xixi was already privy to the outcome, Gu Jingyan felt a twinge of disappointment. The video on the computer merely confirmed that Nye Xiaotong had abducted Gu Xixi from the hospital. Beyond that, no direct clues existed to uncover her mother's identity. The woman with whom he had shared a night remained an enigma. Nevertheless, with the lead concerning the hospital, Gu Jingyan could instruct Tang Yin to investigate further. Perhaps a clue would materialize. Yet, given Gu Xixi's prophetic abilities, he harbored little hope. As Gu Xixi played with her blocks, she suddenly tossed them aside. Standing up and gazing toward the partially open door, Nye Xiaotong is at the Gu family doorstep. She sold her house after the exorbitant compensation for the piano incident at the mall, making ends meet just barely. Xiao Xiang received a thorough beating from her that day. His backside was bruised, haha. Now, in a state of desperation, she has come to the Gu family to collect my child support. Upon hearing her thoughts, Gu Jingyan glanced at the message from Tang Yin. We're searching for Nye Xiaotong. What more was there to search for? The woman was practically delivered to their doorstep. Arrest her at the Gu family home, Gu Jingyan replied. The family servants would not easily allow Nye Xiaotong entry. She was still unaware of Sun Faxiang's predicament, yet she had the audacity to seek financial gain. We cannot let her escape. Gu Jingyan shared the same sentiment. Rising, he exited the Gu residence, where indeed, the servants had intercepted Nye Xiaotong at the threshold. Initially, she wore a vicious and malevolent expression, hurling insults at the staff, calling them dogs unfit to command the household. Upon sighting Gu Jingyan, her demeanor shifted instantly to one of obsequiousness. Mr. Gu. Gu Jingyan remained impassive, raising his hand to signal the servants to bring Nye Xiaotong inside. She arrogantly tilted her chin at the servants blocking her way, her expression overtly defiant. What Nye Xiaotong failed to comprehend was why, upon entering the Gu household, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon her, as though seeking to ensnare her with their gaze. Fearful she might vanish. Chapter 21. Today, I shall transform into a devil. Madame Gu descended the staircase slowly, her gaze landing on a middle-aged woman with an unseemly visage, now occupying the hall. Nye Xiaotong appeared older than Madame Gu, with her squinted eyes etched with malice and sycophancy. Who is this? During the identification banquet, Madame Gu had only seen the prosperous Xiao family and had not encountered Nye Xiaotong, who had initially been cast out. This must be Madame Gu, Nye Xiaotong said, plastering a sycophantic smile on her face, releasing Xiao Xiang's hand in an attempt to ingratiate herself. Oh, you look remarkably youthful, just like my sister. Gu Xixi, crouched at the fence and observing, couldn't help but chuckle. Sister? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Granny looks so young that she could easily be called auntie. Madame Gu pressed her lips together, secretly delighted. Her precious granddaughter certainly knew how to flatter, filling her heart with sweetness. The aura emanating from the woman opposite her was disconcerting. Thus, Madame Gu refrained from shaking hands with Nye Xiaotong, even deliberately avoiding contact in her presence. What brings you here? I am merely the foster mother who cared for Xixi. Nye Xiaotong cleverly employed the title of foster mother to embellish her own image. Madame Gu had long been aware of the Xiao family's misdeeds. While she possessed a good-natured temperament, she was not easily deceived. What is your purpose in the Gu household? Once Madame Gu discerned her identity, her expression turned frosty. Realizing she had grasped at air, Nye Xiaotong awkwardly wiped her hands on her clothing, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. We are also at our wits' end. Considering I cared for Xixi for 4 years, could you perhaps lend us a hand? As she spoke, she tugged at Xiao Xiang's side, signaling him to kneel beside her. The mother and son promptly knelt before Madame Gu, weeping most pathetically, as if a tragic scene were unfolding before them. Had she not known of their past deeds, Madame Gu might have been moved to pity. The absence of my husband, our family's pillar, weighs heavily upon us. Having lost everything to financial ruin and our home, we find ourselves bereft. Xiotong, sobbing hoarsely, feigned humility by bowing her head, pleading for your mercy in light of the 4 years of kinship and nurturing I have bestowed upon her and Xixi. At this juncture, how could old Madame Gu be unaware of their intentions? Last night, Xiao Xiang was reminded incessantly that if he wished to avoid scavenging through trash for sustenance, he must play his part well today. Upon noticing his mother's signal, he realized it was time for the performance to commence.
Grandma.
Xiao Xiang doesn't want to sleep under the overpass, nor does he wish to eat garbage. Please, I implore you to help me and my mother. The once arrogant little brat now knelt, his demeanor humbled. Old Madame Gu let out a cold laugh, her peripheral vision catching sight of the small bundle crouched on the steps, and remarked, if Xixi were to forgive you, I might consider it. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of regret. Even if Xixi were to forgive them, she had no desire to see this family thrive. The innocent little one was easily swayed. Should Xixi truly absolve them, she feared she might also waver. All eyes turned to Xixi, compelling the small child to rise, feigning hesitation as she regarded them without moving. Xixi is mommy, Xiotong cried out, her voice a desperate plea, making one wonder if she were a truly competent mother. Gu Jingyan felt as though he were being taken advantage of. His brow furrowed in displeasure. You are not her mother, cease your false claims. I have always treated her as my own daughter, Xiotong dramatically exclaimed, appearing on the verge of fainting. Even when I occasionally chastised her, it was for her own good. I am not like my husband. With the Xiao family now imprisoned, they might as well serve as scapegoats. Sister, Xiao Xiang misses you too. Under Xiotong's prompting, Xiao Xiang played along. Miss me? I believe you mean to bully me. He retorted. You deliberately knocked my food over, struck me with toys while I slept, stuffed thumbtacks in my shoes, and tossed cockroaches into my wardrobe. Xiotong speaks without fear of divine retribution. Did you poke my head wound with chopsticks to teach me a lesson? You spilled boiling water on yourself and then blamed me for standing silently behind you. You didn't even help treat my wound. Fortunately, the injury wasn't severe. After a while, the skin peeled, and I recovered. During that time, I couldn't even cover myself with a blanket. The slightest touch to my foot kept me awake from pain. And you dare speak of 4 years of nurturing?
I spit on that.
Shall I raise you in the same manner and see how you fare? Not only did Xixi spit, but even old Madame Gu felt compelled to join in. How could such a vicious and shameless person exist? Clearly a human trafficker, she abused children and now shamelessly sought to leverage for years of supposed nurturing for gain. How much do you want? Gu Jingyan sought to gauge the depths of Xiotong's shamelessness. Upon hearing this, she brightened, wiping her tears, her voice ringing with excitement. 1 million. Old Madame Gu exclaimed, Amitba. Strike the wooden fish. Do not be angry. Anger is the devil. To hell with the devil. No one shall stop her. Today she shall transform into a devil and denounce these shameless creatures. You vile wretch, how dare you speak of nurturing? We know all too well what you have done to Xixi. Do not think that distorting the truth will deceive us. Old Madame Gu slammed her palm down on the armrest of her chair, her eyes wide with fury. Both of you are unworthy. You desire money? I spit on that. I would be doing you a favor by sparing your lives. You garbage people would fell even the depths of hell. You old hag, how dare you insult me? In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Xiang sprang up, pointing an accusing finger at old Madame Gu. Xixi understood Xiao Xiang too well. The moment his little rear lifted, she knew he was about to make a mess. The small figure nimbly descended the steps, leaping with a cry, delivering a powerful kick to Xiao Xiang's backside. Originally aiming for old Madame Gu, Xiao Xiang fell, crashing to the ground, belly first on the slick floor, sliding several meters like a rag doll. Silence enveloped the space. Gu Jingyan could hardly believe this little one possessed such formidable physical prowess. No, it was more of a foot prowess. Grandma, are you alright? Xixi rushed to old Madame Gu's side, wrapping her small arms around her leg. Although old Madame Gu was not in danger of collapsing from a single kick, Xixi would not allow that little brat to bully her family. Oh, Xiao Xiang. Xiotong paused her performance, immediately reaching out to help her son. Xiao Xiang wailed in agony, tears and snot mingling as he cried out to kill Xixi. Come on, let us see who can kill whom. Dare to bully my grandma? I'll kick you until you see stars. Gu Xixi's heartfelt sentiments warmed old Madame Gu's heart as she gently stroked the small head nestled against her. It turned out that Xixi was defending her. Old Madame Gu felt a swell of emotion, both joyful and sorrowful. Clearly, Xixi was the one who had suffered the most, yet that little one still remembered to protect her frail bones. "I'll kill you!" Xiao Xiang continued to scream, and no matter how Nie Xiaotong tried to soothe him, he was inconsolable. "If you utter another word, I can arrange for you to meet your demise right now," Gu Jingyan said softly, his voice imbued with an eerie calmness. "Do you wish to live? Or shall I have you thrown into the fish pond to be fed to the fish?" Faced with Gu Jingyan's piercing gaze filled with murderous intent, Xiao Xiang trembled, obediently covering his mouth. Chapter 22. The Precious Daughter Calls Daddy. In truth, the force behind Gu Xixi's kick was considerable. Xiao Xiang first fell to the ground, then collided with his chin, knee, and belly, all of which hurt significantly, leaving him with scrapes. After falling, he slid across the floor for a short distance. In that brief moment, Xiao Xiang contemplated his next life. The humiliation he felt was the primary catalyst for his rage. A child accustomed to being pampered by parents, having every demand met without question, had never been made to feel the sting of defeat. Now, being kicked by Gu Xixi and sliding out in front of so many, he felt utterly humiliated, his face flushed like a boiled shrimp. Yet, just as the remnants of his arrogance began to resurface, Gu Jingyan's words and presence frightened him into submission. The man before him towered significantly taller, his condescending gaze radiating an oppressive disdain. His aura was distinct from others, a primal instinct of caution preventing Xiao Xiang from acting out. He instinctively held his breath, shrinking back behind his mother like a hunted animal. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Nie Xiaotong cleared her throat and began to play the victim. "Old Madame Gu, Mr. Gu, we are truly at our wits' end. We only seek a meal and a place to stay. Woe is us." Having just enraged old Madame Gu and Gu Jingyan, Nie Xiaotong momentarily lowered her demands, fearing rejection. Playing the victim was her only avenue of escape. "You only wish for a place to stay and food to eat?" Gu Jingyan keenly grasped the crux of her words. Nie Xiaotong nodded vigorously, her tear-streaked face earnest. "I am not greedy. I truly am not." This request appeared simple, yet it was anything but. A place to stay implied the need for a new house, and food required some savings. Just yesterday, she had encountered a former neighbor who informed her that the Gu family had gifted them a new residence, a splendid 140-square-meter apartment in the city center. That was a dream beyond Nie Xiaotong's reach in her lifetime. Had she known earlier that Gu Xixi was a member of the Gu family, she would have treated her well, surely earning herself greater rewards. Regret gnawed at her, but it was too late to express it now. "Your request, however simple it may seem, I can fulfill," Gu Jingyan remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. At the same time, Tang Yin had arrived with a group of people and the police. Suddenly, a large crowd of serious-looking individuals surged in, startling Nie Xiaotong. She instinctively pulled Xiao Xiang closer to her, stammering, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. "What do you want? Don't act recklessly. I'll call the police. Even if you belong to the Gu family, you cannot wield such unchecked power." As she spoke, Nie Xiaotong attempted to pull out her phone to make a call. But just at that moment, her phone emitted 2 beeps, signaling that the battery was dead. "Nie Xiaotong, we have gathered evidence linking you to a child trafficking case. You must accompany us." It was only then that she noticed several police officers among the people Tang Yin had brought. "I did not engage in child trafficking. I did not," Nie Xiaotong shouted desperately as she struggled, only to be handcuffed. Xiao Xiang, still beside her, attempted to kick at someone, but the crowd was too dense, and he ended up falling awkwardly, landing flat on the ground, his foot painfully trampled. "Isn't being locked up precisely what you wished for?" Gu Jingyan remarked coldly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Xiao Xiang, my Xiao Xiang." The handcuffed Nie Xiaotong still tried to reach out for Xiao Xiang. "I cannot be without my son. Let go of me, please." "Rest assured, the welfare institution will take good care of your son," the matriarch of the Gu family said, her eyes cold as she watched Nie Xiaotong and Xiao Xiang being led away. "In prison, there will be food and shelter, just as there will be in the welfare institution." Isn't that the realization of Nie Xiaotong's desires? Gu Wanwei learned of the dramatic events that unfolded that day only upon her return in the afternoon. The thought that the human trafficker had finally been apprehended made her lament missing such an exhilarating spectacle. During dinner, upon seeing Gu Xixi's frail little figure, The matriarch couldn't help but recall her heartfelt wish from earlier that day. This child is too pitiful. We must ensure she is well-fed and healthy. The small bowl, already modest in size, piled up in the shape of a small hill, requiring Xixi to be cautious with her spoon, lest the mound collapse.
Mom.
Xixi's bowl is full. Let her eat for a while before serving more, Gu Jingyan timely interjected. Oh yes, Xixi, you eat first. Tell Grandma what you wish for, and she'll serve it for you. Okay. As the little one focused on her meal, she occasionally glanced up at the others at the table. Though her time spent with them was brief, she could perceive the kindness reflected in each pair of eyes. The matriarch looked at her with a gaze filled with pity and affection, wishing she could gift Xixi 10 pounds of her own flesh. The lovely aunt consistently found ways to play with her, chat, and offer gifts, never failing to share bedtime stories even after returning home exhausted from work. Uncle Heir, who seemed the least expressive, had given her a card containing 6 million yuan. All these gestures of goodwill spoke volumes without needing words. If Xixi were older, she would have rushed out to indulge in a shopping spree with that card. Uncle San lived alone outside and rarely returned unless absolutely necessary. So Xixi didn't have a profound impression of him, only remembering him as amusing, albeit somewhat dangerously clever. As for her handsome father, he was quite different from the domineering CEOs she had encountered in other realms. Gu Jingyan lacked the sharp, arrogant aura typical of such characters and never uttered the usual catchphrases of a tyrannical boss. Instead, he resembled a gentle, composed figure, a hidden powerhouse. I do not provoke others, nor do I allow others to provoke me. Should anyone wrong me, I will certainly eliminate them. Perhaps this was the distinction between a supporting character and a protagonist. The archetype of the domineering CEO was typically reserved for male leads, while the Gu family merely served as background characters in the narrative. It was evident that her father had been a paragon throughout his life, capable of mastering any situation and overcoming any challenge. Yet, he seemed uncertain about how to interact and communicate with a child. Xixi sensed that he would be a good father, diligently striving to learn. As usual, after Gu Wanwei finished the bedtime story, she tucked Xixi snugly into her warm, soft blanket. When Gu Wanwei left, she did not turn off the light, but each morning, Xixi would awaken to find the bedside lamp extinguished. She lay with her eyes half closed, unable to fall asleep until the door was gently pushed open. It was only after Xixi had drifted off that Gu Jingyan could manage to feel somewhat at ease. The sleeping child lay peacefully, her little belly rising and falling under the blanket, resembling a charming little bun. Each night, after Xixi fell asleep, Gu Jingyan would turn off the bedside lamp, adjust the stuffed toys that had tipped over, and quietly gaze at the little one. Just as he reached out to turn off the lamp, a small hand slipped out from under the blanket and grasped his finger. With her eyes still closed, Xixi opened them slightly, her pudgy little hand holding onto his finger as she softly murmured, "Good night, Daddy." Gu Jingyan's heart soared. My darling daughter called me Daddy. Fireworks. Let the celebrations begin.
Dance.
Play music. Chapter 23. This is a rather heavy tale. Gu Jingyan silently ran through all the celebratory methods in his mind. Eventually, his overwhelming excitement settled into a calm demeanor. He raised an eyebrow and, with what he believed to be the gentlest gaze and softest voice, said, "Xixi, good night." His tall figure, performing a slightly awkward yet tender gesture, tucked Xixi blanket in snugly before preparing to turn off the lamp. However, his hand halted mid-motion. She hadn't fallen asleep yet. Perhaps he should wait a little longer to turn off the light? Just as he contemplated this, a small hand slipped out from under the blanket and pulled him back. "I'm not afraid of the dark." "Then shall I turn off the light?" Gu Jingyan inquired uncertainly. With that, the little one obediently closed her eyes. He switched off the bedside lamp, leaving only a sliver of light from the corridor to dimly illuminate the room. Before stepping out, Gu Jingyan adjusted the 2 plush toys that had fallen over at the head of the bed, giving them a gentle pat on the head, as if to remind them to protect Xixi and ensure she didn't have nightmares. That night, Xixi had a dream. Though she couldn't quite discern if it was a nightmare, she found herself in the world of a book she had once traversed. It was the first time she had a family, her grandfather. However, they shared no blood relation. She was a true abandoned child, and it was her grandfather who had rescued and raised her. Yet, only 3 days after she crossed over, her grandfather unexpectedly passed away. The fleeting bond of kinship was like a beautiful bubble, shattering just as she began to savor the happiness of having a home. In every world, she was merely a supporting character, naturally receiving none of the privileges afforded to the protagonist. Reflecting on this lifetime, where her entire family was composed of supporting characters, Xixi felt herself plummeting in her dream, endlessly falling, seemingly grasping at nothing. Xixi, wake up. The system's voice echoed in her mind. And Xixi struggled to open her eyes, staring blankly at the stark white ceiling. The room was warm and cozy. She had not caught a chill despite having kicked off her blanket. A small hand extended from beneath the covers, and a little foot rested on the blanket, her entire body forming a diagonal line. Seeing that Xixi had awakened, the system finally sighed in relief. Xixi, you just had a nightmare. Thank you, system, for waking me. No need for thanks, it was a trivial matter, the system chuckled. System, can this world truly provide for my old age? A flicker of doubt and anxiety washed over Xixi. Would she ultimately end up with nothing, similar to her previous worlds? Trust me, Xixi, this world is specifically chosen for you. The system's tone was resolute and filled with confidence. They had traversed 99 worlds together, and this was the 100th. Overall, the system was reliable, though it occasionally exhibited peculiar functions influenced by updates from the world of the story. Yet it never faltered in crucial moments. Xixi, this is your retirement world. I will select the best and most suitable one for you. Xixi nodded in agreement and got up to wash her face. The servants had been waiting at the door. Upon hearing movement from within, they promptly entered to fetch water for her. Yesterday was Saturday, and after a long day of toil, Gu Wanwei did not go to the office today. However, she had arranged to meet a friend for coffee and wished to bring Xixi along. With her elder brother's consent, Gu Wanwei set out, cradling the little one in her arms. Gu Jingyan had business to attend to in the neighboring city, and it would be beneficial for Xixi to have some company. Gu Wanwei's friend was already married with children, boasting a delightful 5-year-old son who was well-mannered and sensible. Perhaps he and Xixi would hit it off. Children should spend more time with their peers and cultivate their own social circles. Yet, Xixi held a different opinion. She had anticipated a simple coffee outing until she spotted a little boy standing before her, towering above her by a head's height. This is your brother Su Yushan, and this is Aunt Qingtian. Hello, brother Yushan. Hello, Aunt Qingtian. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingtian burst into laughter, clutching her belly. Is this the little niece you just brought home? How utterly adorable. She squatted down and embraced the little one, rubbing her forehead. I always said daughters are the best. Just look at her. So cute and cuddly, my heart melts just by looking at her. Gu Wanwei playfully tapped Mu Qingtian's head and gestured towards Su Yushan. Such flattery might hurt your son's feelings. Look at Yushan. He is quite splendid himself, well-behaved and charming, a true little gentleman. Especially today, dressed in his black suit, standing tall and straight, he is completely unlike those raucous children. I'm not sad. Su Yushan quickly shook his head. Sister Xixi is naturally adorable. I wish I had such a lovely sister too. Xixi silently compared Su Yushan with Xiao Xiang in her mind, and instantly found Su Yushan far more pleasing to the eye. Then Yushan, take your sister to play. But be cautious. Do not follow strangers. I know. Su Yushan extended his hand, making an inviting gesture. Sister Xixi, shall we go? Let us go. At this moment, she felt reduced to merely playing with little children. Beside the CAF was a play area for children, spacious and well-equipped, cleaned and sanitized daily. Many mothers adored coming here for coffee, relishing a brief moment of leisure. Indeed, Su Yushan was a complete little gentleman. While he hardly played for himself, he diligently engaged her in various activities. He pushed her on the swing for nearly half an hour without a single complaint. Hey, move aside. It's our turn to play. A boisterous voice shattered Xixi's drowsiness. As she opened her eyes, a rotund 7-year-old boy, accompanied by 2 others of similar stature, stood before the swing. Compared to them, Su Yushan appeared rather slender. Feeling fatigued, Xixi hopped off the swing, ready to switch to the seesaw. You all should clear out. This area is ours, the chubby boy declared, hands on his hips. Su Yushan swiftly stepped in front of Xixi. This isn't your territory. Sister Xixi can play however she likes. Do you believe I'll hit you? The chubby boy shook his fist threateningly, managing to conjure a rather comical expression of youthful ferocity. Xixi found these childish squabbles uninteresting, but the chubby boy's expression reminded her of Xiao Xiang, stirring a hint of annoyance within her. System, do these 3 little rascals have any secrets? Xixi inquired within her mind. Dealing with 3 small children hardly warranted seeking assistance from her beautiful aunt.
Ding.
Secrets incoming. Though the secrets might be a bit crude, Xixi mused that these secrets were indeed a bit hard to digest. Nevertheless, she cleared her throat and pointed at the chubby boy. I possess magic. Do not provoke me. The chubby boy laughed dismissively. Haha, I don't believe you, big liar. You didn't wipe after pooping this morning. You not only forgot to wipe, but you also didn't wash your hands after using the toilet. You wet your pants while sleeping last night but covered it up this morning without changing. The chubby boy's face flushed crimson, ready to deny it. But Xixi then pointed at the two boys beside him. Her gaze was resolute and sacred, causing those two little rascals to shudder. You stole his toy pendant. A bear, and it's hidden in your pant pocket. He hid your limited edition card in his hat, right on top of his head. Upon her declaration, the boy on the left lunged forward and pinned the other down, indeed retrieving his missing pendant from the companion's pocket. The chubby boy then tackled the other, lifting his hat to find his lost limited edition card. What she said is true. You actually stole my things. And you stole my card too. What's to be done now? The three boys, now embroiled in a fierce dispute, had entirely lost interest in playing on the swings, pulling and tugging as they raced out of the children's play area. Once they left, Xixi gazed at Xixi with admiration. Sister Xixi, can you really do magic? Will you teach me? Chapter 24. The secrets were half revealed, and then, poof, they vanished. Xixi climbed back onto the swing, feeling utterly exhausted. Her short legs were simply insufficient, as everything within her line of sight seemed magnified. Distances that were once close now appeared far away. She settled down with a sigh and glanced at the obsequious Xixi. Since it's magic, it's not something that just anyone can learn. Upon hearing this, Xuyixi's head drooped in disappointment. You must keep it a secret, the little one pretended to frown, otherwise, my magic will know everything. Xixi hurriedly covered his mouth, nodding obediently. Sister Xixi knows whether others wiped. Wouldn't she also know that he had been hiding a stash of snacks from his mother? If his mother found out, all the hard-earned goodies he had stashed away would be confiscated. And then his mother would argue with Grandma, turning their home upside down. No, absolutely not. He could not let his mother know. As long as he did not offend Sister Xixi, everything would be fine. Without delay, Xixi took 2 steps back and resumed pushing Xixi on the swing. The little one seated on the swing resembled a stuffed toy, swaying gently, not even aware of when she dozed off. Xixi had no idea how long she had slept, but when she awoke, Xixi was still pushing her on the swing, though the force had lessened, and the gentle swaying was quite hypnotic.
Ah, you see?
I told you they would get along splendidly. Gu Wanwei, carrying a small bag, gazed adoringly at the harmonious and warm scene before her.
To safeguard his hidden snacks,
Xixi uncomplainingly pushed Xixi on the swing for over an hour, his arms growing weary and slightly trembling. At least this little rascal Yushan was sensible, taking good care of his sister, Mu Qingtian mused, stroking her son's head with pride. I've watched Yushan grow, I know he is kind-hearted and responsible. Or else I wouldn't dare bring Xixi to play with him. As she spoke, Gu Wanwei's eyes began to glisten with tears. Xixi has endured so much these past 4 years. I cannot bear to see her suffer any further. Xixi listened quietly to the adults' conversation, utterly astounded. The magical sister Xixi could also face hardships? Who would dare to be so reckless and unafraid? Mu Qingtian patted her friend's shoulder in comfort. I understand. Now that she's returned to the Gu family, she won't suffer anymore. To others, Xixi had become the child of a wealthy family, destined for a bright future. Yet only she knew that everyone in the Gu family, including herself, were mere pawns, and one misstep could lead to their downfall. This place is close to your second uncle's company. Shall we go find him for lunch? Gu Wanwei held Xixi small hand, drawing the attention of passers-by. Clad in expensive haute couture, Gu Wanwei's figure was flawless, her long hair dancing in the wind, exuding an irresistible charm. Even her slightest expressions could captivate those around her. As she held the adorable little bundle of joy, a striking contrast was formed between their styles. The elegant older sister paired with a cute little darling caught the attention of every passerby, compelling them to steal a few extra glances. Although Xixi had gained a bit of weight, her previous foundation was so lacking that even the smallest size of her coat hung loosely on her. With the wind blowing, her figure swayed within the coat, giving her the appearance of a whimsical little lantern. Coupled with Xici's chubby little face, more and more onlookers turned to admire her. Gu Wanwei, having grown up under the spotlight, felt no discomfort, strolling down the street. She exuded a confidence akin to that of a model on a runway. Despite it being the weekend, Gu Junli had to return to the company for overtime, as his entrepreneurial pursuits demanded his direct involvement in myriad matters. When Gu Junli insisted on starting his own business, the elder Mr. Gu was far from optimistic, even predicting that his grandson would not last 2 years. Ironically, this very statement fueled Gu Junli's determination, leading him to stake everything and ultimately achieve success. He had no interest in the family business. He merely wished to pursue his own aspirations. Transforming a small company from nothing into a thriving enterprise bestowed upon Gu Junli an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. The company was as dear to him as his own child. "What brings you here?" he inquired, glancing at the pile of documents on the table, his hair slightly tousled, as if he had just run his fingers through it. Upon noticing the little darling who had entered with Gu Wanwei, Gu Junli instinctively straightened up, as if welcoming an esteemed guest. "Is this uncle's company?" Gu Xixi surveyed her surroundings with wide eyes. From the moment the little one arrived, Gu Junli's gaze remained fixed upon her, a sense of pride swelling within him. Even though she was just a child. Yet, she was no ordinary child. Her inquisitive stare ignited Gu Junli's sense of achievement, as if she were waiting to commend him for the diligent upbringing he had provided. Nestled in the prosperous business district of West City, this 3-story office building commanded a rental fee in the hundreds of thousands each month. This did not even account for the additional expenses, with monthly fixed costs nearing $1 million. "It seems quite impressive, but it won't belong to Uncle for much longer," Gu Xixi remarked, causing Gu Junli's heart to constrict as if gripped by an unseen hand. What did she mean by it soon not being his anymore? The company was akin to his child, and he would never part with it. Even if he had to beg the elder Mr. Gu for financial assistance, he would not allow the company to fall into someone else's hands. Uncle has managed to establish such a sizable company without relying on the Gu family, which is quite commendable, she continued. "Quite astute," Gu Junli replied, puffing out his chest with pride. "But not excessively so," she added, causing his spirits to deflate momentarily. Why was it that upon stepping into his brother's company, he caught the whiff of intrigue? Gu Wanwei, discreetly eavesdropping while elegantly holding her coffee, found her ears unconsciously leaning towards Gu Xixi's direction. "Xixi, come, have some juice," Gu Junli urged, forcing a smile as he placed a glass in front of the little one on the sofa. "Thank you, uncle," she replied politely, though it would have been preferable if she harbored a bit more courteousness in her heart. Gu Junli's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to uncover why his company might soon belong to someone else. There is a treacherous individual beside Uncle, who not only stole his girlfriend but will also push him off the building, framing him for suicide. The company has fallen into that person's hands as well. Everything Uncle painstakingly built has become someone else's. Gu Junli, Gu Wanwei both maintained their composure, awaiting Gu Xixi's next words. "Where is he? Who is that scoundrel?" "Oh dear, I'm hungry," Gu Xixi said, patting her stomach. The thrilling tale was abruptly cut short, leaving a lingering suspense regarding her brother's fate. Gu Wanwei nearly lost her composure, yearning to press for more details. However, she reconsidered, realizing that too many inquiries in front of her brother might frighten him. There would be time later. She could find an opportunity to question Xixi privately at home. For Gu Junli, every passing minute waiting for the truth was a torment. "Let us go eat," he declared, donning his suit. After inquiring about Gu Xixi's preferences, he chose a restaurant that aligned with her tastes and received excellent reviews. Surely, a satisfying meal would lead to the truth. "The wait for the food is excruciating. Let us continue indulging in Uncle's tale," Gu Junli mused inwardly, affirming his decision to keep listening. This person is Uncle's university classmate. They were quite close. Everything was an act on his part, as he has been envious of Uncle all along. Chapter 25. Luring someone to bed. Gu Junli buried his head in thought, the fork in his hand creating an excruciating screech against the plate. The little darling seated beside him felt as though her eardrums were vibrating. His internal monologue came to a halt. Gu Junli raised his head and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. That sound is rather grating." Not merely grating. It could almost pierce one's eardrums. With the information Gu Xixi had just provided, Gu Junli narrowed down the potential threats to his company. Those who might harm him or steal his girlfriend. There were 5 individuals in the company who were his university classmates. Their tenures at the company varied, but they had all maintained amicable relations, especially having endured the company's low points together, ultimately leading to its success. Gu Junli had always believed their camaraderie was unshakable. Had it not been for Gu Xixi's revelation, he would have remained steadfast in that belief. Could it be a misunderstanding? That person is an exceptional actor. Managing to deceive Uncle for so many years, Gu Juanli pondered. Turns out he harbored animosity towards Uncle during their university days, believing Uncle usurped his scholarships, rankings, and the affection of the girl he fancied. His resentment had been brewing for quite some time. Unfortunately, due to his poor background, he sought to attach himself to a wealthy family like Uncle's, potentially aiding his future. Which is why he suppressed his true feelings and played the role of a reliable friend. To have maintained such a facade for years, he deserves an award for his performance. How can I hint to Uncle? This matter concerns Uncle's company. I seem to have difficulty finding an entry point. Gu Juanli scarcely ate throughout lunch, his thoughts solely focused on the little darling's insights, as he unconsciously scraped the food on his plate into thin strips. Although the field of suspects had narrowed, Gu Xixi still had not disclosed the identity of the person in question. It was imperative to ascertain that individual's identity to validate whether what the little one had said was true. Wanwei, how about I take Xixi to the company this afternoon? Gu Juanli cleared his throat, presenting what seemed an unreasonable request. Gu Wanwei caught mid-bite. Paused. What? To the company? What is there to do at the company? She had intended to bring Gu Xixi back to the Gu residence to find a quiet place for a serious conversation. Her brother's situation was dire. What if he was truly in danger? The thought terrified her. If anything were to happen to him, their mother's health was already fragile. She would surely be overwhelmed with grief. For the sake of her brother, their mother, and the Gu family, Gu Wanwei realized she must assume the mantle of responsibility. After all, she was the only one in the family capable of hearing Xixi's inner thoughts. Of course it will be fun. There are plenty of people at the company. Gu Juanli stammered, searching for excuses. Gu Xixi. That excuse is hardly convincing.
Wait.
Such seemingly implausible excuses often have a reason behind them. Gu Juanli nearly clapped in excitement, realizing the truth in her words. Could it be that Uncle wants to find a place without other members of the Gu family around to quietly slip me some money or a black card? Gu Juanli, it sounds like a win-win situation. It was akin to paying for clues. Clearing his throat, Gu Juanli leaned closer to the little darling and whispered a few words in her ear. Gu Xixi's eyes widened like two shiny coins as she lifted her small hand and waved it enthusiastically, exclaiming, I want to play at Uncle's company. However, Gu Wanwei sought an excuse to take the little darling home. Yet, gazing into her child's expectant eyes, she found it difficult to bear disappointing Gu Xixi. Very well. There was no rush. It was but an afternoon. Ultimately, under the weight of Gu Xixi's hopeful gaze, Gu Wanwei relented, saying, All right. But you must take good care of Xixi, and call me immediately if anything arises. Despite being unmarried and childless, Gu Wanwei had already garnered some experience in childcare and understood the worries that came with it. Uncle seemed rather preoccupied with his own affairs. Could he truly look after Xixi? Nevertheless, since the little one wished to stay, she acquiesced. After giving a few more instructions, Gu Wanwei drove back to the Gu residence. Once she departed, the office was left with only Gu Juanli and Gu Xixi, staring at each other in silence. Xixi, wait a moment. The toys will be here shortly. Gu Juanli glanced at his phone, rapidly typing away. Approximately half an hour later, a man entered, carrying various children's toys of all sizes. He had a child's cart slung over his shoulder and several large bags filled with brand new, still packaged toys in hand, including a new tablet meant to entertain Gu Xixi with cartoons.
What?
Is that all? I thought I would receive some money. Gu Juanli replied. Yes, not like my elder brother. The company has many expenses. If I gave 6 million every time we met, we'd soon be out of funds. Junli. Is this the little niece you mentioned? The man who entered was neither overweight nor underweight, with slightly long hair meticulously combed, and even on a weekend, he donned a sharp suit. He appeared to be a person of refinement, evidently caring about his appearance. Yes, this is Xixi, Gu Xixi. Gu Juanli introduced the man before gesturing for Gu Xixi to greet him. Xixi, this is Uncle He Jinting. Hello, Uncle. Gu Xixi's obedient demeanor never faltered in the presence of outsiders. Such a facade for outsiders, yet the house is a mess, resembling a garbage dump, infested with cockroaches. There's takeout from 10 days ago piled up beside the bed. The cockroaches are all over it. Gu Juanli widened his eyes, unable to believe that his business partner was such a person. On the surface, composed, reliable, cheerful, and attentive, yet, in reality, he was so unkempt. The disparity in his public and private persona was stark. Though he may not be hygienic, he means no harm. He is not the type to wish ill upon uncle. Upon hearing this, Gu Junli felt a sense of relief, having eliminated one suspect. After setting up the cartoon for Gu Xixi, he temporarily settled the little one on the sofa in his office. The room was warm, stocked with snacks and juice. As long as Gu Xixi didn't fuss about going home, Gu Junli hoped she would stay a bit longer. Ideally, he could flush out the elusive individual hiding in the shadows. Junli, we have a business trip to Shuangnan City tomorrow. Have you reviewed the documents? The office door swung open once more. Gu Xixi lifted her head just as a system notification chimed in her mind. Xixi, there's gossip. It concerns your uncle. Clearly, this newcomer was extraordinary. His arrival unlocked new information about her uncle. Have you reviewed all the documents? Everything in order? Gu Junli quickly returned to his work mode, preparing the files needed for the next day's trip. This project was crucial. Securing it would provide the company with funding for the next 3 years. It's him. Without a doubt, it's him. Gu Xixi's inner voice suddenly erupted in Gu Junli's ears, causing his hands to tremble as he organized the documents. This person wants to steal Uncle's girlfriend and intends to push him off the building to seize control of the company.
What?
Gu Junli looked up in disbelief, staring at the man before him. The man was engrossed in reviewing documents. Sensing something amiss, he glanced back in confusion. What's wrong? Tomorrow is Uncle's girlfriend's birthday. He's deliberately sending Uncle away on a business trip, planning to find an excuse to invite her out for dinner tomorrow night. He intends to get her drunk and lure her into bed. Scoundrel. Rascal. Chapter 26. Why choose? I want them all. What are you staring at me for? Is there ink on my face? Chao Haishu wiped his face, perplexed as he drew back. Throughout his entrepreneurial journey, Gu Junli had weathered countless storms, quickly adjusting his emotions as he glanced at the heart drawn on the calendar. Tomorrow was his girlfriend Xu Yi's birthday. He had arranged the restaurant and planned the celebration well in advance. However, the sudden emergence of a new collaboration disrupted Gu Junli's plans. This project was significant. The partner company insisted he personally handle the negotiations. Being the second son of the Gu family, his reputation might grant him a bit of favor. Xu Yi was also considerate, prioritizing his work, assuring him that birthdays could be celebrated every year. Afternoon tea is here. The office door swung open once again. The aroma of freshly baked cake filled the office, mingling with the scent of milk tea. As Xu Yi was about to place the food on the side table, she suddenly noticed a delightful little darling seated there. Xixi, this is Sister Xu Yi. Gu Junli, unable to suppress his aversion towards Chao Haishu, bypassed him and introduced his girlfriend to Gu Xixi. Wow, is this Uncle's girlfriend? So beautiful. She seems so gentle and kind. During her university years, Xu Yi was never short of admirers. With both beauty and intelligence, she was always the center of attention wherever she went. The Chu family owned a large company, so they were not lacking in wealth. Xu Yi was their precious only daughter. Yet, she had chosen Gu Junli, not for his family's status, but because he was intriguing. To outsiders, he appeared stern and reserved, seemingly lacking in fun. Only Xu Yi understood that he was a delightful person. Once the superficial mask was stripped away, Gu Junli revealed a meticulous and caring side, often surprising others with his whimsical thoughts and actions. They enjoyed a joyful and reassuring relationship. They had started dating in college and went on to establish a company together, supporting each other with their shared ideals. Turns out Sister Xu Yi had long prepared a little surprise for Uncle's birthday. While it was Xu Yi's birthday, she had also prepared a small surprise for Gu Junli. She had practiced the harmonica for a long time, wanting to perform for him first. Unfortunately, due to the business trip, her plans were thrown into disarray. Although a bit disappointed, Xu Yi never expressed it, not wanting to affect Gu Junli's mood. This project was crucial, and Xu Yi was an understanding girl. She silently absorbed her underlying disappointment. Upon hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, Gu Junli felt as if countless needles had suddenly pierced his heart, causing him immense pain. He slammed his hand on the table and placed his hand on Chao Haishu's shoulder, asserting, "You should go on the business trip tomorrow." As long as he could send Chao Haishu away, he could temporarily avoid all complications. Chao Haishu was also the third largest shareholder of the company. If a rift formed now, it would be detrimental to both the company and Xu Yi. Gu Junli had to devise a way to acquire the shares from Chao Haishu. Until then, he couldn't allow Chao Haishu to suspect anything. Since he loved to perform, Gu Junli would let him have the stage and play his part to the fullest. However, Sister Chu E seems to trust that scoundrel. After all, he is also Uncle S' good friend. She has never doubted him. Back in college, they often gathered for meals, sharing a strong bond. Gu Junli often reminisced about those days, never imagining that Chao Haishu never considered him a friend. Those supposedly beautiful days were merely his foolish, one-sided affection. This simply wouldn't he do. Chao Haishu feigned a look of astonishment, shaking his head repeatedly. I had reported the situation to the CEO of Yaohe that day. I expressed my willingness to go, yet they insisted it must be you, Junli. After all, you are a member of the Gu family and they likely wish to cultivate that connection. Of course. When reporting to the CEO, Chao Haishu deliberately spoke in a stammering and disjointed manner, inciting anger from the other party who deemed him unprofessional. Had it not been for the presence of my uncle in the company, they would have long since sought to terminate the collaboration. After the confrontation, it was Chao Haishu who suggested that my uncle go on the business trip. What other reason could there be for him to deliberately offload a task he was capable of handling onto someone else? It could only be a scheme. Gu Junli gasped in shock. He had thought it was merely his good fortune that his journey had been so smooth, encountering only kind-hearted individuals, unaware that the most cunning villain lurked right beside him. As the other colleagues entered the office to indulge in afternoon tea, Gu Junli, although the boss, maintained a humble demeanor, allowing everyone to come into his office to snack and chat. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone was present, Gu Junli stepped out to find a secluded corner and discreetly made a phone call. Indeed, as Gu Xixi had indicated, despite Chao Haishu's full participation in the project, he was certainly not a novice prone to errors when nervous. However, during the project plan presentation, his incoherent speech had infuriated the other party, leading them to insist that Gu Junli personally intervene. This task was unavoidable, but what about Chu Yi? Just as Gu Junli was about to return to the office, he overheard Gu Xixi's inner thoughts at the door. If I may suggest, even if a business trip is necessary, why not bring Sister Chu Yi along? Once the work is settled, surely there would still be time to celebrate a birthday. No one works around the clock, do they? With a thunderous realization, Gu Junli understood. How had he not thought of this solution? He felt less astute than a mere child. Why must he choose between work and his girlfriend? As an adult, why not have both? Resolute in this newfound conviction, Gu Junli promptly booked flights, accommodations, and a restaurant for the birthday celebration the following day. Since Chu Yi had never visited Shuangnan City, they could spend a couple of days there after addressing the work matters. As the office door slowly opened, Gu Xixi watched Gu Junli enter, a chilling thought surfacing in her mind. How can I reasonably prevent Uncle S' disaster? There's a bronze ornament on the desk. Perhaps I could feign mischief and knock it down to injure Uncle's foot. If he were to be injured, it would be unreasonable for him to go on a business trip, right? Gu Junli. No. Had he not just devised a solution? Although it echoed Gu Xixi's thoughts, there was no need to resort to smashing his foot with a bronze ornament.
Chu Yi.
You're coming with me on the business trip tomorrow. The moment Gu Junli put away his phone, he caught sight of the little one preparing to rise. Listening to her uncle's words, Gu Xixi settled back at her seat, intending to observe further. But this project isn't my responsibility, Chu Yi said, perplexed as she took a bite of cake. Indeed, Chu Yi had no role in this project, so her presence seemed unnecessary. Just then, Chao Haishu approached with a nervous expression, his discomfort evident as he feared his plans would be thwarted, his body language betraying him. In front of Chao Haishu, Gu Junli deliberately wrapped his arm around Chu Yi's waist. Tomorrow is your birthday. We've celebrated together every year, and I don't wish to be absent this time. You're going for work. How could there be time to celebrate Chu Yi's birthday? Chao Haishu, begrudgingly, continued to fan the flames. Chapter 27. The world's greatest little assistant. It's all right, Chu Yi smiled, gently caressing Gu Junli's face. Their intimate gesture visibly irked Chao Haishu. Next year, we can celebrate together again. Just this once, I want to be upset. You know I'm not that petty. Yet next year's birthday is not this year's. It is unique and irreplaceable. Gu Junli leaned down to nuzzle her forehead, pleading like a forlorn puppy. Let us go. You've never been to Shuangnan City. After we handle the work, we can celebrate in the evening and enjoy a couple of days there.
Indeed.
Junli is right, chimed in others who were having afternoon tea. We are in tea machines. It's unreasonable to work 24/7. Exactly. With Junli's capabilities, he'll swiftly conclude his work, and celebrating your birthday in Shuangnan City would be just as delightful. Go. The newcomers in the office envy your relationship with Gu Junli. If he finishes work early and is alone in a different city, he would surely feel miserable not being able to celebrate with you. Gu Junli silently noted each of those who spoke in his favor, promising himself to reward them with raises upon his return. I've already booked the flights and accommodations and made reservations for tomorrow's celebration. He playfully tugged at Chu-yi, his tone softening. With each instance of his gentle persuasion, Chu-yi's resolve wavered. Let us go, let us go. Is uncle truly like this behind the scenes? Shocking. Gu Junli, if I don't do this, you might just resort to smashing my foot with that bronze ornament. Junli, work is work and personal matters are personal. It's not wise to mix the two. Chao Haishu seized the opportunity to undermine. With his words, Chu-yi began to hesitate again. Their relationship was unique. If they set a poor precedent at work, it could have negative repercussions. Uncle, why do you always prevent sister from celebrating her birthday with uncle? Gu Xixi, in a fit of gluttony, seized the moment to interject. Is it that you wish to celebrate sister's birthday yourself? I do not.
I'm not.
Don't speak nonsense.
Cao Hai Su Vementindenit.
Frightened by his own words. Though he held a high position in the company, provoking Gu Junli would lead to mutual destruction. Now was not the time to sever ties. Having endured in silence for so long, Chao Haishu would never reveal his true intentions prematurely. Observing Chao Haishu's discomfiture, Gu Junli made a silent vow within himself. He would strive to earn more, and when Xixi's birthday arrived, he would present her with a black card. Spend freely. Use at will. Sister, sister. Gu Xixi called out in her sweet voice, inching closer to Chu-yi, deliberately placing herself between Chu-yi and Chao Haishu. Celebrating a birthday is significant, and doing so with important people makes it all the more meaningful. This was Chu-yi's first encounter with Gu Xixi. She had missed the last family gathering due to prior commitments, but she had heard Gu Junli speak of Xixi's past. Reflecting on the child's 4 years of abduction and mistreatment, it was unimaginable how such a pivotal experience could affect one's perception of birthdays.
Chu-yi,
having been cherished by her parents throughout her life, had never known hardship. Her family was harmonious, her needs well met, and she graduated from a prestigious university, gliding smoothly through life. Her first love was Gu Junli, and their relationship had always been stable, with no quarrels. Post-graduation, she aspired to start a venture with Gu Junli, and her family had offered little resistance, allowing her to pursue her desires. Compared to Gu Xixi's past 4 years, her life had been a veritable paradise. Even though the little one was clad in a down jacket, Chu-yi could still discern that the chubby figure was merely a facade. Beneath it, delicate limbs moved with grace. Gu Junli internally applauded Gu Xixi, exclaiming, "Well done." The world's greatest little assistant. With his insight into Chu-yi, he could see that she had been thoroughly swayed by Gu Xixi. Sister, Xixi, didn't you know tomorrow is your birthday? Suddenly, the little one produced a shiny diamond hairpin from her pocket. This is new. Xixi wishes to give it to you as a birthday gift. Happy birthday, sister. The round little body lunged forward, her sparkling eyes filled with a pleading innocence that radiated boundless charm. Sister, sister, would you accompany Uncle Air? He is very eager to celebrate your birthday.
Come on.
Gu Junli gazed at the enthusiastic little one with a heart full of affection. If not for the presence of others, he would have certainly scooped her up for a couple of kisses. How could his elder brother have produced such an astute and remarkable little gem? It made him feel envious. If only Xixi were his daughter. All right, sister agrees. Her heart softened by Gu Xixi's tender voice. Chu-yi crouched down to embrace her, planting a gentle kiss atop her head. When it's your birthday, sister will prepare a gift for you too. Thank you, sister. The little head that emerged from Chu-yi's embrace bore a pitiful expression that tugged at the heartstrings, as Xixi placed a hairpin on her sister. At that moment, the stage belonged entirely to Gu Xixi. She adorned Chu-yi with the hairpin, and the two joyfully embraced, chattering animatedly, completely oblivious to Chao Haishu's attempts to interject. Oh, dear, this Chao Haishu still hasn't given up. Gu Junli thought, divine intervention. He planned to call Chu-yi tonight and persuade her not to go to Shuangnan City, without anyone around to sing along, and once Chao Haishu distracts her, Sister Chu-yi might truly change her mind. In my opinion, to avoid prolonged dreams, we should head to Shuangnan City tonight. Gu Junli exclaimed, absolutely. You speak the truth. However, he resolved that their early departure to Shuangnan City must remain a secret from Chao Haishu. After enjoying afternoon tea, and once everyone returned to their tasks, Gu Junli altered his flight itinerary and rebooked a hotel. He informed no one, only mentioning it to Chu-yi when he was driving her home. Before that, however, Gu Junli first took Gu Xixi back to the Gu residence. The two sat in silence in the car. As they approached the Gu home, the little voice drifted softly.
Unklar.
Gu Junli adjusted the rearview mirror, resembling an employee awaiting a supervisor's directive. I heard Shuangnan City has a beautiful lantern exhibition. And today is the last day. It ends tomorrow. The little one in the back seat fidgeted with her hands, striving to articulate her plea. If you and Sister Chu-yi go today, you can see the splendid lanterns. Gu Junli chuckled at her earnestness. Uncle has rescheduled the flight. Later. I will take Sister Chu-yi to the airport. Wow, that's wonderful. Her babyish exclamation was a tad exaggerated. But Gu Junli recognized the effort the little darling was putting in to assist him. Uncle Heir has suddenly become enlightened. What a good thing. Chu-yi had already acquiesced to Gu Xixi, so there was little distinction between today and tomorrow. After returning the little one to the Gu family, Gu Junli headed back to the company to fetch Chu-yi, and they set off to the Chu residence to pack their belongings. Following dinner at the Chu household, they departed for the airport together. That night, around 9 o'clock, while Gu Junli and Chu-yi were enjoying the Lantern Festival, Chao Haishu's call came through as anticipated. Chapter 28, A Slightly Perverse Gift. There were no secrets between Chu-yi and Gu Junli, especially since the call was from Chao Haishu. She presumed that Chao Haishu was unable to reach Gu Junli, which prompted him to contact her instead. Is your phone out of battery? Chu-yi smiled at Gu Junli before answering the call. Haishu? What's the matter? Chu-yi, please reconsider your trip to Shuangnan City tomorrow. It would be best if you didn't go. Chao Haishu's voice on the other end was grave, as though addressing a matter of great seriousness. This tone caused Chu-yi to feel a weight in her heart, anxiously believing she had done something inappropriate. Hearing the voice on the phone, Gu Junli chuckled as he took over the call. Haishu, Chu-yi and I are already in Shuangnan City.
Ah, really?
Chao Haishu's voice underwent a complete transformation. You went today? Yes, there's a lantern festival in Shuangnan City, and I wanted to take Chu-yi to see it. With the conversation reaching this point, Chao Haishu understood that anything he said would be futile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, just as he was about to hang up, Gu Junli's voice interjected once again. It's Chu-yi's birthday tomorrow, so please refrain from saying anything that might upset her. Her impact on work cannot be judged solely by words. Gu Junli's remarks were candid, simultaneously reaching Chu-yi's ears. Although Chu-yi was not responsible for this particular project, should she wish to involve herself, she could excel beyond anyone else. I understand. That's not my intention. Chao Haishu responded awkwardly, his voice tinged with guilt. Having known each other for so many years, I thought you would appreciate my capabilities. Chao Haishu's tone was laden with disappointment, each word leaving him flushed. If bringing Chu-yi to Shuangnan City for her birthday would jeopardize the project, then I must truly be inadequate. The more he listened, the more agitated Chao Haishu became. Junli, that's not what I mean at all. It's just that this project is of utmost importance, and perhaps I haven't been sleeping well these past few days and have been overly worried. Do not fret. Await my good news. With that, Gu Junli ended the call. Your tone with Haishu just now seemed a bit angry. Chu-yi nestled closer to him, speaking softly. Of course, he shouldn't have made that call privately. Chu-yi was unaware of Chao Haishu's ulterior motives and did not wish to affect their relationship. Haishu is just concerned about the project. In private, this is a matter between the two of us. He shouldn't unilaterally interfere with your decisions by calling you. Gu Junli opened his coat, enveloping Chu-yi in his embrace, his chin gently resting on her forehead. In public, my arrangements have not interfered with work. He should not be anxious about loans and take it upon himself to advise you. The warmth of his body enveloped Chu-yi, providing her with immense security and comfort. You are my girlfriend. I am not a tyrant, and you are not a seductress. Chu-yi was amused by his words, burying her laughter into his embrace. For hours prior, after Gu Junli returned Gu Xixi to the Gu residence, he hurried upstairs to pack his belongings before setting off for Shuangnan City. Seeing the little one finally back, Gu Wanwei waved her over, inviting her into her room. Auntie, the little one dashed in, only to trip and land on the carpet. All right then, I'll just sit here, Gu Xixi thought, too lazy to get back up. With her tiny hands and short legs, she was still not accustomed to walking. It seemed she could stumble at any moment. Gu Wanwei had been contemplating this for quite some time. She needed to clarify matters regarding her second brother. She had altered her fate by aligning with Gu Xixi's sentiments. Thus, she could alter her second brother's fate as well. In the Goof family, no one should encounter misfortune. However, before that, she needed to ascertain what might transpire concerning her second brother. Xixi, what does Uncle Air say?
No.
It's that chirp chirp chirp. As Gu Wanwei attempted to inquire about the sentiments concerning her second brother, her mouth would suddenly lose control, as if commandeered by a mysterious force, reducing her speech to the sound of a chick. Gu Xixi widened her eyes, eagerly awaiting her aunt's words. After a series of chirp chirps, she tentatively asked, Andy, would you like to play Eagle Catches the Chick with me? Gu Wanwei felt as if struck by lightning, instantly drained of energy. Let me collect myself. So, the matter of sentiments could not be spoken aloud. She thought, how could such a miraculous thing exist? Gu Wanwei then realized her naivety, believing she could preemptively acquire Gu Xixi's sentiments to eradicate any potential misfortunes. It now seemed that she could not uncover anything about the sentiments. A formidable, mysterious power governed everything. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, Gu Wanwei finally accepted this overwhelming blow. Greed leads to downfall. Others do not possess such advantageous abilities to alter their fate. Yet, the Gu family has Xixi, which is already a divine blessing. She should not be greedy for more. In a story, Gu Xixi would be her golden touch, and she would undoubtedly be the heroine, defying fate to save her entire family. Indeed, she must remain composed and calm, gradually collecting Xixi's sentiments to discover the means to rescue her second brother. With her adventurous spirit ablaze, Gu Wanwei felt the weight of responsibility upon her. I'm back. Downstairs, Gu Ian's excited shout echoed through the air. Whenever he returned to the family mansion, he made a grand spectacle of it, insisting that everyone come downstairs to greet him. Gu Wanwei, unfazed by this routine, took Gu Xixi's hand and headed down.
Oh?
Is it just you two at home? Where are big brother and second brother? Gu Ian asked, holding a box that emanated a delightful aroma of cake. Big brother hasn't returned yet, and second brother is on a business trip. Mother is in her room. Just as the words left her lips, Grandma Gu approached, chiming in that the family should live together for the joy of it all. Yet, the third son was a maverick, persisting in his independence despite their patriarch's vehement opposition, moving out of the Gu residence even before starting a family. For the first 3 months after leaving, Gu Ian would return home only to be met with his grandfather's wrath. After nearly a year of this, even the old man grew weary and chose to ignore Gu Ian's playful antics. I bought a freshly baked strawberry cake from Xixi home. The strawberry cakes from Xixi were limited to 60 each day. Once sold out, one had to wait for the next day. Each morning, crowds would gather before dawn, with scalpers joining the line to purchase them. While all cakes were delightful, Xuxi's offerings were in a league of their own, a stark contrast to others. Those who had tasted them could not forget the experience. Gu Ian thought of the new little one at home and figured she would surely enjoy such sweet treats.
Today,
he had outbid a scalper, paying 3,000 yuan for a cake worth only 500. What? More cake? We already had plenty at second uncle's office this afternoon. Hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, Grandma Gu's expression changed, and she stepped forward to take the cake, passing it to a servant. Dinner is almost ready. We can have the cake afterward. Xixi needs to eat nutritious food to build her health. Uncle has a gift arriving. Gu Xixi's thoughts drew Gu Ian's attention, but it seems to be a rather peculiar gift. What? A peculiar gift? Gu Ian felt a mix of curiosity and trepidation, his emotions in turmoil. Chapter 29. The Obsessive Admirer. Third young master, your package has arrived. A servant entered, cradling a pink box. After hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, Gu Ian hesitated, unsure whether to open it, fearing his heart might not withstand it. However, Gu Wanwei, intrigued, eagerly offered to assist him in opening it. With a sidelong glance that hinted at caution, Gu Ian quipped, "Aren't you afraid there might be a hidden weapon inside?" That's a valid point. Gu Wanwei turned the box to face Gu Ian as she opened it. Inside, there was nothing gruesome or terrifying, just a somewhat empty space. Was it safe? Gu Ian squinted, peering inside to find dozens of photographs, each meticulously altered. They were pictures of him, taken from various angles, both candid shots and those he had publicly shared online, each adorned with lipstick marks, particularly the close-ups where his face was nearly obscured by the vibrant impressions. It seemed like a fervent admirer had chosen this peculiar method to express their affection. Gu Ian's hand trembled, nearly dropping the photos. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Grandma Gu, having caught wind of Gu Xixi's thoughts, leaned in to see what was amiss. Thankfully, there were no dead animals involved. but the lipstick marks on those photos certainly appeared unsettling. Gu Ian managed an entertainment company and had once been a director, enjoying a modicum of fame before stepping back. Surrounded by a multitude of handsome and beautiful actors, he, as their boss, was not only equal to them but surpassed them in allure. Unlike his two brothers, Gu Ian possessed a natural rebellious streak, exuding an unrestrained charm. Humorous and carefree, yet reliable in his endeavors, he lacked the seriousness and rigidity typical of successful individuals. A strikingly handsome man with a captivating personality and considerable wealth would naturally attract admirers. However, most of the suitors he encountered were from within their circle, leading to awkward situations, and they parted ways amicably. The sender of this box seemed rather questionable. Second brother, what kind of trouble have you stirred? Why are people sending you blood photos? Gu Wanwei, having glanced at the contents, recoiled. She thought she could handle any intimidation, but envisioning the horrific scenarios made her heart race, impairing her judgment. What blood photos? Those are lipstick marks, lip prints. They don't even have a hint of blood. Grandma Gu retorted. Gu Wanwei, as someone who must save the Gu family, I must be brave and bold. Taking the box from Gu Ian, she used chopsticks brought by the servant to poke around. It's just photos and lipstick. This color looks familiar. Seems like the new shade from the sculptor. Blood red. What? Isn't that just red? How can you tell the shade?
Bu yanda bu heiress session.
Gu Xixi, curious, brought over a small stool to elevate herself. This person is third uncle's obsessive admirer, the kind who kisses his photo to sleep every night. Moreover, they are someone close to third uncle. This isn't the only gift.
More will follow.
Hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts again sent a shiver down Gu Ian's spine. Everything felt amiss, as if insects were crawling beneath his clothes. He had grown accustomed to being admired, and each rejection was handled with grace. However, the fact that he could hear others' thoughts was astonishing, leaving him questioning his sanity. And he dared not voice it in front of Grandma Gu and Gu Wanwei. Yet Gu Xixi's thoughts had consistently proven true. She might genuinely possess precognitive abilities. Could it be someone he had previously rejected? Gu Ian posed a hypothetical question, awaiting Gu Xixi's response. Standing atop the stool, the little one gazed at the pile of photos, instantly losing her appetite for gossip. No, it's not someone third uncle has rejected. This person secretly adores third uncle, knowing they can never have him and can only vent in this manner. Tomorrow's gift will be even more explosive. Gu Ian's heart sank. Tomorrow will be more explosive. But I don't know what tomorrow's gift will be yet, hee, I'm curious. Hearing Gu Xixi's inner laughter, Gu Ian felt like crying without tears. Had she truly begun to view him as a mere spectator? He was her uncle, her beloved uncle. They were family. With no clear direction, Gu Ian instructed the servant to dispose of the peculiar item. Since it wasn't from someone he had rejected, the sender must be lurking in the shadows, hidden away.
Who could it be?
After dinner, Gu Ian sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, reluctant to return to his residence. Grandma Gu saw through his thoughts and playfully asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving?" "Mother, why are you urging me to go? This is my home." Gu Ian whined, seeking to charm Grandma Gu. "Can I stay here a little longer?" This son, ever clever, could irritate her the most yet also coax her the most. At his display of affection, Grandma Gu's heart softened. "If you don't want to go back, stay the night. There's no shortage of rooms for you here. Mother, you are the best. I love you the most." The moment Gu Jingyan stepped through the door, he found his youngest brother in a rare display of coyness and affection. This brother, who seldom returned home, had unexpectedly graced them with his presence today. Was the sun rising from the west? Sensing Gu Jingyan's skepticism, Grandma Gu mentioned the bizarre gift received today. "Is this your doing? Have you stirred up a romantic entanglement outside?" Gu Jingyan was well aware of his brother's nature. Like a central air conditioning unit, he warmed those around him, yet lacked boundaries, leaving ample room for misinterpretation in his relationships with both genders. "Big brother."
How can you say that? Bu Yan protested.
"Where's Xixi?" Gu Jingyan dismissed him, noting, "This is karmic retribution." In the room, Wanwei was accompanying her in play. Gu Jingyan returned to his room to change clothes and wash his hands before seeking out the little darling. The doctor had mentioned that Gu Xixi's health was more fragile than that of an average child, necessitating that adults pay close attention to hygiene and minimize the likelihood of bringing home germs from the outside. Each day upon returning home, Gu Jingyan diligently adhered to this requirement, ensuring he was impeccably clean before meeting his daughter. The door was slightly ajar, allowing him to glimpse Gu Xixi, who was laughing heartily. The thought of merely standing at the doorway to spy on his daughter was absurd. He should simply enter. Just then, Gu Yayan appeared like a wraith, shoving his elder brother against the door. Gu Jingyan hurriedly straightened up, and coincidentally, Gu Xixi turned her gaze towards him. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with joy, amplifying her delight. Daddy. The crisp enunciation of daddy left Gu Jingyan momentarily dazed.
Xixi.
Your third uncle is here to play with you, all right? Gu Yayan, now clad in casual home attire, sauntered into the room. The three adults reveled in joyous play with the little darling. True to form, Gu Yayan, like a human air conditioner, managed to amuse Gu Xixi to fits of laughter, even elevating her opinion of him. It is precisely because third uncle is so flirtatious that he has attracted this considerable trouble. Tomorrow's gift is going to be spectacular. I can't wait to find out what it is. How infuriating. Tomorrow's gift will be delivered to his company. Upon overhearing her thoughts, Gu Yayan suddenly leapt up and clutched Gu Jingyan's arm. Big brother, can you? Gu Jingyan, with an impassive expression, interrupted, no. Gu Yayan protested. But I haven't even said anything yet. I know what you are about to say. The answer is still no. Gu Jingyan decisively cut off Gu Yayan's words. Then why can Wei Wei and second brother take Xixi out to play but I cannot? Is it really fair to treat me differently? Gu Yayan protested loudly. Gu Wanwei pointed at herself, incredulously widening her eyes. Third brother, how dare you compare yourself to me? I take excellent care of Xixi. But you also pose a risk of losing her. How could that be? Gu Yayan shook his head vigorously, clenching his fists against his chest. I swear, I will take good care of Xixi. I won't let her out of my sight for even a second, except when she goes to the restroom. What if someone kidnaps her while she's in there? I will immediately hire a female bodyguard to accompany Xixi to the restroom tomorrow. Pulling out his phone, Gu Yayan displayed the screen to Gu Jingyan, promptly sending a message to arrange for a female bodyguard to be at the company by tomorrow morning. With a daily wage of 20,000, Gu Wanwei was taken aback at how far her third brother was willing to go, falling silent. Why must Xixi go? Gu Jingyan questioned, bemused. He had never taken his daughter to his company, yet everyone seemed eager to bring Xixi to the office for play. Gu Yayan clasped his elder brother's shoulder, adopting a negotiative demeanor. Xixi is the little princess of our Gu family, having just joined this big family. We should all actively interact with her and nurture our bond. Furthermore, my company is filled with handsome men and beautiful women. I have a strong feeling Xixi would enjoy seeing them. Third uncle understands me. I do indeed like looking at beautiful people. But I'm even more interested in going to the company to see the gossip. If I asked handsome dad, would he agree? Hearing the word ask in Gu Xixi's thoughts made Gu Jingyan's heart ache. His little darling had endured too much hardship. He wished for her to be happy at home, and she should not feel the need to ask others. Yet, hearing Gu Xixi's desire to ask him, for a fleeting moment, Gu Jingyan felt a surge of frustration. Xixi, do you want to go? He beckoned, signaling for the little darling to come closer. Gu Xixi, taking her soft little steps, swayed forward. I want to go. I want to see where third uncle works. If it weren't for her audible thoughts, everyone would assume this little darling simply wished to explore. But it was clear she was eager to see the gossip. If this little hidden pervert wasn't brought to light, how could Gu Yayan feel secure at work? He had placed all his hopes on this extraordinary little niece. She was his guiding light, his beacon of hope. All right. Gu Jingyan gently patted her head, earnestly advising her, if anything happens, remember to tell third uncle first. You must not run off on your own or go with strangers. Understood? Okay. Gu Xixi chirped, though her thoughts were far from compliant. Why is handsome dad so long-winded? I'm not a 3-year-old. Gu Jingyan. Gu Wanwei. Gu Yayan. I'm already 4 years old. Gu Yayan, 4 years old is quite impressive. At present, it seems this matter poses little issue. Third uncle won't lose his life over it, though he might be at a disadvantage. As a man, enduring a little loss isn't a big deal. But it can interfere with my gossip. Gu Yayan. The laughter faded. Gu Xixi always spoke in a calm tone, expressing thoughts that sent shivers down one's spine. Enduring a loss? What loss? His chastity was the best dowry for a man. He intended to save it for his future wife. He couldn't let a pervert snatch it away. Gu Yayan spent the night plagued by nightmares, waking up in fright multiple times. Each nightmare revolved around a woman whose face he could not discern, only seeing her terrifying red lips smiling grotesquely at him, drawing closer and closer. No matter how Gu Yayan struggled, he found himself utterly immobilized. Smack, smack, bang.
Ouch.
Gu Yayan felt a sharp pain in his cheek and, With great effort, opened his eyes from the nightmare. Turning his head, he was nearly scared out of his wits. By the bedside stood a small, round head, eyes fixed on him with unwavering intensity, creating a scene that was as chilling as it was surreal. Yet it was not nearly as frightening as the nightmares he had endured. The blackout curtains in the room were tightly drawn, leaving no trace of light, and the appearance of that small head amplified the eerie atmosphere. Xixi, how did you get in here? Gu Yan yawned widely, placing his palm atop the little head. Is it morning already? Thank goodness for Gu Xixi's slaps. Otherwise, he might not have woken from that nightmare. Although he felt a bit dazed. He couldn't quite grasp how Gu Xixi had managed to wake him. His face still throbbed with residual pain. Morning has come. Unable to sleep, I came to disturb you. Third uncle, you can't be a little lazy pig. It's time to get up. Still sleeping? Aren't you afraid someone might send a finger in the mail today? Since the gift is being sent to the company, it's likely to arrive during the early morning when there are the fewest people around. You still have the leisure to sleep in like this? Does this third uncle have no sense of danger? The little voice was adorably sweet, but her thoughts sharply ridiculed Gu Yan. He felt all traces of sleep vanish. After washing up, he changed his clothes and took Gu Xixi downstairs for breakfast. The alarm clock was only now sounding. Gu Yan had never arrived at the company before 11 a.m., but now, at 8:30 a.m., he was all prepared. Thanks to Gu Xixi, the little darling's reasoning was not without merit. The person lurking in the shadows surely would not deliver gifts when there were the most people around, especially since this person was likely someone he knew, who might just place the gift directly on his desk. The mere thought of this possibility sent chills down Gu Yan's spine, recalling the indistinct red lips from his dreams. I'm off to the company, he said, taking the little darling's hand and waving goodbye to Gu Lao Tai. Yes, go ahead, and remember to take good care of Xixi. Gu Yan felt a twinge of grievance. Why was no one concerned that he might encounter a pervert at the company? Even the receptionist was taken aback to see Gu Yan arriving so early, her expression akin to witnessing a dinosaur charging into the office. Good morning, Mr. Gu.
Good morning.
Gu Yan greeted everyone with a warm smile, devoid of any pretense. Those who had conversed with him were filled with excitement, their laughter blooming like flowers. Not only the girls, but Gu Yan also engaged effortlessly with the men, discussing topics ranging from clothing, cologne, to even the newly changed ties of their companions. Gu Xixi soon came to understand. Her third uncle was indeed a flamboyant flower, adept at attracting attention. Xixi, this is your third uncle's company. What do you think? Isn't it far more beautiful than your second uncle's? Gu Yan held onto the little one cautiously, mindful of his elder brother and Grandma Gu's admonitions. It's magnificent, she exclaimed, her voice ringing with affirmation. Gu Yan had always relished competition. Although devoid of malice or jealousy, receiving recognition brought him joy. Hearing Gu Xixi's words, he beamed with pride. Uncle, soon you won't be smiling anymore. Your new gift awaits you on your desk. Gu Yan's smile abruptly faded. Is it here already? Chapter 31. Goodness. An explosive revelation. As he grasped the office door handle, Gu Yan shuddered, suddenly feeling the cold metal akin to a scalding hot potato. He swiveled his head like an owl, scanning the surroundings. No suspicious figures in sight. Perhaps the box had been on the desk for some time. But that was of little concern. His office was equipped with surveillance. He chuckled to himself, pushing the door ajar to ensure no one was hiding within before ushering Gu Xixi inside. Xixi, you'll protect your uncle, right? He asked, swallowing nervously as he clenched the small, soft fist in his hand. Gu Xixi looked down at her short legs and then at her dumpling-like hands, incredulous. Had she truly heard correctly? Her uncle wanted her to protect him? If there were truly a pervert, what could she do besides run out and call for help? She couldn't have high expectations of the little one. Gu Yan stood at the office door, observing for a moment, ensuring all potential hiding spots were clear before approaching the desk. From a distance, they spotted a gift box resembling the one from the previous day. There wouldn't be any hidden weapons inside, would there? Gu Yan remarked, discreetly glancing at Gu Xixi. This comment was meant for her ears. Every time he posed a question, Gu Xixi's inner thoughts would respond, and Gu Yan wished to prepare himself mentally. How should I put this? It's not a hidden weapon, but it's worse than one. Gu Yan exclaimed, oh no. Is it really that terrifying? There won't be any physical harm. But whether it could inflict magical damage on Uncle is uncertain. Gu Yan lamented. Please don't say such things, I'm scared. Despite his trepidation, he raised his hand to the edge of the box, slowly lifting the lid. He intentionally crouched down, shielding Gu Xixi behind him. Any hidden traps would likely be aimed upward, not capable of striking around corners. As the box opened, a calm stillness enveloped the room. Gu Yayan inhaled deeply, mustering the courage to peer inside. Gu Yayan. Suddenly, he comprehended what Gu Xixi meant by a magical attack. The box contained neither bloodied items nor photographs, but something even more shocking than the previous day, a pair of underwear. He even suspected it had been worn. His mind exploded with disbelief, feeling as though he had been struck by a magical assault. Initially reluctant to look, he found himself drawn to the repulsiveness of it all. That underwear was undoubtedly worn. It bore signs of having been stretched out, lacking the pristine smoothness of a new pair. Gu Yayan leapt back, shrinking behind Gu Xixi. Xixi, what should we do? The petite Gu Xixi could not see the desk, but she gleaned from the gossip system what lay within. What else can we do? Just throw it away. Am I supposed to pick it up and wear it? Isn't there surveillance in the office? Let's have someone check it. What if the pervert is still in the company? Gu Yayan, even at 4 years old, was frightened. Gu Xixi voiced her concerns, but remained rooted in place. A mere pair of underwear. What was there to fear? Would it suddenly come to life and leap onto their faces? After listening to Gu Xixi's thoughts, Gu Yayan deemed her reasoning sound. The immediate priority was to ascertain who had delivered the box. He closed the box and summoned his secretary. Xiao Chun. Do you know who placed this item on the desk? Gu Yayan, feigning calmness while pointing at the box from his chair, sought to keep this bizarre matter hidden from outsiders. Xiao Chun, dressed in a fitted skirt, glanced at the box with bright eyes and replied with a smile. I placed it there. Gu Yayan, what? Is the pervert so easily identifiable? She brought it in, but the box isn't hers. Gu Xixi exclaimed, exasperation evident as she face-bombed. Facing ridicule from a 4-year-old, Gu Yayan cleared his throat and continued to inquire with feigned composure. Where did you get this box? This morning. When I arrived, it was given to me by the front desk. Xiao Chun, caught off guard by Gu Yayan's barrage of questions, replied with a mysterious smile. Could it be a special gift? Should I inquire further at the front desk? Indeed, I wish to know who delivered it. Please do. Gu Yayan blinked, his charm disarming. Xiao Chun's cheeks flushed as she quickened her pace. Mr. Gu, give me 5 minutes. True to her word, Xiao Chun contacted the front desk. When she returned, her demeanor was slightly deflated. Mr. Gu, I asked the front desk and the downstairs security, even checking with colleagues, not on duty, and no one knows who sent this box. So, no one knows who left it at the front desk?
Correct.
Then let's review the surveillance from last night to this morning. Xiao Chun, anticipating his request, regretfully shook her head. The company's surveillance was upgraded. It ceased operation after 2 a.m. and resumed at 6 a.m. today. As a diligent secretary, Xiao Chun had already checked the footage before 2 a.m. and after 6 a.m., revealing nothing. The box must have been placed at the front desk during the surveillance upgrade. Security patrols the building every night, so it was unlikely anyone could have entered without detection. Xiao Chun, ever meticulous, even had the security department check the access records. No one entered the company between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m., except for those who might have used the back door with a key. That key is hidden in a flower pot by the security department. Investigating who has the key would be futile. Gu Yayan gritted his teeth and smiled at Xiao Chun. All right, since we can't find out, let's leave it at that.
Please take care of this for me.
While Xiao Chun investigated, Gu Yayan sealed the box with tape. Promise me you'll just throw it away without opening it, as far from the company as possible. Xiao Chun sensed an uncommon disgust and displeasure in Gu Yayan's eyes and nodded earnestly. Mr. Gu, rest assured, I will ensure it quietly vanishes from the world. Gu Yayan nodded in satisfaction, watching Xiao Chun depart. Xixi, what do you think your uncle should do? This pervert is extremely cautious, leaving no room for error. Faced with such an unprecedented situation, Gu Yayan felt somewhat at a loss. Despite Gu Xixi being just 4 years old, her significance in his heart was far beyond mere childlike innocence. Gifted and intelligent, she would surely devise a solution. Even if she wouldn't voice the truth, her thoughts could assist him. Uncle, why not take a deep breath? Inhale deeply, and you'll calm down and not be afraid anymore. On the surface, she seemed playful, but internally, her thoughts were laced with sarcasm. I told you, my uncle's mind is quite different from others. I'm only 4. Why is an adult asking me for advice? If you ask me, just toss it aside and mix it with chopsticks. Gu Yayan listened attentively, realizing the entirety of her inner commentary was a critique of him. Alas, is he not utterly lost, yearning for Gu Xixi to provide him with some semblance of direction? If the enemy remains still, so shall I. I shan't confess my anticipation for the next gift. He. Anxiously, Gu Yan lingered in the office until lunchtime, treating Gu Xixi to a meal at a nearby restaurant. Upon their return to the company, Gu Xixi's inner thoughts reverberated. What a revelation! A sensational scoop. The pervert has slipped a sedative into Uncle San's coffee. Chapter 32. Confronting the Deviant. Good heavens! Gu Yan's hair stood on end. This was no ordinary harassment. The situation had escalated alarmingly. But, wait a moment. There were not many who entered and exited his office at this hour, which surely narrowed down the suspects. This individual must be from the upper echelons of the office. Among the 4 assistants, 1 secretary, and a newly arrived female bodyguard, who could it possibly be? Every day, after Uncle San has his meal, he enjoys a cup of coffee before retreating to the lounge for a nap. This person has keenly observed Uncle San's habits, attempting to incapacitate him in this manner, and then who knows what else. Perhaps they intend to capture photographic evidence to use as leverage. Astounding. Thrilling. This visit has not been in vain. Gu Yan was on the verge of tears, listening to Gu Xixi's excited thoughts as if she were a gossipmonger. He longed to shake the little darling before him, demanding to know whose side she truly was on. Yet, as he glanced down, he found her innocent eyes gazing up at him, seemingly untouched by the sinister inner dialogues, as if they were merely figments of his paranoid imagination. Gu Yan's heart clenched painfully. Surely not. Could it be that he was simply overtired and was truly experiencing auditory hallucinations? His stomach churned. He had no desire for coffee today. Gazing at the cup on his desk, Gu Yan felt as though he were staring at a vial of poison. He raised his hand to pour it into the nearby plant. Uncle San, no. That would scorch the flowers. Clutching the drugged coffee, he paced back and forth like a malfunctioning automaton. This deviant is so meticulous. If I pour the coffee into the flower pot, he will notice the moment he enters. It would only serve to alert him, complicating any future attempts to capture him. I must pour the coffee in a concealed location where he will not discover it, allowing him to act without suspicion. He paced, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Gu Xixi sat on the sofa, swinging her legs. Although my Uncle San may seem a bit foolish, it is rather pitiable to see him in this predicament. Harassment knows no gender. It is equally repugnant regardless. Perhaps I should devise a plan to help him catch this pervert. In his state of anxious indecision, Gu Yan was suddenly struck dumb, his eyes growing moist. Blood ties are indeed formidable. Though Xixi may scold him 1,000 times in her thoughts, she was ultimately willing to assist him. Long live Xixi. I shall feign sleep. That will give him the opportunity to strike. I need to concoct an excuse to send my second uncle to the lounge. Gu Yan did not mind playing the bait, but with Gu Xixi present, would that individual dare to take the risk? The drug is already administered. He will not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, I will be asleep on the sofa while Uncle San is in the lounge. He could easily sneak in and do as he pleases. After all, the lounge has excellent soundproofing. Gu Yan shuddered. His darling little niece genuinely wished to help him capture the deviant, not merely to indulge in gossip, correct? With uncertainty gnawing at him, he scrutinized Gu Xixi once more. In her large, expressive eyes, he saw a familiar reliability and steadiness reminiscent of his elder brother. Yet, what lay within her heart remained a mystery. As Gu Xixi's thoughts quieted, his own began to churn restlessly. Uncle San Xixi is feeling sleepy and wishes to take a nap, she murmured, yawning and turning to face the back of the sofa.
What?
She was leaving him all alone? He was not prepared for this. Uncle San, you should also take a nap, she implored, and within moments, the little darling's breaths grew soft and rhythmic, signaling her slumber. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan wrapped a blanket around her small form and, filled with trepidation, carried the coffee into the lounge, pouring the suspicious concoction down the drain. Finally, he returned the coffee cup to its place on the table, never before having been so meticulous about details he usually overlooked. Wait a moment. There are no surveillance cameras in the lounge. After some contemplation, Gu Yan silenced his phone, disconnected from the internet, and stealthily concealed it behind a decorative item on the bedside table, leaving just a sliver of the black lens exposed to capture any unfolding events. Prepared, Gu Yan shed his suit, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. He wondered if he could hear Xixi's thoughts through the door. Surely, wouldn't he really fall asleep? What would he do if the deviant entered? Oh dear! He felt a twinge of fear. He needed help. Gu Yan never anticipated that the little darling just beyond the door would become his anchor of reassurance. separated by a mere door. He felt a sense of unease creeping in, his heart racing. I wonder if Uncle Sen has fallen asleep. That deviant should take the bait, right? It seems someone is opening the door. In the lounge, Gu Yayan's heart raced uncontrollably. Hearing Gu Cc's thoughts brought him a sense of relief. She was not truly asleep. Yet, when she remarked that someone was entering, his body tensed. Footsteps are coming in, heading toward the lounge. Oh, how thrilling! As Gu Cc's exhilarated thoughts echoed, the lounge door creaked open slightly. If he were genuinely asleep, such subtle sounds would be nearly imperceptible, especially if he had actually consumed that tainted coffee. Gu Yayan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to hold his breath in anticipation or feign steady breathing as if in slumber. Footsteps entered the lounge, the door softly closing behind them. That individual has entered the lounge. I must prepare to seek help. I'll call upon the female bodyguard who came to protect me today. She is a temporary hire. Once the situation is resolved, I can offer her some money to ensure her silence, which is far preferable to involving others in the company. There are no secrets that can remain hidden within a company, especially one bustling with people. Hearing Gu Cc's thoughts moved Gu Yayan to tears. Thank goodness for Xixi, who provided him with a sense of safety, otherwise, he might truly have fallen victim to a nefarious plot today. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Feigning sleep, Gu Xixi had already risen from the sofa, opening the office door to seek out the bodyguard. Inside the lounge, a heavy breath could be heard, faint yet present. Surely the intruder was not a bull, breathing so heavily. Committed to the role, as the president of an entertainment company, Gu Yayan had to set a commendable example. His acting skills must not falter. Even with the pervert lurking by the bed, he continued to feign calmness, pretending to be in a deep sleep. In the next moment, a hand gently caressed his cheek, its fingertips rough and irritating. Almost instantly, Gu Yayan's skin prickled in alarm. The deviant was making his move. Yayan, I truly adore you. A voice suddenly pierced through the air, its warmth brushing against his ear. I specifically applied to this company just to be near you. Wait, hold on. This voice clearly belonged to a man. Gu Yayan's hand, hidden beneath the covers, twitched involuntarily. Recalling the previous photos of crimson lips, he was driven to the brink of madness. No longer could he endure this. Today, he would confront this deviant.
Xixi.
Come save your Uncle San. Chapter 33, Spreading Scandal as Retribution. Moments later, a small, youthful voice chimed from outside the lounge. Miss, please wait here for a moment. The sound filled Gu Yayan with a sense of security, igniting a courageous resolve within him. He sprang from the bed, catching the pervert off guard. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yayan raised her hand and delivered a punch to the pervert's face. The pervert clutched his nose and stumbled back, colliding forcefully with the wall. The female bodyguard, having sensed the commotion within, activated her long-dormant vigilance. Is there something amiss in there? Gu Xixi, go take a look. Wait here for a moment, sister.
Gu Xixi?
The cherished little darling of the Gu family was invited by Gu Yayan specifically to protect this little bundle of joy. In simpler terms, Gu Yayan was also her employer. All right, little miss, be careful. If anything happens, shout loudly, and don't lock the door.
Got it.
Upon opening the lounge door, Gu Xixi immediately beheld a man half undressed. He was emaciated, lacking any muscle, as though merely a layer of skin had been stretched over his bones. Truly unimpressive. Gu Xixi's instinctive reaction was to check on her uncle. Fortunately, he was still fully clothed. You wretched pervert. After knocking him down, Gu Yayan landed a few more kicks. Stop, please stop. The pervert, curled up on the ground like a skeletal figure, pleaded pitifully. Gu Yayan adjusted her suit jacket, retrieved her phone that was recording, and returned to Gu Xixi's side. You despicable pervert, the photos and those things were sent by you, weren't they? The man, still curled up, continued to sob, refusing to speak. This pervert may be twisted, but he still values his pride. If approached from the angle of exposure, perhaps he can be coerced into admitting it. Gu Yayan widened her eyes. Clever. I never expected it to be you, Fan Jian. I recall your resume well. Gu Yayan deliberately emphasized her tone, coldly stating, you possess considerable experience in this industry. If I were to escalate this matter and let everyone know of your actions, do you think anyone would still dare to hire you? The man feigning death trembled, quickly adopting a kneeling posture, bowing his head. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong. Please do not make this public. As he spoke, he repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, seemingly attempting to morally blackmail Gu Yayan in this manner. Go ahead, keep knocking. If you break your head, you'll be the spectacle when you go outside. Tomorrow. All sorts of rumors will circulate. This would mean social death in this industry. Fan Jian was convinced that someone as wealthy as Gu Yan would also care about their reputation. If he showed weakness, Gu Yan would surely retreat. This incident bound both of them together. If it leaked, it would affect Gu Yan as well. Do you think bowing your head will suffice? Gu Yan, while eavesdropping on Gu Xixi's thoughts, silently pondered. When you walk out with a head injury, in such a large company, various versions of rumors will undoubtedly emerge. I can spend money to suppress unfavorable news. I can also spend money to make unfavorable news go viral. Gu Yan was not an ordinary wealthy person. He belonged to the Gu family, and it was precisely because of this status that he shone like a distant, radiant star, tantalizingly out of reach. The further the distance, the more one yearns to draw near. Fan Jian's twisted heart, magnified by his infatuation, recklessly began to express his feelings for Gu Yan. Fortune favors the bold. If he succeeded today, he could use the videos and photos on his phone to threaten Gu Yan, seizing the star he had long desired. I just recorded your actions. Gu Yan projected the video to Fan Jian, and should I choose, I can pixelate my image and upload the video online. In that case, everyone will know what you've done. Would you like to experience social death? Fan Jian trembled in fear. No, Mr. Gu, I was wrong. Please don't post it online. The eagerness he once had was now replaced with despair. He was not afraid of others discovering his perversion. Rather, he believed his plan was foolproof, allowing him to take such a risk. Had it not been for Gu Xixi, Gu Yan would have been doomed.
Put your clothes on.
With that, Gu Yan kicked the suit jacket and shirt he had discarded on the floor. Trembling, Fan Jian attempted to put on his clothes. Just then, Gu Xixi suddenly burst into the lounge. Sister, come quick and save Uncle. This bad guy stole Uncle's watch. Upon hearing this, the female bodyguard forcefully pushed the door open and delivered a swift kick that struck Fan Jian squarely in the face. The blow knocked out several of his teeth, leaving him clutching his face and whimpering, unable to utter a word. Enough, enough. It was merely theft. Perhaps he just took a wrong turn. Gu Yan waved her hand, signaling the bodyguard to throw him out of the company, instructing her to do so discreetly. The bodyguard had protected numerous celebrities and important figures. She understood the mindset of the wealthy well. If a situation could be handled quietly, it was best not to escalate it. After tossing Fan Jian out of the lounge, the bodyguard straightened him up and guided him to the freight elevator leading directly to the parking lot. The main entrance was crowded, drawing attention. Exiting from the parking lot would be far more discreet. He was merely thrown out, not sent to the police station, and no one would know what he had done. Which was the best possible outcome for Fan Jian. He covered his mouth the entire time, whimpering in pain, unable to produce a single syllable. Besides the pain in his face, his heart ached just as deeply. The disdain and violence from the one he adored deeply wounded him. Thrown out of the company building, Fan Jian could no longer contain his tears. The bodyguard cast a disdainful glance at him. What are you crying for? Mr. Gu, didn't he send you to the police? You should be counting your blessings. And still he wept. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the company, Gu Yan calmed her emotions and instructed HR to terminate Fan Jian's employment and hire a new assistant. After rooting out the elusive pervert, Gu Yan reclined in her chair, spinning around with a smile as she asked, Xixi, what would you like? Today, you helped your uncle catch a pervert. Whatever you desire, your uncle will grant you. The little child, naturally, was thinking of clothes and toys. Really? I want diamonds, gold bars, money, anything that holds value. Gu Yan nearly toppled from her chair in shock. Had she misheard? Was this truly the thought of a 4-year-old child? No toys, no delectable treats, only a desire for valuables. But if I were to ask for such things, wouldn't it seem strange? Wouldn't uncle suspect I was possessed by something? Gu Yan silently nodded in agreement. It certainly would. Though she thought this. In the end, Gu Yan found an excuse to take Gu Xixi to choose a plethora of jewelry and even brought back a box of gold bars. She also bought the little one a phone and a children's watch. After registering various accounts for the little darling, Gu Yan promptly instructed her to follow him and save his phone number. Xixi, if you ever miss your uncle, feel free to call me anytime. Why would I miss you? Has the food lost its flavor? Or the jewels lost their luster? Gu Yan lamented. Despite having just navigated through a storm together, how could they not have built even a shred of camaraderie? With the matter resolved, Gu Yan returned Gu Xixi home, staying for a meal and concocting a slightly reasonable explanation to ease the worries of the matriarch of the Gu family.
Ding.
There's a new scoop about your beautiful aunt. Gu Xixi furrowed her brow. Hadn't the previous matter been resolved? Was there still a new scoop? Spill it. As Gu Yayan entered, laden with bags, he suddenly heard a thought echo in his mind. Jiang Haoshi, that scoundrel, knows that aunt has sought out his girlfriend, Fang Xiyu, and plans to fabricate a scandal about the beautiful aunt as revenge. Chapter 34. Handsome Dada's mind is online. Gu Wanwei, descending from the upper floors, also caught wind of Gu Cc's thoughts. Fabricating a scandal? How would one go about that? Unlike Dai Yizhou, Gu Wanwei was the kind of presence Jiang Haoshi dared not confront openly, only willing to engage in petty schemes in the shadows. In contrast to individuals like Dai Yizhou, who lack significant connections, Jiang Haoshi prefers to unleash his fury through a brutish and unrefined approach, leaving his victims in a state of near demise. Jiang Haoshi disseminated information online, claiming that his aunt's boyfriend suffers from a specific ailment, which she has also contracted. The thief cries, "Stop the thief." Online information often exploits discrepancies in knowledge. Those who expose information early gain a considerable advantage in dissemination. Subsequent attempts at clarifying or debunking often fall on deaf ears. Human nature is fundamentally inclined to be an onlooker. Individuals fixate solely on the outcomes they desire. Gu Wanwei felt a chill run down her spine as she absorbed Gu Cc's innermost thoughts. She had seriously underestimated the depths of Jiang Haoshi's depravity. "What the hell?" exclaimed Gu Yayan, unable to contain his outrage after hearing the thoughts. Both Gu Xixi and Gu Wanwei turned to look at him simultaneously. "There's grass for the horse to graze on," Gu Yayan chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "When I go home, there'll be meat for me to eat, haha." Gu Xixi and Gu Wanwei quickly averted their gazes. That was close. They nearly revealed too much. Gu Yayan increasingly appreciated Gu Cc's thoughts. When he sought his assistant, he intended to bring Gu Xixi along to partake in the gossip, to avoid being entangled with any undesirable characters. He simply could not endure another shock. Clearly, Gu Xixi was unaware that he could hear her thoughts. Contemplating Gu Cc's scathing internal commentary about him, Gu Yayan speculated that if she realized he had access to her inner voice, she would promptly shut down that channel. At that point, he would have nowhere to express his anguish. Such a remarkable ability must not be silenced. It should foster mutual benefit. As long as he pretended to be oblivious, he could continue to leverage Gu Cc's thoughts to navigate perilous situations. Hehe. Gu Wanwei retrieved her phone to check the online situation. Sure enough, half an hour ago, the news regarding her illness was rapidly gaining traction. Numerous fake accounts masquerading as bystanders incessantly reposted and commented, quickly elevating the topic's visibility. Gu Jingyan, on his way home, also noted the shifting winds online. Ever since the incident with Dai Yizhou, he had been vigilant about Jiang Haoshi's actions, fearing he might trouble Gu Wanwei. Unexpectedly, he had resorted to such despicable tactics. The atmosphere in the Gu household was eerily silent. Upon entering, Gu Jingyan sensed the presence of only two living souls, Grandmother Gu and Gu Xixi. Dinner was a morose affair, with hardly a word spoken. Grandmother Gu, oblivious to the unfolding drama and not well versed in online affairs, was spared the distressing news by her limited internet access. Gu Yayan, eager to catch Gu Cc's thoughts, refrained from speaking, as if his mouth were sealed with a zipper. The situation online escalated quickly. Gu Wanwei lost her appetite, consuming only a couple of bites before retreating upstairs. Gu Jingyan and Gu Yayan exchanged silent glances. One claimed to be full, declaring he would stay the night, while the other clutched a small bundle closely behind. Gu Xixi had long wished to ascend to the upper floor. Some gossip required proximity to the subjects involved to be triggered. Who knew what new revelations awaited? Oui, rest assured, with third brother around, that scoundrel shall never bully you, Gu Yayan proclaimed as he entered the room, thumping his chest like a gorilla. Is there anything I can assist you with? Just say the word. Gu Wanwei's eyes were glued to her phone, leaving her no time to acknowledge him. I need you to be quiet and not disturb my work, she replied, her long, elegant fingers dancing across the screen. Gu Jingyan knew his sister was not the type to retreat into solitude and weep when faced with adversity. Upon checking his phone, he found the topic that had been brewing was now subsiding. A flood of skeptical voices had emerged in real-time discussions. They appeared far more professional than the water army Jiang Haoshi had employed. The entire entry lacked evidence. It was merely hearsay, all unsupported claims. Netizens indulging in gossip began to sense something amiss, and as the trending topic waned, its heat gradually diminished. It was likely to fall out of the top 50 soon. As anticipated by Gu Wanwei, half an hour later, the topic about her illness vanished from the trending searches. This is troubling. Jiang Haoxi has purchased a new trending topic. He uploaded Dai Zhou's medical report, exploiting his relationship with her aunt to create insinuations. Given that Gu Wanwei and Dai Zhou had once been in a romantic relationship, the implication that she could also be afflicted due to the problematic report raised suspicions. After a brief lull, a new trending topic emerged, swiftly climbing to the top position. If they attempted to suppress it further, it would only serve to draw more attention. Gu Yayan had also procured a new phone for Gu Xixi. At that moment, she was curled up in the corner of the carpet, engrossed in the trending rankings.
Oh.
This is significant, Gu Yayan exclaimed, raising his phone. Shall we use this incident to overshadow the other? Just 10 minutes prior, a major traffic accident had occurred in Xiqing, with numerous casualties being transported to the city's First People's Hospital. Within 5 minutes, this event's trending topic had climbed just below that of Gu Wanwei's. An increasing number of people began to criticize Gu Wanwei, questioning why her trivial matters should overshadow the trending topic of a catastrophic traffic incident. No way, Gu Jingyan interjected, snatching Gu Yayan's phone as he prepared to make a call. If you promote this topic to suppress Wanwei's, and it leaks, it will only worsen her situation. Exactly. It seems like Dad's brain is functioning properly. Gu Yayan lamented, oh no, I've been criticized again. He had numerous contacts in public relations and in the past, he had delegated such matters to others without needing to intervene personally. You're right, big brother. This method is ineffective and may even backfire. Gu Wanwei agreed, her brow furrowed in concern. If she were merely an ordinary young lady, she might have managed to lower the heat by simply staying indoors for a while without significant repercussions. However, being at the helm of a company, her image was paramount. Any mismanagement could lead to irrevocable losses. Should this whirlwind expand, it could potentially affect Gu Jingyan, Gu Yayan, and Gu Junli. The situation had escalated so dramatically that Gu Junli, on a business trip out of town, had called to inquire about the circumstances and brainstorm solutions. There are still options available. The moment Gu Xixi's thoughts resonated, the room fell silent. The little one, deep in contemplation, remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. Beautiful aunt can use the excuse of a health checkup. A formal document from a public hospital could regain some control. The question remains, what excuse would be appropriate and unobtrusive? Gu Jingyan paused momentarily, then retrieved his phone to check again. I've thought of a solution. Chapter 35, A New Turn of Events. Gu Wanwei was taken aback. What solution? We need to go to the hospital for an examination immediately, Gu Jingyan declared, grabbing the car keys. First, we must obtain tangible evidence, and I will handle the rest. Gu Jingyan's suggestion aligned perfectly with Gu Xixi's thoughts. Although it was merely an examination, Gu Yayan insisted on accompanying them, and Gu Xixi joined in the excitement as well. Ultimately, the entire carload set off for the hospital. Gu Wanwei donned a baseball cap and sunglasses, wishing to avoid being ambushed by reporters along the way, who might pose all sorts of intrusive questions. The usually tranquil hospital at night was abuzz with activity today. Upon entering the lobby, Gu Wanwei recalled another trending topic from that evening. The majority of the injured from the severe traffic accident had been transported to First People's Hospital, while a few were diverted to this nearby facility. Make way, make way. Bloodied victims lay on stretchers, battling against the Reaper for time. Gu Jingyan raised a hand to shield Gu Wanwei, their silence starkly contrasting the chaos surrounding them. Let us go. I've already made arrangements, and you can undergo the examination immediately. Gu Wanwei nodded, casting glances back at the injured being brought in. Some individuals can still cry out in pain, while others lie on hospital beds, utterly unresponsive. The scenes before Gu Wanwei, racing against death, weigh heavily on her heart. Life is magnificent, yet exceedingly fragile. One cannot help but wonder how many families will be shattered this night. During her wait for results, the incessant sounds of weeping and wailing permeated the air, enveloping the entire hospital in a somber atmosphere. Brother. The hospital's blood bank is in dire need of type B blood. Gu Wanwei tugged at her coat, presenting her phone displaying the trending topic to Gu Jingyan. Noting the overwhelming number of injured. No sooner had she spoken than several individuals rushed in from outside, inquiring, where can we donate blood? This way. Just continue ahead, and you'll see the signs, she replied. Thank you. Something within Gu Wanwei's eyes began to dissolve. Watching the departing figures, she suddenly stood, thrusting her bag into Gu Jingyan's hands without uttering a word, merely adjusting her sunglasses before following the group. The urgency of the situation compelled Gu Wanwei to investigate further. However, she was unexpectedly confronted by a few people who cut in front of her in line. What are you doing? Gu Wanwei lowered her sunglasses slightly, her tone fierce. I was here first. Please do not cut in line. Miss, we're in a hurry. After donating blood, we need to catch a flight. We kindly ask for your understanding. Pleaded a couple, their hands clasped in a gesture of supplication. A warmth spread through Gu Wanwei's heart. How could she fault them? Very well, go ahead. Wei. What are you doing here in line? Gu Yan searched for her everywhere, finally spotting her in the blood donation queue. I came to donate blood, Gu Wanwei replied, regarding her sister as if she were foolish. Gu Yan knew her sister well. Her sensitivity made it difficult for her to remain indifferent in such circumstances. Then you should find a place to rest, shouldn't you? Just as she turned, Gu Yan noticed Gu Jingyan at the end of the line. Brother, are you also donating blood? She exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Since I'm already here, I might as well help out, he replied. Gu Xixi silently praised Gu Jingyan for being a good person. To outsiders, Gu Jingyan appeared emotionally unperturbed, resembling a handsome robot devoid of feelings. Yet, he simply possessed exceptional emotional control, remaining unfazed even in the face of calamity. Are you in line? Asked one of the newcomers. Uncertain if they were cutting in where Gu Yan stood frozen. Huh? Am I standing here just to be a landmark? Gu Yan retorted, crossing her arms in exasperation. Gu Wanwei was the most cherished princess of the Gu family. Throughout her life, her brother had always indulged her. When she carelessly scattered her toys, he silently collected them. As she grew older, whenever she caused mischief, he was there to smooth things over. Gu Yan understood that once Gu Wanwei made a decision, it was unchangeable, and Gu Jingyan would acquiesce to her wishes. During this time, Grandmother Gu had called, inquiring why they had not returned home after leaving. Gu Yan replied with a pout, "We're out for a late-night snack. We'll be back after." After donating blood, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night, and Gu Wanwei yawned, drowsily following Gu Jingyan. What had initially been a routine checkup had morphed into an impromptu blood donation. Gu Yan squinted, lost in thought. Brother, have we received the test results? What now? Gu Wanwei raised a page of paper in her hand. For matters she could not resolve, her brother would surely devise a solution. She had admired his intelligence since childhood, knowing that whenever she found herself in trouble, he would always be able to set things right. Let us head home and rest, Gu Jingyan suggested, signaling for everyone to get into the car. Gu Xixi, feeling drowsy, was cradled by Gu Jingyan into the child's seat, her eyes nearly closing. Yet, she did not forget to keep up with the gossip. So, it turns out that handsome dad didn't just bring Auntie here for a checkup. Someone just captured Annie donating blood on video, and they also caught the checkup results in the frame. What seems like a casual snapshot from a bystander is far more captivating than any lengthy explanation from the person involved. Gu Wanwei had intended to inquire further, but upon hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, she immediately opened her phone. A new twist had emerged regarding her. Gu Wanwei was rushing to get a checkup at night. It seemed the online rumors were indeed true. However, her test results were normal, and she had donated blood. She was certainly not ill. Perhaps it was all a publicity stunt. At least she had gone to donate blood, while others were likely just exhausted from typing away at home. Glancing through the online discussions, Gu Wanwei noticed that once her test results and blood donation photos were posted, the narrative shifted dramatically. The majority of netizens began to believe that the prior rumors were unfounded and began to denounce those who spread them as repugnant. Gu Jingyan sent her a video from his phone. Brother, how did you get this video? Gu Wanwei exclaimed in disbelief, staring at her phone. Isn't this the surveillance from outside Dai Izhou's residence? I have a friend who lives there. One night, someone suspicious knocked on the door, and he thought it was a thief casing the place, so he checked the surveillance the next day. A friend? Sounds a bit fabricated, Gu Wanwei thought. Gu Jingyan was merely looking out for her, keeping an eye on Jiang Haoxi to prevent any trouble, and had preemptively obtained leverage against him. Throughout her life, her brother had always quietly helped her clean up after her messes. Was tonight's incident regarding the bystander capturing my test results also orchestrated by you? Gu Wanwei mused. It was not difficult for her to deduce that once again, it was her brother assisting her. If I had suggested using this incident to dispel the rumors, you would have undoubtedly declined. You are not a hypocritical person, and pretending to donate blood to clarify something that is inherently baseless would undoubtedly weigh on your conscience. But your brother knows you well. He understands the kind of person you are. Some matters do not require me to instruct you on how to proceed. I know you will always choose the path of kindness and righteousness. Everything was part of Gu Jingyan's plan. He had calculated public sentiment and anticipated Gu Wanwei's actions. He merely needed to act as a guide. Gu Wanwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her emotions brimming. She managed to smile and snapped her fingers. Thank you, brother. Leave the rest to me. Gu Wanwei arranged for the video to be uploaded, allowing it to gain traction. She then personally posted on Weibo. Meeting scum is not frightening. Recognizing scum in a timely manner and removing them ensures peace and health. Middle finger emoji. I am in good health, free from illness or calamity, and can easily take on 3 scum at once. The controversy erupted, trending instantly. It turns out my ex-boyfriend is gay and seeking a wife to pose as straight. He contracted a disease and nearly endangered a girl. Disgusting. Wait, doesn't that man look like Jiang Haoshi? ISN Jiang Haoshi, supposed to have a girlfriend? It's precisely because he has a girlfriend that it's terrifying. Disgusting, forming a group to find a wife to pretend. What kind of straight man goes to a gay man's house at 2 in the morning? Just chatting under the covers? Chapter 36, The Bombshell. The confirmation of Dai Yizhou's homosexuality solidified public support for Gu Wanwei, leading to his condemnation trending online. Coupled with the video of Jiang Haoshi visiting Dai Yizhou's home in the dead of night, the implications were clear. Gu Wanwei no longer needed to elaborate. The internet was abuzz with speculation. Jiang Haoshi's hired public relations team attempted to cast doubt but was swiftly overwhelmed by genuine netizens and those enlisted by Gu Jingyan. As events unfolded, people were simply relieved that Gu Wanwei had timely exposed the true nature of the scoundrel. Previously, rumors of her illness lacked evidence, relying solely on baseless conjecture. However, Gu Wanwei had come forth with undeniable proof. Not only did she possess her test results, but she also included the surveillance footage from outside Dai Yizhou's residence. Gu Wanwei was not particularly concerned about public opinion, but as the president of a company, she could not allow the situation to escalate uncontrollably. She had to launch an effective counterattack. This series of strategic maneuvers proved successful, and the following day, Jiang Haoshi's name replaced hers on the trending list, followed closely by Fang Xiu. Gradually, Gu Wanwei was forgotten by the onlookers. Early in the morning, the media captured Fang Xiu visiting the hospital for a health check. Although she wore a mask, her eyes were red and slightly swollen, indicative of a night spent in tears. Gu Wanwei sighed helplessly as she gazed at her sister's photograph. Weiwei, how are things? Gu Juanli, who had just returned from a trip, hurriedly approached his sister, who was lost in thought on the sofa. It's all right now. Big brother has resolved everything for me. That's a relief. Gu Juanli had not slept well the previous night, as Jiang Haoshi had audaciously bullied them. Such audacity was intolerable. Uncle is back, huh? Upon hearing an unexpected thought, Gu Juanli instinctively smiled and was about to greet Gu Xixi. However, he paused. TSK. The issue with the beautiful aunt has been settled, but it seems uncle is about to encounter new troubles. Gu Juanli lowered his hand, choosing instead to attentively listen to the thought. Missing even a single word could lead to dire consequences for him. At tomorrow's celebration banquet, that Chao Haishu will get uncle drunk and throw him onto the bed of a woman he hired. He will deliberately let Sister Chu Yi witness this scene to disrupt their relationship. Although nothing will actually happen, this incident will cause a rift between uncle and Sister Chu Yi. At that time, Chao Haishu will feign kindness, seeking opportunities to comfort Sister Chu Yi. Taking advantage of the situation, Gu Juanli clenched his fists upon hearing this. This scoundrel was relentless in his schemes, either targeting Chu Yi directly or plotting against him. If it weren't for Gu Xixi's thoughts allowing him to prepare in advance, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to Chao Haishu's treachery. Gu Wanwei also caught wind of the little one's words, her heart tightening with inexplicable anxiety. Yet, after a lengthy pause, Gu Xixi remained silent. Delicious. Today's milk-flavored buns are delightful. Gu Wanwei, Gu Juanli. Approaching, Gu Juanli placed a small handmade gift he had brought for Gu Xixi on the table. Uncle has a little present for you. Busy eating her meal, Gu Xixi glanced at it, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, uncle. It doesn't look like something of great value. Gu Jingyan, having overheard Gu Xixi's thought, added a little food to her plate, explaining. This craft is purely handmade and quite precious. Its auction price online has nearly reached 200,000. I truly underestimated its worth. Uncle is so good to me. Gu Juanli couldn't help but chuckle at the little one. Despite her tender age, she had a remarkable affinity for money. Yet it was understandable. For the past 4 years, she had endured harm and mistreatment, often going hungry and feeling cold, leaving her with a profound sense of insecurity. Wealth could provide a sense of security and peace of mind. Gu Juanli shook his head helplessly, conceding to her whims. The little one munched on her breakfast, her mouth glistening with food. With thoughts of the celebration banquet looming, Gu Juanli felt a tinge of worry. The banquet had been arranged, and everyone in the company was expected to attend. Cancellation was out of the question. His successful negotiations had ignited enthusiasm throughout the company. And this celebration was his own proposal. As the boss, he couldn't appear overly fickle. With a scheming villain nearby, one could guard against a moment but not for a lifetime. If the events of tomorrow mirrored Xixi's earlier thoughts, he would be well prepared. His fear lay in the possibility of that scheming villain altering the plan in secret. The enemy was in the open while he lurked in the shadows. Gu Junli had yet to acquire the shares from Chao Haishu, so he wouldn't jeopardize his relationship with him just yet. It was not beneficial for either party or the company. Uncle, eat. As Gu Junli pondered, a soft, fluffy object nudged his lips. It was a bun offered by Gu Xixi. A warmth spread through Gu Junli as he smiled and took a bite. Thank you, Xixi. Indeed. If he feared Chao Haishu's machinations, bringing Xixi along would be the perfect solution. The celebration banquet was set at the finest five-star hotel KTV in the West City. There would be plenty to eat and play, and Gu Xixi could join in the merriment. Gu Junli earnestly sought an excuse. It wasn't he merely about using Gu Xixi. He genuinely wanted her to enjoy herself. Xixi, would you like to go and enjoy some delicious food tomorrow?
We can also sing.
Gu Junli seized the opportunity to finalize the arrangement. Uncle will be discussing another business deal. Tomorrow is the celebration. Gu Jingyan frowned slightly. Isn't it too late? Xixi needs to sleep by 9 p.m. Not at all. I promised to have her home by 9.
What?
There will be food and karaoke?
Yay.
I've been so bored at home, just eating and sleeping. Upon hearing Gu Xixi's eagerness to go, Gu Junli stood taller.
Brother, don't worry.
I guarantee I'll return her home promptly and responsibly. Second brother, if it's inconvenient for you to take Xixi, I can come to pick her up. Gu Wanwei eagerly raised her hand. The presence of that scheming villain in her brother's company was intolerable. She and Chu Yi were a perfect match and must not be torn apart. All right, Wei, you can join us. Gu Jingyan, aware of Gu Xixi's desire to attend, found it hard to refuse. Okay, but no excessive sweet treats. They're bad for your teeth, and you must have an adult accompany you to the restroom. Understood?
Got it.
The little one surely would be internally rolling her eyes at his overcautiousness. Gu Jingyan waited with bated breath, yet there was no response. In the past, after his numerous reminders, Gu Xixi would always mentally critique him. This time, however, she remained silent. This seemingly trivial matter unexpectedly lifted Gu Jingyan's spirits. He was still learning how to fulfill the role of a good father, unsure of the right balance between being overly chatty and being too lax. Gu Junli secretly rejoiced. As long as he could take Gu Xixi with him, he wouldn't fear Chao Haishu's schemes. The following day, he returned from the company expressly to pick up Gu Xixi, who wore a charming little dress paired with a short pink down jacket. Previously, the thought of Chao Haishu had plagued Gu Junli, but now, holding Gu Xixi's hand felt like grasping a golden opportunity, invigorating him with anticipation. Chapter 37. To act more authentically than him. Little Gu Xixi had to take a couple of steps to keep pace with her uncle. To her, he walked with an audacious stride that seemed to disregard all familial ties. Gu Junli's company employed over 50 people, with a management team of 20. Today, he had reserved an entire floor of the KTV, decorating the adjoining rooms at the corridor's end to create a vast venue. Everyone could interact freely, moving about while enjoying food and drinks, creating a lively yet relaxed atmosphere. If one room became too crowded for singing, they could easily switch to another room. After all, the entire floor was reserved for Gu Junli. Guests were free to enjoy themselves as they pleased. When Gu Xixi arrived, she caused quite a stir.
Oh.
This little girl is adorable. The crowd erupted in admiration as she was quickly surrounded. Mr. Gu, is this your brother's daughter? Her looks are akin to that of a doll. I wish I could play dress up with her. Will I ever have the fortune to have such a cute daughter in this lifetime? Gu Junli, being amiable and down-to-earth, enjoyed a friendly rapport with his employees, making conversations feel casual and warm. Help! I'm surrounded and can't breathe. With her little hands clutching his pants leg, Gu Junli, upon hearing her thought, promptly lifted her into his arms. The air is so much fresher up here. Listening to her unrestrained thoughts, Gu Junli couldn't help but chuckle. He introduced Gu Xixi to his colleagues and reciprocally introduced each of his coworkers to her. The significance of Gu Xixi's ability to remember names may be debatable. Yet the employees were astonished to discover that their boss could name each individual in the room, including those at the lower rungs of the corporate ladder with whom he seldom interacted. In an instant, Gu Junli's brief introduction garnered him a multitude of hearts. Following the acquisition of a new collaborative project, Gu Junli generously awarded salary increases to everyone, bringing smiles to every face. However, the expression of Chao Haishu appeared somewhat disingenuous. Throughout the proceedings, he seemed to wear a forced smile, retreating to a corner with a drink in hand, his gaze subtly yet persistently assessing Chui. This did not escape the keen observation of Gu Xixi, who was distinctly different from her peers. While others were there to indulge in merriment, Gu Xixi had come to glean gossip and assist her uncle. Of course, the feasting was merely a fade. One must be well fed to have the energy to gossip. System. Xixi, there's new gossip regarding this fellow. Gu Xixi. Report. Provide all gossip concerning him without omitting a single kernel. As she stuffed her mouth, Gu Xixi did not neglect her quest for gossip. Chao Haishu is truly despicable. In his senior year, my uncle co-rented an apartment with him. Sister Chu once found a kitten and temporarily housed it there. Chao Haishu deliberately killed the kitten and disposed of it far away to sow discord between them. He aimed to make Sister Chu believe my uncle was negligent. Sister Chu wept profusely for a long time because of it. Fortunately, Sister Chu is understanding, and my uncle handled the situation appropriately. Their relationship not only remained unscathed but actually flourished rapidly. In a heavy snowstorm, my uncle accompanied Sister Chu in search of the kitten for 5 hours. The following day, my uncle was stricken with a high fever of 40 degrees, lingering in and out of consciousness for 3 days. In his delirium, he even expressed a desire to rise and find the kitten for Sister Chu. Upon hearing my uncle's incoherent mumblings, Sister Chu couldn't bear to chastise him and felt deeply moved. Wow, I never imagined my uncle to be such a romantic. Attentive to Sister Chu's feelings, Gu Junli was engaged in socializing, raising his glass and bantering with every person who approached him. Upon hearing Gu Cc's thoughts, he was taken aback. He distinctly recalled the events, for it was he who first encountered that kitten and brought Chu to see it. She had instantly fallen in love and decided to adopt it. When the kitten went missing, Gu Junli tossed and turned, haunted by the image of it forlornly gazing at him from the roadside, rendering him sleepless. He spent a month in insomnia, continually convincing himself that the kitten must have merely run away, that it was likely still alive. At the moment he heard Gu Cc's thoughts, a long-buried memory pricked him suddenly, causing a sharp, suffocating pain in his chest. The kitten had perished long ago, and it was Chao Haishu who had taken its life. As he gazed at the grinning Chao Haishu across the room, an overwhelming urge to tear apart his false smile surged within him. Junli, you have been the linchpin of this project. Chao Haishu approached him with a feigned smile, raising his glass. I toast you. Gu Junli, in no mood to entertain this scoundrel, contemplated ignoring him, but the last vestige of rationality gently reminded him that to deal with a treacherous individual, one must outshine them in authenticity. Thank you. The credit does not belong to me, but to everyone. Gu Junli raised his glass high, his voice resonating. I sincerely appreciate everyone's hard work during this period. The company has reached this point because of all of you. In unison, everyone raised their glasses. Even Gu Xixi lifted her juice. Gu Junli seldom indulged in alcohol and certainly did not become inebriated casually. After a few drinks, he feigned a state of tipsiness, reclining in the corner of the booth. Xixi, what would you like to sing? How about this one? A children's song appeared on the screen. Sister, I want to sing this. Gu Xixi eagerly pointed at the screen, finally finding the song she desired. The older sister found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Do children enjoy singing such songs now? Gu Xixi took the microphone, her voice sweet and innocent, leading into the opening notes. Even in death, I must love. The room erupted in laughter as everyone heard such an adorable voice sing this song for the first time, leaning back in delight yet reluctant to miss a single word. So charming, utterly delightful. Yet, Gu Xixi felt disgruntled. This body was indeed that of a child. She was out of breath after merely the introduction, nearly exhausting herself. Her soft and tender voice lacked any commanding presence. Junli, are you drunk? Should I help you upstairs to rest? The long-dormant Chao Haishu sprang into action. Chu had been pulled into the adjacent private room by several female colleagues, each with a microphone in hand, joyfully singing in unison. Now was the perfect opportunity for Chao Haishu to stir trouble. Here it comes, the villain is about to act. Gu Xixi, abandoning her song, shrank into the shadows, intently observing the corner where Chao Haishu lingered. The feigned intoxication of Gu Junli allowed him to nod slightly, staggering as he draped an arm around Xiao Haishu, leading him into the elevator. The room had already been reserved, and he had also hired a woman of special profession. Everything was meticulously orchestrated. With this thought, Xiao Haishu revealed an evil grin. "Here we are, Junli. Why don't you go in and rest for a bit?" Xiao Haishu assisted him inside, then hurriedly attempted to exit. It was time to summon that woman. The woman could not be waiting in the room beforehand, as that would leave evidence on the surveillance. Xiao Haishu was a meticulous individual. Even when crafting traps, he ensured they were foolproof. "I'll take a nap. You continue to enjoy yourselves." Gu Junli waved his hand, signaling Xiao Haishu to leave quickly. Observing him in such a drunken state, Xiao Haishu hastily exited the room, descending to the celebratory floor to find a corner. "He's already in the room. You may enter now. Remember my instructions." Xiao Haishu messaged the woman, smiling as he tucked his phone away, seamlessly returning to the festivities. The moment the footsteps outside faded, Gu Junli swiftly vacated the room, producing a room card from his pocket to access the suite across the hall. 8888. Chapter 38. A historic moment. As Gu Junli stepped into suite 8888, he overheard a woman's voice in the corridor. It seemed she was on the phone, her tone flirtatious and coy. "Rest assured, I guarantee that once I enter, I will pounce on him and ensure everything is taken care of. Of course, there will be no shortage of photos. Trust me." The woman approached the very room Gu Junli had just entered, producing a second room card and successfully gaining entry. Just as Xixi had said, that woman must have been sent by Xiao Haishu. Gu Junli's brow furrowed, and he sent a text message from his phone. In the KTV private room downstairs, Chu Yi, having finished singing with her companions, scanned the area for Gu Junli. Her first instinct was to inquire with Xiao Haishu, as in her eyes, their bond was as close as brothers who could share a pair of trousers. "Where's Junli? Did he go to the restroom?" Chu Yi plopped down on the sofa, casually grabbing a piece of fruit. Xiao Haishu hesitated for a moment. "I don't know. Didn't he mention it to you? Perhaps he got drunk and went back." Went back. The more Chu Yi considered it, the more suspicious it became. She picked up her phone and exited the private room. Attempting to call Gu Junli, her call was not answered, but after 4 rings, it was abruptly disconnected. An immediate sense of alarm gripped her heart as she tightened her grip on her phone, seeking a secluded corner to check Gu Junli's location.
He was still in the hotel.
They shared a location service, allowing them to see each other's whereabouts. However, if Gu Junli had not left the hotel, why had he deliberately let the phone ring 4 times before hanging up? They had an unspoken agreement. If a call rang 4 times before being disconnected, it indicated the other party was in a special situation, needing a quiet, private environment to converse or send a message. The last time such a situation arose, Gu Junli had almost been kidnapped. Chu Yi resolved to call once more, and this time, the call connected. "Junli, what has transpired? Why the urgency in your tone?" Chu Yi's hand trembled slightly as she held the phone. "Sure." Gu Junli's voice came softly through the receiver. "Bring Xixi to room 8888 upstairs. Do not inform anyone, and ensure you are not seen, especially by Haishu." Although uncertain about the situation, Chu Yi nodded and returned to the KTV to find Gu Xixi. As she munched on fruit, she felt the excitement of the gossip system surge within her, and she casually tossed her watermelon back onto the plate. Eating fruit is less interesting than this juicy tidbit. The system chimed. "Chu Yi is coming to get you, taking you upstairs to meet Gu Junli." It seems Gu Junli is aware that Xiao Haishu intends to set a trap for him and has turned the tables. Gu Xixi responded, "Keep it simple. Just explain briefly." The system continued. "When you follow Chu Yi upstairs, you will witness a moment of history." At that moment, Chu Yi entered the private room. And through the haze of inebriated, jostling figures, her gaze met Gu Xixi's. The little bundle of energy rushed forward, hugging Chu Yi tightly. "Sister Chu Yi, I need to use the restroom." Just as Chu Yi was thinking of an excuse, she scooped up the little one, saying, "Let us go. I'll accompany you." As they exited the room, they spotted Xiao Haishu lurking in a corner, desperately trying to find a signal for his phone. His cheeks flushed and the scent of alcohol clouding his usual scholarly demeanor, he resembled a belligerent ruffian. Unaware of Chu Yi's presence behind him, he angrily pounded his fists against the wall. Chu Yi quickly covered Gu Xixi's mouth, ushering her into the elevator. "Xixi, we're heading to the restroom upstairs." The moment the elevator doors closed, Chu Yi's heart finally began to settle. Gu Xixi clung to her neck, her fuzzy head making Chu Yi's chin itch. I don't want to go to the restroom anymore. I want to see Uncle Air. Sister will take you to see Uncle Air soon.
Yay!
The elevator ascended at a glacial pace, stretching time as if they had traversed centuries. Chu-yi envisioned various perilous scenarios, her fists clenched tightly. However, as they approached the door to room 8888, it swung open, revealing Gu Junli standing there, unharmed, pulling them both into the room. What's going on? What has happened? Chu-yi's complexion paled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears from fear. Observing her distress, Gu Junli reached out, gently wiping her tears away, smiling as he took Gu Xixi into his arms. Do not worry, nothing particularly grave has occurred. Oh wait. Gu Xixi, you've just arrived to hear the latest gossip. Chao Haishu's woman has been anxiously trying to reach him, but he has no signal and is contemplating whether to come upstairs.
Ha!
KTV has no mobile signal. It has been deliberately jammed. The text Gu Junli had sent earlier was a signal to activate the jamming device. Chao Haishu intended to time his entrance perfectly, wanting to catch them in a compromising situation to sow discord between them. Ideally, he wanted to catch them mid-act, but with no signal. He was uncertain of the developments upstairs. Every step in this matter was crucial, and he could not afford to falter. Beneath the door of room 8888, a pinhole camera was discreetly installed, capable of capturing the scene across the hall. The woman had exited several times, incessantly dialing Chao Haishu's number. Having heard Gu Xixi's thoughts in advance, Gu Junli had prepared accordingly, investigating Chao Haishu and this woman beforehand. They had communicated through QQ, leaving no phone numbers or personal information exchanged. Chao Haishu was wary of the woman blurting out something, instructing her only to secure the man in the room. But where was the man? Nowhere to be found. The woman, fearing she might be deceived by Chao Haishu, was growing increasingly frantic. Junli, why are you surveilling the other side? Is there something peculiar at play? Chu-yi inquired, her demeanor serious as if entangled in some clandestine transaction. Gu Junli chuckled, patting her shoulder while handing her a cup of coffee. To perk you up, soon, there will be a spectacle. At that moment, Gu Xixi realized that her Uncle Air had long suspected something was amiss with Chao Haishu and had taken precautions. Thankfully, she had worried unnecessarily about her uncle falling into that scoundrel-esque trap. It seemed the Gu family's genes were indeed exceptional, each member more astute than the last, except for Uncle San, whose genetic mutation set him apart. The system announces, Chao Haishu is coming up.
Gu Xixi et Galim.
Everyone stand up. Gu Junli abruptly rose, frozen in the center of the room. Chao Haishu has reached the corridor.
Gu Xixi announced.
Uncle Air, why are you just standing there? She said, slurping from a box of milk. Feigning nonchalance, Gu Junli awkwardly chuckled. I've been seated for too long. My legs are a bit numb. I needed to stretch. The sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing approached from outside. A familiar figure appeared on Gu Junli's phone. Chao Haishu rushed to knock on the door opposite them. As soon as it opened, a scantily clad, alluring woman lunged forward, kissing him passionately. Despite his attempts to escape, she pushed him into the adjacent room, determined to seize the long-awaited target. Chu-yi's face flushed with embarrassment as she held her cheeks in astonishment. What's going on? Is that woman Haishu's girlfriend? He never mentioned her. If she were his girlfriend, why choose this time and method? With keen insight, Chu-yi quickly grasped the implications. You mean he's paying for her?
Gu Junli nodded in affirmation.
Their unspoken understanding required no further elaboration. Just then a notification chimed on Gu Junli's phone. It was a message from Gu Wanwei. She was coming to pick up Gu Xixi to take her home for the night. Initially, Gu Wanwei had planned to join them, but an urgent situation at work had required her to stay and manage affairs. Now, with everything resolved, she was finally able to come. Vivi is here to take Xixi home. Let us escort her downstairs. Gu Junli lifted Gu Xixi in one arm and took Chu-yi's hand with the other. Everyone, turn around. Chao Haishu is about to emerge. Gu Xixi's thoughts reverberated, prompting Gu Junli to feign waiting for the sound of the door before turning back to look. The door swung open with a loud bang, revealing a disheveled Chao Haishu, his clothes in disarray and lipstick marks adorning his face and neck. The woman, exuding an air of seduction, leaned against the wall with a mischievous grin. Oh, you haven't paid yet. Just as Chao Haishu was fastening his belt, he looked up, utterly flustered, to find Gu Junli and Chu-yi standing at the elevator entrance. Chu-yi's shocked and incredulous expression felt like daggers piercing him. A searing pain gripped Chao Haishu's heart. Chapter 39. This little granddaughter is quite a treasure. Gu Junli swiftly shielded Gu Xixi's eyes with his hand. Hai Shu, continue. We were just about to head downstairs. No, it's not what you think. Chow Hai Shu exclaimed, his emotions running high as he rushed forward, only to be yanked back by the woman gripping his belt. Pay me. You want to get away, without paying. At this point, Chow Hai Shu was already in a state of disarray, desperate to rid himself of the woman and avoid disrupting his explanation. He fished out his wallet from his outer coat, tossing a handful of cash at her. Get lost. The woman pouted, leisurely collecting the money from the floor. TSK. You dare to act tough, but can't take responsibility? What kind of man are you? After gathering the money, she nonchalantly stowed it in her bag. Smirking as she brushed past Chu-yi, Chow Hai Shu wiped the lipstick marks from his cheeks, tightened his belt, and staggered towards Chu-yi. His disheveled state was alarming, prompting Chu-yi to instinctively retreat behind Gu Junli. Chu-yi, let me explain. It's not what you think. We didn't do anything. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Sweat poured down Chow Hai Shu's forehead as he panicked, his trembling hands raised in a futile attempt to clarify. You need not offer me any explanations. Chu-yi forced a smile that was both awkward and anxious, her fingertips gently grasping the hem of Gu Junli's garment. We are all adults here, we understand. However, it is indeed possible for you to engage in a serious relationship with a girlfriend. Chow Hai Shu gesticulated animatedly. A multitude of explanations lodged in his throat, akin to coarse stones choking him with discomfort. On one hand, he felt as though Chu-yi's words had delivered a resounding slap to his face. Their relationship was not one that necessitated such explanations, and her comment made him feel like a fool. On the other hand, Chow Hai Shu yearned to seize Gu Junli by the collar and demand clarity.
Why?
After he had personally escorted him to the room, had he vanished? Had it not been for the sudden loss of signal on his phone, he would not have ascended the stairs to investigate. This plan was of paramount importance. He could not afford any missteps. It was precisely this sense of urgency that had propelled him into the trap laid by Gu Junli. Really, it's all a misunderstanding. Chow Hai Shu hastily attempted to clarify when a phone call abruptly interrupted him. Gu Wanwei's voice boomed through the receiver. Second brother, why haven't you come down yet? Xixi needs to sleep by 9. If you return late, Big Brother will be displeased. We're coming down, right away, Gu Junli replied, hanging up the phone and raising it slightly, uttering no further words. Watching the two figures vanish before him, Chow Hai Shu's expression shifted from shattered disappointment to an insidious resentment. Was it mere coincidence? He had never believed in such happenstance. Could it be that Gu Junli had anticipated his plans and had deliberately vacated the room? The mere thought sent a chill down Chow Hai Shu's spine. How could Gu Junli possibly know? On the surface, their brotherly bond appeared strong. Gu Junli was also a magnanimous individual, unconcerned with trifles. It was inconceivable that any prior grievances would make him wary. No matter how hard Chow Hai Shu contemplated, he could not fathom it. It seemed prudent to concoct a reasonable excuse tonight, to provide Gu Junli with a thorough explanation the following day. Their relationship must not deteriorate. Chow Hai Shu was in dire need of funds, extremely desperate for them. As the elevator descended, Gu Wanwei awaited them in the parking lot below. What's the matter? Why are you silent? Were you startled by what just transpired? Gu Junli gently patted Chu-yi's shoulder, feigning ignorance. Chu-yi's mouth opened and closed several times before she finally spoke. I just found Hai Shu so unfamiliar. He didn't seem like the person we know.
Gu Xixi,
Perched on Gu Junli's shoulder, still wished to relish the unfolding drama. Yet, her bedtime had arrived, and her body instinctively succumbed to sleepiness. Gu Xixi struggled to raise her brows, barely managing to open her eyes a sliver, her energy waning. Observing that her second brother appeared completely alert, Gu Wanwei felt reassured. Second brother, you're not drunk, are you? You must be careful not to drink too much. Drunkenness leads to disorder. Please be mindful. Gu Wanwei's earnest demeanor embarrassed Chu-yi slightly. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on your second brother. I won't let him get drunk. It seemed that perhaps, just perhaps, her second brother had managed to evade the night's calamity. Suddenly, the drowsy Gu Xixi straightened up, her inner voice echoing once more. He owes a substantial sum of money. It won't be long before the loan sharks come looking for him. Was this not serendipity knocking at the door? Gu Junli was troubled about how to acquire the shares from Chow Hai Shu, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Prior to this, he must ensure that Chow Hai Shu remained oblivious to the changes in their relationship, as this might provoke him to sell the shares to another. I can't take it anymore. I'm too sleepy. I'll savor the drama tomorrow. Her little head, exhausted, fell onto Gu Juanli's shoulder as she drifted into slumber, her tiny hands resting peacefully. Though Gu Xixi did not wish to suck her fingers, some reactions were instinctual. She could not fully resist. From the moment they got in the car until they arrived home, Gu Xixi remained in deep sleep, heavily slumbering. Gu Xixi was eventually carried back into the house by Gu Jingyan after Gu Wanwei's arms grew sore from holding her. The little darling mumbled in her sleep. Why are lollipops not sweet? Gu Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle, gently extricating her tiny hand, wiping it clean with a towel, and tucking it back under the covers. Having previously observed the servant's care for the sleeping little one, Gu Jingyan was eager to try it himself. As Gu Laotai entered the room to check on her granddaughter, she happened upon Gu Jingyan attending to Xixi. The son, who often appeared as stoic as a stone, was revealing a tender and meticulous side. As a mother, she was well aware of her son's burdens. Gu Jingyan, as the eldest son, had been groomed since childhood to inherit the family legacy, bearing greater pressures than his 3 siblings. Others could afford to indulge in leisure, even if their grades dropped to 10th in the class. But Gu Jingyan could not. He maintained his position as the top student, excelling in his field, and ultimately took over the Gu group at the age of 22, allowing the elder Gu to retire early. Initially, Gu Laotai had harbored concerns. It was only when the Gu group flourished under Gu Jingyan's leadership, his resolute methods earning him the respect and admiration of all, that her worries subsided. He possessed an undeniable charisma, rendering him indomitable in the business realm, a radiant sun. Companies, both large and small, humbly bowed before his brilliance, willingly submitting to his authority. Gu Jingyan was steadfast and radiant, exuding an unmatched presence. Yet, Gu Laotai understood the weight he carried. The second son could whimsically establish his own company, disregarding the Gu family entirely. The third son and Gu Wanwei could choose industries that piqued their interest, engaging in pursuits that resonated with their passions. But from the very beginning, Gu Jingyan had no choice. He must be formidable, composed, and bear the responsibility of the Gu family. Upon Gu Xixi's arrival in the Gu household, Gu Laotai witnessed him shedding the armor of stoicism and resilience, allowing warmth and tenderness to flow unguarded. This little granddaughter was a true treasure. Chapter 40. Loud Conspiracy. Morning sunlight spilled across the windowsill. A small capsule-like figure stirred beneath the covers, and Gu Xixi's Fluffy had emerged. With a yawn and a stretch, the little darling rubbed her eyes and resolved to wash up all by herself, eschewing the maid's assistance. A mere washing routine posed no challenge for her. With determined steps, Gu Xixi set out to accomplish her morning rituals independently. Standing before the sink, she tilted her head back, gazing at the lofty faucet, and was instantly confounded. As Gu Jingyan entered the room, he caught sight of Gu Xixi stretching her short arms in an attempt to reach the faucet. She jumped and bounced. Yet her palms remained a considerable distance from the spout. A large hand reached in from the side, effortlessly turning on the faucet. "Why didn't you call Aunt He to help you?" Gu Jingyan asked, wetting a towel with warm water, wringing it out, and then crouching down to wipe the little one's face. Recognizing the limitations of her petite stature, Gu Xixi placed her fists on her hips, standing upright. Her small face received 2 thorough washes, and when Gu Xixi opened her eyes, her bangs exploded upwards from her hairline. Gu Jingyan had just placed the towel back in the sink when he nearly burst into laughter. The little darling, clad in a khaki plush pajama set, resembled a small lion standing upright. Gu Xixi and the little lion were quite a match. Unlike other children who favored the cute and pastel, her outward appearance was innocent and adorable, yet her inner voice was bold and spirited. A knock echoed at her door, and Gu Juanli's stealthy voice crept through the crack. What could her second uncle want so early in the morning? Gu Xixi glanced at Gu Jingyan, and upon receiving a nod of encouragement from him, she walked over to open the door. "Good morning, second uncle," the little darling greeted politely. Gu Juanli was utterly smitten, his eyes squinting with delight. "Good morning, Xixi. It is peculiar. Today, there are no remarks from her to critique. She seeks me early in the morning, undoubtedly for some unfavorable purpose." Uncle's smile is excessively sycophantic, his expressions laid bare for all to decipher, making him quite easy to read. Gu Juanli, critique comes and goes, I have grown accustomed to it. Yet, did Xixi truly claim that he wears all his emotions on his face? Doubtful. He pondered as he skeptically touched his own face with his palm, silently vowing to temper his expressions. Otherwise, how could he possibly deceive Chao Haishu with his flawless acting skills? Today, he ventured to seek a favor from his little niece. He wished to borrow her. However, requesting his older brother for such a favor might very well lead to rejection. After all, one cannot simply take a child to work every day. Gu Junli deliberated and decided to approach Gu Xixi first. If he could charm and persuade the little one, he could then negotiate with his elder brother, significantly increasing his chances of success. Xixi, would you like to visit Uncle's company today? There will be afternoon tea, an array of delightful mini cakes, juices, milk tea, and even a new toy car Uncle just bought. Gu Xixi, with an impassive expression, yawned. Not interested. But Uncle also bought a jade cup for you. A jade cup. Now I am suddenly curious to see it. Gu Junli felt a surge of relief. While other children might be enticed by food and toys, Gu Xixi was different. Her affections lay solely with money and valuable items. With this tailored approach, he was confident she would not refuse. Oh, Xixi, are you really curious? Can you really go see? The little one leaned against the door, her expression wavering. Gu Junli squatted at the doorway, nodding in agreement. Of course. But don't tell your brother just yet. I will speak with him first, and if he declines, you can simply say you want to go. At this moment, Xixi's peripheral vision caught sight of Gu Jingyan, who was standing behind the door, eavesdropping on Gu Junli's conspiring tone. Really? Don't tell me just yet? A hand emerged from within, tapping against the door frame, startling Gu Junli so much that he fell back onto the floor. Gu Jingyan stepped out from behind the door, his inscrutable gaze sending shivers down Gu Junli's spine. Although his elder brother was not a violent man, he was quite obstinate. Once he made up his mind, changing it was nearly impossible. What if he believed that Gu Junli was conspiring with the little one behind his back? What if, in his displeasure, he forbade Xixi from visiting the company? Today, it was highly likely that Chao Haishu would seek him out for an explanation. At that time, he would need to rely on Xixi's insights to determine whether this schemer had any ulterior motives. Chao Haishu was particularly adept at acting and remarkably patient, executing his plans with precision and leaving little to no trace behind. Had it not been for Gu Xixi's revelations, Gu Junli might have fallen prey to this treacherous individual. Elder brother, so early? Gu Junli scrambled to his feet, forcing a smile onto his face. Good morning. How strange. Previously, it had always been the servants who assisted Gu Xixi with her morning routines. Why was his elder brother up so early today? Had the sun risen from the west? Indeed, mornings are quite pleasant. I heard you whispering about me. Gu Junli placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, attempting to create an atmosphere of camaraderie. No. It's all a misunderstanding. I was not speaking ill of you. I merely wished to take Xixi out for some fun. Fun at the company? What is there that could possibly be entertaining? When it came to being blunt, Gu Jingyan excelled. A bead of sweat trickled down Gu Junli's forehead as he feared his brother would refuse to lend him the child. He pulled him aside into a corner, preparing to take a gamble. Surely, if he claimed that borrowing Xixi was a matter of life and death, his brother would not refuse, right? Brother, I have no choice. If I don't have Xixi, I'll be in big trouble. What do you mean by trouble? Really, brother, I'll be in big trouble. Gu Jingyan frowned, his expression akin to that of someone encountering a lunatic. Ah. Gu Junli clutched his head, falling to his knees with a dramatic cry. But, can I write it down? Can I type it on my phone? He immediately attempted every conceivable method, yet when it came to the crucial words, his hands lost control, typing nothing but gibberish. Gu Jingyan raised a hand to calm the increasingly panicked Gu Junli, slowly articulating a single word. Understood. No, brother, you don't understand. You're the one who's in trouble. No, I truly understand. Gu Jingyan pressed gently, indicating for Gu Junli to remain calm. As long as Xixi is willing, you can take her to the company, just take good care of her. Really? Of course. Gu Junli was overwhelmed with gratitude and enveloped Gu Jingyan in a bear hug. Thank you, brother. Thank you. From childhood to now, this brother had maintained a rather stable demeanor, rarely displaying such emotional outbursts. Gu Jingyan had nearly solidified his suspicions. In the Gu household, Gu Xixi's insights were not exclusive to him. At least he was certain that Gu Wanwei and Gu Junli could also hear her thoughts. It dawned upon him that he was not the only one privy to Gu Xixi's musings, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Gu Wanwei emerged from her room clad in loungewear, spotting her second brother's unusually grateful demeanor, which was quite a rarity. What's going on? She yawned widely. Why are you both crowding at Xixi's door so early in the morning? Because, beep beep beep, Gu Jingyan attempted to candidly express the matter of hearing thoughts. Gu Junli sensed the shift and quickly chimed in. Exactly, beep beep beep. What is happening? Have both brothers gone mad? Observing her energetic second brother, Gu Wanwei recalled Gu Xixi's earlier revelations. Since they could not speak of their thoughts, perhaps she could at least warn her second brother to be wary of the little schemer nearby. Second brother, chirp chirp chirp. In an instant, the three adults fell silent. Chapter 41, The Golden Finger That Saves the Gu Family. Gu Jingyan, having already guessed the situation, spoke directly. I know what you want to say. And I feel the same. Gu Wanwei and Gu Junli exchanged glances, quickly understanding what Gu Jingyan referred to. Elder brother, you too? It turns out I am not alone. Elder brother, you can also hear? Yes, I beep beep beep. This twist of fate was indeed considerate, providing each of them with a unique form of silence. Elder brother beep beep beep, second brother chirp chirp chirp, and little sister chirp chirp chirp. How wonderful! Gu Wanwei exclaimed, clapping her thighs. I was troubled about how to inform second brother, but now that I know you've already heard, I feel relieved. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Gu Junli felt a wave of emotion. Rest assured, this minor issue is within my capability to handle. No problem at all. It turned out everyone was aware of his situation and was contemplating how to assist. Everything had become simpler. There was no need for anyone to intervene. Gu Junli resolved to manage the matter himself. This affair did not concern the Gu family nor the Gu corporation, since it was his personal matter. He ought to resolve it independently. Being adults, Gu Junli was confident he could handle everything. Does that mean the third brother is also?
Indeed.
He once took Xixi to the company as well. I suspect he is the chirp chirp. I also suspect he is the chirp chirp. Let us pretend we don't know. Gu Junli waved his hand dismissively, returning everything to normal. Gu Wanwei and Gu Junli nodded in tacit agreement. Since they could not speak of it, fate must have its own arrangements. There was no need to force it. Gu Xixi was indeed the divine intervention sent to save the Gu family. They merely needed to hold on tightly to the little one's coattails, and any problem would be easily resolved. After the siblings reached an understanding, Gu Junli found it considerably easier to borrow the child from Gu Jingyan. After breakfast, Gu Junli, with one hand pulling a small suitcase and the other cradling Gu Xixi, drove to the company. The suitcase was filled with Gu Xixi's drawing books, toys, and other essentials. And Gu Junli had even specially installed a child seat in the back. Xixi, don't you think the company is full of vitality this morning? Gu Junli entered the lobby, gently bouncing the little one in his arms, hoping she could feel the vibrant energy of the company. Gu Xixi, is uncle possessed? On a weekday morning at the company, all I feel is the fatigue of a corporate drone, hunger, exhaustion, and a desire to assassinate the boss. A splash of cold water extinguished Gu Junli's fervor, and he quietly cradled the little milk bag as he made his way to the office. He carefully settled the little milk bag by the sofa, retrieved the toys he had brought along, and placed the previously customized jade cup on the table for her amusement. The little milk bag, who had displayed little expression until now, immediately lit up upon seeing the jade cup.
Wow.
This is clearly exquisite jade. Such a large piece must be worth at least several million. What a statement. The jade cup was meticulously handcrafted, costing him nearly 2 million. However, what did 2 million matter? As long as he could win over Gu Xixi, material possessions were trivial. After ensuring the little milk bag was comfortable, Gu Junli opened his laptop to review the workflow documents from the past 2 days. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a thud against the wall. The newcomer was Chao Haishu, clad in a pristine suit, presenting a polished appearance. Yet beneath this facade lurked a malice, as toxic as poison water. Haishu, good morning. Gu Junli greeted him nonchalantly, with a raised hand. Morning, Chao Haishu replied, his smile lacking sincerity as he approached, carefully crafting his words for the conversation about last night. I understand. You haven't encountered a girl you fancy in years, and have never had a girlfriend, Gu Junli interjected, rising to pat his shoulder with an understanding expression. It's only natural to have such needs. No. Chao Haishu exclaimed, nearly losing his composure as he gripped the edge of the desk. It's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Have you encountered any trouble? Gu Junli asked, gently urging him to calm down. Do you need my assistance? Did I not take you to that room to rest last night? With his emotions settling, Chao Haishu began to rationalize his actions. I feared you might vomit from intoxication, and suffocation would be troublesome, so I thought I should check on you. But when I arrived at the room, you were nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to push the door open, that woman came in, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol. She pulled me in, muttering incoherently, and when I finally managed to break free, she threatened me, claiming that if I didn't give her money, she would shout about being assaulted in the hallway. Chow Haishu slumped onto the chair behind him, fingers running through his hair. I had no choice. I was in a hurry to find you, fearing something might happen. So I gave her some money. Who would have thought she was unsatisfied and demanded more, or she would go outside and scream. Gu Juanli silently observed his performance, waiting for Chow Haishu to finish before seizing the opportunity to take the stage. So this is all my fault, Gu Juanli said, feigning realization with a guilty sigh. I had a terrible headache last night. As soon as I entered the room, I felt unwell and wanted to go downstairs to buy some painkillers. Later, I called Chu Yi, who mentioned she had painkillers in her bag and would bring them up for me. Concerned that Xixi shouldn't be alone downstairs, she brought her along. You know how the upstairs hallway twists and turns. I was worried she wouldn't find her way, so I went down to meet her. Gu Juanli slapped the table. It must have been right when I went downstairs that you took the other elevator up, and we just missed each other. He clearly remembered last night's events. After they exited the room, they had waited for about 10 seconds before Chow Haishu stumbled out from the opposite side. He was unaware that Gu Juanli had booked a suite in the room across. The hotel owner was a friend of his, and he had some connections with the Gu family. A single word from Gu Juanli could erase all records pertaining to him. He had even managed to find out which room Chow Haishu had booked prior to the celebration banquet. Yes, it must have been that way. Chow Haishu nodded in agreement. That woman was acting insane, insisting I give her money. Applause erupted from the sofa area. Chow Haishu then noticed a snow-white little milk bag sitting there. During this time, with ample food and sleep, Gu Xixi had filled out nicely, her little face becoming adorably round. What brings Xixi here? My mom is going out today. It's too pitiful for her to be home alone, Gu Juanli explained, slipping into character. I thought the office would be lively, and as long as she didn't mind, it would be nice for her to play over there. Nodding, Chow Haishu smiled and turned to her. Xixi, why are you applauding? Why am I applauding? Applauding your acting skills, of course. After thinking all night, you've indeed concocted a plausible excuse to rationalize last night's events. It's a pity you didn't become a screenwriter. This little cookie is delicious, Gu Xixi exclaimed happily, clapping her hands again. Uncle, do you dislike Xixi clapping? She looked up at him with an innocent, hurt expression. Gu Juanli quickly interjected, Haishu, don't be upset. Xixi is still a child. She didn't hear us discussing serious matters, so she was just playing. It's fine. I'm not upset. I just didn't expect Xixi to be here, Chow Haishu said, visibly flustered as he waved his hands in explanation. What was he so anxious about? He came here not just to clarify things. He also wants to borrow money. The loan sharks blocked his door this morning and gave him a beating, but they didn't hit his face. Gu Juanli exclaimed, that makes sense. The plot thickened here. Chapter 42, Loan Sharks arrive at the company. He came here looking to borrow money from my uncle to repay the loan sharks. If my uncle lends him the money, he could turn his life around. This guy borrowed money from my uncle, then went on a gambling spree. With luck so outrageous, he turned the borrowed 6 million into 40 million. He then covertly invested that 40 million, transforming it into 100 million. Once he had money, his confidence soared, and he became even more arrogant, brazenly sabotaging Sister Chu Yi's relationship with my uncle, seizing the opportunity. He even schemed to take over my uncle's company. Ultimately, he pushed my uncle off the building, disguised it as a suicide. At that time, my uncle lost his company and Sister Chu Yi, suffering both career and emotional blows, making it appear he had a motive for suicide. Yet, not a single surveillance camera recorded Chow Haishu at the company. He even paid someone to fabricate an alibi. Thus, my uncle's death was ruled a suicide. Gu Juanli listened intently to Gu Xixi's heartfelt revelations, a heavy sense of injustice swelling within him, with no outlet for his frustration. Especially with the culprit, Chow Haishu, right before him. This man, who had always called him brother, harbored no semblance of camaraderie, intent solely on usurping Chu Yi and the company. Haishu, we have a meeting soon. You should go prepare and head to the conference room. Gu Juanli steadied his emotions, maintaining his usual demeanor as he urged him to get ready. Once Chow Haishu exited the office, Gu Juanli snapped his fingers at Gu Xixi. Your uncle is in the conference room next door. You can come find him anytime, but you mustn't leave this place.
Got it.
I haven't had enough of the snacks yet. I won't go anywhere. There's heating here, plenty to eat and drink, and I can snack while enjoying the show. It's paradise. Gu Juanli, reassured, cradled his laptop and ventured next door. As he settled in, he surprisingly overheard the familiar voices from just a wall away. These little cookies are delicious. Even better than those at home. I've found an advantage of uncle. Advantage, knows how to choose cookies.
Mia 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 mia. So tasty.
Gu Junli's heart tightened. She won't overindulge, will she? How long has she been yet? If she gets a stomach ache, Big Brother will surely be furious. Though Gu Jingyan rarely lost his temper. If provoked, one could only imagine the depths of his wrath. This was his precious daughter. If she ended up in the hospital due to a stomach ache, what fate awaited the one responsible? Once that box of cookies was finished, no more could be given today. Feeling quite satisfied, Gu Xixi let out a hearty burp and skillfully grabbed her tablet to search for a show to watch. What a load of rubbish this performance is. The acting is utterly atrocious. Oh, it's an actor from Third Uncle S Company. It's only a matter of time before that company goes under. What on earth did they sign? Gu Junli chuckled. As he perused some documents, Chewy cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Gu Junli patted her arm, regaining his seriousness while stifling a laugh. It's nothing. Carry on. As long as Gu Cc's critiques were not directed at him, he found it amusing. When Xiao Haishu goes out for lunch, the loan sharks will come to the company. If they can't find Xiao Haishu, they cause a ruckus in the office. Gu Junli's previously tense expression twitched involuntarily.
What?
The loan sharks are coming to the company. This small team had just begun to unite due to the success of their recent project. If they were spooked and discovered the management's unreliability, it would undoubtedly shake the employees' confidence and perception of the company. Maintaining morale in the business world is of utmost importance. Hearing these thoughts, Gu Junli was relieved that the wall hadn't T-blocked the signal. This information was too critical. The meeting concluded just as lunchtime arrived. Xiao Haishu intended to invite Gu Junli to join him, but Gu Junli concocted an excuse, claiming he needed to rush a proposal in the office, thus asking Xiao Haishu to help with the takeaway. I'm going to High GT restaurant. Do you want me to get you something? Although he felt no affection for Gu Junli beneath the mask, Xiao Haishu would not refuse to uphold appearances. Moreover, he planned to borrow money from Gu Junli. I forgot that Xixi is still here. Never mind, no need to pack anything for me. I'll have Chu-Yi order some kid-friendly meals. We'll eat at the office. Thanks. After patting Xiao Haishu's shoulder, Gu Junli feigned busyness and returned to his office, having deduced where Xiao Haishu intended to dine. In the office's sofa area, Chu-Yi was in fits of laughter thanks to Gu Cc's antics. Observing the harmonious interaction between Gu Xixi and Chu-Yi, Gu Junli felt a twinge of melancholy. Although they were uncle and niece, this little darling genuinely adored Chu-Yi, sweetly calling her sister and lavishing praise upon her, something he had never experienced. Indeed, Gu Xixi seemed to favor Weiwei even more. Pondering this, Gu Junli suspected that this little cherub simply had a penchant for beautiful older sisters. The lunch offerings catered to children's palates, light, exquisite. And even the takeaway containers resembled works of art. Delicious, delicious, ha ha ha. This too is delightful. I find it quite agreeable to linger at Second Uncle's company. Gu Junli was moved to the brink of tears. He had finally received some affirmation. I'm full, burp. The loan sharks are nearly here. They'll arrive in 5 minutes. How should we go downstairs to watch the drama unfold? Gu Junli cleared his throat, raising his hand. Xixi, would you like to take a stroll nearby? You haven't seen the area around Second Uncle's company. An opportunity. Today, let us score 2 points for Second Uncle. Gu Xixi, elated, dashed forward and for the first time took the initiative to grasp Gu Junli's hand. At that moment, Chu-Yi also reached out. Xixi, would you like to take a nap? The little darling looked left and right before ultimately tightening her grip on Gu Junli's hand. Watching the drama was paramount. Xixi wanted to accompany Second Uncle for a walk. Having eaten her fill, she gently patted her belly, deliberately pushing it out. If she lay down now, she feared that she might regurgitate her meal. Chu-Yi covered her mouth, laughing. All right, you two go have a look around for a bit. I'll check the materials needed for the afternoon meeting. The duo, one tall and one small, initially walked calmly out of the office, but their pace quickened, their larger and smaller feet alternating in rhythm. Once inside the elevator, Gu Cc's little feet were still anxiously tapping away. Hurry up, hurry up. Watching the drama cannot be slow. As they reached downstairs, they spotted 3 intimidating figures entering from outside. The trio made their way straight to the reception, causing the receptionist's face to pale in fright. They exuded an aura of menace that ordinary individuals lacked. Is Xiao Haishu here? Bring him out. One of them, holding a plastic water bottle, rapped it against the table as he spoke. Gu Junli straightened up, smiling as he approached. Are you looking for Haishu? He.s. at High GT restaurant. He isn't returned yet, just a short distance ahead. The trio glared at the security guard by the entrance and, with a flick of the lead's hand, swiftly departed the company. Quick, follow them. Gu Junli promptly scooped Gu Xixi into his arms. Let us go. If we run slowly, we'll miss the action. Chapter 43. Acquire the shares you hold. Due to encountering Gu Junli downstairs, the loan sharks did not ascend to the upper floors nor disturb the other employees. Only the frightened receptionist was aware that someone had come looking for Chow Haishu. Those men seemed to exude an air of threat. They didn't look like good people at all. Thankfully, Mr. Gu intervened just in time, otherwise, she feared those men might suddenly lash out and strike her. Some individuals, steeped in long-standing hostility, possess an aura that cannot easily be altered. Gu Junli, carrying Gu Xixi, was already running. Thankfully, they hadn't missed the most thrilling part. Chow Haishu, just exiting the tea restaurant, was caught red-handed. He didn't even have a moment to flee before they seized his arm. Surrounded by other colleagues dining nearby, Chow Haishu wished to keep the matter under wraps and was thus dragged by the three men to a small alley at the street corner. The area was filled with old shops awaiting demolition, and even in daylight, few would pass through, especially since it was a dead end. Who would venture there without reason? The three men shoved Chow Haishu into the alley, booting him to the ground. You bastard, you said you'd pay back last week. How dare you delay? Chow Haishu grimaced in pain, begging for mercy as the assailants showed him no leniency, raining down punches upon him. Chow Haishu borrowed from two loan shark companies. He won some money gambling, used it to pay back A, then borrowed again to pay back B. Then borrowed from B again to gamble. An endless cycle. At first, he could win a bit, but then he gambled larger amounts and lost more. He couldn't repay anymore. This morning, a company had beaten him. Now it was B Company's turn. A mixed pair of thugs from different factions. The alley echoed with the sounds of Chow Haishu's cries as he was beaten until he could barely make a sound, curled up on the ground, clutching his head. Seeing the moment had come, Gu Junli shouted into the alley. Stop hitting him. I'm calling the police. They'll be here any moment. Pay back within 2 days. Don't drag this out, or next time it won't be so easy. Fearing the police might actually arrive, the three men bolted from the alley toward a more populated area. Once they had fled, Gu Junli, who had been hiding with Gu Xixi in a corner, finally emerged. He feigned a look of shock and concern, stepping into the alley to help Chow Haishu up. What happened? How did it come to this? Who were those men? And why did they attack you? Chow Haishu, leaning on his knee, remained silent as tears streamed down his face. Junli, I'm at my wit's end. You're the only one who can save me. His bloodied, bruised hands clutched Gu Junli as tightly, as if afraid that this last straw might slip away. What on earth is going on? Gu Junli's voice was filled with urgency and anxiety, sounding as if he genuinely cared about Chow Haishu. Second uncle should sign with third uncle's company. This acting, tisk. Certainly much better than the actors from earlier. It seems that acting indeed stems from life experiences. I borrowed from loan sharks. Chow Haishu quivered, grasping Gu Junli's hand with a death grip. Not willing to let go, as if fearing the last hope would vanish. I owe 6 million. Junli, could you possibly lend me some money? Please, rise. Gu Junli did not respond immediately, silently assisting him in tidying the disheveled suit. When did this begin? About half a year ago. I ran into an old high school classmate, and after a night of drinking, he suggested taking me to a place. At first, I had no intention of gambling big. I merely wanted to try my hand at it. However, step by step, I became ensnared, losing increasingly more. Chow Haishu, overwhelmed with emotion, tugged at his hair. If it weren't for the previous incident, if we were still the best of friends and classmates, Gu Junli would have unhesitatingly lent me 6 million.
To him.
That sum was but a trifling amount, yet the ability to assist a friend in reforming would render it invaluable. However, after discerning Gu Xixi's innermost thoughts, Gu Junli verified multiple times and confirmed that Chow Haishu did not regard him as a brother at all. Ultimately, he even sought his life. Even if that 6 million were to be tossed into the sea, he would never consider lending it to him. Of course, lending is out of the question. But a trade might be possible. Just how much do you owe? 66 million, Chow Haishu stammered. Rest assured, we are the best of friends. I will undoubtedly assist you. Gu Junli reassured, patting Chow Haishu's shoulder with a gesture that still bore the comfort of old. Let us return to the company first. We shall discuss this in detail. Upon returning to the company, Gu Junli temporarily entrusted Gu Xixi to Chu Yi. They were separated only by a wall in the conference room. Gu Junli could hear Gu Xixi's thoughts while also engaging in a private conversation with Chao Haishu. Junli, will you truly help me? I have no other options left. Chao Haishu trembled. You are my only hope. Who would have imagined that the seemingly timid and cowardly person before him would later rise to heights of success and audacity? Haishu, we are brothers. I wish to be straightforward, Gu Junli said, tapping the table with his finger, his expression grave. I intend to purchase your shares for 6 million. Chao Haishu, filled with expectations, froze in shock, then erupted with fury. I considered you a brother, yet you choose to take advantage of my misfortune. Haishu remained calm. Gu Junli urged, still possessing a measure of patience. I recognize that you are one of the company's founders. It is precisely for this reason that I must acquire your shares. You speak nonsense. Chao Haishu raged, fists clenched and body trembling. What will our company think if news of your gambling spreads? What will the other employees think? I witnessed those 3 men approach you at noon today. They did not appear benevolent, and I feared for your safety, which is why I rushed here. If this happens once, it will happen again. You understand the importance of a company's image as well as I do. We are brothers, but in business, we must separate personal from professional matters. We are discussing the future development and image of the company now. I will not sell you my shares. Chao Haishu, in a fit of rage, swept the items off the table. The long-cherished frame shattered, revealing a group photo taken at the company's inception. Featuring 5 individuals, Gu Junli and Chu Yi in the front row, while Chao Haishu and 2 others stood behind them, one head emerging smiling between the 2 in front. With so many documents cluttering the table, Gu Junli had almost forgotten that this photograph had always been displayed there. Yet now it lay in ruins. Nothing could return to the way it was before. Keep your voices down. Chu Yi hurriedly rushed over from the adjoining room, shielding Gu Xixi behind her. Let us discuss this calmly. There's no need for an argument. Chu Yi, your timing is impeccable. You are also a shareholder. And there are matters you must be made aware of. For a moment, panic flashed across Chao Haishu's face, only to be replaced by composure.
Oh.
This scoundrel is secretly plotting to borrow money from Sister Chu Yi. Sister Chu Yi is soft-hearted. They have known each other since university and have struggled together since. Chao Haishu knows that if he humbles himself and pleads a bit, borrowing 4 million from Sister Chu Yi would be no issue. Chapter 44. Uncle is truly cunning. Junli, there's no need to burden Chu Yi with this. Chao Haishu finally sensed the urgency. The arrogance and anger he had just displayed evaporated, replaced by a tense desire to interrupt their conversation. Chu Yi had rarely seen Gu Junli with such a serious demeanor and guessed that the matter was serious. What is going on? Haishu has borrowed from loan sharks. And just now, he nearly brought the matter to the company, Gu Junli said, leaning on the table, a long, resigned sigh escaping him. I wish to purchase Haishu's shares for 6 million. This matter cannot implicate the company. We cannot gamble at all. Gu Junli was not the only one who viewed the company as a child. Chu Yi, He Jinting, and another shareholder felt the same. Chao Haishu's situation was a ticking time bomb. Once exposed, as a shareholder, he could cause substantial repercussions. If he were merely an employee, Gu Junli might find a way to suppress the issue quickly. We have known each other for so long. And you would take advantage of this situation to seize my shares? Chao Haishu laughed sinisterly, shaking his head and stepping back. I am utterly disappointed in you. You would scheme against me. Gu Junli said nothing, merely looking at him with a gaze filled with hurt and disbelief, a profound disappointment reflected within. Although he could empathize with Chao Haishu's feelings, her allegiance naturally leaned towards Gu Junli. Haishu, how can you say that? Chu Yi interjected, stepping forward to separate the two. Fearing their emotions might escalate into violence. Junli wishes to help you. He wants to assist the company. This matter is of great significance, and his considerations are entirely valid. I understand you cannot accept this, but please calm down and think carefully. The company is the result of our collective efforts. Surely, you do not wish to see it suffer. If others learn of this, they will undoubtedly make similar demands. Junli's actions preserve your dignity while also saving the company. Chao Haishu's eyes burned with resentment and anger, yet his chest heaved, leaving him at a loss for words. While the situation seemed coincidental, he understood that Gu Junli could not have foreseen these events to set a trap. Upon reflection, he might genuinely have considered the company's implications. However, to buy my shares for 6 million seems rather insufficient. Chao Haishu's tone softened slightly. Gu Xixi sat quietly and obediently on the sofa. If it's 6 million, then I can also purchase Chao Haishu shares with the card my uncle previously gifted me. Or perhaps I should tell my uncle that I wish to invest in his company. At least I am more dependable than Chao Haishu. I merely indulge in eating and drinking. I 1T act recklessly. I will never bring the house down. No, I cannot laugh. Gu Junli's lips quivered as he struggled to dispel Gu Xixi's thoughts from his mind. After graduating, Gu Junli, determined to avoid relying on the Gu family, began investing early and earned his first pot of gold. Others had also contributed to the company's establishment, including Chao Haishu. The initial registered capital was modest, yet each individual harbored grand ambitions, persevering until today. If they were to discover Chao Haishu's dealings with loan sharks, they would undoubtedly demand Gu Junli handle the situation with seriousness. At that point, the gravity of the matter would not only escalate but also spread within the company. Haishu, you are aware of the company's situation. How much did you contribute upon entering as a shareholder? I am offering 6 million, which certainly does not take advantage of you. Gu Junli pushed a stack of documents toward him. Considering the company's dividends in recent years, if we were to follow the standard procedure, I would only need to pay you 2 million. I am offering 6 million because I wish to help you settle your debts with the loan sharks once and for all, so you may cease gambling. In the future, if you work diligently in the company, you will not be deprived of earnings. As the company prospers, your bonuses will exceed those of others. With this, Gu Junli's peripheral gaze unconsciously swept toward Chui. At this moment, anyone who let Haishu money would only hinder him, steering him further away from the path of reform. Chui quietly nodded, agreeing with Gu Junli's reasoning. Chao Haishu's plan to borrow money from Chui was now thoroughly dashed. Uncle is truly cunning. Chao Haishu's psychological price is actually 5 million. He feigned anger solely to inflate the price. Uncle's strategy of retreating to advance is impeccable. Gu Junli listened to the praises echoing in his mind, feeling somewhat dazed. From their very first encounter, he had been belittled by the little darling, seldom receiving any commendation from her. As he tuned into Gu Xixi's inner thoughts, an inexplicable sense of pride welled up within him. Haishu, when will you repay the loan sharks? Chui shared his concern. They had been friends since university, and unaware of Chao Haishu's true nature, she genuinely worried for her friend. I just overheard that within 2 days. Gu Junli furrowed his brow and sighed. Considering the time required for processing and transferring funds, all procedures must be completed by tomorrow. This statement fell upon Chao Haishu's heart like a massive stone, sending ripples of unrest through his psyche. Indeed, he no longer had the luxury of time to hesitate. If he failed to procure the money within 2 days, that group of loan sharks would stop at nothing. The most terrifying aspect was that he was being pursued by 2 loan shark companies. While he might evade the initial onslaught, he could not escape the subsequent reckoning. Very well, I shall sell. Tomorrow I will handle the paperwork. Gu Junli concealed his excitement, nodding as he set a reminder on his phone for the next day as procedures. The following morning, he and Chao Haishu, armed with all necessary documents, completed the share transfer under the witness of a lawyer. Now, let us proceed to make the payment. Chao Haishu was eager to receive the funds. I had someone withdraw the cash in advance. Today I can use this 6 million to clear your debts. Gu Junli gestured for him to remain calm and instructed the lawyer to bring forth the contract. Once you sign, I will accompany you to settle all your loan shark debts. The contract indicated that following the transfer of shares by Chao Haishu, Gu Junli would pay an equivalent sum of 6 million to extinguish all of Chao Haishu's loans. What does this mean? Chao Haishu found himself flustered by Gu Junli's unexpected turn of events. I fear that you might take the money and succumb to gambling. I will accompany you to repay the debts first, Gu Junli said earnestly, patting Chao Haishu's shoulder. If 6 million is insufficient, I will cover the excess. But promise me, from now on, you must never gamble again. I have nothing left. How could I possibly gamble? Chao Haishu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet, Gu Junli's words struck a chord. In truth, he owed 650,000. Initially, he had planned to borrow an additional 50,000 from Chui, confident that she would lend him the money given their long-standing friendship. Now that Gu Junli had agreed to cover the excess, did he still need to approach Chui for a loan? Of course, he would swiftly drag Gu Junli to the loan shark company. Gu Junli watched as Chao Haishu fidgeted impatiently, a wicked smile curling on his lips. Chapter 45, Malicious Intent. Gu Junli had long been aware that Chao Haishu's actual debt amounted to 650,000. His offer to accompany Chao Haishu to repay the debt was a precautionary measure to prevent him from squandering the money on gambling. It was known that Gu Xixi's inner thoughts had revealed that Chao Haishu had gambled with this very sum and astonishingly won. 6 million had transformed into 40 million. That 40 million had, through investment, overnight burgeoned into 100 million. Relying on this windfall, Chao Haishu had previously sought to exploit both Gu Junli and Qiu Yi.
Now,
Gu Junli aimed to ensure that he would repay the debt immediately, lest Chao Haishu misuse the funds to recover his losses. Prior to this, he had enlisted Gu Jingyan's assistance. Gu Jingyan had connections with industry bigwigs and had personally spoken to all the lending companies, ensuring that not a single penny would be lent to Chao Haishu. 6 million is no trifling sum. Without the avenue of loan sharks, Chao Haishu would be utterly incapable of gambling such a substantial amount. Currently, he was renting his home, having lost all his money to gambling. Apart from diligently working, he had no other recourse. Once Chao Haishu had signed, Gu Junli enthusiastically led him to repay the gambling debts. With the share secured and Chao Haishu's path to resurgence effectively severed, Gu Junli felt a buoyancy in his step. This entire endeavor was thanks to Gu Xixi. Had he not overheard her thoughts, he would have been unable to devise this strategic maneuver to completely dismantle Chao Haishu's plans. When the opportune moment arose, Gu Junli would expel him from the company. At present, Chao Haishu's hands were too clean. Gu Junli lacked substantial evidence to present to Qiu Yi to persuade her that her friend of many years had been a facade. He could only caution her against maintaining any private contact with Chao Haishu. Should she be too soft-hearted? What if Chao Haishu approached her for another loan? Would she agree or refuse? Declining would hurt their relationship, while acquiescing would lead to further harm. Gu Junli had ingeniously initiated a new form of moral coercion, which Qiu Yi found to be quite reasonable. He would soon devise a gentler method to extricate Chao Haishu from their lives. On the way home, Gu Junli deliberately selected a small gift as a token of appreciation. It was a charming little bird figurine crafted from pure gold, plump and adorable. The moment Gu Junli laid eyes on it, he was smitten. Its round, chubby shape bore a striking resemblance to Gu Xixi. Although Gu Xixi was not overweight, she always donned a puffy down jacket, her silhouette not dissimilar to that of the little bird. Upon receiving the gift, Gu Xixi curiously examined the golden bird. Is this just a decorative piece? Hearing her thoughts, Gu Junli promptly emphasized, it is pure gold.
Wow, pure gold.
I love it. This is fantastic. The little darling scampered back to her bedroom, placing the golden bird on her bedside table. Squatting in front of the nightstand, she meticulously adjusted its angle, carefully positioning the little bird. Then joyfully opened her arms towards Gu Junli, bestowing a rare embrace. Thank you, uncle. I declare, uncle is the most generous person in the Gu family. Being with uncle means there's food, drink, and gifts. Perfect. Listening to the little darling's innocent thoughts, Gu Junli found himself at a loss for words. If it were possible, he would have liked to personally express his gratitude to this little darling, for her thoughts had saved him. Now that Chao Haishu had lost his capital, Gu Junli pondered whether this fellow would finally settle down. However, who could have anticipated that barely a dinner had passed before Gu Xixi's thoughts erupted with dramatic news? Oh no! That scoundrel Chao Haishu has invited Sister Qiu Yi to his home. He even deceived her into believing that uncle would be joining. She is almost at Chao Haishu's house now. Gu Xixi, perched on her little stool, stumbled to her feet, her petite frame exuding an overwhelming force. He is unwilling to accept his current state of having nothing and is determined to take drastic measures against Sister Qiu Yi. If successful, he will threaten Sister Qiu Yi with exposed photographs, coercing her for money. If he fails, he can simply leave the company and sever ties. Chao Haishu is prepared to gamble everything. No, I must inform uncle immediately. Simultaneously, Gu Jingyan, Gu Wanwei, and Gu Junli all received Gu Xixi's thoughts. Each in their respective rooms, separated only by a wall or a door from Gu Xixi's chamber, her thoughts resonated vividly in their minds. At that moment, Gu Junli also received a text from Qiu Yi. When will you arrive? In the past, Chao Haishu frequently invited Qiu Yi and Gu Junli to his home for hot pot and drinks. Qiu Yi remained oblivious to Chao Haishu's true character, believing today to be just another ordinary invitation. This scoundrel Chao Haishu had concocted an excuse, claiming Gu Junli had assisted him in repaying an additional 50,000, and had invited them over for hot pot and drinks, wanting to reminisce as usual. Gu Junli immediately returned a call, but the line remained unreachable. The signal at Chao Haishu's apartment was notoriously poor. Every visit required stepping outside the building to catch even a fleeting signal. With a stroke of luck, one might manage to grasp a brief moment of connectivity to send a WeChat message. Gu Junli harbored suspicions that Chu Yi had already arrived at Chao Haishu's apartment. He promptly left messages on all of Chu Yi's social media platforms, warning her that Chao Haishu intended to harm her and urging her to leave immediately or call the police. However, his messages fell into silence, not one to remain idle. Gu Junli swiftly grabbed his car keys, preparing to rush over. Just as he opened the door, he was met by a small bundle of energy that collided with his knee. "Oh, uncle, just the person I needed to see. Xixi. I must find Sister Chu Yi. She may be in danger." "That's strange. I haven't said anything yet. How does uncle know?" Gu Jingyan and Gu Wanwei emerged from their rooms, feigning curiosity about what was happening and whether they needed to assist. Given Chao Haishu's treacherous nature, having a couple of extra hands would certainly prove beneficial. Gu Junli gestured for them to get in the car, promising to explain on the way. Instinctively, Gu Jingyan scooped up Gu Xixi and brought her along. As Gu Junli swiftly maneuvered out of the Gu residence, he caught sight of a distinctly styled little head in the rearview mirror. "Is Xixi going too?" he thought anxiously, concerned that if things turned violent, the little one could be harmed. "What? I'm already in the car. If uncle dares to kick me out, I'll never speak to him again. I want to go. I want to catch the bad guys. I want to cut the bad melons." While her inner thoughts raged, Gu Xixi maintained a facade of calm, obediently seated in her child's seat, her small hands tugging at the straps of her outfit. Bringing Xixi along made things a bit more convenient. Gu Jingyan's reminder was just enough. Indeed, if Chao Haishu attempted any underhanded tactics, Xixi's instincts might alert them in advance. Gu Junli outlined the situation, sharing that Chu Yi had sent him a message inquiring why he hadn't yet gone to Chao Haishu's residence. Yet, he had never received an invitation from Chao Haishu. It was evident that she had insidiously bypassed him to arrange a meeting with Chu Yi, harboring nefarious intentions. He needed to reach Chao Haishu's home immediately. Gu Wanwei was itching for a chance to deliver a powerful kick to that scoundrel. The car came to a screeching halt beneath Chao Haishu's apartment. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, who had been waiting inside with growing unease, sensed that something was amiss. "Haishu, didn't Junli mention what time he would arrive? He said he would be late. But that's all right. We can wait for him," Chao Haishu replied, smiling as his gaze fell upon the glass of juice Chu Yi had just consumed. Feeling anxious, Chu Yi tugged at the corner of her mouth and asked, "Weren't we supposed to have hot pot? Why didn't you buy any ingredients? Should I go?" Just as she stood up, a wave of dizziness washed over her, the world spinning uncontrollably. A fierce sense of vertigo overwhelmed her, and she collapsed back onto the sofa, utterly weakened. Chapter 46. You know which one to choose. This sudden sensation felt entirely wrong. Chu Yi struggled to extend her hand, not seeking rescue from Chao Haishu, but reaching for her phone nearby.
Ding.
Just then, a signal appeared, and she received several messages. A flurry of notifications from Gu Junli inundated her. "Find an excuse to leave Chao Haishu's house immediately. He means you harm, or call the police right away. Wait for me, I'm on my way. Thinking of seeking help?"
Don't even think about it.
Chao Haishu seized Chu Yi's phone and smashed it violently against the floor, shattering it into pieces. "You cannot escape my grasp. What do you want?" Sensing the encroaching danger, Chu Yi's peripheral vision searched for anything nearby that could serve as a weapon. Yet the area around the table had been meticulously cleared. It was as if Chao Haishu had meticulously orchestrated this trap, leaving no opportunity for Chu Yi to resist. Pointing to the surveillance camera, Chao Haishu coldly smirked. "Soon, the camera will capture my conquest over you. If you give me 10 million, I can keep it a secret from Gu Junli. If you refuse, I'll ensure the video goes viral on every platform, making you an overnight sensation. You scoundrel." Chu Yi bit her tongue hard, the pain jolting her back to a semblance of clarity. Seizing the moment while Chao Haishu reveled in his arrogance and let his guard down, she kicked him fiercely, sending him reeling back, clutching his groin and trembling. The juice she had just consumed was laced with drugs, leaving Chu Yi utterly drained. Even as the instinct to survive and her fear stimulated her nerves, her limbs gradually succumbed to weakness. After only a few steps, an enraged Chao Haishu seized her from behind, throwing her violently to the ground. "Oh, so you prefer the floor to the sofa? Fine, I'll accommodate you," he growled, his voice laced with venomous fury. Behind Chu Yi, the sound of Fabric rubbing against fabric filled the air. She knew that if she failed to escape, this monster would devour her whole. Don't move. You can't escape.
Cao Hai Su rip 쫓아오듯 달리.
The aura emanating from him filled her with terror, causing her to tremble. Suddenly, the door 3 meters away was kicked open with tremendous force. The door rattled, sending dust flying against the walls. What was happening? Cao Haishu froze mid-action. The door burst open with even greater force, and amidst a cloud of dust, Gu Juanli stormed in, delivering a merciless kick to Cao Haishu's face. Everything transpired too quickly. Cao Haishu barely had time to comprehend the situation before he was sent sprawling backward, dazed and confused. His frail body slid several feet before collapsing to the ground, groaning helplessly. You villain, watch your feet. Xixi, don't go over there. Be careful. Gu Jingyan, coordinating with Gu Juanli, had just kicked down the door when he noticed Gu Xixi sprinting forward, her little figure bobbing as if she were racing to snatch a precious gem. It turned out Gu Xixi had intended to be the first to kick Cao Haishu. But Gu Juanli had beaten her to it. Undeterred, the little one rushed towards the fallen Cao Haishu, ready to deliver her own blows. Her small stature meant that her kicks wouldn't have much impact, and Cao Haishu was too preoccupied with groaning on the ground to notice. However, Gu Xixi was not to be underestimated. She quickly circled to Cao Haishu's side, picked up the overturned cup from the floor, and hurled it at his vulnerable spot with all her might.
Ah!
Cao Haishu clutched his groin once more, tears streaming down his face as he trembled in pain. Seizing the moment while he was incapacitated, Gu Xixi boldly approached his face and unleashed a flurry of kicks onto his repulsive visage. The clear imprints of her shoes overlapped on Cao Haishu's face. You wretched little brat. Cao Haishu gritted his teeth in agony, the pain fueling his fury. Struggling to rise, he suddenly found a black leather shoe forcefully pressing down on his shoulder. The weight was the strength of a grown man, squeezing the air around them into a thin, suffocating pressure. In agony, Cao Haishu turned his head to meet Gu Jingyan's cold, aggressive gaze. Don't move. The 3 terse words seemed to bind Cao Haishu in an unbreakable spell. Xixi, kick him.
Yay!
The little one clapped her hands, alternating between her left and right feet until she grew tired and found a bench to rest upon. Cao Haishu lay on the floor, paralyzed with fear. He had never envisioned such a hellish scenario. The Gu family, except for the absent third brother, had all mobilized to thwart his meticulously plotted scheme. It was over, utterly finished. Gu Juanli wrapped his coat around Chu Yi, cradling her in his arms while offering continuous comfort. Though his heart burned with rage, he prioritized her needs above all. Venting his anger on that scoundrel would be gratifying, but Chu Yi's well-being was 1,000 times more important. Gu Wanwei approached, fiddling with the lock on the door and managing to secure it once more. Although the lock was damaged, it could still be temporarily restored. Brother, are you going to hit him or not? If not, stop taking up space. Gu Wanwei wandered about the room. Finally, she cheerfully picked up a solid wooden chair. Gu Jingyan's expression darkened. No, that would be fatal. Xixi, Gu Wanwei, in a fit of disappointment, returned the chair to its rightful place and retrieved a kitchen knife. This was even more unacceptable.
Fine.
She pursed her lips and resolved to kick instead. Without further ado, she directed a powerful kick towards Cao Haishu's more ample regions, her strength surpassing that of Gu Xixi. Especially with the pointed and elongated heels of her stilettos, each strike elicited blood-curdling screams from Cao Haishu. Oh right, let's not forget the evidence. The surveillance footage. Indeed, the surveillance could serve as both a bargaining chip for Cao Haishu to threaten Chu Yi and as damning evidence against him. Gu Xixi feigned innocence, raising her tiny hand to point upwards. Baba, what is that? Being merely a 4-year-old cherub, it was best for her not to display too much adult wisdom. She wanted to alert everyone without being too overt. Gu Jingyan followed her gaze and instantly understood the next course of action. Cao Haishu was equally aware. With the last remnants of his strength, he leapt from the ground, attempting to snatch the phone lying on the floor. He could not allow them to obtain the surveillance footage. Absolutely not. If the plan failed, the video would serve as his most incriminating evidence. His unsteady form struggled in its final throes, but a taller, more perfect silhouette outmaneuvered him. Gu Jingyan intercepted Cao Haishu, using a shoulder throw to send him crashing back to the ground, pinning him firmly down. With effortless grace, he retrieved the nearby phone. His long, powerful fingers turned Cao Haishu's face, and after unlocking it with facial recognition, Gu Jingyan located the corresponding app by its logo on the surveillance footage. The latest video contained all that had just transpired. He forwarded the video to Gu Juanli for backup. With Gu Jingyan's knee pressing down on his back, Chao Haishu felt as if a great mountain had immobilized him. After forwarding the video, Gu Jingyan pocketed Chao Haishu's phone as evidence. I trust you know which option to choose. Confess honestly or vanish from this world. Chapter 47. Striking down scum revitalizes the spirit. Prior to the intrusion, Gu Wanwei had already contacted the police. Upon arrival, the officers swiftly apprehended Chao Haishu after understanding the situation. Initially hesitant about remaining silent, Chao Haishu suddenly recalled Gu Jingyan's final words to him. Given Gu Jingyan's capabilities, making someone disappear from the world without a trace would be as easy as snapping a twig. Even if he evaded legal repercussions this time, what awaited him after leaving the police station? He would likely face torment far worse than imprisonment. Following the presentation of the surveillance evidence, Chao Haishu wrestled internally for several minutes before reluctantly confessing. Surely, a charge of attempted assault wouldn't lead to a severe sentence? This was all he dared to think quietly to himself. Outside, everyone awaited, with Gu Juanli accompanying Chu Yi to take statements. Suddenly, the innocent thoughts of the little cherub echoed without warning. Chao Haishu thinks he merely attempted assault and should not face a severe penalty. Thus, he decides to confess. Goodness, does this trash really believe he hasn't done anything wrong? Let me savor every detail of his misdeeds, leaving no strand of hair unexamined. This scoundrel embezzled company funds. My dear second uncle, did you ever consider where the capital for his gambling initially came from? Gu Juanli. He quickly called He Jinting and the other shareholders, conducting an overnight investigation, only to discover that Chao Haishu had indeed misappropriated millions from the company under the guise of his position. Logically, upon learning that this rogue had borrowed money at high interest, Gu Juanli should have suspected issues with the company's finances. However, with calamity after calamity unfolding, he had been too preoccupied to think in that direction. Little did he know that Gu Cc's new revelation would provide the necessary fuel. Both the embezzlement of company funds and the attempted assault were backed by solid evidence. Gu Jingyan dispatched the elite legal team of Gu Corporation, determined to ensure that Chao Haishu would face imprisonment for as long as possible. By the time they exited the police station, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Yet everyone was invigorated, including Gu Xixi. Striking down scum truly revitalizes the spirit. Gu Juanli took Chu Yi home first. She had been shaken by the events of the night, and, due to the effects of medication, her body had yet to recover. Out of an ingrained fear, she had become more reliant on Gu Juanli than ever before. Brother, do you remember the times we fought together as children? As they walked down the chilly street, Gu Wanwei stepped lightly, almost as if dancing. Chu Yi had not been harmed, and the villain who had plotted against the second brother was now locked away. That evening, Gu Wanwei felt as though she had accomplished numerous significant deeds. The exhilarating sensation coursed through her veins. She recalled Gu Jingyan cradling Gu Xixi, wrapping her petite frame in his coat, whispering, "You, me, and the second and third brothers, let us gang up on that little boy who often bullies you at school." I can't believe you actually remember, big brother, Gu Wanwei exclaimed, with excitement. Later, that boy even summoned his 3 older brothers, and we had a chaotic brawl. But we won. Though we all bore injuries, we were incredibly happy that day.
I don't know why.
Gu Jingyan understood precisely why. It was because on that day, they had displayed remarkable unity as siblings, all feeling the profound yet ineffable bond of familial love. The 3 older brothers stood up for their sister. During the fight, the eldest brother always protected the younger siblings. Yet, when the brothers saw their eldest brother being wronged, they became furious, throwing punches at the 2 taller boys. Little Gu Wanwei, observing her 3 brothers deeply engaged in battle, worried they might suffer, and impulsively chose a target to join in the fray. With 4 against 4, the opposing team was disorganized, whereas they were like a tightly wound rope, resilient and unbreakable. That night, Gu Wanwei suddenly recalled that incident. Perhaps the emotions were somewhat similar. Regrettably, the 3rd brother was absent. She pouted, thinking he would surely blame them for not inviting him to the fight. Third uncle? Third uncle can barely protect himself. Gu Jingyan and Gu Wanwei simultaneously heard the inner thoughts, exchanging glances discreetly. This sounded ominous. As if Gu Yan were in serious trouble. Had he encountered a predicament? The person who previously sent a gift to the 3rd brother, intending to drug him, is currently at his doorstep. They want to pull a circuit breaker and sneak into his home. And then, the more they listened, the more their scalps tingled. Then do nothing. Gu Jingyan and Gu Wanwei. What's the purpose of going in? Normal people likely cannot comprehend the psychology of a pervert. Having had a previous incident, he would not dare to directly attack the third brother, but his suppressed affection drives him to devise this twisted method. To sneak into his home and hide. When the third brother is not at home, he can do as he pleases. Living in the house of the one he loves is also a form of fulfillment. Although they did not wish to know his specific intentions, simply hearing Gu Xixi's description made both Gu Jingyan and Gu Wanwei feel disturbed. A stranger sneaking into one's home while unawares was nothing short of a horror film. No, it was even more terrifying than a horror movie. For this was a real occurrence. Brother, I suddenly missed the third brother a bit. How about we grab some supper and visit him? Gu Wanwei raised an eyebrow, seeking a suitable excuse. Upon hearing they would go to the third uncle's house, Gu Xixi was, of course, eager to join in the excitement. Noticing the gaze above her head directed at her, the little cherub clung tightly to Gu Jingyan's neck, rubbing her little head against him.
Daddy.
I also want to see third uncle. Xixi, hasn't he seen him in ages? Xixi misses third uncle's antics. Gu Jingyan pondered for a moment, weighing the early bedtime of Gu Xixi against the distressing harassment faced by the third sibling, ultimately concluding that the latter was of far greater concern. Moreover, since Gu Xixi was eager to join, he decided to acquiesce to her wishes. As a novice father, Gu Jingyan found himself instinctively yielding to his daughter's desires. Together, they procured some late-night snacks and nonchalantly proceeded to Gu Yan's residence. Gu Yan resided in a luxurious, high-end apartment, characterized by its single-unit floor plan. Spanning 300 square meters, it boasted exquisite decor and stringent security measures. Little did he suspect that this deviant could infiltrate his sanctuary. This pervert has resorted to his old tricks, masquerading as a maintenance worker, slyly replicating the access card while security was distracted. He crafted a counterfeit card, swaggering in under the guise of the homeowner. Such talent, yet it is squandered on nefarious deeds. If only he would channel his skills into legitimate pursuits. He could thrive as a private investigator. Gu Yan was taken aback to see Gu Jingyan and Gu Wanwei visit him unexpectedly, as they typically would make a phone call beforehand. Gu Wanwei began recounting the events involving Gu Juanli and Chu Yi that transpired that evening while simultaneously typing on her phone. Has there been a power outage at your place tonight? Just nod or shake your head, no need for questions or unnecessary chatter. Gu Yan, bewildered, nodded in response. The phone was retracted and another message followed. Did you leave your home to check the circuit breaker after the power outage? Gu Yan continued to nod, still perplexed. There might be a pervert hiding in your house. Chapter 48. Has someone taken advantage of you? As Gu Yan sat consuming his late-night snack, he froze, hastily snatching the phone to type. Where's the pervert? Still uncertain. Let us wait a bit longer. We need to hear Gu Xixi's thoughts. She might be the only one who knows precisely where the deviant is hiding. Gu Yan surveyed his expansive dwelling, realizing that a thorough search might keep them occupied until dawn. However, the primary reason was Gu Wanwei's reluctance. The mere thought of discovering a pervert lurking in the wardrobe was far too terrifying. The unknown, coupled with unpredictable hazards, multiplied the potential for fear exponentially.
Gu Xixi,
disinterested in the late-night snacks, flung her slippers aside and settled onto the sofa, engrossed in her own phone. She remained blissfully unaware that the three adults were quietly communicating via their devices behind her back. Upon learning of the potential presence of a pervert in the house, Gu Yan lost all appetite for his late-night meal. Let me see how this situation unfolds. Where could the pervert possibly be hiding? Indifferent to the unfolding drama, Gu Xixi continued watching her animated series, her feet swinging as if lost in delightful thoughts. Could it be the wardrobe? All eyes darted toward the wardrobe. Or perhaps the bathroom. Their gazes shifted in unison towards the lavatory. Could it be a storage cabinet? Gu Yan's neck had grown stiff with anxiety. Inflicting torment in such a manner was undeniably cruel. In truth, none of those guesses were correct. The pervert is completely undressed and lying beneath the bed of the third uncle. Gu Yan. Face and hands, shocked expression. Hearing this revelation, Gu Yan attempted to voice his concerns, but all that emerged was an incoherent squawking. The more he struggled to articulate, the more frantic he became, resembling a duck being plucked as he squawked in disarray. Gu Jingyan gestured for him to step aside and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We're all on the same page.
Huh?
Why does it feel like you're scolding me for no reason? What I mean is Xixi understands, right? We know where the pervert is. No need for further elaboration. Understood? At this juncture, Gu Yayan could no longer feign ignorance without incurring disdain. Realization dawned upon him, and he nodded, nearly in tears. Brother, how about you summon 10 or 8 bodyguards immediately? I'm terrified. Are you frightened of just one pervert? Gu Jingyan deliberately remarked in front of Gu Xixi, prompting Gu Yayan to follow closely. In pursuit of aesthetics, Gu Yayan had designed his bed with a floating style. A ring of sensory lights illuminated the area, activating upon proximity. As the lights flickered on, Gu Yayan scrutinized the space beneath the bed, sensing something was amiss, although he couldn't pinpoint it. After hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The mere thought of bending down and locking eyes with the lurking pervert sent shivers down his spine. Such matters were best left to Gu Jingyan. Meanwhile, Gu Wanwei ventured to the kitchen to fetch a knife, positioning herself beside Gu Xixi as her makeshift bodyguard. Auntie, what do you need the knife for? Gu Xixi blinked innocently. Annie wants to peel some fruit for you. What would you like to eat? How about an apple? Sounds good. Gu Jingyan stood at the edge of the bed, suddenly bending down with swift intent to inspect beneath. A pair of astonished eyes met his gaze. The abruptness of the situation startled the man hiding beneath the bed, causing him to jerk upright, colliding forcefully with the bed frame, his forehead throbbing in pain. Before he could make a hasty escape, Gu Jingyan seized his hand, yanking him out from under the bed and pinning him down with a knee on his back. Don't scream, don't speak. Gu Jingyan's calm voice descended from above. There are children outside. The pervert trembled with fear, desperately muttering, spare me, spare me. I'm sorry, please. Noticing that the man was in a state of utter shock, Gu Jingyan swiftly retrieved a pair of clean socks from Gu Yayan's wardrobe and stuffed them into the pervert's mouth. Brother, those are my socks. Silence.
Oh.
Gu Jingyan employed the bed sheets to bind the pervert's hands and feet, ensuring he could not escape, then unceremoniously tossed him at Gu Yayan's feet. I'm taking Xixi with me now. You call the police. Just as Gu Yayan finished reporting, he caught sight of Gu Jingyan, clad in a suit, leaving the room with an air of nonchalance. He slid to the floor in a desperate plea. Brother, don't leave me behind. I'll stay with you at home for a few days. Wait for me while I grab some clothes. I'll take Xixi downstairs first. You handle things and return home afterward. Gu Jingyan could no longer afford to linger. It was well past Gu Xixi's bedtime. With the pervert apprehended, what further actions were necessary? In the living room, Gu Wanwei heard a few muted thuds from within, and then Gu Jingyan emerged, exuding an air of grace akin to a runway model. Gu Wanwei could hardly ascertain whether the pervert had indeed been captured. Let us go. It's time for Xixi to return home and sleep. Gu Jingyan adjusted his suit and lifted Gu Xixi from the sofa. We're going home.
Huh?
Gu Xixi was taken aback. Are we leaving now? What about the pervert hiding under the third uncle's bed? Should Ti remind everyone? Gu Yayan, his face pale, emerged from the room after having called the police. Ding ding, here are some juicy news about your third uncle. Gu Xixi. So, it turns out Dad and Uncle discovered the pervert under the bed and have already subdued him. Gu Xixi. They wanted to take me downstairs first, so I wouldn't be frightened. Gu Xixi. Hey, I'm not scared at all. The three adults fell silent simultaneously upon hearing her thoughts. This little bundle of joy appeared obedient, nestled against Gu Jingyan's shoulder, utterly still. However, if her thoughts were to manifest, she would undoubtedly be throwing a tantrum on the floor right now. In reality, we just caught a thief hiding under the third uncle's bed. Gu Jingyan deliberated for a moment, but ultimately decided to allow Gu Xixi to stay. The fright they imagined was merely a spectacle Gu Xixi did not wish to miss. After spending considerable time with her, Gu Jingyan was convinced that Gu Xixi was no ordinary child. If she were not allowed to witness this incident firsthand, she would likely struggle to sleep that night. Now that the act was no longer necessary, Gu Yayan turned and dragged the pervert out from the bedroom. Prior to this, he had awkwardly draped a sheet over the unsightly sight. As soon as Gu Xixi caught sight of that perverse face, her heart soared in an instant. This the same deviant I previously wished to confront in the office regarding third uncle? And now he has audaciously come to someone else's home. Goodness. Such a creep is truly terrifying. Gu Jingyan and Gu Wanwei exchanged glances. What had they missed? A pervert who wished to confront third uncle in the office? This individual was evidently a repeat offender. Gu Wanwei regarded Gu Yayan with sympathetic eyes, as if pondering whether he had been taken advantage of. I'm fine.
Absolutely fine.
Gu Yayan raised his hand in emphasis. My dowry is still intact. Chapter 49. Let us now observe the first contestant's gossip. Gu Wanwei curled her lips, disinterested in engaging with him. While waiting for the police to escort the pervert away, Gu Yayan, at the doorway, stomped his feet with his luggage, adamant about pressing charges to ensure he was imprisoned. Gu Jingyan promptly handed him a stack of business cards, all from renowned elite lawyers, sufficient to handle this case. After a night filled with fright, Gu Yayan was too frightened to stay home alone, hiring cleaners to thoroughly sanitize the entire house. Not a corner nor the books in the bookshelf could be overlooked. Little Milk Bun's biological clock was inescapable. Around 11 at night, she was so sleepy that she could hardly keep her eyes open, her mouth moving incoherently, mumbling without anyone able to comprehend her words. The servant tucked her in snugly, watching her drowsy little face with a smile. The young miss is still talking in her sleep. How utterly adorable. Gu Jingyan adjusted the toys at her bedside. She has yet to fall into a deep slumber. The servant inquired. She mentioned that a ghost was pressing down on her hand. Gu Jingyan's gaze shifted to the servant squatting on the ground. Your arm was resting on her hand. I apologize, young miss. The servant quickly lifted her arm, her eyes filled with guilt. I didn't even understand what the young miss was saying. Thankfully, Mr. Gu understood. Gu Jingyan was also unsure if it was due to hearing her thoughts too often, but he could actually decipher Gu Xixi's muddled speech. The scars on the young miss's body had improved considerably. The doctor had visited and assured that with another 2 months of applying the scar cream, not a trace would remain. And he, the servant, was genuinely delighted for Gu Xixi. Their little miss was so charming, yet had endured such torment at the hands of those demons, leaving her covered in wounds. Just witnessing it was heart-wrenching. Indeed. Gu Jingyan, who maintained a calm exterior, nodded. His tall figure exited the room, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Xixi would be all right. Those scars were not merely blemishes. They were keys that unlocked memories of her past. If the scars could not be eradicated, each sighting would remind Gu Xixi of the painful and unhappy memories. Gu Jingyan instructed the servant to ensure the scar cream was applied daily, not only to eliminate the physical scars but also to shatter the dark key that held her past. Fortunately, the process was progressing smoothly. Big brother. A voice, high-pitched and nasally, emerged from behind the wall in the corridor. Gu Yayan pinched his nose, leaning against the wall, his eyes blinking incessantly, wearing an excessively sycophantic expression. Is your throat being choked by a ghost? Gu Jingyan's brow twitched. Well, you see, clearing my throat. Gu Yayan grinned as he approached. Can you lend me Xixi for a day tomorrow? You know what I mean.
Why?
Gu Jingyan had already discerned their pattern of borrowing Gu Xixi. Perhaps he should set a rule. 1 billion for each borrowing, profiting from renting out Gu Xixi. The pervert you caught today was my new assistant. I had intended to dismiss him and hire someone new. Tonight's incident was truly horrifying. I fear I might end up with another bizarre assistant, so. Big brother. I'm begging you, you know what I mean. Gu Yayan clasped his hands to his chest in a pitiable manner, resembling a dog begging for help. Though third brother usually lacked sense, this matter was indeed a bit outrageous. Even Gu Jingyan felt his worldview shaken. Gu Yayan, as the affected party, was even more pitiable.
Tomorrow morning, asked Xixi.
If she agrees to go, then it's settled. Gu Jingyan pinched his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. Despite being his daughter, Gu Jingyan had never taken her to the company even once. Conversely, second brother, third brother, and the little sister treated Gu Xixi as a talisman, frequently dragging her to the company. Their companies were stocked with various children's toys, snacks, and playthings. Wonderful. As long as you agree, it will be easy. Gu Yayan patted his chest. I have ways with Xixi. Speaking of Gu Xixi, a little milk bun who often indulged in eavesdropping, he knew how to handle her. Early the next morning, Gu Yayan rose early, leaning elegantly against a dining table, savoring breakfast and sipping coffee. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small figure moving on the staircase. Gu Yayan pretended to casually lift his head, cheerfully greeting Gu Xixi. Xixi, you're awake. Third uncle, good morning. Her little voice sounded crisp and sweet. However, the inner thoughts were entirely different. Isn't it strange that she's awake at 10 in the morning? Handsome dad, second uncle and auntie have already gone to the company. Only third uncle is so idle, still drinking coffee and having breakfast at this hour. Gu Yayan felt as if he had been struck by an invisible arrow. When did this little niece become so candid? Does Xixi want to come play at third uncle's company? Gu Yayan offered the most charming smile, extending a sincere invitation. Third uncle saw your browsing history last night. You watch The Wind's Absolute Love. That's a production from Third Uncle S Company. The leads will be at the office today. Oh, that terrible film. The male lead is utterly abysmal. The female lead is decent, but it's a shame to pair her with such drivel. I wonder if second uncle has a grudge against the female lead. What a ridiculous choice. Gu Yan began to sweat. If he continued to listen to her inner thoughts, the strained smile on his face would soon falter. Fortunately, Xixi finally agreed to go. After Little Milk Bun finished her breakfast, Gu Yan picked her up as if she were a doll, placing her in the newly installed child seat in the back of the car. Off we go. With Gu Xixi on board, Gu Yan felt utterly reassured. Surely, they wouldn't end up hiring another bizarre assistant this time, would they? Upon their arrival at the company, the other senior executives had already shortlisted a group of suitable candidates, awaiting Gu Yan's final selection. This matter could have been handled without Gu Yan's intervention. However, fearing a repeat of past events, he insisted on personally overseeing the process. The discussion in the conference room was lively, and as the door swung open, an immediate hush fell over the room. How's the selection going? Gu Yan made a grand entrance, cradling a languid little milk bun in his arms. Gu Xixi held a lollipop, her head adorned with a little pink bunny knitted hat, its long ears flopping down. Upon seeing this adorable little creature, the attendees were rendered speechless in awe. Gu Yan immediately understood the glances directed his way, proudly introducing, "This is my niece, Xixi, Gu Xixi."
Hello, Xixi.
Hello, everyone. The secretary thoughtfully brought a chair for Gu Xixi as well. Unfortunately, when she sat down, her head was level with the table, rendering her unable to see anything. The other seated nearby could only see her two pink ears twitching. After a prolonged struggle, as she endeavored to lift her head, a resigned sigh escaped her lips from behind the table. Sigh. No one dared to utter a word, but internally, they were all cooing at the cuteness. Gu Yan gestured for the secretary to pass in the list. He intended to call the selected candidates one by one for Gu Xixi to interview. First up, Mr. Lin Shutong. A well-featured man entered, smiling and politely bowing toward the front. Gu Xixi peered around to finally see what the newcomer looked like. Gu Xixi exclaimed, "So boring. How about we eat some gossip instead?" Gu Yan. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Let us now observe the first contestant's gossip. Gu Yan subsequently opened the resume. The man in the photograph beamed with a sunny disposition, a graduate of a prestigious university, and the resume appeared quite impressive.
Wow.
This individual is no ordinary person. Chapter 50. Who made you all so competitive? Gu Xixi sat on the bench, resting her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the tabletop. Everyone assumed she was just a distracted little pink rabbit. Only Gu Yan knew that Gu Xixi was intently savoring the gossip. Not simple? Could it be that this person had commendable qualifications? This person has falsified their educational credentials. Gu Yan swiftly flipped the resume back. Not only are the academic qualifications fabricated, but even the work experience is a lie. The suit they're wearing is a counterfeit brand. This person is not here to seek employment. They are here to gamble. If they win, a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Gu Yan's lips twitched as she casually asked a couple of questions, soon dismissing the candidate. The second candidate, Mr. Gao Jianpan. Before even opening the resume, Gu Yan had already perked up her ears to listen for gossip. Oh no, he has learned to play the game too. His name is quite fitting. Gao Jianpan? A true keyboard warrior. He has lashed out at the heavens and earth online, even criticized Uncle's company multiple times. He has been the target of 88 personal information searches. He has been sued for defamation 139 times. He has received 321 warnings for spreading rumors. He has been sent 500 lawyers' letters. Wow, that's more than the red envelopes I've received. If Uncle hires this person, they could bring a plethora of controversial topics to the company right from day one. Gu Yan imagined the chaotic online world and shuddered, exchanging a few words before moving on to the next candidate. The third candidate, Miss Wang Shi. Finally, a lady had entered the room. Gu Yan nodded in satisfaction, instinctively believing that women must be reliable. Gu Xixi caught a glimpse of Gu Yan's expression and rolled her big, dark eyes. Uncle can't possibly think that women are incapable of being perverts, can he? Has he been dazed by that male pervert? Gu Yan's hand trembled as she held the resume. Surely not? This girl appears gentle and elegant. Her demeanor hardly suggests deviance. She had encountered perverts before and was more familiar with them than anyone else. This beauty is indeed not a pervert, but she is no simpleton either. She is the mistress of the HR manager. Gu Yan, What is this? Such matters are not unfamiliar to him. As long as the resume and work experience are legitimate, everything else is inconsequential. Her goal is clear. She is here to become the assistant. Once successful, she will swiftly abandon that old and ugly HR manager. Because her true goal is Uncle Gu Yayan, help. The beauty's aspirations are exceptionally clear and focused. She aims to marry into the Gu family as the young mistress. Oh, and she has an unfortunate boyfriend. She reluctantly agreed to be his girlfriend because he knows the HR manager. Leveraging her interaction with him, she managed to entangle herself with the HR manager and secure this opportunity. Gu Yayan scrutinized Wang Shui's resume. It was neither outstanding nor poor, as there were numerous candidates in their company with superior qualifications. Yet, the fact that this resume had survived the rigorous selection process indicated that the HR manager had played a significant role. With this thought in mind, Gu Yayan cast a serious glance at the HR manager sitting nearby. The intense gaze made HR manager Su Tsong tremble. What was happening? Why was the president focusing on him at this moment? Had he discovered something? Gu Yayan asked a few casual questions, but Wang Shui's answers were lackluster, and she stuttered due to nerves. This performance is rather underwhelming. Though her goal is clear, her preparation is insufficient. I usually admire those who pursue their goals with unwavering determination. But with this level of readiness, even if given an opportunity, she wouldn't seize it. Merely relying on that to gain an opportunity is futile. The fourth candidate, Lu Mao. The very name sounded ominous, my friend. Any slight mispronunciation could transform it into a green hat. The lazy goose Xixi suddenly sat up straight. A piece of gossip capable of rousing her interest must be anything but ordinary. This Lu Mao is the ex-boyfriend of Wang Shui. Although he knows the HR manager, his interview was based on merit. However, this fellow seems a bit naive, unable to see through Wang Shui's true nature. Gu Yayan opened his resume. He had consistently worked in related fields, graduated from a prestigious university, and his work experience was impeccable. His appearance and physique were also quite striking, accompanied by numerous volunteer experiences, indicating a kind and innocent character. His academic credentials are genuine, and so is his work experience. He is of sound character, with no vices or abnormal inclinations. Only, he comes from a poor family, impoverished to the core. His mother has been ill for many years, and all his earnings go towards her medical expenses. This was likely the reason Wang Shi deemed him a mere stepping stone. Lu Mao was the last candidate on the list. Gu Yayan was on the verge of giving up, but in comparison to the first three, Lu Mao stood out like a crane among chickens, instantly shining through. He answered every question with eloquence, impressively. Not only Gu Yayan, but everyone else also regarded Lu Mao with admiration. As the final decision approached, most believed Lu Mao was a strong candidate, yet the HR manager insisted on advocating for Wang Shui. His excuses were quite grandiose. Had Gu Yayan not heard Gu Xixi's inner thoughts, he might have been swayed. But now, he mischievously desired to choose Lu Mao. One was desperately trying to usher his little lover into the company, while the other was scheming to step over her boyfriend and a fair partner to get in. Lu Mao was merely a cog in their game. Gu Yayan was determined to select this cog. If luck were on his side, perhaps he could still enjoy some intriguing gossip in the future. Decision made. It would be Lu Mao. Finally, selecting a reliable assistant brought Gu Yayan immense relief, and he contemplated treating Gu Xixi to a small gift. What should he give? What had his elder brothers and Wei Wei previously gifted? Toys? Food? Clothing? Gu Yayan called to have a set of toys delivered, a complete limited edition Barbie doll set, which could not be easily acquired even with wealth. It took considerable effort for Gu Yayan to procure this unique edition. Xixi, look, I bought you a gift. Gu Yayan stepped forward, retrieving the gift box from his tote. Gu Xixi, Uncle is so stingy, just a doll. Aunt gifted me a piano and numerous diamond jewels. Second uncle gave me a card worth 6 million, along with a pure gold little bird ornament. And uncle only gives a set of toys. I will never come to uncle's company again. Never again. Gu Yayan's temples throbbed. Who made you all so competitive?
Ah.
Gu Xixi initially intended to feign enthusiasm to accept the gift and avoid disappointing Gu Yayan. However, she was taken aback when Gu Yayan tossed the large box aside and, with trembling hands, retrieved a card from his pocket. Chapter 51. The grandfather who values sons over daughters returns. Xixi, this is a gift from uncle, Gu Yayan said, each word causing his heart to bleed. It contains 4 million. You can use it as spending money. Wow. Thank you, uncle. Upon seeing the card, a different light finally sparkled in Goose Cece's eyes. It is apparent to anyone with eyes that Goose Cece has a distinct preference for that particular card, showing little interest in the painstakingly acquired Barbie doll that Gu Yan brought for her. The thoughts of children are notoriously elusive. Yet, since Xixi has rendered her significant assistance, it is only fitting that she be rewarded with gifts. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon the shoulders of her elder brothers and Wei Wei, whose extravagant gifts have set an ever-increasing standard. Throughout the day, Gu Yan, attuned to Goose Cece's inner musings, indulged in a myriad of astonishing revelations at the company. For instance, an ostensibly honest and dependable subordinate turns out to be a master of time management, simultaneously dating 3 different girlfriends, all of whom are blissfully unaware of one another's existence. A minor actor, striving for financial gain, has resorted to covertly contacting wealthy women online, seeking a one-time opportunity for intimacy. Meanwhile, a once popular actress from a hit idol drama harbors no interest in men, instead desiring romantic connections with women. Gu Yan has made a discovery. As long as he is privy to other secrets, he is exuberantly curious. It seems that indulging in gossip is exhilarating and quickens the heartbeat. Although Gu Yan has yet to experience the fluttering sensation of first love, he has found another thrilling way to feel his heart race, through gossip. Regrettably, the hours of the day are fleeting. After meandering through the company with Gu Cece and listening to countless tales, even this gossip enthusiast could not be satiated. He felt almost bewitched, wishing he could create a position for Gu Cece at the company, bringing her to work with him every day. However, the thought of his eldest brother's stern and icy countenance swiftly extinguished his enthusiasm for gossip. Leaving work felt akin to a funeral, and Gu Yan bid farewell to his bountiful gossip source as he returned home to the Gu household. As he reached the doorstep, Gu Cece's radar for gossip was already alert. "Oh, my grandfather, who favors boys over girls, has returned." Gu Yan exclaimed. "What? Father has returned?" It turns out he is hosting a grand celebration for his birthday and, fearing gossip, had to come back, she replied. "TSK. I haven't seen him in so long that I almost forgot I have a grandfather." This statement sent chills down Gu Yan's spine. Ever since he learned that all the siblings could hear Gu Cece's innermost thoughts, he began to suspect that their grandmother might also be able to hear them. Yet, Gu Cece adores their grandmother, always making her exceedingly happy during their encounters, her face beaming with joy. In contrast, their grandfather is different. He disdains Gu Cece for being a girl and is well aware of the family's reluctance to host a recognition banquet. Could Gu Cece possibly speak kindly of him in her thoughts? What if their grandfather could also hear her inner voice? Chaos would surely ensue in the Gu household. Gu Yan felt a wave of dread wash over him, contemplating whether to turn back and leave Gu Cece behind, driving off into the night. After all, he had often spent nights away from home, and his absence would not raise any eyebrows. What terror could a pervert bring? The old man was far more formidable. "Third young master, you're back." A dim-witted servant, upon spotting Gu Yan, bellowed like a town crier, announcing his return to every corner of the house. Gu Yan muttered, "Thank you, family bucket." How could he possibly leave now? If he did, he feared that his grandfather might shatter his spine. Having grown accustomed to the warm atmosphere, stepping into the oppressive Gu household made Gu Yan feel somewhat anxious. "So, you do remember to come back?" A deep and powerful voice taunted. Gu Cece turned her little head to look around. Her father was home. Her second uncle was present as well. Even her aunt sat decorously on the sofa, embodying the very image of a refined lady. Even their grandmother, who rarely descended from her quarters, had come out for some fresh air. Gu Yan's father hurriedly greeted everyone and ducked behind the sofa to stand discreetly. With his cover gone, Gu Cece stood exposed in the empty space, gazing up at her grandfather, who occupied the main seat on the sofa. It was the first time the old man had seen this granddaughter. While he feigned indifference, his peripheral vision scrutinized the little girl who had just entered. She was rather cute, albeit quite thin, appearing to lack any fortune. Her eyes resembled Jing Yan's, while her nose and mouth were a mystery, perhaps resembling her unknown mother. One could only wonder if Jing Yan had been set up by someone, resulting in such a life. Just as I imagined. What was that sound? The old man stiffened slightly, his body relaxing momentarily. How could a child's voice suddenly emerge? Grandpa is indeed incredibly handsome. It was not a figment of his imagination. A child was indeed speaking. Yet, looking around, there were no other children nearby, only Gu Cece, the little bean standing close by. Gu Jingyan approached Gu Xixi, taking her tiny hand and leading her to their grandfather's side. Father, this is Xixi, Gu Xixi. He gently squeezed her little hand. When Gu Xixi cast her gaze his way, Gu Jingyan gestured for her to speak. She turned her little head back and earnestly greeted her grandfather. Hello, Grandpa. Was that not the very same soft voice that had just intruded into his thoughts?
Grandpa.
At your age, you have few wrinkles and a full head of hair. Your physique is commendable. You are a formidable person. In this day and age, many men of your age are bald, sporting a beer belly, and appear quite greasy. A torrent of thoughts poured forth, leaving the old man increasingly bewildered. The little girl had not even opened her mouth, yet those words had somehow infiltrated his mind uncontrollably. Could it be that he was possessed? The old man turned his head. Everything else remained normal and calm. Was he the only one who could hear this? Yet, what use is good looks when one favors males over females? May heaven strike down such a mindset. The old man was taken aback. How dare that bold child speak of him in such a manner? Just as he was about to clench his fist in anger, his hand hovered in midair. Realizing that everyone around him was acting as if nothing had happened, Gu Wanwei was chatting and laughing with their grandmother, while Gu Yayan conversed with Gu Junli about company matters. The carefully orchestrated buildup of his fury dissipated like a punch thrown into thin air. In his frustration, the old man huffed and returned his hand to his knee. He must remain composed. He could not lose face in front of the younger generation. If others could not hear it, did that mean what he heard was indeed Gu Xixi's thoughts? Humph. She thinks she can criticize him in her heart, emboldened by the belief that no one can hear her. Despite his simmering anger, the old man was accustomed to grand spectacles. He had been kidnapped 5 times and had survived more than 8 gunfights. This bizarre occurrence was merely a minor inconvenience he could manage. He must not display his emotions too overtly. This little being clearly had no idea that her thoughts were audible to him. He chuckled silently to himself, eager to discover what this little one had to say about him in her heart each day. All right, let us eat, Gu old madam cheerfully suggested. Once everyone had dispersed, the old man turned to the young attendant beside him and quietly inquired, what does handsome beyond measure mean? Sir, it means incredibly, extraordinarily handsome. Chapter 52. He is not your biological son. With Gu old master at the dining table, the usual light-hearted atmosphere dissipated. Gu Wanwei refrained from speaking freely, while Gu Yayan felt as if his voice had been stolen, clutching his bowl like a robotic automaton. He had already resolved in silence that once the meal concluded, he would retreat upstairs to gather his belongings and return home that very night. The sounds of eating at the table grew increasingly pronounced in the silence.
Gu Xixi.
Clutching a chicken leg, munched away with her cheeks puffed up, emitting sounds akin to a small animal at its meal. How uncouth. One should not eat with their hands. The old man shot her a sidelong glance, disapproving of the noise she was making. The little girl, caught off guard, froze mid-bite, her expression a mix of shock and hurt as if suddenly paralyzed. Gu Xixi had been enjoying her meal perfectly well, but such reprimand undoubtedly frightened her. Madame Gu felt a surge of displeasure. Her face clouded as she glared. What is wrong with little Xixi using her hands to eat? I refuse to believe you never did so in your childhood. Old Master Gu snorted lightly. I indeed did not. Oh, you never did. How impressive. How extraordinary. Observing Xixi's pitiful little eyes, Madame Gu's anger surged. No matter who dared to bully her beloved granddaughter, she would unleash her wrath and transform into a formidable guardian. Old Master Gu mused, after such a long absence, returning home only to be scorned by my spouse. Could that little being possess some hypnotic skill to win hearts? Father, Xixi has suffered enough. Please do not target her, all right? Gu Wanwei could not restrain herself from speaking, her expression grim as she bowed her head to eat. Xixi was still young, with much to learn, and there was no need to hold her to excessively high expectations. Even the usually protective little cotton-padded jacket had spoken against him. Fortunately, the eldest, second, and third siblings were still aware of who truly held authority in the family. Indeed, Father, Xixi is exceptionally well-behaved. Gu Junli cautiously glanced over. You cannot view her through tinted lenses. Originally intending to remain aloof, Gu Yayan suddenly tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Oh no! Another large-scale internal conflict. Everyone was speaking up for Xixi. If he remained silent, wouldn't he be marked down in the little darling's heart? The eldest brother was Xixi's father. Even if he were noted, it would not be consequential. But he was different. Having barely avoided the bottom of the barrel, he had painstakingly regained a bit of favor with a card. What if Xixi refused to accompany him to the company in the future? Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan steeled himself, conjuring courage, and placed his bowl and chopsticks down. Father, one cannot make preconceived judgments. Xixi is both obedient and adorable. You should interact with her more, and you will realize your error. An eerie silence enveloped the dining table. In the entire Gu family, no one dared to assert that old Master Gu was wrong. Eager to make a mark, Gu Yan momentarily forgot to choose his words carefully, his emotions slightly overstepping, and he had breached a taboo. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am at fault? Old Master Gu slammed his bowl back onto the table. Startled, Xixi trembled as she earnestly ate her meal.
Oh my...
You scared me. I'm just trying to have a meal. Why is Grandpa drumming for me? Gu Wanwei thought. I can't help but laugh, save me. The corners of her mouth began to twitch, but fearing her expression would reveal her amusement, she buried her head deeper. At that moment, Gu Juanli had already recalled every sorrowful incident in his life, stifling the urge to laugh. Having become the target of reprimand, Gu Yan felt empty, his mind blank, rhythmically scraping at his rice. Father, Xixi has endured a difficult 4 years. She is quite pitiable. Gu Jingyan made his entrance. His tone gentle, yet laced with clever moral persuasion. Everyone dotes on Xixi and accommodates her. Old Master Gu felt a mix of love and frustration towards this eldest son. His remarkable capabilities and unparalleled charisma had allowed him to manage the Gu group so successfully. Yet, he was exceedingly clever, effortlessly grasping others' vulnerabilities, leaving them in a quandary. Gu Jingyan's words subtly suggested that Xixi had suffered in the past. Anyone who quarreled with her would appear petty. Everyone cherished Xixi and tolerated her. If old Master Gu were to nitpick, it would indicate a lack of compassion. Especially when the entire family rallied behind one person, old Master Gu felt increasingly cornered. Xixi will gradually adapt to this big family, father. Give her some time. Just as old Master Gu contemplated whether to explode or hold his temper, Gu Jingyan provided him with an escape. What else can I do? Just let it go. Humph. Old Master Gu grumbled a syllable through his nose and returned to his meal. Father, I have compiled the guest list for your birthday celebration. As old Master Gu remained calm, Gu Juanli quickly shifted the topic. Shall I present it to you for review? After dinner, Gu Juanli ventured into the old Master's study with the list. Is that old Li on the list too? Old Master Gu frowned, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. Every time they met, he either boasted about his grandson's achievements or his son's capabilities. And then there was old Chen, equally bothersome, never uttering a kind word. Always grumbling, he would find a way to criticize others, unable to bear seeing anyone excel. Gu Juanli maintained an awkward yet polite demeanor, resembling a robot devoid of conversational skills. Each year, during the birthday banquet invitations, old Master Gu would voice his grievances about various unlikable relatives. Yet invitations still had to be extended. He valued face and social connections. Some comments were merely lip service. Time flew by, and the day of the birthday banquet arrived. The entire Gu household buzzed with excitement and activity. Guests would gradually arrive a little later, each person engrossed in their respective tasks. Wow, our little Xixi is incredibly adorable, Gu Wanwei exclaimed, resting her chin in her hands, marveling at the little darling in her bedroom. The stylist was dressing Xixi, meticulously attending to every detail. Even as a tiny tot, every aspect was attended to with scrupulous care. The already beautiful child now shone like a gem, unable to conceal its brilliance. Clad in a khaki wool short coat and a black pleated skirt, her feet adorned with charming bright red shoes, her slightly plump little face framed by 2 small pigtails, resembling 2 delightful little handles that Gu Wanwei couldn't help but touch repeatedly. Adorning her pigtails were 2 large red velvet bows. Merely sitting there made Gu Wanwei esponsiche, unable to resist the urge to scoop the little darling up for a flurry of kisses.
See?
It's time to come downstairs. Gu Jingyan entered, his presence commanding. Today, every member of the Gu family was dressed to impress. Old Master Gu's birthday celebration was always the most significant occasion. Donning a formal suit, Gu Jingyan radiated an undeniable charisma, destined to be the center of attention.
Wow.
Daddy looks so handsome. Xixi clapped her little hands. To be praised by his precious daughter. For a fleeting moment, a hint of panic flashed in Gu Jingyan's eyes. It took him 2 seconds to compose himself as he embraced Xixi. Today, Xixi is especially adorable. Hee. Downstairs, old Master Gu was dealing with his most despised relatives, particularly those who, knowing which buttons to press, would bring up Xixi. By the way, old Gu, where's your granddaughter? I have yet to meet her. Old Li chuckled maliciously. What a pity. Jingyan is the eldest. It's unfortunate he hasn't produced a son. A grandson would be better. I plan to leave my family fortune to him. You should urge Jingyan to have another child. Having only a daughter is unacceptable. That us no lineage.
Wait.
Hasn't Jingyan yet found the child's mother? Perhaps it's time to switch partners? Who knows, he might just have a son. Coincidentally, Gu Xixi, descending the stairs alongside Gu Jingyan, overheard this conversation. What is it to you if you have a grandson? He is not your biological son. Old Master Gu exclaimed. What is happening? Old Li's grandson, isn't a son? This gossip is delightful. Chapter 53. When will you die? This remark was not only heard by Old Master Gu but also caught the ears of Gu Jingyan and Gu Wanwei nearby. Indeed, wherever Xixi was, there was always juicy gossip. Old Master Gu's delight was short-lived, quickly replaced by suspicion. Xixi had just returned to the Gu home. Logically, she shouldn't have met Old Li. How could she know such details? Was she merely speaking out of turn? No matter, she was a member of the Gu family, and her assistance in berating Old Li brought Old Master Gu a sense of relief. Xixi, come here. Old Master Gu beckoned with a smile. Why is Grandpa suddenly so cheerful? I'm a bit scared. He is not planning to sell me, is he? He was so fierce yesterday. Such sudden flattery is hard not to overthink. Gu Wanwei's lips twitched uncontrollably. It was permissible to smile, but not to laugh heartily. In such a peculiar circumstance, if she were to burst into laughter, it would be rather difficult to explain. The venerable Mr. Gu also sensed Gu Xixi's unspoken thoughts. His brows twitched almost imperceptibly. Yet he maintained the fade of a smile as he took her into his embrace from Gu Jingyan's arms. Old Li, this is my granddaughter Xixi, Mr. Gu said, raising his chin with a hint of pride, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. You see, Xixi was taken away and endured 4 years of hardships. Before she was recognized as part of the Gu family, a paternity test was even conducted. Is this truly Xixi? She is quite adorable, Old Li remarked, astonished. His gaze flitting between his grandson and Gu Xixi. If the opportunity arises, we could very well become in-laws. Xixi would make a splendid match for my grandson. Old Li's grandson, oblivious to the nuances of the conversation, merely giggled foolishly while wiping his nose. Mr. Gu's faint smile evaporated. How could that lopsided boy ever be a match for Gu Xixi?
Dream on.
He ought to take a good look at his own grandson's visage. Today marked the first time Mr. Gu genuinely observed Gu Xixi. She was strikingly exquisite, with fair, rosy skin, sparkling intelligent eyes, and a petite, ruby-red mouth, clearly a testament to the superior genes of the Gu family. As for Old Li's son's unattractive lineage, he couldn't even bear to contemplate it.
No.
My Xixi will not marry just anyone, Mr. Gu replied, a smirk dancing on his lips, his gaze dripping with sarcasm and disdain. With her beauty, she deserves to wed someone of remarkable caliber, not settle for a casual engagement. Old Li was taken aback by the disdain cast upon his grandson, his countenance darkening in response.
Huh.
What good is being adorable if she's not a boy? This remark nearly choked Mr. Gu with indignation. He almost erupted but was restrained by Gu Jingyan's timely intervention, which provided him a moment to regain his composure. It was clear Gu Jingyan understood his father's temperament all too well and had deliberately chosen this method to curtail his growing ire. Allow me to hold Xixi, Gu Jingyan said, taking the little bundle into his arms and giving her a gentle bounce. Xixi has gained a bit of weight recently. She still feels quite light despite that. Mr. Gu deftly shifted the topic. I am not yet in my twilight years. Carrying a child is no trouble at all. I can attest to my grandfather's accuracy. He did hold her quite steadily just now. Indeed, I find the prospect of a quarrel rather disconcerting, came Gu Xixi's inner voice, causing a ripple of surprise among those who could hear her thoughts. The elderly Mr. Gu was still adjusting to this newfound auditory experience. That Old Li's family is quite something. Mr. Gu's ears perked up, as if he had been struck by a sudden realization, his eyes narrowing with keen interest. Old Li's son suffers from azoospermia. He blames his wife for their inability to conceive, despite her undergoing numerous medical examinations. His wife was subjected to all sorts of bizarre remedies from his mother, even drinking excessive amounts of talisman water. She pleaded with him to get checked, but he adamantly refused. In the end, she could bear it no longer and sought out another man for assistance, finally becoming pregnant with the boy. The Li family was overjoyed, believing him to be their biological grandson, lavishing him with affection. Mr. Gu was astounded. How scandalous. Is this true? How does this little girl know such secrets? Surely, she doesn't possess some supernatural ability to uncover others' pasts? That man the Lee family's daughter-in-law found is here as well. Upon learning her identity, he has been demanding money from her, threatening to expose the truth otherwise. He is a mere waiter. And now, he is deliberately hovering around the Lee family's daughter-in-law, seeking another opportunity to extort more money. Several pairs of eyes discreetly focused on the vicinity of the Lee family's daughter-in-law. Mr. Gu quickly discerned a figure clad in waitstaff attire lingering beside her. Although they exchanged no words, the tension between them was palpable. The Lee family's daughter-in-law, aware of the scrutiny, feigned ignorance, deliberately averting her gaze. However, a few moments of observation revealed the artifice of her actions. She dared not even glance at the man. If her conscience were clear, why the need to evade? With his vast experience, Mr. Gu immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Could it be that Xixi had hit the nail on the head? The man bore a striking resemblance to the Lee family's young master. It seemed the Lee family's daughter-in-law had indeed been meticulous in her selection, ensuring the man she chose was neither too handsome nor too unattractive, someone who could convincingly pass as their child. Old Lee often boasted about his grandson, claiming the boy's eyes resembled his son's, his nose a mirror image of his. He would laugh and say it was evident he was their own flesh and blood. The Lee family's daughter-in-law has been completely drained of her finances by that man. If she cannot produce money today, he will make a scene. Old Gu, you are still with us, celebrating yet another birthday. Each year is a blessing, is it not? Old Chen entered with his family, laughing heartily, his presence somewhat exasperating. Congratulations on aging another year. Mr. Gu maintained a stoic expression, his smile devoid of warmth. Old Chen, it has been a while. Your words remain as unpleasant as ever. Is that so? You're upset by a mere jest? Old Chen laughed heartily. As we grow older, we must cultivate magnanimity. Being easily angered could lead to health issues. I'm simply joking. Greetings, Grandfather Chen. Xixi chirped, approaching with a charming smile, her adorable face alight with innocence. Is this your new granddaughter? Old Chen pointed at Xixi, visibly surprised. She's quite charming. Did you conduct a paternity test during the recognition process? This is crucial. What a thing to ask. Of course, we did. She is my own granddaughter, Mr. Gu retorted, his irritation palpable, wishing he could engage in a proper argument had there not been so many witnesses present. Grandfather Chen, are you friends with Grandfather Xixi? The little one inquired, her small steps bouncing with enthusiasm. Old Chen, hearing her words, grinned broadly. Indeed. Friends, my foot. Mr. Gu interjected, vexed. Why does this little girl address that foul-mouthed man so intimately? Grandfather. Indeed. Are you a character from a children's tale? Then, may I ask you a question, Grandfather? Of course. When will you die? Mr. Gu was momentarily taken aback, nearly throwing him off balance with the abruptness of her inquiry. Old Chen had initially found the little girl endearing and wished to converse further, but her words left him at a loss, unsure whether to rise or remain crouched. The awkwardness of his position brought a sense of amusement to Mr. Gu. Though the two adults could not openly quarrel, the child was free from such constraints. Adults would find it unbecoming to argue with a child. What did you say? Old Chen stammered. Grandfather Chen. Xixi cupped her hands around her mouth, projecting her voice as loudly as possible. When will you die? Gu Wanwei attempted to cover the little one's mouth but was too late. Her father's arm had inadvertently nudged her in the process, making her uncertain if it was a mere illusion. You are far too young to speak such nonsense. Old Chen suddenly stood upright, his temper flaring. Xixi scratched her head in confusion. But Grandfather Chen, you just asked Grandfather the same question. Oh, now I understand. Only someone as old as Grandfather Chen can speak thoughtlessly. Mr. Gu felt an exhilarating rush at her words, nearly bursting with pride. Wanting to pat Xixi on the shoulder and commend her for her clever retort, one that was devoid of malice yet capable of infuriating Old Chen to no end. Humph. You are truly an insufferable granddaughter. Old Chen cast a fleeting glance at Xixi before turning away to rejoin his family. Such audacity. How dare they bully my kin? Do they not realize that the most formidable beings in this world are unruly children? The elder Gu, maintaining his composure, gently tapped Xixi head with his finger. Well done. You truly embody the spirit of the Gu family. In the presence of a crowd, Xixi often felt like merely an ornament, cradled in Gu Jingyan's arms. She was introduced one by one to the long-absent relatives. Occasionally, inquiries about Xixi mother arose, but Gu Jingyan skillfully deflected them with ambiguous excuses, leading the questioners to refrain from further probing. System. Xixi. A prime scoop awaits. Gu Xixi. What? A prime scoop? System. The man in the hazy blue suit ahead is one of the pivotal figures in your mother's storyline. System. If you manage to gather sufficient intel on specific target individuals, you will unlock clues regarding your mother's identity. Gu Xixi. Specific target individuals? How many are there? System. Based on current progress, there are a total of 7. That sounds manageable. If I can uncover the identities of these 7 specific targets, I will learn who my mother is? Gu Xixi exclaimed eagerly. Please divulge their identities. I am ready to consume all the information. System. The term specific targets implies that the identities of the remaining individuals cannot be disclosed in advance. Gu Xixi. All right. Enough with the cryptic talk. I'm done here. Withdraw. System. Understood. Not far from her, a specific target caught Gu Xixi's attention, and she decided to seize the opportunity. The man appeared to be in his 50s. Though not overly greasy, he was hardly appealing, with a large head and narrow shoulders. And even a tailored suit could not salvage his looks. Yet, any discerning eye could see that his suit, from cut to design, was of considerable expense. The hazy man was engaged in conversation with her third uncle, and they seemed quite familiar. This man is a director. No wonder my uncle knows him, Gu Ian remarked.
Ah?
Has Xixi begun to gather intel? As he spoke, Gu Ian's gaze shifted, becoming somewhat more intense as he scrutinized the celebrated director before him. Remarkable indeed. This illustrious director has leveraged his fame and influence to exploit numerous starlets. Recently, he attempted to seduce a certain actress, but was met with a beating. He couldn't dare to return to the set for several days, waiting for his facial injuries to heal before venturing out. What a sensational scoop. This hazy man has not only pursued people's mothers, but also had them introduce their daughters to him. What a scoundrel. Is he truly indiscriminate in his pursuits? He's certainly pushing the boundaries. It appears we have a new rotten cucumber on our hands. Gu Ian's amusement waned as he recalled the fate of Gu Wanwei's ex-boyfriend, Dai Izhou, causing a chill to run down his spine. He instinctively distanced himself from the hazy man, shifting his drink slightly to avoid any potential spillage. Even in the absence of HIV, one could never be too cautious about other strange ailments. What is wrong with men these days? Can't they even safeguard their own dowries anymore? The moral decay of manhood is alarming. But what does this old director have to do with my mother? Could it be that my mother is also an actress in his production? Just as Gu Jingyan was about to take a sip of his drink, the thought struck him, causing him to choke slightly. Are you all right, Mr. Gu? Yes, I'm fine. Just now, Xixi mentioned that man has a connection to her mother? Could it be true, as she suggested, that her mother is an actress in this old director's production? Gu Jingyan pulled out his phone and sent a message to Tang Yin, instructing him to investigate all the female actors in the hazy man's production. This is bad. If my mother is in his production, that is perilously dangerous. Indeed. If she were part of that director's crew, the risks of exploitation would be astronomical. After pondering for a moment, Gu Jingyan sent another message. I need the investigation results within an hour. The hazy man was attending a banquet, and it was unlikely he would leave anytime soon. Thus, an hour was the maximum time frame Gu Jingyan could allow Tang Yin. Initially, Gu Ian held a degree of admiration for the hazy man's talent, but after hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, he found the man utterly repugnant, disgusting from head to toe. However, as long as others were willing participants, it was beyond his concern. He could only mutter a few criticisms in his mind. Third young master, we must collaborate if the opportunity arises. The hazy man smiled, raising his palm in a friendly manner. Your company's Yu Xuechuan is particularly impressive. She would be perfect for the lead role in my new project. Gu Ian forced a smile. Is that so? Perhaps third young master should consider it? I am genuinely serious. I will contemplate it. The audacity of this man, reaching out towards his company, was astonishing. He did not interfere with his employees' voluntary actions outside of work. However, he would never push anyone into a pit of fire. This old director was not irreplaceable. There were many directors far more capable than him. Gu Xixi had been consuming gossip for quite some time, but had only managed to deduce an uncertain lead. Dejected and pouting, she decided to fetch something to eat. Just as she turned, the system chimed in her mind. System. Xixi. The second specific target has appeared. Gu Xixi clutching her plate. Scan the area like an owl. Where? System. The tall server over there. Following the system's guidance, Gu Xixi noticed 2 servers standing in a corner. whispering conspiratorially about the wife of old Li system, the one on the left, the handsome one. Without hesitation, Xixi decided to gather intel on him. This person is named Zhu Keef. He has come to work as a server for the Gu family. Whenever large banquets were held at the Gu residence, temporary help was hired to assist in serving the guests. Zhu Keef and his companion, Wang He, were both temporary workers. What connection does Zhu Keef have with my mother? The chapter unfolded, revealing that she was also among his objectives. The previous specific target was a disreputable director, and now, this specific target was an unremarkable server. How could these two possibly be linked? Never mind, let me continue to dig for more. So, Zhu Keef and Wang He are here to earn some money. Wang He is actually the substitute that old Li's wife sought. After she gave birth to a son with Wang He, she managed to secure her position in the Li household. At least, she wouldn't be forced to consume strange dishes or undergo constant scrutiny. Initially, she believed she would enjoy a good life, but Wang He discovered her true identity and began extorting her money repeatedly. The wife of the Li family was already not favored, lacking valuable possessions, and all she had was taken by Wang He. To her surprise, Wang He became greedy. Seeing that the wife of the Li family was beautiful, he sought to extort as much wealth as possible, aiming to ruin her marriage with the Li family's son. Once they divorced, wouldn't the wife of the Li family become the wife of the Wang family? After all, they already had a child together. Wang He, despite appearing simple-minded, was revealed to be quite cunning. As for Zhu Keef, he was merely Wang He's accomplice, assisting him in this scheme, with Wang He promising him a share of the spoils. Currently, Zhu Keef held no significant intel on his own, but any information gleaned from him would likely be related to Wang He. Thus, Xixi resolved to delve into Wang He's story first. There was no distinction in the order of gossip. As long as it was juicy, it would suffice. Elder Gu had been attentively eavesdropping on Xix's thoughts. He had not felt this invigorated in a long time. Wang He has made his move. The wife of the Li family had been avoiding the signals he had been sending, which frustrated him greatly, prompting him to take the initiative. Their conversation appeared to be far from pleasant. The daughter-in-law of the Li family sought to conclude the conversation, persistently urging Wang He to depart. Yet, Wang He had arrived with ulterior motives, and he was not one to be easily persuaded to leave. Every soul capable of perceiving their thoughts was consumed with curiosity about their dialogue, yet none dared to disrupt the delicate atmosphere. Should someone approach, the Li family's daughter-in-law would undoubtedly distance herself from Wang He without hesitation. Fortunately, they had the small speaker, Xixi. Wang He said, "Give me 40 million, and he will vanish completely, never to trouble her again." The Li family's daughter-in-law replied that she would find a way to gather the money and assured him that she would pay him. Wang He refused, insisting that he must see the money within an hour. Otherwise, he would publicly reveal her son's true identity. Incredibly, Wang He even brought along the paternity test results linking him to the Li family's grandson. What a bombshell. Elder Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the ramifications of such a revelation. For years, he had endured the scorn of old Li, who had used the absence of a grandson to belittle him. Was today finally the day he could reclaim his dignity? Wang He granted the Li family's daughter-in-law an hour to procure the funds. She, fearing to approach her husband or in-laws, sought assistance from friends, ultimately managing to borrow only 2 million. She transferred the entirety to Wang He. However, even after receiving the money, Wang He remained unsatisfied, demanding the remaining 8 million. The hours slipped away swiftly, and the Li family's daughter-in-law was now in a state of utter panic. During this time, she discreetly arranged to meet Wang He, hoping to plead for additional time. Yet, Wang He's intentions were not solely focused on money. She was also one of his objectives. Over the years, he had extorted nearly 3 million from her. With today's 2 million, that amounted to a total of 4 million. For Wang He, acquiring more money was advantageous, but his primary goal today was to dismantle the Li family's daughter-in-law's marriage, rendering her infamous. In this scenario, she would be left with no choice but to succumb to despair and accept him as her husband. Wang He bore a striking resemblance to the Li family's son, yet he lacked the wealth that came with it. Money could grease the wheels of affection. The Li family's son could easily attract a beautiful wife with his riches, while Wang He, devoid of wealth, had never even had a girlfriend. In this game of comparison, Wang He's psyche had long since twisted into a distorted state. Wang He is about to make his move. Xixi was busy consuming her meal, while her gaze remained fixated on the makeshift speaking area. A microphone and sound equipment had been set up in anticipation of Elder Gu's thank you speech. Wang He is going to leap forward and announce his relationship with the Li family's daughter-in-law using the microphone. Goodness, one tea that infuriate grandfather? Today is his grand celebration after all. He is the star of the show. Elder Gu pondered for a moment, realizing that it would indeed overshadow his moment. However, the thought of provoking old Li delighted him. Feigning calm, Elder Gu summoned Xiao Chun and instructed, if anyone attempts to seize the microphone, do not interfere. Xiao Chun was taken aback. Why? No questions, just do as I say. Understood, sir. Yet, as time passed, Wang He failed to make his move, and the moment arrived for Elder Gu to take the stage. Disappointed, he stepped up, lightly tapping the microphone, ready to speak. Suddenly, a figure rushed up from the crowd, shoving him aside and seizing the microphone stand. It was none other than Wang He. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, while the Gu family watched with rapt attention, as if they were witnessing their favorite scene unfold in a riveting drama. Wang He grasped the microphone, pointing at the Li family's daughter-in-law as he shouted, Song Yongjun, you have forced my hand. You used my son to impersonate someone else's child. Xiao Hao is my son, not a child of the Li family.
Boom.
It was as if a bomb had detonated, plunging the room into a stunned silence. The Li family's daughter-in-law trembled, stealing glances at her husband, unable to utter a single word. Yongjun, what is going on? Old Li gasped, clutching his chest, bewildered by the revelation.
Who is that man? Who am I?
Wang He sneered, I am your grandson's father. His biological father. The Li family's son, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. You're talking nonsense. Look how much he resembles me. How could he possibly be your son? Have you lost your mind? Why don't you take a closer look? Do we not share a striking resemblance? As he spoke, everyone around them began to turn their heads back and forth, comparing their features. Remarkably, they did bear a resemblance. Indeed, if they were to dress similarly. The whispers in the crowd sent the Li family's son into a frenzy. You can't just say that. He stammered, raising his voice to mask his uncertainty. Who do you think you are?
Ha!
I possess the paternity test results linking me to Xiao Hao. He is indeed my son. If you doubt it, feel free to verify again. The Li family's son stormed onto the stage, snatching the paternity test from Wang He's grasp. He scrutinized it, his mind spiraling into confusion, unsure of how to react. In the end, he could only cast a resentful look at his wife, awaiting her response. The Li family's daughter-in-law, startled by his gaze, shuddered and, believing the evidence to be irrefutable, confessed, You all have pressured me, made me take medication, undergo examinations, and drink talisman water. It was clear that Li Haojuan had health issues, yet he refused to be examined, insisting that it was my fault. How could I have conceived with someone else?
Ha ha ha.
Her eyes gleamed with madness, and she unleashed years of pent-up grievances and anger in that moment. So old Li, your grandson, isn't biologically yours? Elder Gu's astonished voice echoed through the speakers. He stood at the foot of the stage, holding a backup microphone, his expression one of shock and amusement. Chapter 56, The Wealthy Sister, Our Role Model. The words over the sound system elucidated the situation for those who were previously unaware. They had merely come to attend a birthday banquet, only to be thrust into such a sensational affair. Countless pairs of eyes fixated on the Li family, their embarrassment palpable, evoking the ire of the Li family's son. Forgetting the audience, he rushed onto the stage, engaging Wang He in a fierce struggle. The two were evenly matched, soon bearing injuries, neither willing to relent.
Slap.
The Li matriarch, teeth gritted, glared at her daughter-in-law and, in a fit of rage, slapped her hard. You wretched creature. How dare you consort with other men? The Li family's daughter-in-law returned the slap without hesitation, sending the matriarch reeling. I must have been cursed in my past life to marry into your Li family. I will not endure this any longer. I want a divorce. In an instant, the Li matriarch and her daughter-in-law were embroiled in a tumultuous brawl. Meanwhile, the Li family's son and Wang He continued their fierce clash. Old Li gasped for breath. Surveying the chaotic scene, his vision clouded with stars. The grandson he had always cherished was now like a hot potato, impossible to hold onto.
The child,
tears streaming down his face, stood helplessly in a corner, wailing, his nose running profusely. As the farce began to wind down, Elder Gu signaled to Xiao Chun, who then directed the bodyguards to intervene. All involved parties were escorted away from Guyuting, except for Zhu Keef. The little one had been closely monitoring Zhu Qifei's situation. Xixi, what is this person's connection to my mother? Xixi, system. Dig deeper into this. The system began to gather information, preparing to extract more details from Zhu Qifei. Moments later, new information arrived. Xixi, this person is already married, with a wife and a child. Xixi, he enjoys playing cards and has accrued significant debts. Xixi, today, he accompanied Wang He to this chaotic scene, for which Wang He paid him 2,000 yuan. Xixi, so, that is all the information? What about my mother? The system, confused. As for the current gossip regarding Zhu Qifei, I have left it all for you, Xixi. Xixi. The composed Gu Jingyan, eavesdropping on his thoughts, sees the crux of the matter. The director just mentioned Zhu Qifei might be associated with Xixi's mother. He signaled Tang Yin to investigate thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Once the farce involving the Li family was resolved, the birthday banquet could proceed smoothly. Gu Jingyan discerned that the patriarch's spirits were particularly buoyant today, his voice infused with an unprecedented excitement and joy while delivering his gratitude speech. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the usually domineering old man, Li, had suffered a significant setback today. Xixi, come here, called the elderly gentleman gently from a distance, beckoning her over to introduce her to someone. Wishing to remain engrossed in the gossip, Xixi shrugged her shoulders. Coming. The elder lifted her into his arms, his strong hands resembling gnarled tree roots. Xixi, this is Uncle Wang, the son of a good friend of Grandpa. Hello, Uncle Wang. Xixi remarked. The couple enjoys their own adventures outside, only to showcase their affection at significant occasions.
Xixi, this is Aunt Bai.
Hello, Aunt Bai. Xixi exclaimed. She is my life goal. The elderly gentleman, engrossed in gossip, responded with a puzzled expression. Xixi continued. To have 3 perfectly handsome men, unshackled by the constraints of marriage. To love wherever one pleases. Xixi added. The life of a wealthy sister is simply exquisite. She is a model for our generation. The elderly gentleman. As he introduced Xixi to various acquaintances, he was inundated with gossip, perhaps more than he had ever consumed in his life. Those familiar faces, typically so mundane, harbored an abundance of secrets unbeknownst to others. As he savored the gossip, he couldn't help but wonder how Xixi came to know such things. After much contemplation, he concluded that it must be due to her extraordinary abilities. A rare gift bestowed upon the Gu family by fate. The birthday banquet concluded seamlessly. Once the guests were sent off, the Gu family residence returned to its usual tranquility. The servants busied themselves with cleaning and tidying up, while others retreated to their rooms early. Gu Jingyan sat at his desk, perusing the information compiled by Tang Yin. Due to uncertainty regarding Gu Jingyan's investigative intentions, Tang Yin's report was extensive and intricate. Concerned about overlooking the details Gu Jingyan sought, Tang Yin's summary was meticulous. Truly, Tang Yin was commendable. Within the span of a single birthday banquet, he had procured the information Gu Jingyan desired. These individuals were connected to Xixi's mother? Although the birthday celebration was somewhat noisy, Xixi's thoughts were directly projected into his mind. Gu Jingyan was far from misinterpreting them. On the surface, the renowned director and the freelance Zhu Qifei appeared to have no connection. Yet, since they were significant figures related to Xixi's mother, there must be some link between them. Gu Jingyan never doubted the authenticity of Xixi's thoughts. The occurrences of late served as a testament to the validity of her insights. What she spoke was truth. It would come to pass. The document on the computer displayed a total of 89 pages, containing detailed information about the director and Zhu Qifei, even including records from their kindergarten days. Gu Jingyan did not reproach Tang Yin for his overly meticulous nature. He desired precision. As for the usefulness of the information, he preferred to assess it himself rather than rely on Tang Yin's judgment. The matter of Xixi's thoughts could not be disclosed to others, which meant Gu Jingyan had to take matters into his own hands and could not delegate responsibility to anyone else. After dedicating an hour to reviewing all the materials, Gu Jingyan harbored a nascent hypothesis. If the two were indeed connected, there would inevitably be intersections involving certain people, events, and places. Upon scrutinizing all the documents, Gu Jingyan identified a point of convergence. Zhu Qifei had a minor role in the director's new production and utilized his spare time to engage in other freelance work. His wife, Sun Jinjin, served as the assistant to the actress playing the second female lead in the same production. Additionally, Zhu Qifei had a sister, Shen Ruowen, who was also in the entertainment industry. An accomplished actress, she had played minor roles in numerous productions during her early years, but in recent years, her talent had propelled her to rising stardom. However, the siblings bore different surnames, with the sister taking their father's surname while Xixi followed their mother's. Their identities remained largely unknown within the industry. Nevertheless, it appeared that Shin Ruoan had no connection to the director. She had neither acted in his productions nor collaborated with him thereafter. Their acquaintance likely ended there. Gu Jingyan selected Shin Ruoan, Sun Jinjin, and the actress Yu Jia, who worked as Sun Jinjin's assistant, for further investigation. After retrieving detailed information on the three, Gu Jingyan fell into silence. In terms of height, Shin Ruoan stood the tallest at 168 centimeters, while Sun Jinjin and Yu Jia were not far behind, measuring 165 centimeters and 167 centimeters respectively. The three women displayed little disparity in physique. Shin Ruoan was renowned in the industry for her enviable figure, her metabolism seemingly defying the laws of nature. And even unedited photos could not conceal her alluring allure. Yu Jia was no slouch either. However, in contrast to Luo Ning's sleek lines, she embodied a healthy, sun-kissed beauty. Perusing her social media, it was evident that Yu Jia had embraced fitness 3 years prior, spending 6 days a week at the gym. 5 years had elapsed. Relying solely on height and physique to discern identities posed significant challenges. Gu Jingyan pondered further. Given that Gu Xixi had been born, there must have been a period of absence, pregnancy, and childbirth. A review of these three women's activities from 4 years ago would shed light on any unexplained gaps. Chapter 57. If he is not capable, how did Gu Xixi come into being? Fortunately, Tang Yin's meticulous efforts had catalogued the trajectories of these three women over the years. Among them, Sun Jinjin had the longest period of inactivity, followed by Yu Jia, while Shin Ruoan had the least. Sun Jinjin claimed to have been unwell, yet her spending records indicated frequent outings for shopping. In contrast, Yu Jia had an 8-month stretch that could be deemed entirely blank. During this time, she neither filmed nor attended any events, with only 2 or 3 photos captured by the paparazzi, and her spending records were scant. Conversely, Shin Ruoan exhibited a workaholic's dedication, tirelessly acting during her early years of minor roles. As her popularity surged, she transitioned from supporting roles to second-tier status, now entering the ranks of leading actresses. Her body of work expanded significantly, but with newfound options, the quality of her projects skyrocketed. Even her earlier poorly received films could not detract from her flawless performances. Whenever it came to Shin Ruoan scenes, she appeared almost out of place, her excellence overshadowing the production. A workaholic, she had only 4 months of downtime, attributed to an injury sustained while performing stunts, necessitating bed rest with her foot in a cast. Beyond that, she never missed a beat, whether in variety shows, acting, or events. Currently, among the three, apart from Sun Jinjin, both Shin Ruoan and Yu Jia remained unmarried. 2.5 years ago, Zhu Kefi met Sun Jinjin, and shortly thereafter, they married due to an unexpected pregnancy. They now had a son aged 1.5. Based on the clues at hand, Sun Jinjin's likelihood appeared minimal, while Yu Jia's probability soared. Gu Jingyan was not one to rely solely on circumstantial evidence. There remained much to ascertain. Probabilities were merely probabilities, not definitive proof. He could not afford to alert the unsuspecting. Sitting on the carpet, Gu Xixi entertained herself with her toys. Several times, she glanced curiously at Gu Jingyan's serious expression, wondering what he was engrossed in on the computer. However, her diminutive stature rendered it impossible for her to discern the screen's contents from her vantage point. Gu Xixi inquired, "Why does handsome dad appear so troubled tonight?" Gu Xixi mused, "Could it be that he is thinking of someone?" Suddenly, a voice beckoned him, and Gu Jingyan snapped back to reality, realizing that he had forgotten about the little darling tonight. Just as he was about to rise and play with Gu Xixi for a while, Gu Yayan entered, carrying 2 glasses of red wine, giggling. "Big brother, look at what I've brought." Setting down the glasses, Gu Yayan caught a glimpse of the computer screen and immediately spotted 3 photographs of women displayed side by side, each one more stunning than the last. What a remarkable occurrence. His elder brother's computer actually contained pictures of women. Could it be that the ancient, withered tree that was Gu Jingyan was finally blossoming?
Wow.
Big brother, you've finally come to your senses. Are you planning to find a mother for Xixi? He patted Gu Jingyan's shoulder excitedly, his palm rhythmically striking it. This is great. Gu Jingyan closed the photos, not even glancing at him, and directly lifted his wine glass. Stop talking nonsense. Despite having over half a glass of red wine left, Gu Yayan, filled with exuberance, gulped it down in one go. I'm serious. You shouldn't dwell on your white moonlight any longer. She hasn't returned for so many years, she might have forgotten you by now. One should value the present. White moonlight. Gu Jingyan paused mid-sip. Gu Cc's ears perked up instantly. What? My handsome dad actually has a white moonlight? Stop pretending to have amnesia. Gu Yayan teased, wriggling like a mischievous worm. I'm talking about Yi Jinru. Upon hearing this name, Gu Xixi decisively commanded the system to take note. Gu Xixi, eating the gossip about Yi Jinru. The system responded, Yi Jinru's storyline has not yet been activated, unable to consume her gossip at this time. However, you may feast on your handsome dad's gossip. Why did he suddenly bring up Jinru? Gu Jingyan shook his head helplessly. How long ago was that? Well, regardless, she was your first love, and first loves are certainly unforgettable. First love? Gu Jingyan attempted to recall his past with Yi Jinru, but everything became hazy. In contrast, the events with that woman from that fateful night were etched into his memory, each detail vividly clear. Though his mind had not been entirely lucid then, he had acted unlike himself. Yet, all of it felt as though it had been inscribed into his very being, impossible to erase. Gu Xixi. Oh yeah, I've got juicy gossip about my handsome dad. Gu Jingyan. Upon hearing that it was about his elder brother, Gu Yayan straightened his back instinctively, ready to shake his wine glass to create a gossipy atmosphere. Unfortunately, having just downed his drink, it was empty. He shook it a couple of times, feeling unsatisfied, and could only stand by the table, waiting. Turns out my handsome dad has an ex-girlfriend. Gu Jingyan, can you keep your voice down? It feels like a trumpet is blaring in my ear. Is this really considered an ex-girlfriend? Gu Yayan's brow furrowed in confusion. Gu Xixi chimed in. They were childhood sweethearts, had a good relationship, and naturally grew closer during their youthful exuberance. But my handsome dad never even held her hand. Gu Yayan's eyes widened, and in a barely audible whisper, he murmured, Big brother, are you incapable? If you are, you need to see a doctor. Don't let it drag on. What nonsense! Gu Jingyan had no desire to engage. If he were truly incapable, how had Gu Xixi come into being? It was merely that back then, Gu Jingyan had not possessed a profound understanding of love. He simply enjoyed Yi Jinru's company and did not oppose her suggestion to date. Regardless of the past or present, Gu Jingyan had always been a virtuous man. In a sober state, he would never engage in inappropriate behavior. Even holding hands, in his view, constituted physical contact. That night 5 years ago was different. Under the influence of drugs, he had lost his rationality, unable to control his emotions. Later, the Yi family went bankrupt, and Yi Jinru left Xia country without even saying goodbye to my handsome dad. Since then, Yi Jinru has never contacted him again. Everyone assumed my handsome dad was abandoned by his first love and would undoubtedly be pining for her, considering her as white moonlight. Listening to Gu Xixi's musings, Gu Jingyan finally understood what was swirling in Gu Yayan's mind. He shot him a warning glance, explaining in a volume only they could hear. My affair with Jinru has long since passed. I don't think about it anymore. Don't spout nonsense in front of Xixi. Strictly speaking, this hardly qualifies as a relationship between lovers, Gu Xixi pointed out, her little brow furrowing in thought as she rubbed her chin. Their dates consisted of dining together, visiting the library, and strolling through the park. They never even held hands, let alone kissed. I wonder if Yi Jinru found my handsome dad too dull and unperceptive, kicking him to the curb without a word. Gu Jingyan. Hearing Gu Yayan's thoughts, Gu Yayan was unable to contain his laughter, patting Gu Jingyan's shoulder as he made his exit from the study, resembling a lobster. Once only the two of them remained in the study, an even more explosive thought arose. Wow, White Moonlight is about to message my handsome dad, saying she's back in Xia country. It's truly uncanny how words manifest. Gu Jingyan instinctively glanced at his phone, and at that moment, a new message arrived. The sender displayed, Yi Jinru. In that instant, Gu Jingyan questioned if Gu Cc's words had somehow conjured reality. How uncanny. One moment she mentioned Yi Jinru would message, and the next the message arrived. He opened his phone, and the content of Yi Jinru's message was strikingly similar to what Gu Xixi had said. She first expressed her return to Xia country, then conveyed her longing for Gu Jingyan, suggesting they meet. Years ago, when Yi Jinru had abruptly vanished, no one knew her whereabouts. The only certainty was that she was alive, merely having departed from Xia country. Even Gu Jingyan, who had once been closest to her, was unaware of her fate. After so many years, Yi Jinru's reappearance did not significantly impact Gu Jingyan. Perhaps it was because she had been gone for so long that he had effectively removed her from his life. The sudden emergence of Yi Jinru was merely a grain of sand, failing to stir significant ripples within him. However, human nature is inherently curious. Even though Gu Jingyan had long since forgotten and moved on from the past, he remained intrigued by what had transpired. Why did Yi Jinru suddenly leave? Where had she gone? Why was she returning now? In the past, Gu Jingyan might have politely declined this unnecessary invitation to reunite. But it seemed Gu Xixi had altered his perspective. Perhaps a visit would yield some gossip. The desire for intrigue gradually awakened within him. Gu Jingyan accepted Yi Jinru's invitation without offering excessive sentiment. He only felt a twinge of regret. Such an occasion tomorrow would not be appropriate for Gu Xixi's presence. If another person were involved, Yi Jinru might hold back. Even if she came with ulterior motives, she would likely conceal them temporarily. Even if Gu Jingyan had no intention of bringing Gu Xixi along, it would not deter the little darling from finding a chauffeur. Armed with the gossip system, Gu Xixi expertly grasped the time and place of Gu Jingyan's meeting with Yi Jinru. She merely needed someone to drive her there. With so many inquisitive souls in the Gu household, she could easily find someone at home to escort her. It was a stroke of luck that her aunt, Gu Wanwei, was available and willing to take a day off to rest at home. The following day, the quiet and obedient Gu Xixi, who had been lying in wait for a long time, calculated that the time had come. She ascended the stairs and knocked on Gu Wanwei's door. "Auntie, little darling needs a ride." As Gu Wanwei opened the door, the little bundle of joy rushed forward, clinging to her leg. "What's the matter, Xixi? Do you want your aunt to play with you?" Gu Wanwei yawned widely. "How about we watch a cartoon together?" Though she lacked energy, the idea of watching a cartoon meant that Gu Xixi could indulge in her own amusement while she seized the opportunity to take a nap. "Auntie, Daddy has gone to meet a lady named Yi Jinru," the little one said with a hint of jealousy. Xixi is curious. She wants to see. "What?
Yi Jinru?
Gu Wanwei's eyes widened in disbelief, her fatigue instantly vanishing. She grabbed her coat and declared, "Let us go." In the Gu family, everyone was aware of Yi Jinru. Although the Yi family was not as affluent as the Gu family back in the day, they were still somewhat of a match. And Grandma Gu held a fondness for Yi Jinru, praising her for her gentle and obedient nature. Having grown up alongside Gu Jingyan, she was deemed an ideal candidate for a daughter-in-law. However, their relationship abruptly ended 5 years ago when the Yi family faced bankruptcy and Yi Jinru left for M country. The Gu family lamented this turn of events. With their imaginations running wild, the Gu family had elevated Yi Jinru to the status of Gu Jingyan's unattainable first love, believing he was forever haunted by memories of her. In contrast, Gu Jingyan himself had nearly forgotten her existence. Gu Wanwei was eager to uncover the reason behind Yi Jinru's sudden return. Could it be that she sought to rekindle her relationship with her elder brother? Given his lack of romantic flair, it seemed unlikely he would recognize the opportunity even if it presented itself. Clearly, she would need to intervene and guide him. Armed with the address provided by Gu Xixi, they arrived at the CAF just moments after Gu Jingyan. The establishment played soothing background music, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the cityscape unfolded. This was the location Yi Jinru had chosen for their meeting. She had arrived early and selected a discreet corner table, allowing Gu Xixi and Gu Wanwei to sit quietly diagonally across from her, conveniently concealed by a row of decorative plants. Gu Wanwei ordered herself a cup of coffee and a glass of milk with a small cake for Gu Xixi. Although they could not hear the exchange between Gu Jingyan and Yi Jinru, they could observe everything through the gaps in the greenery. Gu Xixi remarked, "That Yi Jinru looks like she has a story to tell." "What do you mean by a story?" Gu Wanwei queried. "I can vaguely sense a hint of green tea fragrance about her," Gu Xixi replied. Having not seen Yi Jinru in years, Gu Wanwei's memories lingered on the past, where her impression of Jinru was quite favorable. Perhaps it could be said that everyone in the Gu family, aside from the elderly patriarch, held her in high regard. Yet, Gu Wanwei sensed that little Xixi harbored some discontent towards Yi Jinru. This was understandable. After all, Xixi surely did not wish for her father to marry another woman. Peering through the leaves, Gu Wanwei was taken aback to see a wedding ring adorning her elder brother's hand. She could assert with complete certainty that, as of this morning, his hand bore no adornments, let alone a wedding band. "Brother, what are you thinking? Why the sudden decision to wear a wedding ring? Is this not a signal to dissuade Yi Jinru?" Yi Jinru's gaze also fell upon the conspicuously sparkling ring, and with a forced smile, she stifled her curiosity and exchanged pleasantries with Gu Jingyan. Eventually, she broached the question that weighed heavily on her mind. "Are you married?" Gu Jingyan hesitated, sidestepping the question. "I have a child." Although he had yet to find a wife, It was only a matter of time. I just returned and have heard some news. Yi Jinru seemed satisfied with this answer. He had found his daughter, yet he was not married, correct? Indeed, Gu Jingyan replied, disliking dishonesty. Yet, his candidness caused Yi Jinru to frown, a pang of pain gnawing at her heart. Did the significance of the wedding ring serve to keep her at arm's length? Their long-standing bond had diminished to this. They exchanged fragmented conversations about the past, and it was then that Yi Jinru learned how Gu Jingyan had come to have this daughter. As she listened to his words, her expression darkened, as if she had been coated with a layer of paint. Even her fingers, which held the coffee cup, trembled slightly. It turned out that it was due to drugging that he had a daughter with another woman. Yi Jinru inwardly mocked herself for her past feelings, which had led to her current predicament.
Wow.
What a colossal revelation! Gu Xixi exclaimed. Did I just hear that correctly? Gu Jingyan wondered, perplexed by the notion that Gu Xixi could be here as well. Turns out, the one who drugged handsome dad back then was Yi Jinru. Chapter 59. Unworthy to live in this world. The one who had drugged him was Yi Jinru? Gu Jingyan questioned his own hearing. No. It was his mind that seemed to falter. Her thoughts echoed directly within his consciousness. After the Yi family went bankrupt, the Yi couple fled to M country overnight. Gu Xixi continued. Yi Jinru, unwilling to accept defeat, intended to use the drug to secure handsome dad for herself, aiming to marry into the Gu family and remain affluent. But despite her efforts, handsome dad ended up with my mysterious mother instead, Gu Xixi added, an unforeseen twist of fate. Gu Wanwei gasped in astonishment. What an earth-shattering revelation. This visit has proven invaluable. Even Gu Jingyan, upon hearing Gu Xixi's thoughts, could not help but feel astonished. The very perpetrator he had sought for so long was seated right before him, Yi Jinru, with whom he had been in a relationship at the time. Yi Jinru had believed she could expedite their commitment, whether through engagement or marriage, due to the circumstances. Yet, their relationship had barely begun. They hadn't even held hands, and to leap straight to marriage was far too ambitious. However, having grown up together, Yi Jinru understood Gu Jingyan well. Once they crossed that threshold, Gu Jingyan's attitude would shift drastically. To the unknowing eye, he appeared to be a suave gentleman, a master of romance who would not feel confined by physical intimacy.
Yet,
Yi Jinru knew he was the opposite. He approached love with caution, viewing physical relationships as a serious commitment intertwined with responsibility. The sentiments he shared with Gu Yan were akin to two extremes, similar yet distinct. As the thoughts quieted, Gu Jingyan's mind became a whirlwind, inundated with an influx of information that overwhelmed his defenses. Long-buried memories surged forth, akin to rampant vines breaking through the earth. Noticing his silence, Yi Jinru's eyes revealed a glimmer of disappointment. It's truly unfortunate, isn't it? Had those events not transpired, perhaps we could have had a lovely daughter. Upon hearing the word daughter, Gu Jingyan's unfocused gaze sharpened momentarily. Why did you leave back then? Was it because you learned that night's events?
Yi Jinru said.
Her head lowering in melancholy. The Yi family went bankrupt, and I realized that the Yi and Gu families were no longer a match. You would surely find a more suitable partner in the future. I should have relinquished my position sooner. After a moment of silence, Yi Jinru suddenly summoned her courage and looked at him. Jingyan, did you ever love me? Did I love you? Gu Jingyan pondered, uncertain. What constitutes love? Was it the serene moments they shared in the library, basking in tranquility? Or the quiet yet comfortable walks in the park? Was the peace that came from never quarreling with her considered love? If love could be so easily defined, what then is the purpose of those who spend their lives in pursuit of its meaning? Even if it is not passionate, there must have been moments of heart-fluttering connection. Every recollection ignites a faster heartbeat, a physical response that cannot deceive. While he lacked a concrete definition, Gu Jingyan understood that the feelings they once shared could hardly be deemed love. Love is an emotion that defies easy definition. His silence rendered Yi Jinru increasingly anxious. After so many years apart, did Gu Jingyan truly refuse to grant her even a modicum of courtesy? Attempting to lighten the mood, Yi Jinru hastily sought a way out for herself, smiling as she remarked, even if there is no love between us, having grown up together, surely the bond of friendship remains. Gu Jingyan did not further dishearten her, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Had she approached him openly for assistance rather than resorting to underhanded means years ago, perhaps their friendship might have endured. However, upon uncovering the truth through Gu Xixi's heartfelt revelations, Gu Jingyan felt that whatever semblance of connection they shared had shattered into irreparable fragments.
Indeed,
Do not blame me for my curiosity. Acting is Yi Jinru's forte. After years of swallowing her pride for the sake of her own life, she must surely be weary. You have reclaimed your daughter, yet why is her mother absent? We have known each other for so long. I am well aware of your character. Is it truly incompatible? I cannot believe the fault lies with you. To marry a woman devoid of emotional foundation due to a single night of folly is indeed a grave injustice to you. Yi Jinru's words were laden with veiled inquiries about the woman in question, lifting herself while subtly undermining the other. Since taking a seat, Gu Jingyan had been more attuned to Gu Xixi's inner thoughts. Though he had yet to locate the little darling, her presence here surely indicated that she was accompanied, alleviating any excessive concern. For the first time, Gu Jingyan lifted his gaze to earnestly regard Yi Jinru, who seemed altered. In her ostensibly sincere eyes lurked a fox-like cunning, masked by a smile that appeared meticulously calculated, evoking a certain discomfort. Yi Jinru presumed Gu Jingyan had remained unmarried due to his incompatibility with Gu Xixi's mother, leading to the sole existence of their daughter. She was entirely oblivious to the fact that he did not even know the identity of the woman from that night. Calmly sipping his coffee, Gu Jingyan's movements were imbued with an elegant grace, the subtle gestures that might go unnoticed on others radiating a compelling charm. Upon setting down his cup, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. I have yet to ascertain the identity of that woman from that night. However, I intend to find her and discuss future arrangements thoroughly. She bore a daughter out of wedlock, only for her to be abducted. I believe she endures a hardship more profound than anyone else. Jinru, your preconceived judgments about a person are rather lacking in objectivity. Yi Jinru's smile faltered, as her intent to elevate her status as his childhood companion and enhance Gu Jingyan's standing in her eyes backfired, inciting his displeasure instead. If you uncover her identity, will you marry her? Yi Jinru managed a strained smile, the chill in the air making her shiver. Despite the CAF's ample heating, she felt an icy draft emanating from across the table, gradually numbing her limbs. I shall respect her wishes. If she is willing, I will marry her. But do you love her? In her urgency, Yi Jinru's voice inadvertently rose, lamenting the absurd notion of sacrificing her own happiness for a mere sense of responsibility. Gu Jingyan held steadfast to his own principles, unneeding of external instruction, particularly from the very individual who had instigated this predicament. A man who lacks the courage to take responsibility does not deserve to inhabit this world. Chapter 60. Bestowing the man she cherished upon another. Had these words been spoken by Gu Jingyan to Yi Jinru, she would have rejoiced. Yet, he uttered them concerning another woman, one whose identity remained unknown to him. Gu Xixi, Dad is super handsome. Infuriating the green tea BTC.
Hee.
Gu Jingyan. He had been subtly scanning for signs of the little darling.
At last.
Through the gap between a row of greenery, he glimpsed the small shoes on Gu Xixi's feet. Those shoes had been purchased by Gu Wanwei. Fluffy on the outside and fashioned like little bear paws, adorably rounded on her feet, resembling a chibi bear paw. Gu Jingyan recalled them vividly. That morning, he had watched those little feet scampering about for quite some time, so she had chosen an excellent hiding spot. From Gu Jingyan's vantage point, he could see only the shoes, utterly obscured from view by the foliage. Yi Jinru felt her smile nearly falter. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. She had not returned to hear Gu Jingyan admonish her on account of another woman. Even with a fire brewing in her heart, Yi Jinru had to suppress it, enduring for the sake of her goal. After all, she had already endured for so many years. What was a little more? By the way, how is Uncle's health? Yi Jinru swiftly changed the subject, feigning concern for those close to him. Gu Jingyan glanced towards the metallic sheen behind Yi Jinru, where he could just make out Gu Xixi's little feet fidgeting. He is in good health. Once I finish my obligations and settle down, I shall pay a visit to Uncle and Auntie. The social engagements of their parents were matters Gu Jingyan preferred to leave untouched. He listened absently to Yi Jinru, his gaze persistently seeking another figure in the reflection. A pair of high heels. It was likely Gu Wanwei had persuaded Gu Xixi to eavesdrop. Fortunately, this little darling was clever enough to bring someone with her. Had she been running about alone, Gu Jingyan would have ensured she enjoyed a complete childhood. He would never resort to physical punishment, but stern reprimands were certainly warranted. Their conversation resembled a one-sided monologue. Yi Jinru spoke at length, while Gu Jingyan remained as reticent as ever, merely listening. Many topics she broached seemed to subtly convey to him that her years had not been kind. Gu Xixi. Back then, she intended to drug Dad into bed, only to ensnare herself. Gu Wanwei, finally addressing the crux of the matter. We've already had 2 cups of coffee. The circumstances surrounding how Yi Jinru had faded from the picture after attempting to drug his brother were undoubtedly shrouded in more complexity. Xixi, as fate would have it, she ended up with another man. Xixi. The following day, she sought to confront Dad, only to be stunned upon reviewing the surveillance footage. The man who entered was not Dad at all. Xixi. It was then she realized her plan had not only failed but had done so spectacularly. Xixi. She had unwittingly gifted the man she cherished to another. Xixi. As for why Yi Jinru departed all those years ago. Xixi. It was because she recognized her plan's failure and, in a state of panic, accepted a long-time backup and followed him abroad. Xixi. Though his family was not as affluent as the Gu family, he was utterly devoted to her, making him the best option for her to grasp. Having sat for so long, Yi Jinru had scarcely recounted her own experiences over the years, merely guiding Gu Jingyan to reminisce. However, the more she did so, the more Gu Jingyan became aware that some things had irrevocably changed. Sitting in quiet company with her was no longer as effortless as it had once been. Throughout their coffee break, he found himself tempted to rise and seek out where Xixi had hidden herself. Time and circumstances had altered. Some things were simply beyond repair. You've just returned to the country. I am certain there are countless matters you must attend to. Gu Jingyan rose to summon the server, leaving behind a stack of bills. I shall not intrude further. Yi Jinru had not anticipated the conversation would end so swiftly and without the harmonious exchange she had envisioned. In her eagerness to rise, she found Gu Jingyan's back already at the elevator.
Damn.
She had initially thought matters would proceed smoothly. Little did she realize that after her years away, the chasm between her and Gu Jingyan had only widened. Yi Jinru clutched her handbag, her heart heavy as she gazed at the retreating figure. Was she truly going to abandon everything?
No.
That was utterly inconceivable. She had resolutely returned from Country M with the intention of severing ties with that man. Here, the only person she could depend upon was Gu Jingyan. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Jinru was determined not to yield. At the elevator entrance, Gu Jingyan took out his phone and directly dialed Gu Wanwei's number. Upon seeing the name flash on her screen, Gu Wanwei flinched and gestured for Xixi to be quiet. It's your father. Hello?
Brother?
Where are you? I'm at the company. Is your company playing music akin to that of a CAF? Brother, I'm so sorry. Gu Wanwei exclaimed, sliding down into a kneel for a second. Embracing Xixi, she approached the elevator, and indeed, she spotted the awaiting Gu Jingyan. Brother. Gu Jingyan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the little bundle in her arms. Daddy, what a coincidence. Xixi blinked her wide eyes innocently. Had it not been for her overly free-spirited thoughts, Gu Jingyan might not have caught up to them so swiftly.
Oh.
Is that Weiwei?
A composit Yejinro aprochet.
Instantly sensing a surge of anxiety, her gaze fell upon the small, round figure. Was this indeed Weiwei's daughter? How adorable. Yi Jinru had shared a relatively good rapport with Gu Wanwei back in the day. To become a member of the Gu family, it was imperative to foster good relations with each family member. Gu Wanwei, intimidated by her brother's oppressive demeanor, dared not dispute the matter, yet she could not bear the burden of such a colossal lie. Jinru, this is my brother's daughter, Xixi. I brought her here to play, and I didn't expect to run into you. This is Jingyan's child? Yi Jinru murmured to herself. The complexity of her feelings as she looked at Xixi was palpable: regret, sorrow, and a tinge of complicated resentment intertwined. Gu Jingyan refrained from introducing Yi Jinru to Xixi, instead signaling to Gu Wanwei to hand the little one over to him, wishing to hold her himself. Their brief encounter held no significance, neither good nor bad. However, Yi Jinru understood that progress was not unfolding as smoothly as she had envisioned. Her years of absence had nearly caused the Gu family to forget her. No, she must act swiftly to amend this. Without hesitation, the very next day, Yi Jinru arrived at the Gu residence with an array of gifts. However, aside from the elder Mr. and Mrs. Gu and Xixi, the rest of the family had already departed for work. Yi Jinru displayed her refined manners in front of the elders with remarkable ease. Uncle, Auntie, do you still remember Jinru? Upon finishing her sentence, she shyly lowered her head with an embarrassed smile. Seeing this, Mrs. Gu hurried forth to greet her. Of course. We remember, Jinru. Where have you been all these years? Before Yi Jinru could respond, Xixi thoughts invaded the minds of Mr. and Mrs. Gu. Where has she been? Oh, she must have gone abroad to marry her backup. Chapter 61, The Perfect Stand-in. Mrs. Gu's expression twitched slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Backup? What does that even mean? Mr. Gu wore a smug smile. He often surfed the internet and was quite in the know. He understood what a backup was. Xixi did not descend the stairs but squatted in the crevice of the handrail, gripping the bars as she watched from above, relishing the view. The angle was perfect. She could see below while remaining unnoticed. Jinru, have you married? Mrs. Gu inquired with a smile, gently patting her hand. How are your parents? Are they well? In a fleeting moment, Yi Jinru's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sniffled. I haven't married, and my parents are doing quite well. It's such a pity about you and Jingyan back then. With that, Mrs. Gu's brows furrowed in discomfort. Some matters arose that compelled me to leave, Yi Jinru said, tears welling in her eyes. Auntie, you know that at that time, my family situation did not permit me to be with Jingyan. What nonsense are you saying? The compassionate Mrs. Gu gently stroked her head. Annie has always held you in high regard. On one side, there was the emotional reunion, while on the other, Mr. Gu remained impassive. Whether in the past or present, he had never been fond of the Yi family or Yi Jinru. The Yi family's downfall was purely self-inflicted. They pursued wealth through perilous ventures in business, appearing honest while secretly aiming to reap great rewards. They sacrificed ethics for money. When they went bankrupt, many families were shattered in the process. That one project left numerous middle-class families destitute overnight, cast onto the streets. Some even took their own lives. It was a true tragedy. Mrs. Gu always believed she had watched Yi Jinru grow up. This child had been obedient, gentle, and well-mannered since childhood, treating Gu Jingyan with kindness. Their relationship had seemed quite affectionate during their time together. The sins of the parents should not be visited upon the children. However, Mr. Gu held a different perspective. Could a child raised in such a family truly emerge untainted? Whether one deemed him conservative or prejudiced, he simply could not find Yi Jinru agreeable. Only Mrs. Gu seemed fond of her, and he would not voice his thoughts further. Auntie, I specifically came to see you and Uncle today, Yi Jinru said, smiling as she presented her gifts. I met Jingyan yesterday, and he mentioned that you both are doing well. She had brought boxes of fine tea and an assortment of delicacies, which must have cost a considerable sum. Xixi interjected. Grandma, you can't accept this. This is stolen goods. Mrs. Gu was startled by the sudden comment. Stolen goods? How could these gifts be deemed as such? This was what Yi Jinru sneaked in early this morning. She is currently penniless. All her money went to the hotel, so how could she afford gifts? The beautifully wrapped boxes suddenly felt scalding hot, causing Mrs. Gu to hesitate. She awkwardly smiled, nodding. Thank you, Jinru. That is very kind of you. Although Mrs. Gu did not accept the gifts, her demeanor remained warm. Yi Jinru, blushing, seized the opportunity to steer the conversation towards her purpose for visiting. I heard from Jingyan that he has a daughter. Yes, Xixi is truly adorable. Mrs. Gu gushed, her words flowing freely. She is clever and bright, though her health is not the best and needs some care. Seizing the moment, Yi Jinru shyly lowered her gaze. Xixi is still small and requires her mother's care. She needs love and attention from her mother. By the way, have you found Xixi's mother? What a leading question. Mrs. Gu shook her head, sighing. Not yet. It feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. I have no idea how to find her. After all these years, it's not that simple. Indeed, Yi Jinru thought to herself, eagerly nodding in agreement. Such sentiments were what she wished to hear. Perhaps it was simply fate. Jingyan would eventually encounter the right person suited for him. Every word she uttered subtly circled back to herself. Even Mrs. Gu could grasp the underlying message. Yi Jinru was laying the groundwork, hoping to be recognized as one of the prime candidates for the role of Gu family daughter-in-law. Rather than seeking a mysterious woman with an unclear background, she, who had grown up under the watchful eyes of the elders, would surely be more reliable. It was not difficult to discern that Mrs. Gu still held her in high esteem, which instilled confidence in Yi Jinru. Xixi remarked. Isn't she just waiting for Grandma to say you're quite good? Just yesterday, she mentioned wanting to come to the Gu family after some time. And today, she sneakily brought gifts and hurried over, fearing that the opportunity might slip away. Mrs. Gu. Had it not been for Xixi's thoughts, she would have instinctively responded with an affirmation that Yi Jinru was indeed quite good. She had watched Yi Jinru grow up. She had always liked this girl. However, after hearing Xixi's thoughts, her impression of Yi Jinru began to crack and crumble. The seemingly obedient girl in front of her was not as innocent as she had once believed. Oh, why is the little miss sitting there? That seems quite dangerous. The servant was unaware of when she ascended the staircase, but upon noticing Xixi squatting nervously in the crevice of the railing, she felt compelled to offer a warning. Now, everyone downstairs had turned their attention towards Xixi, including Yi Jinru, who cast her a friendly glance. After all, Xixi was not only the daughter of other women but also the daughter of Gu Jingyan. Their brief interaction yesterday had revealed to Yi Jinru how much Gu Jingyan adored his daughter, prompting her to devise a strategy to win over Xixi first, and then marry into the Gu family. Each step required meticulous patience. Xixi, your sister has brought you a gift. Do take a look and see if you like it, Yi Jinru said, presenting a beautiful toy box with a cheerful smile directed towards the little darling. Grandmother Gu swallowed nervously. Could it be that this was yet another item acquired through dubious means? Her Xixi must not accept stolen goods. Glancing at the gift, Xixi declined, saying, "Thank you, Auntie, but Xixi cannot accept gifts from others indiscriminately." Xixi thought to herself, though this item isn't stolen, it was picked up from beside a garbage bin. She continued her internal monologue, there's even a small piece of vegetable leaf stuck in the box's seam. Hearing her thoughts, both Grandmother Gu and Grandfather Gu instinctively shifted to the left, indeed spotting a dried vegetable leaf wedged in the box's crevice. How outrageous! Someone discarded a toy and then presented it to their Xixi? Given her frail health, what if it harbored germs? Yi Jinru's smile faltered slightly. Yet she maintained her cheerful demeanor. Xixi, you arrived just in time. I was chatting with Grandma about your mother. Have you ever imagined what kind of mother you would want? Xixi retorted in her mind. So, you think you can dance before me without offering your hand? The little darling puffed out her belly, feigning deep contemplation, and replied, I imagine my mother would have short hair, be plump, love to wear floral clothes, and have eyes as big as copper bells. Each of her criteria starkly contrasted with Yi Jinru's own characteristics. Xixi mused, this Yi Jinru is already a month pregnant, hoping to return and find a perfect partner to take on her burdens. What a naive thought. Chapter 62. The entire Gu family made the list. Recalling the farce at the Li family's birthday banquet, Grandfather Gu silently vowed never to allow the Gu family to follow in similar folly. He had intended to heed Gu Jingyan's opinions, knowing that if his son was fond of someone, his objections would be futile. It would be better to acquiesce and let them develop their relationship as they wished. However, after hearing Xixi's thoughts, Grandfather Gu could no longer remain passive. Especially upon seeing his eager wife engaging with Yi Jinru, he felt an overwhelming urge to drag her upstairs for a thorough explanation. Grandmother Gu had been holding Yi Jinru's hand, chatting amiably, but upon hearing Xixi's implication that Yi Jinru was seeking a partner to bear her burdens, her demeanor soured drastically. They would not interfere with their children as freedom to love, provided the individuals were genuinely cherished. But if Yi Jinru had ulterior motives, that would be an entirely different matter. Grandmother Gu could no longer maintain her smile. She released Yi Jinru's hand, her gaze now imbued with suspicion. Noticing that his wife had no desire to continue the conversation, Grandfather Gu took the initiative to play the villain. We have some matters to attend to. Jinru, how long do you plan to stay? With this dismissive command, Yi Jinru felt compelled to leave rather than risk becoming unwelcome. However, upon exiting the Gu family residence, Grandfather Gu instructed the staff to dispose of the items she had brought along. They were nothing but stolen goods and refuse. Did she think the Gu family a mere dumping ground? Gu Jingyan was unaware of Yi Jinru's visit to the Gu household. When he returned that afternoon, everyone tacitly agreed to act as if she had never appeared. Grandmother Gu had completely changed her perspective, wishing for no further interaction between Gu Jingyan and Yi Jinru. A week passed in relative tranquility until one evening, Gu Jingyan received a phone call from Yi Jinru, who was sobbing uncontrollably, pleading for his help at a hotel. No matter how he inquired, Yi Jinru could only respond with tears, unable to articulate her plight. Meanwhile, Xixi, who was playing with her toys, seized the opportunity to eavesdrop. The moment the call rang, her curiosity piqued. Xixi thought, so Yi Jinru has decided to play the victim to elicit sympathy from my handsome dad. She continued. She is aware that her feeble demeanor would draw the concern and compassion of others, and she intends to employ this strategy on my dad as well. Initially hesitant about whether to call for assistance, Gu Jingyan soon deemed it unnecessary after hearing Xixi's thoughts. He was determined to sever any further ties with Yi Jinru. Xixi remarked, but this Yi Jinru is quite insidious. She has returned with a long list of names. If my handsome dad cannot conquer the first, she will swiftly move on to the next. She added, all wealthy individuals and everyone in the Gu family is on that list. Xixi noted, of course. Aside from Grandma and Auntie, even Grandpa is included. Just as Gu Jingyan was about to sip water, he choked in disbelief.
What?
Even his father is on that list? Is Yi Jinru attempting to turn the Gu family upside down? As he pondered, Yi Jinru's phone rang again, her whimpering pleas urging him to come. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jingyan replied, all right, I will be there shortly. Avoiding the situation was not a viable option. It would need resolution sooner or later. If they could clarify their past relationship, it would serve as a fitting conclusion. However, if negotiations fell through, Gu Jingyan suddenly glanced at the little darling on the carpet. He realized that his second and third siblings, along with Gu Wanwei, had frequently relied on Gu Xixi's insights. With this little darling around, any situation could be anticipated through her thoughts, akin to possessing a golden key. He decided he would take her along to ascertain what Yi Jinru truly sought. Would you accompany your father for a little outing? Gu Jingyan approached and squatted down, creating a striking visual contrast between the two of them. The little darling lifted her head, asking no questions. Sure. Gu Xixi exclaimed, yay. Time for gossip. Big gossip. She continued, but why would handsome dad agree to go? Could it be that he still harbors feelings? Gu Xixi cautioned, Dad, keep your eyes wide open. Your white moonlight isn't here to rekindle old flames, but to find a scapegoat. She added ominously, in 10 days. She will frame her husband for murder and pin it on you. Just as Gu Jingyan picked up the little darling, he was struck by the explosive revelation. What? Yi Jinru is married? And she plans to kill her own husband? Gu Xixi clarified, however, at present, Yi Jinru is more intent on having handsome dad take on the role of her scapegoat to find a cheap father for the child in her womb. She concluded, after all, on her list, handsome dad is the absolute top choice. Gu Xixi continued, if her initial attempts fail, she will resort to making handsome dad the sacrificial lamb. At that moment, Gu Jingyan was already on his way to the hotel. If Yi Jinru had indeed come prepared, his avoidance would only provoke her to target other members of the Gu family. After careful consideration, he resolved to feign cooperation and turn the tables. If Yi Jinru was truly as malicious as she appeared, capable of murder, he would not hesitate to see her imprisoned. Yi Jinru was staying at a 4-star hotel. The environment was pleasant, yet the occupancy was low, rendering the corridors eerily quiet. Upon reaching room 901, Gu Jingyan raised his hand to knock, and the door swung open immediately. A woman clad in a spaghetti-strap dress stumbled out, her cheeks flushed and intoxicated, attempting to lunge into Gu Jingyan's embrace.
Jingyan.
Thud. Gu Jingyan swiftly evaded her advance, and Yi Jinru collided headfirst into the wall of the corridor with a resounding thud. The sound echoed sharply. It was a beautiful sound, yet a portentous one. The impact seemed significant. Yi Jinru curled up like a shrimp, cradling her head, remaining motionless for quite some time. Were it not for her audible breathing, Gu Jingyan might have doubted her survival. Jinru, did you call me for something? Gu Jingyan took the initiative to break the ice. Like an NPC activated by a quest, Yi Jinru stood up once more, smoothing her disheveled dress and hair. A glance back revealed her enchanting beauty. Jingyan? Why is Xixi here as well? Gu Jingyan patted the small bundle beside him. She's been with me all along. Can't you separate from this little burden for even a couple of hours? Yi Jinru offered an awkward smile, inviting them inside to sit down. The 3 figures of varying heights formed a rather awkward triangle. To explain, Yi Jinru began, rubbing her eyes as tears began to flow. My father is forcing me to return home and marry a man I've never met. He claims the man is wealthy, though he is rather older than I would prefer. But he is 30 years my senior. I don't want to, I truly don't want to. She raised her tear-filled gaze and implored, Jingyan, can you help me? I don't want to marry someone I don't love. Gu Xixi interjected, as far as I know, Yi Jinru's father is currently drinking and boasting. He's not pressuring her to marry some old man, Gu Xixi added.
Wow.
Writing her own script, I see. Chapter 63. A Dual Approach. With Gu Xixi's inner thoughts echoing in his mind, Gu Jingyan replied calmly, rest assured, I will assist you. Really? That's wonderful. As she spoke, Yi Jinru seemed ready to throw herself into Gu Jingyan's arms once more. At that moment, Gu Jingyan unlocked his phone and looked directly into her eyes. What is your father's phone number? I will speak with him. Yi Jinru was taken aback. This is your idea of help? It's useless. As she rubbed her tear-streaked face, she lamented, he simply wants me to marry a wealthy man. Who I marry is of no consequence, as long as he is rich. The phrase rich seemed almost to echo Gu Jingyan's ID number. Gu Xixi, seated with her legs swinging, remarked, "Oh dear, this isn't even subtle. It's blatant. The threat of marrying a wealthy old man is a facade. She truly desires to marry a handsome father." Yi Jinru certainly would not provide her father's number, as he was completely unaware of the situation. This daughter had always had her own ideas, and her parents seldom interfered with her decisions. "My apologies for keeping you waiting so long without offering a drink," Yi Jinru said suddenly, standing up and giving Xixi an awkward smile. "I truly am sorry, Xixi." The small bundle remained in her place, her inner voice chattering incessantly. Xixi thought, she's drugged. Yi Jinru is returning to her old ways, this time with a double approach to ensure she achieves her goals. She's merely changing the packaging for the handsome father. One dose, and even an elephant could be affected. Poor me, she even slipped me a sedative. Listening silently to these thoughts, Gu Jingyan's brows furrowed. Yi Jinru had even resorted to targeting such a small child? Given Gu Xixi's delicate health, a large dose of sedatives could have adverse effects. Since bringing her back to the Gu household, Gu Jingyan had instructed the servants to care for her attentively, and Gu Xixi had finally started to gain some weight. He would not allow anyone to harm her. With a smile plastered on her face, Yi Jinru emerged carrying the spiked drinks, her demeanor overly solicitous and somewhat forced, as if fearful they might refuse. She also poured herself a glass of ordinary liquor, pretending all was well. Observing the drinks on the table, Gu Jingyan remained still. Well, it was Gu Xixi who picked up her glass. Was she going to drink? Yet she was fully aware it was laced with sedatives. Gu Jingyan's body instinctively tensed, the buttons of his fitted shirt straining against his movements. The sight beneath his suit made Yi Jinru's cheeks flush. It was not merely the direct visual impact that could induce such a reaction, it was the allure of what was concealed. "Jingyan, would you join me for a drink?" Yi Jinru inquired, inching ever closer, nearly pressing against his arm. Unbeknownst to her, the small bundle quietly crouched beneath the coffee table, discreetly pouring the milk from her cup onto the floor. Yi Jinru's attention was entirely on Gu Jingyan. She hardly noticed the small child. Pretending to wipe her mouth, Gu Xixi set her cup back on the table. "Delicious," she remarked. As Yi Jinru assumed Gu Xixi had truly drunk, she laughed and patted her head. "Xixi is such a good girl." Gu Xixi leaned over the table, feigning fatigue. Gu Jingyan noticed that Gu Xixi had not drunk, and his guard against Yi Jinru heightened. Just as he prepared to push her away and take the small bundle with him, Gu Xixi swiftly swapped the two glasses on the table while Yi Jinru was preoccupied with her flirtations. At that moment, Yi Jinru raised the drugged glass. "Jingyan, let us toast." Gu Xixi thought, "I've already swapped the glasses, haha. The one before the handsome father is safe to drink. Once Yi Jinru downs the problematic glass, I'll immediately throw a tantrum to have the handsome dad take me away. Ha ha ha." It's time for the villain to reap what she sows. Listening to these inner thoughts, Gu Jingyan found it hard to believe. Could this little one truly be 4 years old? Astonishing. Perhaps she was a touch too clever. Even he had not noticed when Gu Xixi had switched the glasses. Let alone Yi Jinru. Since the glass was safe, Gu Jingyan lifted it and drank it in one gulp. Yi Jinru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched him.
"Oh."
"I ordered food," she said shyly, getting up awkwardly and pointing toward the restroom. "I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to take a shower." "Jingyan, could you wait until the food arrives before you leave? It would be inconvenient for me to open the door while I'm in the shower." "Sure, go ahead." Gu Jingyan nodded. Gu Xixi thought, ordering food is non-existent. She's just going to shower and wait for the drug to take effect. Too bad, she's the one drinking the spiked liquor. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Gu Jingyan swiftly scooped up Gu Xixi and turned to exit the room. The hotel corridor remained eerily silent. Gu Xixi pretended to be sleepy, resting against his broad shoulder. As the elevator descended slowly, Gu Jingyan felt as though he were pulling his foot from a quagmire. Yi Jinru was beyond saving. Advising her was futile. The only course of action was to prevent her from nearing the Gu family. She could seek a wealthy man, but he could not interfere. However, trying to include the Gu family in her options was absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, the elevator jolted to a stop in the parking garage, the doors opening only halfway, plunging the interior into darkness. Gu Xixi, startled awake, instinctively wrapped her small arms around his neck, trembling like a forsaken cub abandoned in the wild. "It's all right. Don't be afraid," Gu Jingyan soothed, gently patting her little head. He carried the small bundle out of the elevator, where the lights returned to brilliance. It appeared this little one also had moments of fear. Children are still children, His Xixi was simply a bright child among others. The next day was the weekend. Xixi returned home late and took the opportunity to sleep in. Still in the realm of dreams, she was stirred awake by the system's excited reminders.
System, Xixi.
I can't hold it in any longer. Xixi rolled over. If you can't hold it, just go to the bathroom. No one is fighting you for it. System. It's gossip. Big gossip. Xixi reluctantly opened her eyes. Who's gossip? System. Yi Jinru is here, crying and claiming she has come to apologize. Awakening fully from her drowsiness, Xixi sat upright, her disheveled hair tousled as she rubbed her eyes. To her astonishment, she realized that she had come to acknowledge the wrongness of her actions and was here to apologize? Surely not. System. That is certainly not the apology in question. System. She is currently lamenting to old Madame Gu and old Master Gu, claiming that she had drunk too much last night, which led to her entanglement with your handsome father. Of thunderclap. Xixi was thoroughly alert now. Wait a moment, I was present last night. My handsome father did nothing. We left together. Could it be that my handsome father returned later? That shouldn't be the case. System. Your handsome father remained at the Gu residence all night and never returned, yet Yi Jinyu insists they slept together. Chapter 64. A daughter's slave? A fabricated incident being asserted as truth? There was no need to inquire further. It was undoubtedly Yi Jinyu's ploy to muddy the waters. The events of last night were known only to her, Gu Jingyan, and a small child. She thought that shedding a few tears at the Gu residence might yield her some advantage. Xixi could discern that old Madame Gu had previously held Yi Jinyu in high regard. Such a green tea character naturally knew how to curry favor with the elders. The little one was now fully awake, cautiously padding across the floor in her slippers, which emitted a comical squawking sound with each step, akin to a hand-squeezed doll. Regardless, she was determined to witness the unfolding drama. Xixi made her way, squawking all the way, to the railing, seeking the prime spot for her observation. Settling in to enjoy the spectacle. Seated on the sofa, Yi Jinyu wept, rubbing her eyes and uttering words of contrition. Yet, everyone knew her visit was driven by ulterior motives. The pretense of an apology was merely a guise for her attempt to morally manipulate Gu Jingyan. All members of the Gu family had gathered downstairs, and the atmosphere was decidedly tense. After observing for a while from upstairs, Xixi couldn't help but marvel at Yi Jinyu's dedication to her performance. Even she, a seasoned participant in such dramas, felt compelled to applaud. When Yi Jinyu accused Gu Jingyan, her tears flowed freely, appearing utterly genuine. Last night, after I left with Xixi, I did not return to the hotel, Gu Jingyan stated, crossing his arms, clearly delineating their relationship and inciting Yi Jinyu's ire. The woman, with tears like falling pear blossoms, shook her head sorrowfully. Jingyan, I never imagined you would change. You won't even acknowledge your own actions. I cannot acknowledge what I did not do, he retorted. Gu Junli had been listening intently, eager to hear Xixi's perspective. Given that Xixi had also been present, she must know what transpired. Gu Wanwei shared a similar sentiment. They both averted their gazes, yet their eyes frequently darted toward the staircase. Wasn't Xixi one to rise early? Why had her voice not been heard at this critical moment? Not only the two of them, but even old Master Gu was anxiously waiting. As one of the key figures, he was inclined to trust Xixi's insights, given her track record of accuracy. Clutching the railing, the little one dangled her feet, happily munching on her snack. Xixi mused. So, Yi Jinyu genuinely believes there was something between her and my handsome father. Xixi continued. Let me discern the truth of the matter. Xixi remarked. Oh. It turns out her acting skills are not the reason. It is because of this. Everyone present gasped in anticipation, awaiting the little one's revelation of the juicy details. The few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity, fraught with tension. Xixi declared, my handsome father indeed did not return home. But that does not mean no one entered Yi Jinyu's room. Xixi elaborated. When we arrived at the parking lot last night, the elevator experienced a power outage, and the doors opened partially. Xixi continued. The hotel's electrical system had malfunctioned. Xixi added. To placate the guests, the hotel sent servers to apologize personally and offered small gifts. Xixi speculated. Could history be repeating itself? Reflecting on Xix's previous thoughts, Gu Jingyan recalled how he had been drugged in the past, leading Yi Jinyu to mistakenly end up with another man. Was it possible that a similar situation had unfolded this time? Jingyan, I do not blame you, but Yi Jinyu's incessant sobbing, her eyes like faucets, leaves me certain of what transpired last night. I never expected you would lack the courage to admit it. You claim to be a responsible man. Could it all be a facade? A lie? Yi Jinyu, embodying the essence of a masterful green tea, struck at the heart of the matter with her accusations. A man who professed to prioritize responsibility could easily be caught in his own words. If he were to relent for the sake of pride, her opportunity would arise. Alas, she was up against Gu Jingyan, not some other man. I understand your feelings, yet this sounds quite serious. We must ascertain what truly occurred, Gu Jingyan said, adjusting his suit that draped over his arm. Let us go to the hotel and review the surveillance footage. That will reveal the truth. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Jingyan suddenly recalled that there had indeed been a power outage during that time. He wondered whether the surveillance cameras had continued to function. At that moment, Gu Xixi's timely insight came to the rescue. Although there was a power outage last night, the surveillance cameras were unaffected.
Check.
However, I wish to go too. The little one, seated on the ground with her feet dangling, was suddenly caught in Gu Jingyan's intense gaze. He had initially assumed she was merely in a corner enjoying the spectacle and did not pay her much mind. But upon lifting his gaze, his expression immediately shifted. Gu Xixi was perched at the railing, her feet dangling through the gaps like a towel hung on a beam. That gap would not have allowed her to slip through unless she had intentionally squeezed herself out. Yet, the sight of her hanging there was nothing short of alarming. Upon hearing that he intended to check the surveillance footage, Yi Jinyu felt a surge of panic. Last night had indeed seen a power outage, plunging the room into darkness. What if the corridor's events had gone unrecorded? If nothing was captured, Gu Jingyan would surely resort to trickery. Nevertheless, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for obtaining evidence, she had to seize the opportunity. Very well, let us go and see what transpired, Yi Jinyu consented, only to look up and find Gu Jingyan's back as he ascended the stairs. His tall figure, taking long strides, swiftly climbed the stairs to scoop up the little one sitting on the floor. Xixi, you must not sit in such a precarious position, Gu Jingyan admonished, lifting her to meet his serious gaze, his tone more earnest than ever. Xixi will not fall. Neither should you. The grave expression on his face cast a cloud of gravity over Gu Xixi's small form. The aura of the young child felt somewhat diminished. Gu Xixi shrank her neck, obediently nodding. All right, Xixi understands. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Gu Jingyan carried Gu Xixi downstairs. Let's go to the hotel and check the surveillance. Yi Jinyu's tear-streaked face was one of shock. You intend to take Xixi with you? A daughter-s slave? Going to check the surveillance while tethering his daughter to him? Did he not fear she might witness something inappropriate? Big brother, I wish to go as well. If there is anything I can assist with, I am willing to help. Gu Wanwei immediately stated, I can also look after Xixi. This prompted Gu Junli to feel a pang of anxiety, and he promptly added, I will go too. What do you intend to do? Yi Jinyu was perplexed by the Gu family's motives. One after another, they seemed eager to witness the little film between Gu Jingyan and her. Let us go. Gu Jingyan not only did not refuse but actually intended to take along 2 adults and a child to the hotel to check the surveillance. Yi Jinyu, still sobbing on the sofa, hurried to follow. The car belonging to Gu Jingyan was just the right size to accommodate them all. In the passenger seat, Gu Junli rolled down the window. Jinyu, you should take a taxi. We can fit perfectly in one car as a family. Chapter 65. If there is blame, let it be on my ill fate. The car was equipped with a child seat. Gu Xixi and Gu Wanji occupied the back seat, while Gu Junli sat in the passenger seat, leaving no room for Yi Jinru. With a grim expression, she clutched her bag and was cast aside in the exhaust fumes. No, she must hasten her pace. Gu Jingyan's status was not ordinary. What if he had someone sabotage the situation? After running for nearly 10 minutes on the main road outside, Yi Jinru finally managed to hail a taxi. Upon her arrival at the hotel, the entire Gu family awaited her at the entrance. I thought you would go inside first. Yi Jinru smiled at Gu Wanji. Gu Wanji returned a subtle smile. What if we had gone in first? What do you think we would have done, Sister Jingru? The entrance is monitored, which conveniently proves our innocence. Let us go. Yi Jinru replied, leading the way to the security office. After stating her purpose and identity, the security captain on duty promptly reported the situation and specially summoned the manager to receive Gu Jingyan. Manager, did the power outage last night affect the surveillance footage? Yi Jinru blinked, and her eyes instantly glistened with tears. I merely wish to know if Jingyan truly stayed in my room last night. I am not pressing him for responsibility. I just seek an answer. I understand that our relationship is no longer as it once was. The Yi family has gone bankrupt, and I am no longer a match for him. He would not favor a woman like me. At all times, Yi Jinru never forgot to act. Especially in front of outsiders, she made sure to play the part, preemptively portraying herself as a victim to elicit sympathy from bystanders. The manager awkwardly smiled, uncertain of how to respond. Sister Jingru, you shouldn't speak like that, Gu Wanji interjected, crossing her arms with a hint of sarcasm. There is still no evidence linking it to my brother. Instead of playing the victim, wouldn't it be better to check the footage? The unrelenting exposure left Yi Jinru feeling utterly embarrassed. She pursed her lips in silence, discreetly pulling out her phone to capture the footage as evidence. Knowing that the influential Gu family might act against her, the manager accessed the surveillance from the previous night on the computer. To avoid missing anything, Gu Jingyan requested to start the playback from before he entered the room. With reddened eyes, Yi Jinru appeared fragile, yet her arm holding the phone was remarkably steady, resembling a tripod, capturing every moment without a tremor. The footage revealed Gu Jingyan entering the room with Gu Xixi, where they remained for nearly half an hour, clearly showing Gu Jingyan carrying Gu Xixi out. Approximately 5 minutes later, the screen abruptly darkened as it switched to night vision mode due to the power outage. To her surprise, Yi Jinru's door slowly creaked open. Gu Jingyan glanced at the little one in his arms, seemingly waiting for her to recall the memory. Could it be that they left in a hurry, failing to properly close the door? Gu Xixi commented. It seems it wasn't he closed properly. How urgent the situation must have been. Gu Xixi exclaimed. If we had been any later, my handsome dad would have been devoured. Gu Jingyan remarked, downplaying the drama. Moments after the door opened, a service attendant ascended the stairs to notify and comfort. Carrying a small gift, the attendant approached Yi Jinru's door. Noticing it ajar and the room eerily silent. Cautiously, he called out a couple of times. When no response came, he edged closer into the hallway. Suddenly, a red figure leaped from the corner, seizing the attendant and attempting to kiss him. Fortunately, the camera captured every moment unfolding at the entrance. Otherwise, who would have ever imagined such a scenario? In the video, Yi Jinru appeared frenzied, her face flushed, her arms coiling around the startled attendant as if she were a serpent, refusing to let go. The small gift in the attendant's hands fell to the ground, and he desperately pushed against her, unable to escape. With her weight bearing down, Yi Jinru tackled the bewildered attendant to the floor, seemingly preparing to enact her whims.
Slap.
Yi Jinru's cheeks blazed crimson as she paused the video. The manager, engrossed in the footage, felt a sudden disappointment as it halted. What is going on? How could you allow a stranger to enter a young woman's room? Yi Jinru took the initiative, shedding her earlier softness, pounding the table with indignation. Manager, shouldn't you provide an explanation? After stammering for a while, the manager suddenly remembered something and made a phone call. The attendant from the video was also working today. If he could be summoned for confrontation, the truth would soon surface. How could my door have opened? Yi Jinru lamented, effortlessly slipping into tears. It must have been Jingyan who left it ajar when he departed. How could I be so unfortunate to encounter such an incident?
Boo-hoo.
But Jingyan, I know it wasn't he intentional. I won't blame you. If there is blame, it lies with my unfortunate fate. Boo-hoo. How could I meet with such a misfortune? My life is so bitter. Gu Jingyan remained silent, while Yi Jinru cried until her voice grew hoarse, her tearful gaze scrutinizing the reactions of those around her. After all her theatrics, did Gu Jingyan not feel any remorse? According to her understanding of him, he would surely feel conflicted and propose to take responsibility for the situation. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. The manager stepped forward to open it, ushering in the attendant from the previous night. The attendant appeared unwell upon entering. He turned pale at the sight of Yi Jinru, instinctively retreating behind the manager. Seeing this, Yi Jinru erupted in tears. Why did you treat me this way? The attendant, trembling, stammered, Why did you do that to me? Yi Jinru covered her face, trembling as she leaned toward Gu Jingyan. What am I to do now? I can't go on living. Gu Wanzi interposed herself, embracing Yi Jinru with open arms. Sister Jingru, as a modern woman, you should not undermine your worth because of this incident. Yi Jinru, who had sought comfort in Gu Jingyan's embrace, found herself clutching at thin air. Gu Xixi chimed in. She doesn't need to cry so urgently. Nothing truly happened, did it? Thankfully, the attendant managed to escape last night and wasn't he completely consumed. The attendant narrowly avoided a calamity. Recalling the earlier footage, Gu Wanji considered that the description of the little one was indeed apartment. Yi Jinru's demeanor had been utterly terrifying, clinging to the attendant like an octopus, preventing his escape. It was not she who had ventured into danger. She was clearly the predator. The attendant, dragged into the room, was the prey that had nearly been devoured. What nonsense are you spouting? The attendant, enraged by Yi Jinru's twisted narrative, retorted, I could have reported you and had you arrested. Chapter 66. Another scheme unfolds. Yi Jinru had not anticipated that the attendant would retaliate. Her meticulously crafted accusations fell apart on her tongue. My phone, my brand new phone, was completely ruined by you last night. The attendant's eyes flared with anger as he stood behind the manager, enumerating Yi Jinru's offenses. The small gifts I intended to distribute are all damaged. I had to pay for them. I sprained my ankle, yet still had to work. My arm is fractured. My fingers dislocated, and I felt anxious and unwell this morning. As he listed his grievances, the atmosphere that had leaned toward Yi Jinru shifted dramatically. Xixi, engrossed in the unfolding drama, unconsciously sucked her finger, oblivious to her own actions. With an instinct she could not control, Xixi declared, the attendant has not lost his innocence. Indeed, it was quite terrifying to encounter such an incident during a power outage in the dead of night. Being dragged into a room by a woman in red was quite alarming. She lunged at him, attempting to embrace him. Who could tell if she was a ghost or a living person? Xixi, seeking the psychological shadow area of the waiter. Xixi, there is only shadow, not area. Hearing this unkind thought, Gu Wanwei couldn't help but chuckle. However, as she envisioned the scene, a chill ran down her spine. In the suddenly darkened hotel, you clutched the small gift your superior requested, soothing the guests floor by floor. Yet, in the pitch-black corridor, you stumbled upon an ajar door. A glance at the room number indicated that someone must be residing there. Yet, the door remained wide open. Approaching the entrance, you softly greeted, but no one responded. As you contemplated stepping further inside and raising your voice, a woman in a red dress suddenly lunged at you. Like a malevolent spirit, she knocked you to the ground, heedless of your words. No, I must not think further. Gu Wanwei felt an icy shiver run down her back. If her thoughts continued down this path, she would not dare to sleep alone tonight. She must seek Xixi's company. You merely shattered your phone and incurred a loss, while Yi Jinru raised her voice, determined to reclaim her dominance. But what of me? I have lost my innocence. I do not know how I shall live on from here. Innocence? The waiter clutched himself, exclaiming, Do not speak such nonsense. For I have done nothing. How could it be possible? Being pinned to the ground by a stunning beauty, and yet still maintaining composure? Gu Wanwei's peripheral vision stole glances at Yi Jinru's face. A petite visage with exquisite features, especially when in tears, resembling spring rain gracing willow branches. Such a captivating beauty extending goodwill is difficult for anyone to resist. However, Xixi, do you think the waiter is incapable? Xixi, the waiter has unspoken woes. Xixi, last night when Yi Jinru tackled him, her knee collided with a sensitive area. Xixi, it nearly sent the waiter's soul soaring from the pain. Xixi, who could still think of such matters? Observing the surveillance footage, the waiter's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration as he pointed an accusatory finger. Surely, the cameras captured everything. I cannot bear to watch. Yi Jinru lowered her head, deliberately obstructing the manager's attempt to play the footage, exclaiming, You have ruined my life. As she spoke, Yi Jinru cast a forlorn glance at Gu Jingyan, seeking solace. Jingyan, what should I do? I feel so sad, so frightened, so helpless, she sobbed, her frail body swaying like a willow in the wind. Before she could lean into that sturdy embrace, Gu Wanwei swiftly intervened. Sister Jinru, are you unwell? Why do you keep swaying? Yi Jinru, let us finish watching the footage. Only then will we comprehend the truth. Without waiting for Yi Jinru's protest, Gu Jingyan's arm crossed over her, pressing the play button. The faint scent of his cologne instantly enveloped Yi Jinru's senses, intoxicating her. Even that subtle aroma rendered her dizzy. She shyly leaned closer, but Gu Jingyan had already finished playing the footage and stepped back to maintain distance. In the footage, after Yi Jinru tackled the waiter to the ground, she desperately clawed at his clothing as if possessed by a terrifying demon. The waiter resisted with all his might, yet his shirt was torn to shreds. Witnessing this scene, Yi Jinru clutched herself tightly, striving to diminish her presence.
No.
How could the version of myself in the video be like this? Reflecting on last night's events, Yi Jinru found herself struggling to recall. She vaguely remembered Gu Jingyan, then herself tackling someone. That gut-wrenching sensation completely devoured her rationality. But wait. If Gu Jingyan had consumed the drug drink, how could he have exited the room so composedly? The events of last night seemed too peculiar. Yi Jinro now pondered coolly. She had not been drunk. That situation bore an uncanny resemblance to 5 years ago. Could it be that she had mistakenly drunk from the wrong cup again? In the video, the waiter was howling in agony. Ignoring the visuals, one might easily misconstrue the scene as a pig slaughtering. Xixi. Come on, waiter.
Stand up.
You can do it. Xixi. Just stand up and you can escape the tiger's den. Xixi. You are but a step away from the exit. Listening to the encouraging whispers ignited a fervor in both Gu Wanwei and Gu Junli. It was evident to anyone with eyes that the waiter harbored no ulterior motives towards Yi Jinro. He was simply terrified and desperate to escape the clutches of the female demon.
At last.
In the video, the waiter forcefully pushed Yi Jinro aside. She crashed against the wall and fainted, dazedly sitting on the floor. About 10 minutes later, a staggering Yi Jinro, resembling a zombie, propped herself against the wall and shut the room door. The subsequent events remained unseen. Yet, at the very least, one truth was confirmed. Gu Jingyan indeed did not return to the hotel after leaving. The waiter had not overstepped any boundaries with her. Instead, he bore injuries from his own fall, incurred losses, and had even shattered his newly bought phone. Unable to take leave, he had rushed to the hospital early this morning for examination, still needing to endure pain while reporting for duty. Upon reaching this point, the manager could no longer contain himself. Xiao Wang, why don't you take the afternoon off to rest? I will grant you half a day's leave. After a moment's thought, he added, you need not compensate for the small gift. I will inform the staff below shortly. The waiter weakly nodded. Thank you, manager. With the matter's details clarified, Gu Jingyan had no desire to linger. He gestured for the manager to allow the waiter to depart, leaving only them in the surveillance room. What shall we do now? Yi Jinro murmured, her eyes reddening. A good thing. Gu Wanwei interjected excitedly, forcefully patting Yi Jinro's shoulder, causing her to sway slightly. Sister Jinro, now that the matter is clear, it has nothing to do with my brother. Your innocence remains intact. It's all a misunderstanding. Yet, this was not at all what Yi Jinro desired. She sought to manipulate this incident to morally coerce Gu Jingyan. Even if they could not marry immediately, she at least wanted to compel him to speak words of responsibility. However, now, the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. Even Gu Jingyan's gaze towards her held only indifference and disappointment. Xixi, this is not good. Xixi, Yi Jinro has a new scheme. Chapter 67. The entire Gu family is bound to fall apart. At this moment, Yi Jinro was sobbing, perhaps unable to extricate herself from the situation. She resorted to tears as her means of transition. No one anticipated that while crying, she would simultaneously be plotting schemes. Xixi, she just recorded the surveillance footage and plans to edit the video for her own narrative. Xixi, in today's world, who can discern the truth from the myriad of rumors online? Xixi, regardless, people love to consume sensational stories. Xixi, Yi Jinro plans to edit the footage from when the handsome dad entered the room, altering the angle to mislead others into believing that it was him rolling on the floor with her. Xixi, even if the footage is edited, once released, viewers will inevitably misinterpret it. Xixi, under the pressure of public opinion, Yi Jinro would gain the upper hand. Among those present, apart from Yi Jinro and the manager, everyone heard Xixi thoughts. She actually intends to manipulate the narrative using edited footage?
Ha!
Gu Wanwei would never allow Yi Jinro to leave this room with that video. Gu Junli's expression darkened as he coldly stated, Miss Ye's reputation is of utmost importance, as is my brother's. You know what must be done, correct? Of course, the manager understood. He nodded eagerly, wearing a forced smile. The Yi family had long since gone bankrupt. Yi Jinro's current status was inferior to that of this hotel manager. How could he not comprehend the implications behind those words? Furthermore, Mr. Gu was entirely innocent. Everyone had seen the footage. He had not returned after leaving the room. With the truth laid bare, what need was there to retain this surveillance? Wealthy individuals loathe to have their vulnerabilities exposed. To allay Gu Jingyan's concerns, the manager deleted the surveillance footage in front of everyone and even emptied the recycle bin. Mr. Gu, it's gone. I assure you, no one will ever know, the manager exclaimed, patting his chest excitedly. Gu Xixi interjected, how can you be so certain no one will know? She continued, doesn't Yi Jinru still have a copy on her phone? Gu Xixi added, if she leaves the room, the first thing she'll do is upload the video to a cloud storage. Upon hearing these thoughts, Gu Wanwei cleared her throat, ready to speak. but was obstructed by Gu Junli stepping forward. Jinru, we have grown up together and are practically friends, Gu Junli said, gently resting his hand on her frail shoulder. Surely, you can delete the video you just recorded on your phone? Why must I delete it? Yi Jinru shook her head, clutching her phone tightly. This video can prove my innocence. Jingyan, you wouldn't want me to be misunderstood, would you? It's truly unbearable to be pointed at when nothing has happened. She gripped her phone tightly, her eyes downcast, on the verge of tears. She had no more tragic tales to tell. All she had left was moral coercion. The more tragic she portrayed her situation, the more she hoped Gu Jingyan would relent, allowing her to leave with the video, which she could later use to sway the narrative. Just as the video on the computer had been deleted, she found herself feeling a glimmer of joy. This matter is known only to us. As long as you delete the video, no one else will discuss it, Gu Junli said with a smile, employing his complete amiability in this final negotiation. No, I want to delete it, Yi Jinru exclaimed, hastily concealing her phone and retreating against the wall. You want to take it from me. This concerns my future and my innocence. I must retain this evidence. I have suffered enough. Why threaten me?
She sobbed.
Gu Junli raised his arm and nodded, refraining from repeating his request for her to delete the video, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Let's go, Gu Jingyan said as he carried Gu Xixi away. Gu Wanwei stood at the doorway in disbelief, glancing around. Are they really leaving? Of course they are. Gu Junli pushed her to leave with him. Once they reached near the elevator, Gu Wanwei could no longer contain herself and, arms akimbo, fumed. Are you all just going to let her prattle on like that? Gu Xixi quipped. Is Auntie losing her mind? She continued. It seems anger turns one into a little chick. Gu Xixi added, but Dad didn't he come unprepared? After all, there's Uncle here.
Gu Xixi remarked.
Is Uncle here just to serve as a good luck charm? Of course not. Delighted to hear Gu Xixi praise him, Gu Junli proudly waved his phone. While I was taking a photo of her shoulder earlier, I formatted her phone. Now, everything on it has vanished. Upon hearing Gu Xixi mention that Yi Jinru might exploit the video, Gu Junli swiftly accessed an old hacking program he had written, ready to act. As long as his phone came within 3 seconds of Yi Jinru's, a virus would leverage the network to remotely deploy, automatically executing and formatting her phone's contents. Gu Junli had 100 methods to delete a video from someone's phone. He simply chose the most straightforward one for the moment. As a leader in the industry, he had no shortage of skills. Once these matters were settled, Gu Jingyan returned with Gu Xixi, only to be immediately bombarded with questions from the matriarch of the Gu family. After listening to Gu Wanwei's recounting, the elder lady clutched her chest, feeling a tightness in her heart. How could Jinru have turned out this way? She recalled the innocent smile from years past, struggling to accept how thoroughly her beautiful impression of Yi Jinru had shattered. Gu Wanwei scoffed. Is it possible she has been acting all along? The elder lady replied. Doesn't that imply she was thoroughly deceived? Observing the matriarch's displeasure, Gu Wanwei quickly embraced her. Yi Jinru was such a good actress before. We were all deceived. Myself included. But not anymore. Everyone has seen her true colors. Enough about her. The elder lady waved her hand. There's something I wish to discuss with you. Now that Xixi is 4 years old, I intend to hire a tutor to teach her at home. Since her health isn't fully restored, I'm uneasy about her going to kindergarten alone. Gu Jingyan glanced at the small head nestled in his arms. I'm already making arrangements for kindergarten.
Xixi should be fine.
I can feel her weight increasing every day I carry her. That's the most direct feedback. But that won't do, the elder lady insisted. Let us try hiring a tutor first. Accustomed to having the little one around, she couldn't bear to send her to kindergarten. If I send her off in the morning, I won't see her until the afternoon. Wouldn't that drive me mad? Regardless, I've already hired someone. We'll see how it goes. In this household, whatever the elder lady says is like a decree. I've met the tutor. She has a warm demeanor and is more than capable of teaching children. What tutor? Gu Xixi exclaimed. This is a big deal. We can't hire a tutor. If we hire a tutor, the entire Gu family will fall apart. Chapter 68. A Chain Reaction. The little one's outburst startled the elder lady into silence. Just hiring a tutor? How could it cause the collapse of the Gu family? Gu Xixi finished the only gossip she had at the moment and consulted the system in her mind.
System.
Why would hiring this tutor lead to the Gu family's downfall? Who eats gossip without first understanding the outcome, process, and reasons? She began to doubt whether the system had leveled up falsely. The system replied, once you meet the tutor, you'll uncover the full story. Do I really have to check in with an NPC to unlock the plot?
Gu Xixi asked.
That's one way to put it, the system confirmed. Everyone awaited Xixi's thoughts to clarify their confusion. Meanwhile, the little one shrank her neck, remaining motionless, realizing that no one was speaking around her. Her curious little head slowly lifted, only to find that everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Each gaze was filled with anxious anticipation, making her feel like an artifact on display in a glass case. What's wrong? The little one curled up into a ball. It's all right, dear. The elder lady reassured, gently stroking her head. Tomorrow, Grandma will have the tutor come to our home. Let us see how it goes, shall we? Okay. Without the tutor, Xixi wouldn't get to the bottom of the mystery. To unravel the situation, she needed to meet the person in question. Yet, this uncertainty left everyone on edge. How could one tutor potentially disrupt the Gu family? Was it revenge from an enemy? Or collusion with outsiders for kidnapping? Gu Jingyan mentally reviewed possible scenarios without voicing his thoughts, quietly enhancing the security at Guyatinjuan. Starting tomorrow, they would need to arrange for several bodyguards disguised as servants, solely responsible for monitoring the tutor. The elder lady was deeply concerned, mulling over the tutor situation. Should I just fire her outright? Let us allow the tutor to come first. Gu Jingyan suddenly placed his hand on the elder lady's shoulder. If it doesn't work out, I'll arrange for Xixi to go to kindergarten. The weight of that steady hand provided the elder lady with a profound sense of security. Yes, let's give it a try. If that tutor truly poses a threat to the Gu family, dismissing her may leave future troubles. It's better to let her in, ascertain her identity and background, and then reconsider. With this thought, the elder lady felt a rush of youthful enthusiasm. After all, she didn't have to go to the company. She could stay home and watch over the little one. In the vast Gu family, the presence of a mere tutor hardly seems capable of instigating significant events. With this thought in mind, the matriarch, Grandma Gu, found herself eagerly anticipating the occurrences of the following day. The tutor had been personally selected by her through a meticulous interview process, which had initially attracted dozens of candidates. After narrowing it down to 4, Grandma Gu personally conducted the final selection. It was then that she set her eyes on the tutor named Zhou Lanyi, a 26-year-old with a gentle appearance, a soft and pleasant voice, and a diploma from a prestigious university, all requisite documents in hand. Given her affection for lovely older sisters, Grandma Gu was certain that her granddaughter, Xixi, would take a liking to Zhou Lanyi, thus making her choice without hesitation. Today marked Zhou Lanyi's first day at the Gu residence. Dressed in a pristine white ensemble, she greeted Grandma Gu with warmth and politeness before her gaze fell upon the petite figure of the little one beside her. From a distance, the small, round body resembled a cute little gas canister, charmingly plump. The big eyes on the cherubic face blinked curiously at her, brimming with wonder. Zhou Lanyi immediately displayed a perfect smile, her teeth gleaming white. Is this the esteemed Miss Xixi?
Indeed, this is Xixi.
Miss Zhou, allow me to introduce you, Grandma Gu said, gently taking the little dumpling's hand. Hello, Miss Zhou. Hello, Miss Xixi. After a brief introduction, it was time to assess Zhou Lanyi's teaching abilities. Although Xixi was merely a 4-year-old, the knowledge required was not overly complex. What mattered more was patience. As Zhou Lanyi observed the little one's back, a flicker of disdain crossed her gaze. To facilitate Xix's learning, Grandma Gu had arranged for a dedicated study room, adorning it with delightful decorations that would appeal to young children. While there was initially little cause for concern, Grandma Gu felt apprehensive after overhearing Xix's thoughts the previous day, fearing that Zhou Lanyi might harbor ulterior motives. After much contemplation, she decided to have a servant bring in a stool, pretending to bask in the sunlight from the adjacent room, all the while intending to eavesdrop on Xix's thoughts. At the slightest hint of trouble, she would rush out to summon assistance. Xixi sat obediently at the table, her hands resting on the surface, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Zhou Lanyi. The little one was indeed well-behaved, especially when she widened her eyes in curiosity, exuding an innocence akin to a tender sprout adorned with delicate white flowers. Miss Xixi, today we shall embark on a simple lesson about numbers, Zhou Lanyi announced, unveiling the special materials she had prepared overnight. They were filled with colorful digits, accompanied by numerals shaped like various animals, evidently designed to captivate the hearts of children. Xix's eyes lit up momentarily, for unbeknownst to anyone, she had begun to keenly observe the unfolding scenario. Xixi thought to herself, it's time for some gossip. This Zhou Lanyi is not a graduate of any prestigious institution. Just a month ago, she was rummaging through trash in Country M, and only recently returned to seek employment. All her credentials and documents are fabricated. Upon hearing these thoughts, Grandma Gu felt a surge of anger, clutching her chest in disbelief. She had been deceived. How could this be, when she had thoroughly checked the records beforehand? Was Zhou Lanyi so cunning that she could manipulate even the internal systems? Xixi continued. This Zhou Lanyi is exceedingly sly. So that's how it is. Grandma Gu grasped the cup beside her tightly.
What does she mean by that?
Speak clearly, or one might just lose their wits. Xixi elaborated. Zhou Lanyi was not born Zhou Lanyi. Her original name was Zhou Xihua. She changed her name to Zhou Lanyi just a month ago. In truth, the real Zhou Lanyi is a graduate of a prestigious university and genuinely works in education. Moreover, Zhou Lanyi and Zhou Xihua bear an uncanny resemblance. It's all interconnected. Who would believe it's purely coincidental? Grandma Gu's furrowed brow remained unyielding as she pressed her finger to her temple. She had never anticipated that Zhou Lanyi would be so crafty, evading their scrutiny through such means. Was she truly willing to risk everything just for a job? Xixi exclaimed. I knew it couldn't be that simple. It turns out that Zhou Xihua knows Yi Jinru. Zhou Xihua's entire scheme was concocted with Yi Jinru's assistance. These two plastic sisters planned to fleece the Gu family together. Chapter 69. The most innocent expressions accompanied by the most audacious words. Zhou Xihua and Yi Jinru had met in Country M, both harboring a voracious appetite for wealth, devising various schemes to acquire it. Yi Jinru, albeit possessing a husband with some financial stability, was in a better position than Zhou Xihua, who owned nothing. Each of her past relationships had been mere flings, and as soon as her intentions of marriage surfaced, they promptly ended. In the end, she found herself empty-handed, having squandered years of her youth. Recently, when Yi Jinru fled back to Xia country, Zhou Xihua caught wind of it. She coerced and enticed her into returning, extorting a substantial sum as a hush fee. Half of Yi Jinru's already tenuous funds were siphoned off by Zhou Xihua. If she refused to pay, Zhou Xihua threatened to expose her whereabouts to her husband. However, Yi Jinru had escaped to Xia country to distance herself from the unbearable presence of her husband. What good was wealth if he only intended to hoard it for himself and his daughter from his previous marriage, even leaving a will to ensure she received nothing? He was unwilling to grant her a divorce, and as she witnessed his increasingly pronounced belly and bald head, Yi Jinru could no longer endure. Merely being in the same room with him made her feel nauseous. When she had first met her husband, she had believed that wealth could outweigh all else. She had endured, persevering through the years. Yet in the end, she had neither money nor anything to show for her efforts. Yi Jinru resolved that she would no longer tolerate this. She intended to leave her husband, depart from Country M, and while she was still young and beautiful, seek out her next target. As soon as her plane touched down in Xia country, Yi Jinru spotted an advertisement featuring Gu Jingyan. He was just as handsome as she remembered, but now, he exuded a mature charm befitting a man of stature. Wealthy, handsome, and fit, wasn't he precisely the target she sought? Having navigated the hardships of life for years, Zhou Xihua quickly discerned Yi Jinru's intentions. While her own failures were daunting, the success of her friend was even more disconcerting. Under Zhou Xihua's coercive tactics, Yi Jinru, aware of the Gu family's search for a tutor, shared several strategies with Zhou Xihua. Having once been close to the Gu family, Yi Jinru was intimately familiar with their preferences. With her assistance, Zhou Xihua possessed advantages others lacked. Gaining entrance into the Gu household was merely the first step. What followed would depend on Zhou Xihua's capabilities. While ordinary people would find it challenging to achieve even this first step, Yi Jinru could manipulate circumstances to facilitate it for her. Gazing at the opulent mansion and the lavish decorations, Zhou Xihua felt a sense of elation. Once she shed her identity as a tutor and became a member of the Gu family, she would bask in the luxuries they enjoyed. Xixi thought. Here's yet another woman compiling a list of all the Gu family men. Claiming to be a tutor is a ruse. Her true intention is to find a husband and marry into wealth. Upon hearing the little one's thoughts, Grandma Gu felt a tightening in her chest, only to find clarity soon after. She knew her son all too well. Zhou Lanyi was absolutely not the type to capture Gu Jingyan's affections. Neither in temperament nor appearance, there could be no spark of romance between them. As for her second son, his relationship with Chu Yi was solid after many years. And they were already discussing marriage, certainly not something a mere woman could easily disrupt. As for the third, in the ordinary course of a month, one hardly returns to the Gu household, and even when one does, it is merely for a hasty meal. Moreover, Third brother is a person who prioritizes appearances, with looks taking precedence above all else. Having immersed himself in the entertainment industry, he has yet to encounter anyone whose beauty truly captivates him. How could Zhou Linyi possibly stand out amid such competition? After an extensive analysis, Grandma Gu concluded that Zhou Linyi was not a formidable threat at all. To seek a husband in the Gu family? Her 3 sons were not blind. Gu Xixi remarked, "Father, it is indeed impossible for second uncle and third uncle to be interested in someone like Zhou Xiuhua." She continued, "After all, the standards around here are exceedingly high." Yet, she suddenly realized she had nearly overlooked the most significant threat, grandfather. Grandma Gu, who had just taken a sip of water, choked and splattered droplets across the table. Her elderly husband? At his age, how dare he engage in such affairs behind her back? Was he courting death? Gu Xixi clarified. It's not that grandfather cannot control himself. Rather, it is that most wouldn't even consider him as a potential target. She added, compared to the vigorous youth, he seems more susceptible. For instance, Yi Jinru, with her myriad of concoctions, could easily share some with Zhou Xiuhua. Once she becomes a tutor in the Gu household, it is inevitable she would frequently appear within our home, Gu Xixi mused. Finding an opportunity to slip something into grandfather's tea would be a straightforward endeavor. These words made Grandma Gu's head throb, especially as she envisioned her husband as serious demeanor, which only fueled her anger. To scheme against her husband for money. This was utterly intolerable. Gu Xixi resumed her contemplation of the situation, realizing it was not as simple as she initially thought. If Zhou Xiuhua is allowed to stay, she will undoubtedly find a chance to drug him within 3 months. She continued, she might orchestrate a scenario where grandfather has an illegitimate child. Furthermore, she could forge a will and embezzle the Gu family's assets. Gu Xixi pondered, this is alarming. She might even poison grandfather. Positioning herself as the matriarch of the Gu family, she recalled having learned about the dire fate that awaited grandma, who would perish under a bridge. However, she had not anticipated such a precarious situation. Zhou Xiuhua must not be allowed to remain. As the young one diligently contemplated solutions, she was fortunate that the family members of the Gu household held her in high regard, making it likely her suggestions would be considered. What was needed now was a grandiose pretext. What reason could a tutor be dismissed for? Certainly, it would be for inadequate teaching. Or perhaps, she simply lacked sufficient knowledge, falling short of her students. Meanwhile, Grandma Gu was already devising a strategy to concoct an excuse to send Zhou Xiuhua packing by the end of the day. Even if it meant incurring a breach of contract penalty, this person could not remain within the Gu household. Miss Xixi, do you recognize these numbers? Zhou Xiuhua smiled. Yet that smile exuded a disingenuous air. It was not a smile born from the heart, more akin to a conditioned reflex after extensive practice. I do. The little one replied, nodding with the utmost innocence as she brazenly declared, Teacher Zhou, these are too simple. Do you have anything more challenging? The disbelief flickered in Zhou Xiuhua's eyes. Could it truly be that the little scion of the Gu family possessed such exceptional talent to deem these exercises simplistic? The other children she had taught had scarcely managed to memorize them after a year of instruction. Shall we try some 2-digit or 3-digit addition and subtraction? Zhou Xiuhua smirked inwardly. After all, it seemed excessive to employ multiplication and division against a mere 4-year-old. Her nephew in the 1st grade had only managed to grasp single-digit addition and subtraction after a month of schooling. Surely, a kindergartner couldn't be that astute. However, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Gu Xixi aced the 2-digit addition and subtraction effortlessly. Zhou Xiuhua, undeterred, escalated the difficulty to 3-digit and 4-digit problems, only to find that Gu Xixi answered them all correctly as well. With each assessment, Gu Xixi gazed at her with innocent, yet disappointed eyes. Teacher, these are too easy. Do you have something more challenging? The multiplication table up to 9? All memorized. The single-digit multiplication and division? Perfect scores. The 2-digit multiplication and division? 100%. Zhou Xiuhua began to sweat profusely. Having prepared merely for a 4-year-old, she had anticipated a light-hearted, engaging session, complete with number songs and hand-drawn number exercises. Yet, in the presence of Gu Xixi, it appeared as though the roles had reversed, and it was the child testing her limits. In the span of just 2 hours, Zhou Xiuhua felt as though she had traversed an entire lifetime. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she boldly retrieved her phone and began searching online for elementary math Olympiad problems. Only when the difficulty escalated to such levels did Gu Xixi's pace finally slow. Yet this slowness was not due to an inability to solve the problems, but rather because her petite fingers struggled with the pen, drafting her answers step by step. Yet each step mirrored the correct solutions found online. In just one morning, Zhou Xiuhua felt utterly drained. What she had thought would be manageable content for a day had been completely exhausted by Xixi within half an hour. She was left scrambling on her phone for Olympiad questions as a last-ditch effort. Finally, they reached lunchtime. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Zhou Xiuhua concluded, "Miss Xixi is truly remarkable. You must be a genius." Having eavesdropped on the unfolding drama all morning, Grandma Gu cleared her throat and feigned nonchalance as she approached Zhou Xiuhua to inquire about the situation. "How did Xixi do?" Upon hearing Grandma's question, Zhou Xiuhua lowered her gaze and responded, "Miss Xixi is exceptional. She is much smarter than the average child." Out of self-interest, she dared not overly praise the child, for if the Gu family discovered she was unable to teach the little one, her chances of remaining would vanish. "Grandma, the questions teacher Zhou posed were all so simple," Xixi exclaimed with pride, clinging to Grandma's leg and rolling her little head back and forth. "Xixi is amazing." "Indeed, Xixi is wonderful." Grandma Gu absent-mindedly patted her head, secretly contemplating how to devise a suitable excuse to dismiss Zhou Xiuhua. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingyan returned home, followed closely by Gu Juanli and Gu Wanwei. Usually, the siblings would not come home until the afternoon, yet today they had all returned at noon, a rare occurrence. The trio entered the house, casting their scrutinizing gazes upon Zhou Xiuhua, who was seated at the dining table. Zhou Xiuhua had only seen photos of Gu Jingyan and Gu Juanli online, however. The impact of their physical presence far surpassed her expectations, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful under their unabashed scrutiny. Gu Jingyan exudes an air of noble elegance, imbued with a more formidable sense of pressure than Gu Juanli. Yet, the radiance he emanates, coupled with his flawless visage and impeccable physique, possesses a dangerously alluring quality. Zhou Xiuhua suddenly comprehends the resolute determination of Yi Jinru, who would stake everything on Gu Jingyan. Were she to have such an exceptional childhood companion, she too would relentlessly pursue and claim him as her own. In the shadow of Gu Jingyan, Gu Juanli appears somewhat diminished, a contrast that arises solely when measured against Gu Jingyan's brilliance. Isolated from the Gu family, Gu Juanli's appearance, physique, and aura far surpass others by considerable margins. Nevertheless, he carries an inexplicable air of a corporate drone, which, when juxtaposed with Gu Jingyan's commanding presence, renders the latter's regal demeanor all the more captivating. Zhou Xiuhua begins to entertain unseemly thoughts, reluctant to relinquish the exceptional opportunity that is Gu Jingyan. Originally, Yi Jinru had warned her that anyone from the Gu family could be pursued, but Gu Jingyan was strictly off-limits. After all, he was meant to be hers alone. However, upon witnessing him in person, Zhou Xiuhua cast aside any semblance of sisterly loyalty. In matters governed by merit, who would heed her directives? A typically quiet lunch table buzzes with activity today. Old Master Gu feels as though his spouse is glaring at him, though he is unsure whether it is merely a figment of his imagination. He spent the morning upstairs enjoying tea and practicing calligraphy, having done nothing to provoke her ire. Could it be that her upbringing was inadequate, causing her to vent her frustrations on him? With this thought, Old Master Gu too casts a disgruntled glare at Zhou Xiuhua. Under the scrutiny of several gazes, Zhou Xiuhua finds it increasingly difficult to eat. "Teacher Zhou, what did Xixi learn this morning?" This morning, Miss Xixi became acquainted with numbers and some simple addition and subtraction. She is remarkably intelligent and has grasped the material excellently. Zhou Xiuhua replies with a smile, concealing any mention of advanced mathematics as she observes the little one voraciously devouring her meal, pondering that at 4 years old, a child would hardly be privy to such complexities. Xixi interjects, "Did she really learn about numbers?" She was given advanced math problems to solve, while pretending she could manage it. Should I perhaps increase the difficulty for her this afternoon? Clearly, she cannot teach at all, yet she pretends to be clever, likely fearing the loss of her position in the Gu household. In truth, Gu Jingyan's return this afternoon is to investigate this very matter. Hearing Xixi claim that Zhou Xiuhua is incapable of teaching only strengthens his resolve to dismiss her. With his elegant fingers gripping the chopsticks, he absently gazes at the delectable fare before him. "I will accompany Xixi to her afternoon class. I wish to ascertain how well she adapts." "Ah?" Zhou Xiuhua gasps, nearly dropping her bowl onto the table. She was barely managing the morning's chaos, and she had yet to formulate a plan for the afternoon. If Gu Jingyan were to audit the class, wouldn't that expose her completely? "Mr. Gu, Miss Xixi may not be accustomed to having someone observe her during lessons. Zhou Xiuhua stammers. Gu Jingyan raises his gaze, his piercing eyes piercing through her facade. Is it Xixi who does not wish for anyone to watch her during class? Or is it you who feels that way? Chapter 71. Peeling away your layers. Having listened to Gu Xixi's true thoughts thus far, Gu Jingyan does not regard her merely as an ordinary child. Were this any other child, he might not have questioned Zhou Xiuhua's words. Yet this is Gu Xixi. Does she truly need to learn basic addition and subtraction? This little one possesses far more understanding than anyone realizes. Who would believe she is merely learning numbers and simple arithmetic? Even if they brought the least intelligent member of the household, he would not accept such claims. Zhou Xiuhua's reluctance to speak the truth surely indicates something amiss. The admiration Gu Jingyan felt for Zhou Xiuhua dissipates instantly, replaced by tension as she nervously bites her lip, attempting to concoct a plausible explanation. But if she were to speak the truth, how could she preserve her position? Mr. Gu, that is not my intention. Zhou Xiuhua lowers her gaze, adopting a pitiful expression. However, during the learning process, it is essential to differentiate between the instruction of a teacher and that of a parent. They represent entirely different paradigms. Miss Xixi is still quite young and should be allowed to establish distinct understandings. Zhou Xiuhua finds herself cornered, caught in a web of her own convoluted reasoning. Listening to her evasive arguments, Gu Wanwei grimaces in disdain. You are merely rambling here. At the dining table, Gu Jingyan is reluctant to spoil anyone's appetite. Once the meal concludes, he beckons Gu Xixi to his side. Xixi, what did your teacher teach you today? She taught me so much. The little one cheerfully raises her arms, dashing upstairs and returning with a stack of drafts filled with intricate problem-solving strategies for advanced mathematics. Gu Jingyan glances at them briefly before frowning, his gaze cutting sharply toward Zhou Xiuhua. Xixi is only 4. You began her lessons with this material? That is not the case. Zhou Xiuhua nervously waves her hands. Miss Xixi is exceptionally talented. She can handle arithmetic and addition and subtraction effortlessly. So I merely raised the difficulty slightly. Gu Wanwei snatches the papers for inspection and contemplates her existence. This is merely raising the difficulty slightly? I might not even solve these problems immediately. Are you afraid that if you teach her something too simple, we will dismiss you? Why are young people so eager for immediate results? Who teaches a 4-year-old such things? Listening to the unrelenting critique, Gu Xixi inwardly rejoices in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Hurry and expel Zhou Xiuhua. Her identity, credentials, and resume are all borrowed from others. She possesses no qualifications whatsoever. I hope handsome dad investigates her quickly. If this person remains in the Gu household, she will serve as Yi Jinru's informant and may even conspire to produce an illegitimate child with grandfather to seize the family fortune. With these thoughts, old Madame Gu casts a sidelong glance at her spouse, her expression unwavering. Though he may have aged, his hair graying and his face bearing the marks of time. Among his contemporaries, old Master Gu's vitality appears 20 years younger. Those who know how to appreciate will undoubtedly admire the unique aura that comes with age. It was that very visage that once captivated her heart. Old Master Gu, too, hears Gu Xixi's thoughts. Just as he was enjoying the gossip, he suddenly finds himself at the center of it. What nonsense is this? How could he possibly father an illegitimate child with his tutor? He is certainly not that kind of man. The humiliation of being wrongfully accused yet unable to voice his indignation ignites a furious blaze within him, nearly causing steam to rise from his head. Fortunately, apart from him, no one else can hear Gu Xixi's thoughts. Otherwise, how could he face his children? However, this is not entirely grandfather's fault. Although he favors boys over girls, he is not a scoundrel. He is also a victim of manipulation. Once Zhou Xiuhua becomes established, isn't administering a dose of medicine a trivial matter? Gu Jingyan, this little one's thoughts convey wisdom far surpassing her outward appearance. Yet, when faced with others, Gu Xixi often feigns ignorance. Why hasn't handsome dad made his move? Must I throw a tantrum to have him replace the tutor?
Today.
I am wearing the new clothes he bought. I would rather not soil them. His precious daughter actually cares about the things he gifted her. Gu Jingyan had always believed Gu Xixi was indifferent, caring only for valuable possessions. Yet, she truly values the new clothes. He, as a father, cannot allow his daughter to be put in such a predicament. Teacher Zhou, you may leave after this. Gu Jingyan's words resonate with the authority of a sovereign command. Zhou Xiuhua stiffens, watching the bright future slip from her grasp with great reluctance. Mr. Gu, I assure you, I will not leave you at a loss. Gu Jingyan raised his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Xiuhua, causing her to shiver involuntarily. His eyes resembled those of a fierce lion, issuing a warning to any creature daring to encroach upon his territory. Feeling the chill of impending danger seep into her veins, Zhou Xiuhua dared not utter another word. Gathering her belongings, she exited the Gu residence. Internally, she cursed him vehemently, when suddenly, a voice called out from behind. It was Gu Jingyan's voice, deep and magnetic, making her ears tingle. Composing herself, Zhou Xiuhua turned to him with a feigned smile of disappointment. Mr. Gu, may I inquire if there is anything else? Surely, he wasn't regretting his decision and planning to summon her back to continue teaching that little rascal? Gu Jingyan towered over her, exuding an air of authority. Yet his handsome visage sent her heart racing. If only she could marry such a man, she would gladly trade half her lifespan for the chance. He approached her directly, his gaze now warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the icy demeanor he had just displayed. I must apologize. My dissatisfaction does not lie with your teaching. Rather, I prefer to send Xixi to kindergarten. However, my mother has been keen on hiring a tutor, and it would be impolite to decline her request, which is why I temporarily allowed you to try. His gentle words made Zhou Xiuhua's eyes well with tears, and her heart pounded violently. What did this mean? A man speaking to her with such tenderness and thoughtfulness. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? Flustered, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice slightly higher. Mr. Gu, I understand. You truly are a filial person. I empathize with your situation. A business card was presented to Zhou Xiuhua. I know the owner of this company. Take this card to him, and he will offer you a better position. The monthly salary starts at 80,000. No interview required. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Wow, what? 80,000. Zhou Xiuhua's hands trembled as she carefully accepted the card, tucking it into her handbag with utmost care. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Raising her head once more, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the man before her. Utterly captivated. 80,000 a month, totaling 960,000 a year. This was far more lucrative than her tutoring position at the Gu household. I have already spoken with the manager on the card. Please meet him as soon as possible. He will be leaving for a business trip the day after tomorrow. If you miss this opportunity, it will be 3 months before you can try again. 80,000 a month meant 240,000 in 3 months. Zhou Xiuhua, who was utterly enamored with money, could never let such an opportunity slip away. I understand. I will go this afternoon. No, I will go immediately, she exclaimed, flashing a flirtatious smile at Gu Jingyan. The man before her glanced at his phone and raised his hand gently. Please wait. I cannot allow you to go alone. I will have my assistant accompany you. Zhou Xiuhua's heart raced. How could he claim he wasn't interested in her? Men, it seemed, could never resist her beauty. 10 minutes later, Tang Yin arrived at the entrance of Gu Yatinjuan in a car. Mr. Gu. Gu Jingyan gestured for Zhou Xiuhua to enter the vehicle. My assistant will take you this afternoon. He will assist you with all the formalities. Sitting in the back seat, Zhou Xiuhua beamed with delight, as if she were already envisioning herself as the future mistress of the household, leaning out of the window to wave at Gu Jingyan. However, as the car made a sharp turn onto the main road, Zhou Xiuhua swayed and bumped her head against the window. How do you drive? If I get hurt, mister, Gu will have your skin for this, she scolded, clutching her head with a tone befitting a lady of the house. Tang Yin only glanced at the rear-view mirror with disdain. Did this woman truly believe she was receiving favors from Mr. Gu? How naive. By afternoon, once the contract was signed, Zhou Xiuhua would soon find herself on a plane bound for a remote island, far from Xia country. The job was legitimate, not unlawful or criminal, but she would never have the chance to return from that island. Chapter 72, a turning point concerning Father's future approaches. Tang Yin ignored Zhou Xiuhua's remarks, which only heightened her irritation. The woman in the back seat crossed her arms and scoffed. Are you deaf?
No.
I simply prefer not to engage in idle chatter, Tang Yin replied coldly. Zhou Xiuhua, however, could not miss the sarcasm laced in his tone, and she tossed her hair with a smug smile. I advise you to recognize the signs. Haven't you noticed how Mr. Gu treats me differently? Having heard much about Gu Jingyan from Yi Jinru, she felt confident in her understanding of his character and mannerisms. Zhou Xiuhua was certain that Gu Jingyan harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he have consoled her with such kind words? Why offer her a job with a salary of 80,000? He had never been this generous even to Yi Jinru, whom he had known for years. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Xiaohua couldn't help but giggle softly. Since you can hear me just fine, answer my question, she said, arching her brow and casting a dismissive glance at the driver. Otherwise, don't expect me to speak highly of you in the future. I see now, Tang Yin replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. After all, Mr. Gu was not the type to casually imprison an innocent passerby on a desolate island. Having been with Gu Jingyan for so many years, despite the myriad of dangers and unpleasant individuals he dealt with, Tang Yin had always handled matters from a legal standpoint, executing appropriate responses and punishments. As for Zhou Xiaohua's fate, Tang Yin speculated whether she had inadvertently cursed the Gu family, ensuring her eternal entrapment on that snowbound island. That island housed the Gu family's business, yet the conditions were harsh, with only one flight a year, enduring temperatures below -40 degrees, and communications reliant on satellite phones. By abandoning Zhou Xiaohua on that island, her chances of ever returning would be nil, especially as she had no friends, family,
or job to return to.
It was the perfect setting for someone to disappear without a trace. Even if she vanished, no one would come looking for her. I suggest you treat me with a bit more respect, Zhou Xiaohua declared, lifting her chin defiantly, legs crossed, leaning back in her seat. I might soon be Mrs. Gu, and with a single word, I could have you out of a job. Yes, Tang Yin nodded. Does Mr. Gu usually occupy this seat? He playfully brushed his hand against the leather seat behind him, causing Zhou Xiaohua's cheeks to flush, her mind wandering to fanciful thoughts. She inhaled deeply, as if savoring Gu Jingyan's scent, even conjuring an image of being held by him. Would touching his abs feel as delightful as the leather beneath her fingers? Zhou Xiaohua's fingers trembled with excitement, her face aglow as she suppressed a foolish grin. Initially, she had thought any wealthy man would suffice. But now that she sensed Gu Jingyan's interest, she could not ignore her feelings for him. After all, matters of the heart do not adhere to a timeline, especially since Yi Jinru's situation had never progressed to a serious level. It would hardly be fair to blame her for stepping in. How could Gu Jingyan be enamored with someone like Zhou Xiaohua? No, Zhou Lani. He. In order to boast before Yi Jinru, Zhou Xiaohua, accompanied by Tang Yin, went to the company to sign her contract. She then hurried back to the hotel to pack her bags. The owner of the company was indeed a kind person, even offering her pre-employment training, which would take place abroad, with the airfare covered, and in first class. Once she packed her belongings, she promptly made her way to the airport. Hotel.
What?
You were kicked out after just one day? Yi Jinru chuckled, amused at her friend's predicament. Zhou Xiaohua, unfazed, twisted her body into an S shape, dragging her suitcase behind her. I was not kicked out. Please choose your words carefully. Jing Yan expressed that it was due to the elderly Gu matriarch that he had to temporarily hire a tutor. His original intention was to send his daughter to kindergarten. I am merely his bargaining chip. At this moment, Zhou Xiaohua's face broke into a foolish grin akin to that of an infatuated fool. Upon witnessing this, Yi Jinru's expression darkened immediately. I have made it clear that you are free to choose any man from the Gu family, but Gu Jingyan is absolutely off limits. He is mine. Zhou Xiaohua let out an exaggerated, piercing shriek of laughter. Yours? On what grounds? Has he agreed to marry you? Or are you two already in a relationship? You've lost all standing with him. Haven to you? Each of Zhou Xiaohua's words pierced Yi Jinru's chest like daggers, igniting the darkness within her heart. Look, Zhou Xiaohua said, producing a business card and flaunting it before Yi Jinru's eyes. This is the job that Jing Yan secured for me. This very card was given to me by him, with a salary of 80,000 a month. He even expressed his concern for me, instructing his assistant to accompany me to the company for onboarding. I'm heading to the airport shortly. The training is abroad. In first class. Do you have that? I assume you don't. In a fit of rage, Yi Jinru attempted to snatch the card from Zhou Xiaohua's hand, inadvertently scratching her face with her nails. A line of blood marred Zhou Xiaohua's skin, causing her to flinch in pain. Accept your fate, Zhou Xiaohua retorted, striking Yi Jinru across the face before dragging her luggage away. Next time we meet, you shall address me as Madame Gu. Yi Jinru trembled with anger, a fiery rage swelling within her, threatening to burst forth. With her plans unraveling, Zhou Xiaohua continued to flaunt her achievements before her. The sight made Yi Jinru wish to stab her in the back. Suddenly, she recalled something and flung open the window, stretching her neck to look down. Zhou Xiaohua was already at the ground floor, where a man was opening the car door for her. Yi Jinru instantly recognized him as Gu Jingyan's assistant, Tang Yin. Such a scenario was beyond Zhou Xiaohua's capabilities to fabricate. Gu Jingyan had indeed offered Zhou Xiuhua such a lucrative position, yet had not extended the same to her. He was fully aware of her current plight, yet chose to bestow such an opportunity upon another. In his eyes, was she worth less than Zhou Xiuhua? Yi Jinru's gaze fixated on the retreating taillights below, her slender fingers tightening into a fist, her nails digging into her palm, drawing blood. Meanwhile, Gu Xixi, far away at the Gu residence, was also keenly observing the unfolding drama.
Oh.
Zhou Xiuhua has actually landed a new job. And it was introduced by Dad. Gu Xixi exclaimed. Let me see. What the heck? She's working at that Dunduolo's island. She'll never be able to return from that. Gu Xixi continued. Zhou Xiuhua actually thinks she has won Dada's favor, and now she's floating on air. She even flaunted it right in front of Yi Jinru. Gu Xixi added. Yi Jinru scratched Zhou Xiuhua's face.
Zhou Xiuhua's la pet Ye Jinru.
How exhilarating. Gu Xixi lamented. If only I could witness it live. How thrilling. Ha ha ha. The bonds of their plastic sisterhood are melting away. In his study, Gu Jingyan remained calm, listening to Gu Xixi's thoughts. All these events were orchestrated by him. Even without Tang Yin's reports, he was well aware of every detail and development. Zhou Xiuhua had entangled the Gu family in too many upheavals. Dealing with her was the most effective approach. As a legitimate businessman, Gu Jingyan never resorted to violent means. However, he possessed 100 ways to ensure a person's social demise without breaking any laws. Especially for someone like Zhou Xiuhua, who had no friends or family. Her disappearance would be akin to a drop of dew evaporating from the earth. By exploiting her greed, he could easily lead her into a trap. For Zhou Xiuhua to escape the island, she would either have to swim for 100 years straight or evolve wings to fly back. The island was replete with eyes watching her every move. Not long after, Tang Yin called. Mr. Gu, I have successfully seen her off on the plane, he reported, his tone laced with disdain. The flight is on schedule, landing at the transfer destination in 32 hours. Gu Jingyan replied lightly. Suddenly, he recalled something and added, dispose of the vehicle that transported her. Tang Yin's eyes widened. Such a fine new car, which Mr. Gu has never even sat in. And this is the first time I've driven it. Are you seriously discarding it? Observing Tang Yin's silence, Gu Jingyan continued, you may sell it if you wish. The proceeds are yours. A luxury vehicle worth over $1 million was treated like a mere toy by Gu Jingyan.
Understood. Tang Yin acknowledged.
As soon as he hung up, Gu Xixi's thoughts echoed once more, but this time, they were related to him. Zhou Xiuhua, enraged after being scratched by Yi Jinru, revealed Yi Jinru's hotel to her husband before boarding the plane, instructing him to capture her. Gu Xixi exclaimed. A pivotal turning point for Dad's future is imminent. Chapter 73. The Overabundance of Gossip. Previously, Gu Xixi had mentioned that Gu Jingyan would be wrongfully accused by Yi Jinru of being responsible for her husband's death. Would avoiding one-on-one meetings with Yi Jinru help him evade this crisis? Yi Jinru's husband has already purchased a ticket for the day after tomorrow, intending to come to Xia country to find her. Gu Xixi reported. In fact, her husband has prepared an independent will for her, which is not inferior to what he has left for their daughter. Gu Xixi continued. He merely wishes to keep the secret, not wanting their daughter to feel upset. As a result, Yi Jinru believes he has left her nothing. She didn't even divorce him and immediately left. Gu Xixi elaborated. This time, her husband is returning to persuade her to come home and has brought the will along to cheer her up. After listening to Gu Xixi's thoughts, something shifted within Gu Jingyan. This man seemed to be without significant fault. Perhaps his greatest error was simply not being the man Yi Jinru desired. 24 hours later, Zhou Xiuhua arrived at Dunduolo's island. Upon witnessing the dire conditions, she immediately began to cry and plead to return. However, no matter how much she screamed, she was forcibly taken away by a group of people. The lodging was surrounded by walls towering dozens of meters high, electrified, making it impossible for even Spider-Man to escape. All doors were equipped with retinal recognition, crafted from high-tech, impenetrable metal. Iron Man himself could not break through. After handling Zhou Xiuhua, the elderly Gu matriarch felt uneasy, reluctant to hire another tutor. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to heed the eldest son's advice and enroll Gu Xixi in kindergarten. Children ought to have their own social circles. With numerous peers at kindergarten, perhaps Xixi could make some good friends. It was too dull to constantly accompany the adults to the company. Upon learning that she would be attending kindergarten the following day, Gu Xixi felt a twinge of resistance. Do I need to go to kindergarten when I'm this smart? She exclaimed. I'd rather stay at home eating and sleeping. What is fun about kindergarten? I don't want to go. Despite her internal reluctance, Xixi did not voice her discontent outright, behaving obediently and acquiescing to the adults' arrangements. Being merely a 4-year-old, she was expected to portray the image of a well-behaved child, not one prone to tantrums. Xixi, you've reached the age for school. It's time to interact more with your peers, Gu Jingyan said, kneeling beside her, gently stroking her little head. If you don't like kindergarten, we can discuss it again, all right? Rather than assuming an authoritarian stance and forcing her to attend, Gu Jingyan chose to engage in a dialogue with his little girl. The respect and consideration he showed her softened Xixi heart. She reasoned with herself that since Dad had made a concession, she could also compromise.
All right.
Xixi will go to kindergarten and see, she decided, refraining from further complaints in her thoughts. Observing the interaction between the two, the elderly Gu matriarch nodded with satisfaction. One was striving to be a good father, while the other was endeavoring to be a dutiful and obedient daughter. The scene before her was warm and filled with happiness. Grandma Gu silently vowed never to allow anyone to disrupt the Gu family, especially that Yi Jinru. Should she dare to approach the Gu household again, she would summon someone to give her a sound beating and toss her out. Anyone who dared to come within a step of Gu Jingyan would find their legs broken. She could not afford to lose the son, and neither could Xixi be deprived of her father. The mere thought of Yi Jinru scheming to have him imprisoned filled Grandma Gu with dread. It was a thought so harrowing that it left her feeling utterly drained, as if her chest were being torn apart by a dull ache. The arrival of Xixi was a divine blessing for the Gu family. They would surely be able to avert this calamity. On the day of her first visit to kindergarten, Xixi donned her uniform, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. Her face devoid of any smile. She resembled a marionette, manipulated by the servants as they adjusted her attire. Oh dear, Xixi is simply adorable, Gu Wanwei exclaimed, holding her phone and experimenting with various angles to snap pictures. Xixi, look here and smile, darling. Gu Jingyan could discern that she was reluctant to go. Yet due to certain circumstances, she had no choice but to attend. His heart softened at the sight of her pitiful expression. There will be teachers at kindergarten to take care of you. If anything arises, remember to speak with your teachers. He gently stroked her little head, her soft hair reminiscent of the downy fur of a newborn animal. The delicate texture revealed her petite fragility. Entrusting this little one into a circle filled with other children made Gu Jingyan uneasy. The true voice of Xixi was her innermost self. He pondered whether she would feel out of place in such an environment, unable to make genuine friends, and suffer from loneliness. Gu Wanwei also noticed that the little one seemed hesitant about attending kindergarten and presented her with a diamond hairpin. Xixi, fret not. This is an elite kindergarten. Only children from affluent and esteemed families are admitted, and they are well-mannered. Moreover, Big Brother has donated a substantial sum to the kindergarten, and the principal has personally assured that you will be well taken care of. Do not fear, my darling. It will be all right. Xixi replied. What? Do you have to donate a large sum just to attend kindergarten? She continued, if I don't go, wouldn't that mean my handsome dad is at a loss? Pondering further, she added, with such wealth, it would be rather embarrassing to ask for the money back. With this thought, Xixi grasped the strap of her backpack, giving it a little shake since it was rather light. Her cherubic face scrunched up as she huffed out a breath. Humph. Then I shall go to kindergarten and devour all their cookies and snacks, she declared. I shall at least recoup something. Onward.
Eat.
Upon hearing that the little one was finally willing to attend kindergarten, Gu Jingyan felt a mix of relief and concern. What if she truly overindulged and upset her stomach? As they traveled to the kindergarten, Xixi nestled in her child's seat, gazing longingly at the scenery outside the car. I should savor this view a little longer. Soon I will be confined within, she thought, feeling forlorn. I cannot accompany my second uncle, third uncle, or auntie anymore. No more eating snacks everywhere. Alas. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the school. For the first time, Xixi found herself thinking of kindergarten in terms of opulence and splendor. Is this truly a kindergarten? Or perhaps some exhibition hall? At the entrance, the teachers of each class wore matching uniforms, adorned with diamond badges, greeting each child with identical smiles. The facilities of this kindergarten were meticulously designed. Traffic was diverted well before the entrance, ensuring that only families with children enrolled could approach. The array of luxury vehicles made it evident what sort of elite offspring attended this institution. As Xixi was lifted from the car, a cascade of chimes erupted in her mind, akin to a long-dormant account suddenly receiving a year's worth of unread messages. What on earth is happening? Xixi was momentarily bewildered, her thoughts drowned out by a cacophony of sounds. The system chimed in. This is a gossip alert. Would you like me to temporarily silence the automatic gossip notifications? Xixi responded, yes. Please turn it off. A second later, her mind fell silent. System. What was that just now? She inquired. Too much gossip detected, the system replied. How could I forget? This is a kindergarten exclusively for wealthy children. The world of the affluent is always brimming with gossip. Xixi mused, I'm beginning to find kindergarten somewhat appealing. Chapter 74, the most tragic antagonist in the entire story. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Gu Jingyan caught wind of his little one's sentiments indicating she was starting to enjoy kindergarten. He observed the surrounding children bouncing about with exuberance. Could it be that the lively spirits of her peers were helping Xixi acclimate? Indeed. Children must play with other children to thrive. Gu Jingyan's presence caught the attention of the teachers at the entrance, their eyes lighting up. Among the many portly and bald affluent individuals, Gu Jingyan was a rarity, with a physique that could outshine male models. He exuded an extraordinary charm simply by holding a small child in his arms, clad in a tailored suit. Xixi, call me if you need anything, Gu Jingyan instructed, gently prodding her wristwatch. After a moment's thought, he added, you can call me even if nothing is wrong, whenever you wish. What if his daughter simply missed him and wanted to chat? He felt the need to clarify, even if there were no pressing matters. She was free to make the call whenever she desired. All right, Xixi nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight. What a vast field of gossip, what fresh tidbits awaited her. The teacher who received the little one smiled warmly as she introduced herself. I am your lead teacher, Ms. Shui, and these are your two caretakers, Ms. Song and Ms.
Wang.
As expected of an elite kindergarten, each teacher was strikingly beautiful, their voices soft and soothing. After handing over the little one, Gu Jingyan still felt uneasy about leaving. Recalling Xixi's earlier sentiments, he lowered his voice and said to the teacher, please keep an eye on Xixi's diet. Ms. Shui nodded, fully understanding the concerns of parents. When children are sent to kindergarten, parents often worry they might not eat or drink enough, and she would ensure they were reminded of such things. Rest assured, we will take good care of every child and ensure they are well fed. Gu Jingyan continued, what I mean is, please be mindful not to let her overeat.
Ms.
Shui appeared puzzled, having never encountered such a request from a parent before. Understood, she replied, a hint of awkwardness tugging at her smile. As long as it was a parent's request, they would do their utmost to accommodate it. The families whose children attended this kindergarten were all formidable in their own right. Just as he turned to head back to the car, Gu Jingyan seemed to recall something, returning once more. But she must eat enough, just not too much. Even though he knew the teachers would ensure the children were nourished, he felt an overwhelming urge to remind them, fearing he would be restless all day if he did not. Was this what it felt like to be a father? Mr. Gu, please be assured. We will take good care of Xixi, Ms. Shui assured him. The other parents, after dropping off their children with the teachers, waved and departed in a seamless manner, exuding confidence. In matters of work and business, Gu Jingyan could handle any situation with ease. Yet, when it came to caring for a child, he felt like a novice father. Xixi dutifully queued among her peers, noticeably shorter than the other children her age. The nutrition she had previously lacked had been sufficiently addressed in the Gu household, and her face was rounder and fuller. However, her height remained unchanged. Watching Gu Jingyan glance back multiple times, Xixi smiled and bounced towards him, waving enthusiastically in an effort to appear cheerful. I used to see children crying and throwing tantrums at kindergarten, and some parents would hesitate to leave their children there. Xixi mused to herself. Judging by my handsome father's demeanor, should I betray even the slightest hint of discontent, he would undoubtedly whisk me away. She resolutely thought, no way. With so many enticing tales around, I must remain here. Determined to don a cheerful facade, she aimed to placate her handsome father. As the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, Gu Jingyan's mind was suddenly flooded with unwelcome thoughts. He rolled down the window, and a small head peeked out from beside the teacher, waving cheerfully at him. Though feigned, the smile on that little face appeared genuinely sincere. Xixi's intuition was correct. Had she shown any sign of sadness or reluctance before his departure, Gu Jingyan would have found it unbearable to leave her alone at kindergarten. In matters concerning children, he had much to learn and cultivate. Once the familiar car had driven away, Xixi finally indulged in her quest for gossip. System, filter out the tales for me. I desire the most intriguing, explosive, and extraordinary stories, she commanded. And temporarily block any mundane ones, like the kid who forgot to brush his teeth this morning, she added. Please serve me the finest tidbits. Understood, the system responded promptly. Hello there. You must be new here. What is your name? Xixi was interrupted while waiting for her stories, as a small boy, taller than her by a head, playfully slapped her shoulder. His sunny smile and carefree demeanor belied a rather boisterous nature.
I'm Huolin.
Nice to meet you. I adore playing football. Do you play? If you prefer other games, I can join you. Despite Huolin's good looks, even the most ardent admirers found his incessant chatter overwhelming, akin to a malfunctioning toy that never ceased its prattle. Xixi tuned him out, instead focusing her attention on a delightful little girl amidst the crowd of children. The girl had a cherubic face, plump and soft, with rosy lips that curled upwards like a blooming pink flower. Oh, I've spotted a living doll, Xixi thought with glee. The girl appeared rather shy, preferring solitude in a corner, lost in her own thoughts. Her adorable chubby profile resembled a freshly steamed bun, prompting Xixi fingers to itch with the urge to poke that delightful face. Stealthily, she approached, her curiosity compelling her to gently prod the girl's soft cheek. Startled by the unexpected sensation, the girl turned with tearful eyes, looking adorably aggrieved. My sincerest apologies, Xixi exclaimed, glancing at her rebellious hand. It's not my fault. She feigned a light-hearted reprimand to herself, shaking her hand playfully. The girl, embarrassed, managed a shy smile, showing no signs of annoyance. The surrounding cacophony of children buzzed like a swarm of bees, overwhelming Xixi senses. With a sigh, she resumed her exploration of the other children. The offspring of affluent families exhibited a bewildering array of appearances. Some were exceptionally charming due to favorable genetics, while others, clad in identical uniforms, starkly contrasted with their more fortunate peers. Wait! Xixi's gaze darted back, having spotted a remarkable potential among the lackluster faces. A towering boy, significantly taller than her, stood at the back of the line, silently observing the corner. His alabaster skin suggested he seldom basked in the sun, and his eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes. His profile was flawlessly sculpted, reminiscent of a masterpiece carved with meticulous precision by an artist. Xixi could hardly fathom such beauty at such a tender age. What would he become as he matured? Surely, he would be a mesmerizing enchanter, captivating souls effortlessly. System, quickly, uncover any gossip about this young Adonis, she implored. After a brief pause, the system's voice became animated.
Xixi.
This individual is the elder brother of the main male protagonist, it declared. He is also the most powerful character in the narrative, destined to become the most tragic antagonist. Chapter 75. His favorability rating is nearly 0. Xixi could scarcely believe her ears. What nonsense! How can someone so stunning be destined for such a tragic role?
She questioned.
What ultimately happens to him? The system elaborated. He engages in a battle of wits with the male lead to win the affection of the female lead, only to face utter defeat. He loses his family fortune, his company, and the one he loves, ultimately being stabbed in the heart by the female lead, the system continued. Being killed by the one he loves doesn't he sound so terrible, Xixi mused. But after that fateful stab, he survives and, once healed, seeks vengeance against the male lead, the system explained. And then, Xixi pressed. When the male lead and female lead finally communicate openly and resolve their misunderstandings, he kidnaps the female lead, intending to use her as leverage against the male lead. The male lead successfully rescues her, but he suffers grievous injuries in the process. The system added. With no chance to escape, he meets his demise amidst the very traps he set, it concluded. At times, Xixi found it perplexing how one could love another with such obsession. There are countless beautiful people in this world. If one doesn't work out, simply move on to the next. There are always better options, she thought. For the sake of the female lead, he ruins himself completely, only to die in such a catastrophic manner. Women with love-struck brains are troublesome, but men with the same affliction are equally so, Xixi reflected. From her position in the back row, she had a clear view of his profile. Even at such a young age, one could foresee how his beauty would evolve. The thought of his ultimate fate left her feeling regretful. Such exquisite looks, to meet such a tragic end. As if sensing her gaze, the boy slightly turned his head towards her. Xixi, caught in the act of spying, quickly averted her eyes, feigning interest in a little girl's hairpin in the front row.
Xixi.
There's something crucial, I must remind you. The system interjected. Yes, she replied. In the presence of special characters like Li Xingqing, it's easier to gain presence points. The system advised. Xixi, feeling rather indifferent, retorted, I don't need that. I prefer to lounge around. She merely wished to be a carefree little fish. Even as a fish, she didn't want to be the largest. Fearing she might be the first chosen for a meal. Xixi, life stretches ahead for decades. The system insisted. You are only 4. Why lie flat so soon? Do you intend to lounge until you're 100? It questioned. And don't forget, the Gu family is filled with cannon fodder, including you. The system seemed rather anxious, eager to assist Xixi in garnering presence points. The teacher had already gathered the children back into the classroom. Fortune smiled upon Xixi, for she discovered she was in the same class as the future formidable antagonist, Li Xingqing. He sat directly in front of her. How splendid! His towering stature would shield her from the prying eyes of the other children during their songs and dances, which she found rather embarrassing. As the lesson commenced, Xixi's mind drifted. Contemplating, she realized the system had a point. She had many years ahead to consider, and accumulating presence points might serve her well in the future when special circumstances arose, allowing her to purchase items in the marketplace. Right now, it didn't seem necessary. But who could guarantee she wouldn't need it eventually? Moreover, the unique opportunity presented by Li Xingqing was right in front of her. It would be foolish not to seize it. Xixi suddenly cleared her throat and prodded his back with her finger. Once, there was no response. Twice, still nothing. Xixi, undeterred, poked him 3 times in succession. Finally, Li Xingqing turned his head, his gaze cold and aloof, exuding an aura capable of intimidating even the bravest of children. It was no wonder that others kept their distance. Who would dare approach someone radiating such an intimidating presence? However, Xixi was different. Her fortitude was remarkable. Hello, I am Xixi, she declared, raising her palm and playfully wiggling her fingers, greeting him with a cheerful smile. Li Xingqing merely cast a fleeting glance her way before silently turning back. His eyes were laden with unspoken words and disdain. Another aloof future antagonist, she mused. No matter. He was still young and lacked any real menace. She could afford to be bold and engage with him. The more she could interact, the better. After all, if she didn't seize this opportunity, it might be perilous to do so later. However, after her initial greeting, her sense of presence remained unchanged. Was there a system glitch? Xixi inquired of the system. Why has my presence value not increased at all? What is going on? The system responded, it is likely because his fondness for you is nearly non-existent at present, and being an important character makes it exceedingly challenging to accrue presence value. Understanding dawned upon Xixi. This meant that Li Xingqing had no intention of acknowledging her and harbored not even the slightest fondness. Merely attempting to boost her presence value would not suffice. Characters with a cold demeanor were typically the most challenging to engage. They resembled colossal glaciers. Every effort to melt even a small portion required immense exertion and energy. After a brief attempt, Xixi swiftly reverted to a state of indolence. The lesson primarily consisted of singing, and Xixi occasionally mimicked the lyrics, appearing as languid as a yawning cat. At last, the class concluded. Xixi seized the opportunity to escape the raucous group of children, seeking refuge in a tranquil corner. The sun shone brightly, and as she settled onto a small bench in the yard, she felt herself drifting into slumber. How delightful.
Hey.
Kick the ball over here. The clamor resumed. Did you hear me? I told you to kick the ball over. Due to Xiao Xiang. Xixi had developed an aversion to most of the children. The current uproar reminded her of the previous times at that house, where Xiao Xiang would always drag her along to play soccer. He could kick the ball, while she was merely the target. When he missed, he would run over, crying and hitting her with his tiny fists. While those little fists might not seem formidable to an adult, to Xixi, each blow felt like a stone striking her. Ugh, enough of that. Now, at the Gu household, she was the cherished darling, adored by all. The couple who had trafficked her were imprisoned, likely to remain there for the rest of their lives. Xixi yawned widely, stretching her legs, when suddenly, one of them bumped into her, causing a twinge of pain in her ankle. Irritated, she opened her eyes to find 6 little boys gathered on her left, chattering incessantly. Are you deaf? Can't you understand what others are saying? I think he's doing it on purpose, showing us no respect. Let's teach him a lesson.
Xixi squeaked.
Finally grasping the situation, 5 boys surrounded Li Xingqing, venting their ire simply because he hadn't returned their ball. In the shoving and jostling, one of them stepped on her pant leg, leaving a mark. She impatiently retracted her leg and confronted the miscreant, Hey, you've dirted my pants, apologize. The system notified her. Presence value 1. Xixi was bewildered. Whose presence value did I just earn? The system replied, Li Xingcheng. Chapter 76. Why does he have such a peculiar interest? The enigmatic, aloof little antagonist. Xixi, she merely tugged at one boy to prompt an apology for herself. Yet she managed to gain presence value? Earlier, when she boldly prodded his back during class, she had received nothing in return. One boy, with a buzz cut, despite wearing a school uniform, emanated an impression of a streetwise child. Men should speak. Women should stay out of it. Exactly, you have no say here. Step aside. Or you'll get hurt too. Each word from these little rascals struck a nerve with Xixi. The tallest among them even shoved her. Just as she was sprawled comfortably in the sun, she was caught off guard and lost her balance, tumbling to the ground. Instinctively, she tried to catch herself, scraping her palm in the process.
Ah!
Xixi let out a heart-wrenching wail. Having endured abuse from Ye Xiaotong and Xiao Jiawang, she believed herself to be somewhat resilient to pain. However, she was shocked to discover that a mere scrape could elicit such a response from her.
Children were still children.
It wasn't that she feared pain. Rather, the original Xixi was terrified of provoking the traffickers and incurring their wrath. Thus, she had to endure in silence. Her brows furrowed tighter, her features contorting with anger as she rose to her feet. Unfortunately, her height was a disadvantage, leaving her with little imposing presence. Yet the air around her thickened with palpable fury. The little boy looked perplexed. It's just a fall. Why are you making such a fuss? I didn't kill anyone. Men? You little brats dare call yourselves men? At that, Xixi couldn't help but laugh. Her retorts were loading, ready for launch. Your mother is quite humorous. Giving birth to a joke like you. Yes, you're amazing, you're the best, flying a plane in the sea. You're a double-standard fighter. You can surround someone to pick a fight, but I can't approach you to demand an apology? What's wrong? Has your upbringing evaporated at such a young age? All that's left is a heap of nonsense in your head? Xixi unleashed a torrent of insults, leaving the boys momentarily stunned, their faces reddening with indignation. They had intended to confront Li Xingcheng, but now they had shifted their focus to Xixi. The system chimed in. Presence value 3, from Li Xingcheng. It seems Li Xingcheng enjoys your insults, the system remarked. Xixi mused. Why does he have such a peculiar taste?
Who are you?
A new little brat? Do you know who the boss of this class is? The tallest boy approached her, looking down from his height. His demeanor offered no hint of threat. He resembled a soft dumpling, easily squished, yet he dared to shout. Xixi's chubby, adorable face quivered as she revealed a disdainful smile. I may not know who was the biggest in this class before, but from now on, you'll learn who the real boss is. The boss. Not only were the little boys taken aback, but even Li Xingcheng's typically expressionless face showed signs of intrigue. Despite her diminutive stature, he sensed something unique about her. It was an aura unlike any other, suggesting that anyone who dared to cross her would meet an unfortunate fate. Even though Xixi appeared endearingly cute and did not rely on intimidation to assert herself, her very presence exuded a remarkable intensity. Xiao Yang, she's so arrogant. Let's beat her up. Fight? That would be too easy. Xixi immediately exchanged for a strength potion from the system, preparing to pop it into her mouth. The system exclaimed, Xixi, no. That could be lethal. They are just little kids. One strength potion would elevate Xixi's power to that of an adult male at 150. Using such force against little children would indeed be risky. Today was her first day at kindergarten, and she did not wish for her handsome dad to be summoned for a parent-teacher meeting. She quietly tucked the strength potion away for now, assuming a posture reminiscent of a great bird taking flight. In this 73rd world of her literary journey, Xixi had learned martial arts. Displaying an impressive flair for intimidation was enough to intimidate these little rascals. The little boy who had just been shouting about wanting to hit her was now so intimidated by her actions and demeanor that he resembled a seal that had forgotten how to clap. You want to fight, huh? I am the 88th descendant of Martian Fist. I am not afraid of you. System. Why is Martian Fist the 88th generation? Xixi. 88 means good luck, after all. The little boy stammered a couple of times and glanced at his companions. Don't be afraid. We have the numbers. Let's go. 5 little rascals shouted in unison as they surrounded her, swinging their arms wildly in the air. Although Xixi was somewhat limited by this body, with shorter legs and arms and not quite stable in her stance, she vividly recalled the moves she had learned back then. With a swift flurry of punches, she managed to make the 2 boys at the front howl in pain. The other three, witnessing this, were too scared to face the same fate and quickly conceded. All right, I apologize for kicking your pants earlier. Originally intent on bullying, they ended up being the ones humiliated. The first boy who was hit, unwilling to accept defeat, picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at Xixi. Feeling a sudden chill at the back of her head, Xixi realized an ambush was underway and instinctively dodged to the right. A fist expertly caught the stone thrown her way. Xixi remained expressionless, and before the 5 little boys, he opened his palm and let the stone drop to the ground. Although the sharp edges of the stone had drawn blood from his palm, his face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. With their plan thwarted, the 5 little rascals turned their ire back towards Xixi, hoping to vent their frustrations on him. Suddenly, a small figure darted between them, separating Xixi from the group. "What are you doing?" The boy with the sore knee stammered. "He is under my protection. If you trouble him, you are seeking trouble with me." Xixi braced her arms, strutting with the audacity reminiscent of a proud tomcat, pushing her way through the group. Having just been beaten, the boys were unwilling to face another round of punishment from Xixi for the sake of Xixi, and reluctantly retreated. System. Presence level 4 also belongs to Xixi. Xixi. So, he enjoys playing the heroic savior. Why didn't he say so earlier? Clearing her throat, Xixi donned a bright smile and extended her palm. "Hello, I am Xixi. I would like to be your friend." Xixi stood still, looking down at the delicate, soft hand before him. The palm, marred by a fall, was dusty and slightly bloodied. He was reluctant to touch it, finding it quite unclean. For a moment, Xixi wondered if he was mute, as she had never heard him speak. Xixi. System, is your melon missing a piece? System. Xixi. How could you doubt me? Xixi. Look, Xixi isn't speaking. Could he be a mute? Did you miss something? System. He is not mute. He simply dislikes talking and interacting with others. System. The fact that he is willing to look you in the eye is already quite impressive. Xixi. Xixi, the clean and refined boy, gently grasped Xixi's small hand for a fleeting moment. After a moment of hesitation, he took her hand with his palm, which was also stained with dirt and a hint of blood. To offset the dirtiness, he felt a bit better psychologically. Being a cleanliness fanatic was difficult. Xixi remained silent for a while, seemingly contemplating something. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a question from his throat. "Why do you want to be friends with me?" "Because you are good-looking." System. Presence level 2. System. Xixi. You have gained 10 points of presence from him. Xixi. Is it really that impressive? Why is the system making such a fuss over it? System. Typically, one can gain a maximum of 5 points of presence from a person. System. Yet, Xixi, you just acquired a full 10 points from Xixi. System. Remarkable. Xixi. Is it really that remarkable? You are too easily satisfied. The school bell rang, and just as Xixi was about to head back to the classroom, he heard Xixi speaking. He turned his head back, only to see the little one with tightly pursed lips, her eyes focused elsewhere, appearing as if she had never spoken at all. No wonder Xixi is at odds with his brother. It turns out that his rejection of his brother led to a significant rift between their father and mother. His mother had lived under constant oppression alongside Xixi. Xixi had developed severe emotional issues due to his brother's presence. His mother, unable to bear witnessing her son's suffering, contemplated harming his brother. In the end, the brother, possessing the attributes of a protagonist, inadvertently pushed their mother down the stairs, resulting in her death. Xixi's eyes widened as he absorbed the torrent of thoughts flooding his mind, his heart racing. What nonsense was Xixi babbling about? No. She hadn't even opened her mouth. How could her voice echo in his mind? Chapter 77. The Villain's Observation Diary. Everything before him was simply too surreal. Xixi rifled through all the possibilities in his mind before tentatively asking, He intended to inquire about the matter of inner voices, but instead, his utterance came out as a villainous, sinister laugh. Xixi. Could this possibly be due to Xixi? With a perplexed expression, Xixi curiously inquired of the system. System, what is Xixi laughing about? It's quite eerie. Despite his face being devoid of any smile, his words bore the essence of a villainous chuckle, sending chills down her spine. Xixi couldn't comprehend his thoughts and weakly responded, Mahaha? Xixi. Has Xixi been practicing the laugh of a great villain since childhood? Xixi. It's truly professional, to the point of being pitiful. Xixi, observing the bewildered gaze of the little one before him, he gathered his disordered thoughts. All of them were merely children. Their acting skills couldn't possibly be that natural. After considerable contemplation, Li Xingqing suspected that he was hearing Gu Xixi's inner voice. He watched her closely, noting that whenever a voice popped up in his mind, Gu Xixi never moved her lips, and the content of her remarks clearly wasn't directed at him. Eliminating the possibility of ventriloquism, Li Xingqing was more inclined to believe that it was indeed her inner voice. But why could he hear Gu Xixi's thoughts? The little one before him was round and adorable, her exterior seemingly fragile, like a delicate little dumpling that could burst with a poke. Li Xingqing scrutinized Gu Xixi, attempting to decipher the meaning behind her previous statements. He had no brother, yet she spoke of their mother dying because of a brother's murder. On their first meeting, why had she uttered such peculiar words? Gu Xixi, why is Li Xingqing staring at me? Gu Xixi, is it because I am too cute? Gu Xixi, I know I am adorable. Gu Xixi, but if you keep looking, I will start charging. Upon hearing her inner voice, Li Xingqing silently withdrew his gaze and turned back to the classroom. During the next class, he remained distracted, completely unable to absorb what the teacher was saying. Gu Xixi's thoughts echoed in his mind, clearer than the teacher's words. Gu Xixi, so boring, why do I have to learn to sing? Gu Xixi, let me perform I Would Die for Love and dazzle everyone. Gu Xixi, so sleepy I want to doze off. Xixi. In the next moment, Gu Xixi's thoughts quieted. Li Xingqing glanced back and saw that she had indeed fallen asleep, sitting upright with her bangs slightly obscuring her eyes. From the teacher's perspective, Gu Xixi appeared not to be sleeping but rather as a diligent child attentively listening. He shifted his position slightly, using his height advantage to shield the little one from view. If she were to be discovered by the teacher, she would certainly be awakened, and then her clamorous inner voice would resound throughout the entire class. Gu Xixi, in her slumber, remained undisturbed until the bell rang for the end of class. Rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn, she opened her eyes to find herself momentarily perplexed. It turned out she was not at home, but in class.
Today,
She had transformed into a little child attending kindergarten. Gu Xixi's day at kindergarten was filled with eating, drinking, sleeping, attending classes, and enduring a monotonous routine. The sole source of amusement lay in her clandestine observations of the future archvillain's life in kindergarten. Li Xingqing stood out as the most extraordinary among all the children. He was quiet, well-behaved, and refrained from provoking others, resembling a solitary mushroom flourishing quietly in the shadows. When raindrops fell upon him, he merely felt the icy droplets. Curling up in a corner, trembling alone, Gu Xixi spent the entire day observing Li Xingqing, managing to discern a hint of pity within him. Gu Xixi mused, a day that would have been dull has become interesting because of Li Xingqing. She declared, he is my only joy in kindergarten. Thus, she resolved, from this day forth, I shall commence a villain observation diary. At the school gate, children clamored as they awaited their rides home. Yet, Li Xingqing remained inescapably haunted by the whispers of Gu Xixi's thoughts. The villain observation diary? Is that referring to him? Why does she label him a villain? He hardly appears villainous. Li Xingqing found it incomprehensible that Gu Xixi's little mind could conjure such bizarre notions. She even claimed he was her only joy in kindergarten.
Daddy.
This time, it was not Gu Xixi's inner voice but her sweet, melodic voice that rang out. Following the sound, Li Xingqing beheld a tall man approaching the petite figure. Observing Gu Xixi's soft and endearing demeanor, he initially assumed her family to be lively and cheerful. However, the man coming to retrieve her must surely be her father. Clad in a somber black suit, his gaze as piercing as ice, softening only in the presence of Gu Xixi. Gu Jingyan caught the little bundle that leaped into his arms and inquired with genuine concern, how was your day at kindergarten? It was great. I love kindergarten. Gu Xixi exclaimed, raising her arms in jubilation. Gu Xixi thought to herself, after all, the future arch-villain is here. How thrilling! Gu Jingyan, perplexed, wondered, future arch-villain? What sort of villain? Could it be that a recent animated series had sparked some imaginative storyline in her mind? Li Xingqing, of course, was well aware of who the villain in her thoughts was, but he coldly averted his gaze from her. Nevertheless, his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the man who had come to collect her. It dawned upon him that a father could indeed come to pick up his child. Why was it that, looking around, most of the parents waiting were either mothers or nannies, while fathers were notably rare? In stark contrast, his own father had never once come to fetch him. Li Xingqing struggled to encapsulate his father's presence with a few words, busy, stern, and autocratic. At home, his father was the omnipotent figure, while he and his mother often felt powerless. Some say a father is a safe haven.
Yet,
Li Xingqing perceived his father as a tumultuous wave, leaving him and his mother perpetually grappling with unpredictable emotions and a sense of helplessness amidst the stormy seas of life. Gu Xixi appeared to be quite content, evoking a twinge of envy in Li Xingqing. Today, a servant had come to collect him instead of his mother, prompting him to draw certain conclusions. Upon arriving home, his mother emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad and busy preparing a meal. "Xingqing, your father said he would be home soon. And I've prepared dinner," she said, ruffling his hair, her smile reminiscent of a young girl in love. His father had been away on a business trip to City N for a week. This intermittent presence of his father had long since become familiar to Li Xingqing. He nodded and took his backpack upstairs, sitting on the carpet in his room, quietly flipping through a picture book. While other children were still engrossed in story illustrations, Li Xingqing had developed a fondness for puzzle games and educational toys. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from downstairs. Li Xingqing rose and approached the staircase, finally catching sight of his father, who had returned after a week away. His mother stood frozen, staring blankly ahead, amidst the shards of a broken pot scattered on the floor. In his father's hand was a small boy, seemingly of similar age to him. Seeing Li Xingqing, Li Mingfeng beckoned. "Xingqing, come here. This is your younger brother, Li Cheyenne." "Younger brother? What younger brother? How could he possibly have a brother this age?" Li Xingqing suddenly recalled Gu Xixi's inner voice. Had she foretold this? His heart raced with overwhelming shock as he stood frozen, grappling with the tumult of emotions surging within him, akin to being tossed about in a tempestuous sea. "You went to City N for so long just to bring back this illegitimate child?" Han Yanning trembled, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face.
Li Cheyenne,
Hiding behind Li Mingfeng, looked on in confusion and fear. In front of the children, refrain from such harsh words, Li Mingfeng said, darkening his expression as he covered Li Qian's ears. "I apologize to you and your child. This is not Qian's fault." "Is that an apology?"
Han Yanning skuffed.
Shaking her head. "It sounds more like you're the one who has been wronged." "Yanning, all the blame lies with me alone," Li Mingfeng's words seemed to plead. Yet his demeanor exuded a sense of coercion, as if urging Han Yanning to swiftly accept the reality that Cheyenne was now without a mother. "The child is innocent. I must take him home." Listening quietly to the adults' conversation, Li Xingqing began to comprehend the entire situation. Adults often claim that children understand nothing. But that was far from the truth. He understood everything. He was aware that his father had taken another woman outside, and that he now had a half-brother of similar age. It turned out Gu Xixi's thoughts were not mere nonsense. She merely had the foresight to grasp these matters. Perhaps it was a habitual disappointment toward this father that had rendered him devoid of any unreasonable expectations. The appearance of this brother momentarily stunned him. Yet Li Xingqing began to seriously reflect on Gu Xixi's inner voice. She had said that the arrival of the brother would result in their mother disliking and rejecting him. And he too would harbor a deep-seated resentment toward this brother, wishing for his disappearance from the world, which had even led to emotional turmoil. Resentment? Of course. Li Xingqing felt disdain for this half-brother. The sudden emergence of someone attempting to siphon off his already scarce paternal affection. How could he remain indifferent? Yet, he knew he could not display such feelings outwardly for the sake of his mother and himself. His mother might resort to drastic measures against the brother, ultimately leading to the brother's tragic fall down the stairs. Even though he had long since lost hope in that father, Li Xingqing still wished to protect his mother from any calamity. "Dad, is this my brother?" Li Xingqing stepped forward, casting a softened gaze, masked by pretense.
Upon the timid Li Cheyenne.
"Yes," Li Mingfeng replied, smiling as he knelt to ruffle both boys' hair. "I sincerely hope you two can get along." Li Mingfeng's eyes discreetly assessed Li Xingqing's reaction, his muscles tensed and ready to intervene should the need arise. If the balance of his attention between the two sons were weighed, it would undoubtedly tilt in favor of Li Cheyenne. "Yes, I will," Li Xingqing responded with a faint,
"Sunismile. Hello, iam liksiniken."
Han Yanning observed her son's unusual demeanor, left momentarily bewildered and rooted in place. She exerted every ounce of restraint over her emotions, fearing that her son might unravel upon receiving the shocking news. Yet, to her astonishment, her son exhibited an unexpected calmness and composure. As a mother, Han Yanning could not fail to recognize the peculiarity of her son's reaction. She longed to inquire about the reason behind it, but hesitated to voice her questions in front of Li Mingfeng. Her lips felt as though they were tightly bound by an unseen force, rendering her utterly voiceless. Sensing the tension, Li Chien peered out from behind his father, timidly asking, "Are you my older brother?" The atmosphere between the two young children was surprisingly harmonious, prompting Li Mingfeng to encourage them to draw closer and patiently introduce them. "Chien, your brother Xingqing is 4 months your senior, so you should address him as brother. From this day forth, you will reside here, and it is imperative that you get along well with your brother." Li Chien nodded and greeted, "Hello, brother Xingqing," before turning to the distant Han Yenning with a polite, "Hello, auntie." In that moment, Han Yenning felt as though she were crushed beneath an immense boulder. She yearned to resist, but found her limbs numbed, unable to mobilize her muscles. Suppressing her overwhelming anguish, she silently gathered the shattered fragments from the floor and retreated to the kitchen, where she leaned against the countertop. Lost in thought, she had awaited her husband's return with eager anticipation, only to be met with the presence of the child of his mistress. The mistress had passed away due to illness, and her husband, feeling a sense of obligation, had brought the child home to raise. He believed he owed a debt to the deceased, yet what of the grievances endured by the mother and her own child? Li Mingfeng was preoccupied with arranging accommodations for Li Chien, his focus solely on the lonely, pitiful boy, leaving little time for apologies to Han Yenning and her son. Accustomed to being the sole authority in their household, Li Mingfeng found it difficult to lower himself to offer apologies. The kitchen door clicked shut softly, and the servants were dismissed. Han Yenning turned to see the serene countenance of Li Xingqing, her heart jolting as if struck by an unseen force. She crouched down, gently stroking her son's head, asking, "Xingqing, are you not the least bit angry?" "Mother," he replied, "you know father's temperament." His words pierced Han Yenning's heart with despair. He could never part with that younger brother. If they were to refuse outright, even to the point of confrontation, the outcome would not align with their desires. Rather than severing ties with their father, it would be more prudent to seek a more advantageous resolution. Li Xingqing's words awakened Han Yenning from her stupor. After so many years of marriage, how could she be unaware of her husband's disposition? Should they engage in a mutually destructive conflict, they risked being expelled from the Li family, left with nothing, all while the child of the mistress would claim everything.
Regaining her composure, Han Yenning embraced Li Xingqing tightly.
Her sobs racking her body. It was unbearable that her child, nearly 4 years old, had to endure such tribulations. The more understanding he became, the more her heart ached. During dinner, everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the meal tasteless. Having recently arrived in this unfamiliar home, Li Chien finished his meal and retreated to his new room. Naturally, Li Mingfeng, the model father, followed him. "Mother, I would like you to call my teacher to obtain the phone number of my classmate, Xixi." Li Xingqing approached his visibly dejected mother with a request.
"Why?"
she inquired. "She seems to have accidentally taken my paintbrush, and I want to remind her to bring it tomorrow." For this fabrication, Li Xingqing had hidden the paintbrush in advance. Han Yenning opened his paintbrush case and indeed found 2 colors missing. "Very well, wait a moment." Given the circumstances, she refrained from probing further, unwilling to expend energy on trivial matters. When it came to the phone number of Xixi, Han Yenning provided it to Li Xingqing, allowing him to reach out directly. As he dialed, Li Xingqing's heart raced. Would he hear something more? Their current situation was dire, with a new brother suddenly introduced into their lives, altering everything. Even the scant affection and care from their father were now divided with the arrival of the sibling. Li Xingqing understood that every step forward for them would be fraught with difficulty. However, if he could glean any information from Xixi, it might change the course of events. "Hello, is this Xici's residence? I am her classmate, and I wish to speak with her." The servant who answered the phone was charmed by the young boy's earnest introduction. "Mr. Gu, this is Miss Xici's classmate, who has something to discuss with her." Meanwhile, upstairs, the system chimed, "Xixi, the antagonist is calling you." Xixi, cradling her round belly, blinked in confusion. Which antagonist?
Li Xingqing.
Presence level 3. Still Li Xingqing. Xixi sprang up, her small belly leading her down the stairs. How can his presence increase from such a distance? She pondered, scratching her head in perplexity. As she descended, the alluring smell wafted through the air, and Xixi spotted her father gazing in her direction. "Is someone looking for Xixi?" she asked, feigning ignorance. Gu Jingyan motioned for the servants to leave and nodded. "Yes." Stretching the phone cord, he handed the phone to Xixi. "Hello? Who is this?" Even knowing it was Li Xingqing, Xixi adhered to the customary phone etiquette. On the other end, Li Xingqing, overwhelmed by static, instinctively asked, "Why did you take so long to answer?" "I'm sorry, the The house is quite large, and it took a while to get here. Li Xingqing. Forget it, forget it. The reason for this call is to determine how Gu Xixi could anticipate events that have yet to occur. Does she possess some foresight? Contemplating this, he opened with an odd sound. Hee 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 hee. The disembodied laughter on the other end unnerved Gu Xixi. Is this future antagonist calling just to laugh at me? She frowned, clutching the phone. What are you laughing about? Did someone tickle you? Gu Xixi thought to herself, this future antagonist seems a bit unhinged. I can't believe you called just for this? She mused, I thought you had something significant to share. The system chimed in. Xixi, by my calculations, today marks the first day Li Chaiyan returns to the Li household. At this very moment, Li Xingqing should be grappling with the revelation of his newfound brother. While his father's infidelity looms over him, his mood must be quite dreadful, marking the beginning of his descent into darkness. Gu Xixi, suddenly invigorated, pressed her small hand to her mouth to stifle her whispers, wary of her father overhearing. Li Xingqing, are you feeling unhappy? On the other end, Li Xingqing, unsure how to articulate his feelings, felt a flicker of hope. Did she somehow know what had transpired? You can share it with me to lighten your heart. Or rather, let me hear it, Gu Xixi suggested, plopping down on the carpet. It was the first day of kindergarten, and already a classmate had called their home. Gu Jingyan was intrigued by the nature of their conversation. Had his precious daughter made such a wonderful friend on her first day? Yet, the servant had mentioned the caller was a young boy. Gu Jingyan, arms crossed, paced nearby, pretending to check his phone while occasionally glancing towards Gu Xixi. He wished for keen ears to listen in. The more he desired to eavesdrop, the quieter Gu Xixi became. In truth, it was not that Gu Xixi had nothing to say, rather, the line fell silent. Li Xingqing held his breath, intent on deciphering Gu Xixi's thoughts. Yet after nearly 2 minutes of silence, he heard nothing. Earlier in the day, her thoughts had been so lively. Was it that thoughts could not be transmitted over the phone? He could hardly voice his question. If he couldn't hear her thoughts through the line, would they only be audible in person tomorrow morning? After waiting for another 2 minutes, with still no response from her heart, Li Xingqing decided to postpone their conversation until tomorrow morning. It's fine, see you tomorrow, he said before hanging up. Gu Xixi, brimming with anticipation for the gossip, found the call abruptly terminated. She recoiled slightly, gazing curiously at the beeping receiver in her hand, lost in contemplation. Was Li Xingqing truly unwell? He had called her only to chuckle, utter a mere and then bid farewell before hanging up. She had spoken more than he had. Ah, indeed. The mindset of a future villain was beyond her innocent comprehension. On tiptoe, Gu Xixi returned the receiver, and as she passed by the sofa, its backrest chimed in. Is it a new friend you made at school today? Oh, it wasn't he the sofa speaking. It was her handsome father. Gu Xixi leaned closer to the armrest, yes. A new friend. Initially, she had found attending kindergarten rather dull, but now, heaven had sent her a grand villain to alleviate her boredom. Previously, she either played the villain or was eliminated by one according to the script. Now, she could observe from the sidelines the growth of a villain, which brought her immense joy. Having answered, the little bundle of energy bounced back upstairs to play with Gu Wanwei. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Jingyan hesitated, caught in a swirl of thoughts. It was just kindergarten. Surely making a male friend was acceptable. He must be overly concerned, allowing unnecessary worries to flood his mind. After a lengthy 10-minute self-psychological counseling session, Gu Jingyan managed to regain some semblance of composure. With newfound enthusiasm for kindergarten, Gu Xixi rose early, diligently packed her little backpack, and skipped downstairs. Yesterday, she had appeared like a wilted flower, yet today, she resembled a vibrant little balloon, bursting with energy. Before even stepping out of the car, Gu Xixi spotted Li Xingqing's remarkably distinctive face. Yesterday, he had stood at the back of the line, unnoticed by her, but today he was at the front, shining like the brightest star in the crowd. The same school uniform that looked ordinary on others appeared divinely favored on him, with the wind caressing him gently. His slightly long hair swayed gently, and his eyelashes glimmered softly under the bright sun. Xingqing. Gu Xixi waved her arms excitedly from a distance. Gu Jingyan's alarm bells went off immediately as he looked over. The boy Gu Xixi ran to greet was indeed quite handsome. Not only was his face attractive, but he also stood head and shoulders above the rest, instantly noticeable. As Gu Xixi chattered away, Li Xingqing seemed indifferent, not even parting his lips, his gaze wandering elsewhere. Lost in thoughts unknown, Witnessing the little girl's warm enthusiasm met with cold indifference felt like a dagger to Gu Jingyan's heart. Would Xixi be upset? Would she feel sad? How should he guide her through such low spirits? Gu Xixi mused, "Oh, Li Xingqing has such a deadpan expression. How does he manage to lack the exuberance of a child? It's as if a ghost has drained all his vitality. He couldn't kick up a fuss if he tried." I see. The first step to being a villain is to start off cold in kindergarten. After listening intently for a while, Li Xingqing gleaned no useful information, only to hear Gu Xixi mercilessly critique him in her thoughts. Perhaps if he displayed a slightly warmer demeanor, she might ponder more constructive matters? Li Xingqing, who was not accustomed to being warm-hearted, felt compelled to muster up the courage to raise his hand. "Gu Xixi, good morning." Even uttering such simple words caused a flush to rise on his cheeks. Gu Jingyan silently observed the entire exchange from a distance. This boy was quite skillful in his approach, playing the game of allure and retreat with finesse. Chapter 80. Although he is a straightforward boy, there is a hint of adorableness. It was undeniable that the little rascal was handsome. Gu Jingyan's discerning eyes never failed. He had shown indifference to his precious daughter, only to initiate conversation after leaving her in suspense. Was this not a classic case of allure and retreat? For someone so young, his cunning was rather profound. The more Gu Jingyan pondered, the more uneasy he felt, turning back frequently to glance at the kindergarten entrance, even after driving 100 meters away. He had insisted on sending Gu Xixi to kindergarten, yet now he regretted that decision. Gu Xixi, however, was unconcerned about Li Xingqing's demeanor. To her, it felt as if she were keeping an observational diary, witnessing the evolution of a villain. Today was particularly peculiar. Li Xingqing had actually taken the initiative to greet her. Though his face bore signs of reluctance, he had broken through his natural instinct to connect with her. Gu Xixi immediately recognized his discomfort and teasingly asked, "What's wrong? Do you consider me a friend?" He mumbled, his voice barely audible, his face reddening as he averted his gaze. The chatter among the children erupted.
"What?
Li Xingqing is friends with Gu Xixi? I want to be friend with him too."
Why?
"Because he is so good-looking." Gu Xixi is good-looking too. Alright, I get it. Pretty people only befriend other pretty people. With nothing else to do in line, Gu Xixi began to dig for tidbits of gossip from the surrounding children. The girl with the ponytail used to like Li Xingqing. She even gave him her favorite snacks, but Li Xingqing said eating sweets would poison him. Poison from sweets? What a bizarre excuse. The girl with the bun also likes Li Xingqing. She made him a card that said, "Will you marry me?" with 3 options. A, yes, B, okay, C, sure. Li Xingqing added A, D, no, and checked it. The girl with the bob also likes Li Xingqing. She said she wanted to be his good friend. But Li Xingqing told her that all his good friends were dead, asking if she wasn't scared. The poor girl nearly cried. What a straightforward boy, utterly clueless about girls' feelings. Li Xingqing, who was attentively listening to the gossip about himself, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was not what he wished to hear. Just yesterday there had been discussions about his family, yet today it was all trivialities. He felt anxious, but was reluctant to show it too overtly. Expressing his feelings would only lead to that peculiar laughter of his. Gu Xixi appeared soft and timid, and he feared that if he startled her, she might avoid him in the future. How could he predict what might transpire in his family? He had to endure. He must not frighten Gu Xixi away. Gu Xixi remarked, "But Li Xingqing is rather amusing. Though he is a straightforward boy, he possesses a hint of charm." Did that count as a compliment? At least, in her eyes, he seemed to have a decent impression. Although his expression remained unchanged, a flicker of joy danced within Li Xingqing's heart. In the past, he had dreaded others attempting to get close to him. Now, however, he feared that Gu Xixi might be frightened away, making him cautious with every move he made. Gu Xixi sighed, "Are we singing again today?" "I really don't want to sing." Sitting at her desk, she gradually became absent-minded, drifting off into her thoughts. Li Xingqing remained steadfast, blocking her from dozing off, ensuring she wouldn't be awakened by the teacher. However, he discreetly lavished attention upon Gu Xixi for an entire morning, yet her innermost thoughts did not once allude to anything pertaining to their future together. Yesterday, Gu Xixi had mentioned that he would have a younger brother, and that prophecy had come to fruition. She also recounted how his mother, in a fit of rage over wanting to eliminate the newborn, would be pushed down the stairs by the very child she sought to harm, resulting in her demise. Yet, he remained uncertain as to when such a dreadful event would transpire. He felt an urgent need to access Gu Xixi's thoughts to avert this catastrophe. As the morning elapsed without incident, Gu Xixi resembled a small automaton, occasionally awakening to engage with her teacher in games and interactions, yet often dozing with her eyes half closed. She was akin to a nimble kitten, skillfully evading the teacher's watchful gaze, appearing as an obedient and charming child. After a satisfying lunch, Xixi patted her belly, basked in the sun for a while, and then proceeded to the nap room. It was now the moment that Li Xingqing cherished most. A mere 20 centimeters separated his bed from Xixi's. So close, he could capture all her thoughts within earshot. This was an extraordinary opportunity. As Xixi yawned and lay down, she managed to change her clothes and cover herself with the blanket effortlessly, without needing any assistance from the teacher. Once she had drifted into a deep slumber, Li Xingqing finally removed his outer garment, his forehead glistening with sweat as he fumbled with his shoelaces. The teacher neatly folded his clothes, and as Li Xingqing reclined, he stealthily glanced over the partition. Xixi lay perfectly still, resembling a little capsule nestled in her blanket, which enveloped her in a plump cocoon. A few delicate strands of hair rested upon her face, gently rising and falling with her breath. Li Xingqing, filled with anticipation, prepared himself for eavesdropping. Could it be? Xixi had already fallen asleep? Had it been 5 minutes? Surely not. She was the first to finish her meal and now the first to succumb to slumber. Even during class, she had been dozing. Yet how could she fall asleep so swiftly during nap time? Was her drowsiness akin to a ceaseless stream from a faucet? Li Xingqing, unwilling to succumb to sleep, lay back, his emotions in turmoil rendering him restless. Just then, his arm was nudged. Calmly lying alone, he turned to his left to find a small boy crouching beside him, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. Li Xingqing remained silent, his eyes inquiring. What do you want? The boy tugged at Li Xingqing's sleeve conspiratorially and whispered, Let us switch beds. No, Li Xingqing frowned, firmly declining. He had just changed beds yesterday and had no intention of relinquishing it to anyone else. Please, I want to sleep next to Xixi, the boy implored, clasping his hands together in a gesture of desperation. Just this once, okay? Li Xingqing cast a glance towards the boy's original bed. It was situated in a distant corner of the room, a far cry from Xixi, and he wondered if he would even be able to hear her thoughts from there. Although she was currently asleep, what if she happened to awaken and contemplate something?
No,
He thought, tugging at his blanket as he resolutely closed his eyes. Regardless of the boy's pleas, he chose to ignore them. When Xixi was roused from her slumber, she sensed a commotion beside her. It felt as though something was amiss. Straddling the line between sleep and curiosity, she decided to indulge in the latter. Upon opening her drowsy eyes, she beheld Li Xingqing grappling with the boy, who was pinned beneath him, baring his teeth in protest.
Li Xingqing,
With an expression devoid of emotion, effortlessly swung his fists. Yet, Xixi perceived a glimmer of fierce resolve in his gaze. Chapter 81. An elegant revenge requires mastery over one's adversaries. Li Xingqing, benefiting from a height advantage, faced no rivals in this scuffle. However, this was his first altercation in kindergarten. It was not until the teachers intervened that the hapless boy was liberated from Li Xingqing's grasp. What happened? Why were you fighting? Teacher Song inquired, grasping Li Xingqing, while Teacher Shui tended to the sobbing boy. Li Xingqing was reluctant to speak, perhaps out of a desire to conceal that his actions were all in defense of Xixi. Xixi mused, let me eavesdrop.
Oh.
So Li Xingqing fought because of me, she thought. Upon hearing her inner voice, Li Xingqing turned sharply. Hadn't she just been asleep? How could she possibly know? Xixi continued, that boy wanted to switch beds with Li Xingqing to sleep beside me. Li Xingqing, being fastidious, refused, and amidst their tug-of-war, they ended up fighting. I truly am a charming sinner, causing them to brawl over me. I am terribly sorry. Seated on her bed, the little one with tousled hair wore a drowsy expression. Her eyes glazed. To her astonishment, her inner voice conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Just as Li Xingqing intended to argue that the fight had nothing to do with her, he opened his mouth, but only a muted sound emerged. Kekekek. The raucous child, the tense teachers, and the onlooking classmates instantly fell silent. That mischievous laughter, coupled with Li Xingqing's impassive face and piercing gaze, created an atmosphere that was palpable. The surrounding silence was so profound that even the tiniest shuffle of a shoe could be distinctly heard. Xixi, feeling somewhat bashful, refrained from speaking, but her thoughts remained lively. Such an aura. The makings of a future villain.
Look.
Everyone look. In his laughter, not a single word is uttered. In these moments, Typical children would either unleash their anger or weep silently. Yet, Li Xingqing countered the norm, emitting laughter that starkly contrasted with the atmosphere. The gathered crowd dared not utter a word. This cannot continue. Allow me to disrupt the ambience. The little one rose, standing atop her bed, her small hands clutching the partition. Teachers, I overheard why they fought. Having heard her thoughts, Li Xingqing felt a pang of anxiety. Just as he attempted to rise and intervene, it was too late. Xiao Jie wanted to switch beds with Li Xingqing, but Li Xingqing refused. Xiao Jie kept pestering him, and when Li Xingqing ignored him, he attempted to sneak an attack while Li Xingqing was resting his eyes. As a result, he was the one who got hit. After hearing Gu Xixi's account, the teachers finally grasped the situation. Based solely on the earlier scene, it appeared that Li Xingqing had dominated the fight, leading them to believe he was the troublemaker. However, Gu Xixi's explanation shifted their perspective. Xiao Jie, everyone's bed is assigned in advance, teacher Shui gently admonished, stroking Xiao Jie's head. Moreover, Li Xingqing's mother has stated that he is a very tidy child. If you sleep in his bed, it may carry your hair and scent. This can be quite distressing for Li Xingqing. With his head bowed, Xiao Jie remained silent, acutely aware that the teacher held him accountable. The weight of the gazes around him felt like daggers, preventing him from lifting his head. A particularly distinct gaze stood out among them. Gu Xixi, perched upon her bed, regarded him from a divine perspective, making him feel as though he had desecrated a sacred dream, committing a grievous error. He didn't even dare to steal a glance at her expression. Xingqing, Xiao Jie knows he has done wrong, Teacher Song urged as she brought the two children forward. You also hit another child. Let us discuss this openly. You can still be good classmates, all right? Li Xingqing did not object, he merely remained silent. For a child who seldom spoke, silence often signified agreement. With a gentle gesture, Teacher Song indicated that they should shake hands, encouraging everyone to return to their beds and rest properly. Having just engaged in a brawl, Li Xingqing found it impossible to sleep. He lay in bed, merely a partition away from Gu Xixi, who had already taken a nap but was not yet drowsy. With her eyes closed in feigned slumber, her thoughts remained unabated. Looks like last night's incident has greatly affected Li Xingqing, Gu Xixi pondered. The look in his eyes during the fight already hinted at the emergence of a future villain. Li Xingqing, also feigning sleep with eyes shut, questioned, Had his demeanor during the fight truly been so fearsome as to alarm Gu Xixi? Gu Xixi. However, Li Xingqing did splendidly. The unexpected praise sent Li Xingqing's heart racing momentarily. Wasn't it just a brawl? Gu Xixi continued, that rascal Xiao Jie is incessantly noisy, always chattering. She added, if he were to nap beside me, I might as well forget about sleeping. Her irritation was palpable. It's beneficial for Li Xingqing to subdue him once and for all. Gu Xixi pondered, if Li Xingqing were to discover that Xiao Jie, out of curiosity, had eaten something unsavory, would he be utterly devastated? Li Xingqing, lying in bed, shuddered. What? Xiao Jie had consumed something so vile? He had struck a person who had indulged in such a disgusting act. Li Xingqing felt sullied. Wait a moment. Why were Gu Xixi's inner thoughts filled with such trivial information? Hadn't she previously discerned significant matters? Clearing his throat, he unexpectedly called out, Gu Xixi. The little darling turned over, only able to see the barrier before her. Are you asleep? Not yet, is there something? Nothing in particular, just checking. Engaging her in conversation might prompt Gu Xixi to contemplate matters related to him. Gu Xixi mused, did Li Xingqing get hit on the head during the fight? Is he daft? It seems he was indeed rattled last night. He appears rather peculiar today. The mention of the previous night's event stirred annoyance in Li Xingqing's heart. Gu Xixi speculated, if he knew that his brother would soon be in the same kindergarten class as him, would he spiral into darkness? Though it seems a tad premature for that. What? That annoying little brat was going to be in the same class as him? Just the thought of that scenario made Li Xingqing feel as though ants were crawling all over him. He despised Li Chieyan. The mere notion that the son of that mistress was connected to him by blood made him feel nauseous. Yet, to prevent his parents' relationship from deteriorating, he chose to endure. Gu Xixi remarked, if Li Xingqing were to constantly target and frame his brother now, it would only lead to a more disastrous outcome in the future. Elegant revenge requires a deft hand. While he is still young, deceive him emotionally to earn his trust. The more genuine the deception, the smoother the future path. When a person becomes a puppet who trusts you, you can manipulate them to do anything, This was Gu Xixi's experience as a female antagonist in another world. Li Xingqing grasped the edge of his blanket. There was some truth to that. Chapter 82. Kindred spirits, fated to share similar destinies. Unfortunately, in that world, Xixi, constrained by the plot, never had the opportunity to realize her insights. If she were to gain a role similar to Li Xingqing's again, she would surely approach her villainy in a different manner. While it is indeed simple to be at odds with others, transforming future adversaries into controllable puppets is a far more intriguing route to achieving one's goals. Li Xingqing was a clever child, even at the tender age of 4. His mind was more agile than that of any other child, quick to grasp concepts. With a little contemplation, he comprehended Xixi's innermost thoughts. He harbored a strong dislike for that brother of his. However, hatred aside, if he were to continually make things difficult for him, it would only damage his parents' relationship further and foster an even greater wariness in his brother. Once an adversary becomes wary, everything becomes considerably more arduous. Xixi added, moreover. His brother is the male lead. Opposing the male lead equates to opposing the narrative itself. Is that not a path to ruin? The male lead of a story cannot simply perish at whim, especially not before the main plot unfolds. The male lead? What does that mean? Did his brother possess some mysterious power that granted him the same privileged treatment as a male lead? Xixi mused. So, from kindergarten onward, Li Xingqing, the little antagonist, has been a psychological shadow to Li Cheyenne. He not only bullies the male lead in kindergarten, but also at home. His primary aim is to ensure the male lead suffers. It's no wonder that after growing up, the male lead has always been at odds with Li Xingqing. They have harbored animosity since childhood. Li Xingqing's bullying of Li Cheyenne has effectively narrowed his own path. On the other side of the partition, silence gradually descended. Xixi drifted back to sleep. Her inner monologue ceased, leaving only her contented, rhythmic breathing. Surrounding her were the breaths of many little children, some grinding their teeth, some speaking in their sleep, while others murmured in distress, perhaps having nightmares. Yet Li Xingqing felt no drowsiness, his heart raced with unrest. Finally, not only had he heard new content, but Xixi had also awakened him. Even if he bullied Li Cheyenne now out of frustration, it was merely a fleeting impulse. The long journey of life stretched ahead. How amusing it would be to transform future adversaries into puppets he could manipulate at will. From an unseen angle.
A fine smell grossa Li Xingqing's lips.
After their afternoon nap, Xixi awoke with sleepy eyes, her inner voice lamenting her insufficient rest. How wonderful it would be to be at home, where she could sleep until 4 in the afternoon without anyone daring to wake her. At such times, she grew to despise kindergarten. System, Xixi. Your handsome dad has some fresh gossip.
Xixi, what?
My handsome dad has gossip? System. It involves Yi Jinru. Sitting upright on her bench, Xixi finally felt invigorated. So, Yi Jinru has something up her sleeve? The front row Li Xingqing was also quietly eavesdropping. Who was Yi Jinru? Was she a family member of Xixi's? She called her by name, indicating that she was someone she disliked. Xixi mused. I initially thought Yi Jinru was my dad's cherished moonlight, but it seems there's a plot twist. System. Did you perhaps mix up the scripts earlier?
System, Xixi.
Every world within a book possesses its own narrative. However, that does not mean the storyline is immutable. As long as the world within the book does not issue a warning during narrative changes, it signifies a high degree of freedom within this world. Freedom? Xixi had traversed 99 worlds and had yet to encounter such a realm. She was eager to explore this world of unbridled narrative potential and see if she could create something extraordinary. Xixi remarked, tonight, Yi Jinru will surely pull something significant with my handsome dad. Thus, the matter of the cherished moonlight will finally reach a conclusion. Cherished moonlight? What does that mean? It didn't sound particularly pleasant. Filled with curiosity, Li Xingqing hesitated to approach the youngest servant upon returning home to ask, what is cherished moonlight? Young master, cherished moonlight typically refers to someone dear to the heart, a person one cannot forget or deeply admires.
Oh.
The servant watched in confusion as Li Xingqing departed, murmuring to himself. Previously, in a month, the young master had spoken fewer than 10 words to him. Yet today, he had initiated conversation. Could it be that the sun had risen in the west? The servant peered out the window. Everything appeared normal. Li Xingqing returned to his room, filled with astonishment. Xixi's cheerful demeanor led him to believe her family was incredibly happy. Yet, to his dismay, her father had another woman? So, her bright and joyful exterior was merely a facade? She was somewhat pitiful. It seemed they were both kindred spirits, bound by similar fates. Listen to her recount what that woman intends to do tonight. It is uncertain whether Xixi will still possess the mood to attend kindergarten tomorrow. If she does not show up, he will lose the chance to hear her innermost thoughts. Li Xingqing had previously harbored a disdain for kindergarten, though he never exhibited it outwardly. He endeavored to be an obedient child, solely to allay his mother's worries. However, since the day before yesterday, he has discovered the joy of attending kindergarten. Xixi's heart's whispers have become the hope he yearns for daily. Should that hope vanish, so too would his expectations. He fervently wishes that her father is not like his own, who only inflicts pain upon his wife and children. As Li Xingqing pondered, Li Mingfeng called for him from downstairs. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself, striving to appear less burdened by sorrow as he descended. His mother awaited him below, along with that insufferable younger brother. Since yesterday, Li Cheyenne had been hovering around Li Xingqing, his gaze cautious yet seemingly filled with anticipation. Much like a stray dog that has just found a home.
Dad.
As Li Xingqing reached the bottom of the stairs, Li Mingfeng gestured for him to approach with a smile. Xingqing, I have arranged for Cheyenne to attend kindergarten with you, in the same location. He affectionately patted his younger son's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Though you will be in different classes, if the need arises, do take care of your brother. Understood. Regardless of what his father said, Li Xingqing feigned compliance, accepting everything without question. Even Han Yanning could not conceal her disdain and resentment towards Li Cheyenne. She could not fathom why her son remained so unfazed. The instinctive aversion was challenging to mask, stemming from a primal urge to reject a child perceived as an intruder. This child had invaded her most cherished and secure space, tearing apart beautiful memories and ruthlessly shattering the illusion of her happy family. Cheyenne, starting tomorrow, you will attend kindergarten. Be good, all right? The child, standing silently by Li Mingfeng's side, bit his lip and timidly inquired, Dad, will my brother and I be in the same class? You will be at the same school, but not in the same class. Can I be in the same class as my brother? Li Xingqing was taken aback. Xixi had accurately predicted this. Earlier, during nap time, she had mentioned that Li Cheyenne would be in his class. After hearing his father's words, Li Xingqing had felt a flicker of doubt. Was it possible that Xixi's insight had faltered this time? He had underestimated her abilities. Xixi's foresight had proven once more to be unfailingly precise. What? You wish to be in the same class as Xingqing? Han Yanning trembled with rage. What right did the child of a mistress have to share a class with her precious son? Despite her body shaking with fury, Han Yanning managed to retain a semblance of composure, refraining from a full-blown outburst. Mom, my brother is probably still adjusting to this new environment. If we are in the same class, I can look after him. Li Xingqing stepped forward gently, his dark eyes shimmering with something profound. The small figure suddenly exhibited a maturity that tugged at Han Yanning's heartstrings. It felt as though her chest had been pierced by a sharp object, evoking tears she desperately wished to suppress. In front of Li Mingfeng, Han Yanning struggled to contain her anguish. She chose to remain silent. Li Mingfeng, seeing how understanding and obedient Li Xingqing was, felt a wave of pride as he affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Very well. I shall arrange for Cheyenne and Xingqing to be in the same class. As brothers, you must take good care of one another. Do you understand? Li Cheyenne, feeling somewhat shy and unfamiliar, did not speak but nodded vigorously. I understand, and I will look after my brother. Although he referred to him as his brother, Li Xingqing was not significantly older than Li Cheyenne. Li Mingfeng turned to ascend the stairs to make the necessary arrangements for their classes. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yanning called her son upstairs. The two of them crouched in the corner by the bed, the dim light casting a warm glow reminiscent of a fading sunset. Xingqing, do you truly want him to be in the same class as you? If you are unwilling, tell me, and I will fight for you. I do not wish to see you suffer. Yet, Li Xingqing too feared for his mother's well-being. Mom, will you divorce Dad? This question momentarily stunned Han Yanning, causing her to bow her head in conflict. Li Xingqing understood his mother's temperament all too well. She would never consider divorce. Her love for his father surpassed the affection he bestowed upon her. When a relationship loses its equilibrium, some are destined to lose everything. I understand, Li Xingqing replied, not particularly surprised, nodding as though he had foreseen this outcome. Mom, if you do not plan to divorce, we ought to adopt a more accommodating attitude towards our brother.
Why?
Because only in this way can your relationship with Dad remain intact. He is resolute in having Cheyenne stay at home. Currently, we cannot change anything. However, we can alter the future. The small figure before her sent a chill down Han Yanning's spine. She had grasped the underlying meaning of her son's words. After a brief silence, with tears brimming in her eyes, she embraced Li Xingqing tightly, her voice trembling. Mom understands. But do not be too hard on yourself. No matter what happens, you are always my most cherished treasure. I would do anything for you. Li Xingqing comprehended that this anything did not include divorce. The mother and son reached a silent accord. In that moment, Li Xingqing resolved to become a good brother and son. All of this was merely a performance for his father and brother. He intended to transform future adversaries into puppets, while he himself would be the puppeteer. Li Cheyan appeared to be carefree and lighthearted. He was fully engaged during meals and smiled with pure innocence. It seemed his mother had shielded him well, leaving him unaware of the world's malevolence. Li Xingqing mused, "Isn't this ideal?" He lowered his head and quietly ate, inadvertently thinking of Xixi. He wondered how her father's situation was being handled. Was she experiencing the same sorrow he felt? Gu Yiting Garden. Ever since learning that Yi Jinru planned to cause a commotion that evening at kindergarten, Xixi had been eagerly awaiting the end of school. Even during dinner, her mind wandered, her small frame fidgeting restlessly. Xixi thought, isn't Yi Jinru supposed to call for handsome dad? Why is there still no movement? She pondered. Could it be that it is not late enough yet? Hearing her thoughts, Gu Jingyan felt a twinge of irritation. Here we go again. After the last incident, what more tricks could Yi Jinru possibly have? Xixi continued. Yi Jinru's husband has arrived and insists on taking her back to country M. However, Yi Jinru is unwilling, leading to a conflict between them. Taking advantage of her husband's distraction, she ambushed him from behind and knocked him unconscious. Soon, she will call handsome dad, deceiving him into becoming a scapegoat. Once handsome dad arrives, Yi Jinru will eliminate her husband. She will disguise herself as handsome dad, allowing love to cloud his judgment, resulting in accidental murder. The unfortunate, outstanding handsome dad will then find himself imprisoned. Handsome dad is the pillar of the Gu family. If anything happens to him, the family will collapse. If handsome dad truly ends up in prison, I will lose the life of luxury I have grown accustomed to. Wah. If the Gu family ceases to exist, I will be left to starve by the dumpster. Wah, how tragic. The little darling silently consumed her thoughts. Yet her musings resonated clearly throughout the family. What? The eldest brother will go to prison? What? The eldest son is facing imprisonment? What? Xixi will starve to death by the dumpster? Each family member at the dining table felt a tightness in their chests, maintaining their composure as they began to devise solutions. Especially the elder and matriarch of the Gu family. The two individuals, burdened by the same emotional turmoil, found themselves compelled to feign composure despite their advanced years, a true testament to their plight. Lady Gu was deeply engrossed in contemplation, her gaze occasionally darting towards her eldest son. Vowing to keep a vigilant watch over him today, she absolutely could not allow him to fall prey to that nefarious woman, Yi Jinru. Meanwhile, Elder Gu, holding a bowl in hand, abruptly set it down. What was there to eat? His son was on the brink of calamity, and yet he was expected to dine. His appetite had vanished entirely. Determined to forego sleep tonight, he resolved to keep his son under his watchful eye, preventing him from stepping outside. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Gu Jingyan and his siblings had already begun a card game, fully aware that they could hear each other's innermost thoughts. Thus they were unperturbed by how matters would unfold. Simply not attending would suffice to resolve the situation. A trifling matter, indeed. However, Elder Gu and Lady Gu remained blissfully ignorant, believing themselves to be the sole chosen ones of the Gu family. Both were greatly troubled. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of a telephone ringing echoed from Gu Jingyan's study. Almost instantaneously, individuals nearby sought various excuses to loiter in close proximity to the study. Some claimed a thirst for water, others mentioned a need for snacks, while a few cited sore feet from prolonged sitting as a reason to stretch. Yet, without exception, they all moved as if caught in slow motion, deliberately lingering at the entrance of Gu Jingyan's study for as long as possible. Xixi. Yi Jinru has made her move. Xixi. As long as handsome dad doesn't go, everything should be fine, right? Xixi. But that won't do. If no one intervenes, Yi Jinru will masquerade as a victim seeking revenge, thereby clearing her name and acquiring a substantial inheritance from her husband. Xixi. Once she becomes wealthy, she will begin sabotaging the Gu family, undermining everyone's careers, families, and lives. Xixi. While it's easy to evade a direct attack, a subtle ambush is far more insidious. Xixi. This is giving me a headache. Xixi. That poor husband of Yi Jinru is in dire straits, having suffered severe injuries. Without timely intervention, he would surely perish. Gu Xixi. Yi Jinru would be more than happy to see him dead. She has no intention of saving him. Gu Xixi. He genuinely loves Yi Jinru. Yet he finds himself in such a tragic predicament. Gu Xixi. The best course of action now is to solidify Yi Jinru's guilt and ensure she is imprisoned. Gu Xixi. Even if her husband is saved, Yi Jinru will claim that someone is seeking vengeance. He remains oblivious to her treachery. Gu Xixi. Her husband, being infatuated, would never suspect her outrageous excuses. Gu Xixi. Once she and her husband return to M country, she will seize the opportunity to claim the inheritance and return to target the Gu family. Gu Xixi. The mechanisms of the world will intervene to disrupt characters of lesser importance, ensuring that those bound to specific plots can fulfill their narratives smoothly. Gu Xixi. The original plot dictates that handsome dad is imprisoned. Yi Jinru escapes culpability and inherits wealth, subsequently launching an assault on the Gu family. Gu Xixi. The Gu family will gradually fall into ruin, ultimately being acquired by Li Mingfeng, who will rise to become the most formidable conglomerate in Xia country. Thus, the Gu family's enterprise would serve as a stepping stone for the future male protagonist's illustrious background. Though Gu Jingyan had not initially intended to answer the phone, upon overhearing their thoughts, he hesitated briefly before accepting the call. Hello? Chapter 84. I will protect my own father. As soon as the call connected, the heart-wrenching cries of Yi Jinru resonated from the other end. Gu Jingyan felt as though his eardrums might shatter, swiftly distancing the phone from his ear.
Jingyan.
Her melodramatic tone rendered her sound like a farcical character from a romantic drama. The elongated, affected wails only evoked laughter from the onlookers, particularly Gu Xixi. Gu Xixi. This Yi Jinru's acting is so poor, yet she still wishes to return and swindle money from people. Gu Xixi. With such a lack of skill, how could she possibly achieve any gains? Gu Xixi. If handsome dad falls for this, I will seriously question both his and my intelligence. Gu Xixi. Genetics are indeed quite powerful. Jinru, what troubles you? Gu Jingyan's tone bore a hint of concern, igniting Yi Jinru's spirits and prompting her to embellish her tale further. I am at a loss for what to do, Jingyan. I can only turn to you for help. Please, I beg you, assist me. My return to Xia country was primarily to evade my father, but I also sought to escape a deranged admirer. To my dismay, he discovered my location, found me, and is now threatening me. If I refuse to accompany him back to M country, he will resort to kidnapping me. I am aware that his previous wife died under suspicious circumstances. Should he take me away, my fate would surely be sealed. From a nearby room, Gu Xixi was thoroughly entertained. This phone call was directed to Gu Jingyan's mobile, yet Gu Xixi caught every nuance of Yi Jinru's tone and content without missing a beat. Gu Xixi. System, you are brilliant. Gu Xixi. With you, I can indulge in the latest gossip anytime, anywhere. System. Xixi, you flatter me. Gu Xixi. Yi Jinru has already incapacitated her husband, who is now tied up in a hotel restroom. Gu Xixi. How tragic. Gu Xixi. He arrived just after disembarking his flight, intent on finding Yi Jinru. His suitcase filled with jewels he intended to present to her along with a special will. Gu Xixi. A significant portion of his assets, properties, and funds are bequeathed to Yi Jinru through his will. Gu Xixi. He feared that their daughter from his previous marriage would become enraged upon learning of this. Hence, he kept the will a secret for the time being. Gu Xixi. Yi Jinru mistakenly believes that after all these years, she has received nothing. Gu Xixi. In a fit of rage during their recent conflict, she struck him with lethal intent. Do you need assistance? Gu Jingyan proposed suddenly. His words sent a chill down Gu Xixi's spine, prompting her to leap up from her small carpet. If handsome dad ventured into that situation, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Yi Jinru's schemes. Without the family's pillar of support, Gu Xixi would be doomed. Moreover, Gu Jingyan was genuinely a wonderful father. After spending time together over the past few days, Gu Xixi had come to regard him as family and could not bear to witness him come to harm. She tossed aside her toy and stood up, only to find a gathering of people clustered at the study door. Surely, Yi Jinru was on the phone again? Lady Gu wore a look of resentment, believing that Yi Jinru was unworthy of Jingyan. They must not be allowed to continue their association. Elder Gu, who had intended to prevent their interactions, nodded vigorously in agreement. Gu Wanwei and Gu Junli also leaned against the door, albeit puzzled. It was clear that their elder brother had overheard Gu Xixi's thoughts. Why then did he still seek out Yi Jinru? Was he not delivering himself into her clutches? Did he fear that Yi Jinru would target the Gu family once she acquired her inheritance? What was there to fear? One must fight fire with fire. Nevertheless, Gu genuinely understood his elder brother's temperament. He knew that Gu Jingyan would prefer to sever ties with any potential threat to his family rather than allow events to unfold unchecked. As Gu genuinely entered the study, he initially began to speak but faltered, realizing that such extraordinary matters should remain concealed from their elderly parents to avoid alarming them. I received a message from a friend, Gu Jingyan calmly stated, displaying a text message he had just received to Gu Junli. I believe I should investigate. The message was from someone named Xixi. The content read, Yi Jinru and her husband have erupted into conflict, and she is preparing to kill him. Upon seeing the name Xixi, Gu Junli recognized it as a manifestation of their shared thoughts. It seemed that Gu Jingyan had employed his unique abilities once more. However, if the situation was indeed so perilous, Gu Junli was not at ease with his brother going alone. I will accompany you. It is better to have someone to rely on in case of trouble. Upon hearing that Gu Junli intended to join, Elder Gu nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back in his head. Losing one son was already a cause for concern. Did they truly need to risk losing two? You shall not go. None of you are permitted to leave. Old Master Gu raised his hand and struck the door with a resounding slap, delivering a stern warning. Dad, this matter is urgent. I must step out. No, you cannot leave. The frail arm, with its tangled veins, grasped his son's sleeve tightly. Gu Jingyan met his father's gaze, which was a pair of weary yet resolute eyes. The elder Gu, who had long since retired to a life of leisure, had not exhibited such a battlefield demeanor in quite some time. Gu Jingyan pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Dad, are you? What nonsense are you spouting? In any case, you are not permitted to go out today. Lowering his gaze, Old Master Gu and Madame Gu noticed Gu Jingyan's palms spread open, gently resting on his heart. After a brief pause, he lightly touched his lips with his fingers. Old Master Gu's eyes widened in realization. I see now, Jingyan, you too? The familiar strange sound emerged from the normally stern Old Master Gu, and Gu Jingyan understood everything. I will take the police with me. I won't go alone, so don't worry, Dad. After patting Old Master Gu's hand, Gu Jingyan hurried to the door, leaving Gu Junli behind. Having heard Gu Xixi's earlier thoughts, Gu Jingyan was already prepared for this matter and did not wish to trouble anyone else. The only thing that needed to be prioritized was time. As long as Yi Jinru's husband remained alive, she would not be able to inherit the fortune and would likely be sent to prison for the charge of intentional homicide. She could forget about ever seeing the light of day again. She would languish in prison until death. If he hesitated even a moment longer, Yi Jinru's husband's life would truly be in jeopardy. Once seated in the car, Gu Jingyan fastened his seatbelt. The car's door-open indicator flickered unexpectedly. Hadn't he already closed the door? Was something else opened? That was close. I knew handsome Dad would definitely go. The main plotline is difficult to alter. The best course of action is to go along. Gu Jingyan turned to look at the back seat. Concealed poorly, Gu Xixi was curled up in a little ball, hugging her head and trying to make herself smaller. The sight of her, resembling a camel with its head down, made Gu Jingyan want to chuckle. He didn't forget to snap a quick photo with his phone before reaching out to poke the top of Gu Xixi's head. What are you doing in the car? I've been discovered. The little white ball of fluff unfolded in disappointment. Gu Jingyan glanced at the rearview mirror. When you get in the car, you must sit in a booster seat. Gu Xixi exclaimed. Oh? I'm not getting scolded.
Wow.
We're going to the scene of the big scoop. Today is a super big scoop. The little darling was under the impression that handsome Dad was soft-hearted and would go to see Jinru. Gu Jingyan got out of the car and transferred her to a booster seat. Daddy, you haven't found Mommy yet. You can't be alone with other aunts. That's not good. But if Xixi is with you, it's different. She tugged at the straps holding her in place, mumbling softly, as if speaking to Gu Jingyan and herself. I will protect my own daddy. Chapter 85. Yi Jinru is rather too bold. Gu Jingyan initially did not wish to bring Gu Xixi along. However, the little darling was so excited about the idea that he feared she wouldn't be able to sleep that night if he refused. With the police accompanying them, Gu Xixi only needed to stay at a safe distance. There should be no issues. On their way to the hotel, Gu Jingyan reported to the police, detailing the situation inside the hotel. He even proposed a solution. Once they arrived, he would go in to negotiate with Yi Jinru and ascertain the circumstances inside the room. If they barged in recklessly, Yi Jinru might resort to desperate measures, which would be detrimental to the injured party. As long as Yi Jinru's husband was alive, there was still a chance for him to be saved. If he survived, Yi Jinru's fate would be irrevocably altered. Gu Jingyan was confident that someone like Yi Jinru could not possibly harm him. At the hotel entrance, the police met with Gu Jingyan. After exchanging information, the police equipped him with a bulletproof vest and pinned a miniature pinhole camera to his suit jacket. It would not only allow him to see the interior of the room but also hear the conversations taking place within. Xixi followed Gu Jingyan closely, like a well-behaved yo-yo. System, how much presence value do I have now? A total of 17 points. That sounds rather poor and stingy. In truth, Xixi, you're doing wonderfully. That presence value is not low at all. Can I use the props I bought for Handsome Dad? Opening them all, Xixi spotted an item perfectly suited for Handsome Dad's use. Rebound, temporary skill, 6 points. It would reflect all damage caused by external forces back onto the aggressor. You can, but are you sure? What if Handsome Dad doesn't use this item? It will expire after 24 hours. That's because it's not an item, but a temporary skill. Items don't expire, but skills do within 24 hours. Xixi bit her finger, contemplating them all seriously. Previously, when dealing with a pervert at her uncle's house, Handsome Dad had shown remarkable ability. He should have no trouble with Yi Jinru. However, this woman had been driven into a corner. Individuals pushed to their limits often resort to extreme actions. After some thought, Xixi decided to buy it. Buy. If she didn't buy it while Handsome Dad was alive, would she wait until he passed to offer it as a tribute? It was merely presence value. She could easily earn that from Li Xingqing. A mere 6 points. Xixi patted her tummy, not letting it weigh on her mind. The safety of Handsome Dad was far more significant than those 6 points. The little darling fiddled in the mall, applying the purchased rebound skill to Gu Jingyan. Only Xixi could see the skill. Even Gu Jingyan himself remained oblivious. A burst of white light enveloped Gu Jingyan's figure, and then the brilliance faded, leaving only a thin layer. Little one, it will be dangerous soon. Come over here with uncle. Xixi had originally intended to move closer to the door. Being near would allow her to see clearly. However, a large hand grasped her hat, carefully pulling her to a safe distance. Wait a minute. This is too far. I can't see anything. Just a bunch of feet. Prepared, Gu Jingyan turned back and hugged his daughter. Xixi, stay here and don't go near the door, understood? Xixi, internally, no. I can't see anything. Xixi, outwardly okay. The little darling was saying one thing while meaning another. Gu Jingyan's scrutinizing gaze seemed to peel away her layers of pretense. That look made Xixi increasingly guilty. Finally, Xixi conceded. All right. I will find a safe place to stay. Daddy, be careful. Don't worry. His large hand enveloped Xixi head, pressing her fluffy hair down over her eyes. The little darling pushed her bangs aside and saw Gu Jingyan resolutely moving forward. His towering figure was both reliable and imposing, causing Xixi's eyes to widen with admiration. At that moment, Gu Jingyan was not just a good father in Xixi's eyes. He was a responsible and fearless man. Handsome Dad was not only changing the fate of the Gu family, but also saving a life hanging by a thread. Xixi was kept behind the police, crouching and mimicking the adults, nervously peering ahead, although she could see nothing. To prevent the individuals inside the room from noticing anything amiss, the police temporarily cleared the corridor, allowing only Gu Jingyan to approach and knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, Gu Jingyan beheld Yi Jinru adorned in a flowing dress. The ample hem would serve as a perfect concealment for the knife she clutched in her hand. Jinru, how are you? Gu Jingyan's tone was soft, yet he refrained from overacting. Prior to this day, he had maintained a lukewarm demeanor towards Yi Jinru. Excessive enthusiasm would only invite suspicion.
Ye Jinru.
Her eyes reddened and brimming with tears, gestured for him to enter. Jingyan, he will come to take me away soon. What should I do? Will you help me? I beg you, don't abandon me. Alone, I truly do not know what to do. With a heart-wrenching sob, Yi Jinru suddenly leaned against Gu Jingyan's chest. We were once so close. Why has it come to this? Jingyan, can we ever return to what we once were? Before she could nestle into his warm embrace, Gu Jingyan's cool hand gently pushed her away. The past was irrevocably behind them. Yi Jinru's hand trembled violently, and she stepped back, her eyes ablaze with anguish. Jingyan, can we truly not start anew? Gu Jingyan remained silent, yet his gaze provided an answer. Yi Jinru had meticulously analyzed every nuance of his expressions, seeking to understand him better, hoping to capture his heart. Ironically, she now employed that very insight to decipher his rejection. The silence between them seemed to rend a chasm. Without uttering a word, Yi Jinru turned to the table, donned a pair of white gloves, and offered Gu Jingyan a sorrowful smile. "Jingyan, you have forced my hand," she said, as she slowly retrieved a small tranquilizer gun from beneath the table. "Since you harbor no feelings for me, I need not hold back." Outside, the police observed the situation within, whispering their reports. "Captain, that woman has a tranquilizer gun. No time to waste. Move in." Yet uncertainty loomed regarding the victim's condition. The victim's safety was paramount, just as Gu Jingyan's life was equally precious. Yi Jinru's gaze turned cold as she aimed in Gu Jingyan's direction. "Gu Jingyan, you shall be my scapegoat. Tomorrow, everyone will believe you to be the murderer of my husband, and I shall embark on a new beginning elsewhere. Rest assured, I will visit you in prison, to witness your suffering and despair. You shall also see how free I am. Ha ha ha. No one will know I am the true culprit. I have orchestrated everything, and you'll be my fall guy. I could have avoided this, but you have left me no choice." Gu Xixi remarked. "Yi Jinru is rather overconfident. No one is aware of the farce she is attempting," another added. "Given the circumstances, it is a miracle she hasn't live-streamed this. Does she truly believe her scheme is flawless?" The young child quickly glanced at the police officer monitoring Gu Jingyan, where a dozen serious-faced officers surrounded the phone screen. Little did Yi Jinru realize that her cunning plan to murder her husband and frame Gu Jingyan was being scrutinized by every officer present. Chapter 86. Xixi must have come to save the Gu family. Despondent, Yi Jinru pulled the trigger. Although the tranquilizer would not harm Gu Jingyan if struck, it would automatically inject its contents, capable of incapacitating him within a second. Yi Jinru felt assured. Once Gu Jingyan was unconscious, she would proceed to kill her husband, placing the weapon in Gu Jingyan's hand to leave her fingerprints. The tranquilizer was rapidly discharged. Gu Jingyan had braced himself to evade the attack, his reflexes sharp. However, just as the tranquilizer neared him, it was mysteriously deflected, bouncing back to strike Yi Jinru instead. As she cackled wickedly, she suddenly gasped and collapsed to the ground. Gu Jingyan was taken aback. While in dramas, villains often meet their just deserts, Yi Jinru's retribution had come rather swiftly. Was there even 5 seconds? It seemed not. From the moment she fired to her fall, perhaps only 2 seconds elapsed. The police were primed to breach the door. Just as everyone prepared for action, the door swung open unexpectedly. Gu Jingyan sidestepped, announcing, "Yi Jinru has been subdued by the tranquilizer. The victim is in the bathroom." In the center of the hotel room, Yi Jinru lay sprawled on the floor, her mouth agape, eyes shut tight, a visage of unfulfilled repose. "Father." Gu Xixi hurried forward, wrapping her arms around his leg. The little one, silent, gazed up at the tall figure with wide, sparkling eyes. "Dad, are you hurt? Let me take a closer look. You still look as elegant and handsome as ever." Hearing the child's worried voice, Gu Jingyan lifted her into his arms, gently kissing her forehead. "I am unharmed." Upon entering the bathroom, they were met with a pool of blood. Yi Jinru's husband was bound, having lost too much blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. He was rushed to the hospital and was now out of danger. When Gu Jingyan returned to the Gu residence, everyone sat in silence, their demeanor akin to a collective mourning. "We have returned." Gu Xixi raised her arms, joyfully breaking the somber atmosphere. "Ah, Xixi, you." I knew Xixi was not in the room. She must have followed her brother. They had noticed Gu Xixi's absence immediately after Gu Jingyan left, having searched the entire room in vain. Ultimately, they reviewed the surveillance footage at the door. In the lower left corner of the frame, a small white figure stealthily opened the rear car door and clumsily climbed inside. Gu Wanwei replayed the video of Gu Xixi climbing into the car multiple times. Though the situation was urgent, it did not diminish her amusement at Gu Xixi's adorable antics as she lay on the back seat, her legs swinging playfully. "Jingyan, how did it go?" "The situation has been resolved. Yi Jinru has been taken away by the police, and her husband has been hospitalized, currently out of danger." The elder Gu said nothing, stepping forward to embrace him tightly. The usually stoic father displayed an unprecedented vulnerability, his concern for his son manifesting through that simple embrace. It was nearly Gu Xixi's bedtime. Gu Jingyan first ascended the stairs to settle the little one, then quietly exited her room and made his way to the study. Indeed, everyone was gathered in the study, as if he were the only one missing from the assembly. He closed the door behind him. Among the group was the elder Gu, who typically took the lead. They all fell silent, waiting for him to speak. So, everyone can chime in, yet I alone cannot? Elder Gu slumped on the sofa, his gaze vacant. I am not the only one. You all can chatter away. Let us ease up a bit, Gu Wanwei comforted, patting her mother's back. We need not worry about how to solve problems. We simply need to fend for ourselves. Exactly. Gu Juanli echoed. As for our own issues, we shall resolve them ourselves. Gu Wanwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall handle our own matters. Gu Juanli added, self-sufficiency is key. Amid the cacophony of chatter and clamor, Gu Jingyan felt as though he had unwittingly wandered into a zoo. Currently, the issues mentioned by Xixi had been largely resolved. However, they could not afford to be complacent, fearing the emergence of a butterfly effect. While it appeared they had altered their fates, whether this change would usher in new calamities remained uncertain. Gu Jingyan's presence merely served as a means to summarize the situation for everyone. Xixi must be here to save the Gu family. This sentiment elicited resolute nods of agreement from all present, a unified acknowledgement. Without Gu Xixi's voice, they could not rewrite their destinies. Yet, this matter must remain confidential from outsiders. It was imperative that no one else learned of it, the elder Gu asserted. Previously, he had disregarded his granddaughter, proclaiming her not worthy of consideration. Upon returning, the esteemed elder Gu experienced a profound epiphany, now cherishing Gu Xixi as a divine blessing bestowed upon the Gu family. This blessing must remain a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, the revelation of Gu Xixi's extraordinary abilities, compounded by her familial ties, could incite a storm of controversy. The rescue operation conducted the previous night had already been sufficiently discreet, yet it still made headlines the following day. To acquaintances, the obscured Yu Jinru appeared little different whether blurred or not. It was only the third child, residing outside the Gu household, who grasped the perilous events of the previous night. Rising early the next day, he hurried back to the Gu residence to ascertain the situation. Such a significant occurrence. And you didn't even notify me to return and assist. Gu Yan chattered animatedly. Gu Juanli recounted the events of the night before, also conveying the family's collective ability to read minds. He raised a hand to his forehead, mysteriously pulling Gu Yan into a corner. This is something Gu Xixi must not discover.
Why?
If she learns that we can hear her thoughts, what if she decides to shut it down? Gu Yan's eyes widened dramatically, his expression contorting as if narrating a ghost story. Indeed, if Gu Xixi were to close this channel, their ability to hear her inner voice would vanish, leaving them bereft of any means to avert disaster. Rest assured, we intend for this matter to remain our shared secret. Neither Gu Xixi nor outsiders must ever know. Exactly. Having concluded his discussion with Gu Juanli, Gu Yan rubbed his hands together like a fly, cheerfully advancing to converse with Gu Xixi. Time was of the essence. The little one had to finish breakfast and head to kindergarten, leaving only 20 minutes for their exchange.
Xixi, he began.
The ever-active Gu Xixi paused momentarily, casting a curious glance in his direction. Actually, Uncle San has returned today to inquire if you have any interest in recording a show? A show?
Gu Jingyan,
who was in the midst of breakfast, halted his movements. As the father of the little darling, he found himself being bypassed by Gu Yan, who directly sought permission from his child. How utterly improper. Gu Xixi took a bite of her milk-flavored bread, remaining silent for a moment. Naturally, at such a juncture, Gu Yan was all ears for her thoughts. Gu Xixi mused, recording a show? Well, if it's not too tiring, that could be quite enjoyable. She continued, the entertainment industry is a treasure trove of gossip. Anyone plucked from it is bound to be a sensational story. It must be incredibly exciting, ha ha ha. I want to go. Even with her thoughts expressing enthusiasm, Gu Xixi maintained an innocent, hopeful gaze towards Gu Jingyan, awaiting his response. Gu Jingyan understood the burden of decision rested upon him. Gu Xixi was still young. He had not intended for her to be exposed to the entertainment industry so soon. However, the individuals he had previously encountered who were likely linked to her mother all had ties to that very realm. Perhaps by allowing Gu Xixi to venture into this domain, he might uncover her whereabouts? Chapter 87. The male lead, Li Chieyan, makes his entrance. Gu Yan was no fool. He knew that inviting Gu Xixi to record a show would undoubtedly require Gu Jingyan's consent. Yet, he calculated that the little darling had an affinity for gossip. A child who relished such tales would surely not wish to miss the opportunity to indulge in the entertainment industry. With everyone privy to Gu Xixi's thoughts, how could her elder brother refuse her? In a matter of moments, Gu Yan had orchestrated the dynamics between the father and daughter with clarity. What kind of variety show? Gu Jingyan's actions faltered momentarily before he resumed his breakfast nonchalantly. Sensing an opportunity, Gu Yan launched into an enthusiastic explanation. It's a small variety show where children partner with artists to play games. Brother, rest assured, it only requires a day's recording. It won't significantly disrupt Xixi's schedule or her kindergarten attendance. Whether or not kindergarten is a concern, Gu Xixi interjected, the priority is the gossip. Gu Jingyan countered, one cannot simply dismiss it like that. Gu Xixi added, among the specific gossip subjects I previously encountered, one was a renowned director. If I go into the entertainment industry, perhaps I could find my mother, she stated, like a tadpole searching for its mom. Gu Jingyan conceded, that is a valid point. Recording for a day is permissible, but it must not be too exhausting. With this statement, he effectively granted his approval, emphasizing the need to take good care of Xixi. Just wait for this, Gu Yan exclaimed, bowing and displaying an extraordinary level of obsequiousness. While this brother could sometimes be unreliable, he was always a competent caretaker, especially when it came to ensuring the well-being of the esteemed Gu Xixi. Once Gu Jingyan had acquiesced, Gu Yan felt emboldened to proceed with his arrangements. After a night of contemplation, Gu Xixi sensed that today, Li Xingqing seemed particularly attentive towards her. From the moment she alighted from the vehicle, his undeniable gaze had accompanied each of her steps. How peculiar, she mused. Why does Li Xingqing keep staring at me? Could it be that I look particularly adorable today? No, that can't be right. I am always quite cute. She pondered, could it be that I have crumbs on my face? As the little darling expressed her confusion, Li Xingqing witnessed her lift her soft, pale hand to wipe around her cheeks in an exaggerated 360-degree motion. His face flushed as he averted his gaze, suppressing the urge to scrutinize her further, and waited until she was closer to greet her casually. This morning, a troubling thought had invaded Li Xingqing's mind. What if, due to last night's events, Gu Xixi decided to transfer schools? He had lost his appetite entirely. On the ride to school, Li Xingqing folded a piece of colored paper from his backpack into a small frog for Gu Xixi. By pressing down on its back, the frog would leap forward. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to give her this little gift. As he gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, he silently wished that Gu Xixi would indeed come to school today, enabling him to present the paper frog to her. As the little darling approached, his heart raced with anticipation. As usual, Gu Xixi positioned herself right behind him, eagerly eavesdropping on the gossip being shared among the other children. It must be said, the gossip was rather risky. The girl with the bun dropped a piece of bread on the floor this morning, Gu Xixi recounted. While the parents weren't looking, she picked it up and ate it. But what she consumed was dog food that her pet had stepped on. Next, the platypus woke up this morning thinking its toy was on the floor. It went over to grab it. Lo and behold, it was indeed its dog's mess. Is there not a single piece of gossip that isn't so inappropriate? After indulging in a couple of rather grotesque tales while lost in thought, Gu Xixi felt utterly disheartened. She slumped her shoulders, her backpack straps sliding down, resembling a small dumpling on the verge of being dried by the wind. From behind, Li Xingqing observed that she seemed more petite than the others. At times, her solitary demeanor appeared rather pitiable. Here, he said, turning to present the small paper frog he had been holding. Stumbling slightly, Gu Xixi steadied herself and finally recognized that he was offering her a folded paper frog, adorned with colorful drawings, appearing quite charming. Ugh, how disgusting! A few nearby girls exclaimed in low voices. Li Xingqing glanced over to see that they were looking at the paper frog he had given to Gu Xixi. Disgusting? Perhaps. He must have been out of his mind to give a girl a frog. Shouldn't girls prefer bunnies or kittens instead? The sensation of being scorned made Li Xingqing's cheeks burn with embarrassment. He stretched out his arm, yearning to snatch the paper frog back and tear it apart. But his attempt was futile. Gu Xixi, cautiously raising the paper frog in her hand, inquired, "Did you purchase this?" "No, I folded it myself." "Wow, you're quite impressive. It's folded so beautifully." Gu Xixi thought to herself. At such a tender age, crafting with such meticulous detail indicates a person of profound thoughtfulness and delicate emotions. Li Xingqing felt as though he had been struck in the knee by an arrow. Gu Xixi remarked, "This little frog is rather adorable. Somewhat reminiscent of my second uncle." She added, "Whenever my second uncle gets excited, he croaks like this." "Quack, quack, quack," she mimicked. "But is this frog unevenly colored? Does it have a skin condition? Ugh, how disgusting." "Li Xingqing, do you harbor disdain for Xixi, to gift him such a thing?" The bun-headed girl, who had once held a fondness for Li Xingqing, had turned completely against him after he selected a card rejecting marriage. Now, she opposed him at every turn. The other children, hearing her words, displayed expressions of disdain and disgust. The warmth in the air seemed to dissipate. Despite the sunshine and gentle breeze, Li Xingqing felt an invisible chill seeping into his very bones. He regretted ever offering something to Gu Xixi. Having never been one to extend goodwill, he felt as though he had torn away his hardened facade, allowing others to strike at his vulnerable spot. Though Li Xingqing was tall, when he stood quietly, he resembled a solitary tree, battered by the winds and rains, stripped of his defenses. Yet he could neither dodge nor evade it. Gu Xixi examined the paper frog once more. It wasn't a skin condition. Rather, the colored paper had faded due to perspiration. Li Xingqing's fingers bore remnants of the same. "Let me teach you," Gu Xixi said, raising her green-stained finger and drawing a line on the back of the bun-headed girl's hand. "This is called fading, not a skin condition. A paper frog cannot possibly have a skin ailment. However, you, with those smeared paints, might just catch a skin disease." Upon hearing this, the bun-headed girl cried out and ran off to find the teacher. Li Xingqing didn't even glance at the retreating figure, stuttering, "If you dislike it, I can dispose of it." "I didn't say I disliked it. I like it. I want to take it home to show my second uncle," Gu Xixi declared. "It's decided. From this moment forth, this frog shall be named Gu Juanli." Gu Xixi continued, "His nickname shall be Shaoli." Gu Xixi chuckled gleefully. Although Gu Xixi often claimed he was the future antagonist, Li Xingqing felt that she possessed a deeper potential to become a villain. "Brother, I've been searching for you everywhere." A head, half a head shorter than Li Xingqing, timidly peeked from behind his shoulder. Gu Xixi focused her gaze. "How delightful. The male lead. It's male lead Li Qian making his appearance," she exclaimed, though he might be about 20 years too early. Chapter 88. 6 against 1. At this point in time, the narrative lay beyond the main plotline. Strictly speaking, it was merely background. However, the background of the male lead, along with his experiences, would influence the development of subsequent characters and storylines. If Gu Xixi wished to enjoy a peaceful life in this world, the trajectory of the male lead was something she needed to closely monitor. Upon his arrival at the Li household, Li Qian was somewhat introverted and shy. He tugged at Li Xingqing's clothing, his large eyes blinking as he curiously gazed at Gu Xixi. Brother seldom speaks to anyone at home. Yet, upon his arrival, he conversed with that little girl for quite some time. Gu Xixi's presence seemed quite extraordinary. "Hello,"
Xixi,
the social butterfly declared, raising her palm and flashing her signature smile to foster connections. After all, he was the male lead. Cultivating some rapport could only be advantageous. "Hello, I'm Li Qian," he replied softly. Gu Xixi mused. "Oh my, the childhood male lead is simply adorable," she noted. "He appears quite shy, his cheeks flushed as if adorned with blush." She added, "He seems so timid when looking at others. I just want to pull him over and pinch his cheeks." Children resembled a jar filled with various candies, diverse in flavors and colors. They were similar in shape, yet uniquely different. Li Xingqing was akin to a mint-flavored confection, invigorating and refreshing, yet slightly sharp. However, once that strong flavor faded, a subtle sweetness emerged. In contrast,
Li Qian resembla a Milky Trat.
he simply looked sweet. He and Li Xingqing were of entirely different types. The young male lead, with his bright, large eyes, had not yet been tormented by the psychological shadows cast by Li Xingqing. His gaze retained the unique clarity and sparkle of childhood. With all the children gathered, the teacher beckoned them to the classroom. Gu Xixi, having traversed numerous literary worlds, was witnessing the 4-year-old male lead for the first time. A male lead is a male lead. Even at 4, one could already envision the future magnificence of his looks. Scanning the kindergarten, only Li Xingqing and Li Qian possessed the most striking appearances. Li Qian has such luscious eyelashes. Gu Xingqing gasped. Li Xingqing shuddered. What? Li Qian is a fairy? Indeed. The child of a third party is not to be underestimated. Gu Xixi exclaimed, his eyelashes are so long. One could pluck them to make a fan. Li Xingqing realized she was merely referring to their length. Gu Xixi pondered, I wonder whose eyelashes are longer, his or Li Xingqing's. Let us compare. Li Xingqing felt a sudden sharpness in his eyes. Gu Xixi teased, it seems Li Xingqing has shortened by a mere 0.001 centimeters. Li Xingqing was taken aback. He lost? He actually lost to Li Qian. Although it was merely a matter of eyelash length, Li Xingqing was unwilling to concede even the slightest victory to Li Chieyan. Gu Xixi remarked, "Oh my, the male lead is just too charming." Presently, Li Chieyan sported a mushroom haircut, his bangs neatly trimmed. From a distance, he resembled a little mushroom sprouting from the ground. His round, plump head was always more endearing. The teacher had begun the lesson and Li Xingqing, distracted, cast a glance at Li Chieyan sitting in front of him, feeling a twinge of resentment. He could accept losing to anyone, but he absolutely did not want to lose to Li Chieyan. Why was Gu Xixi continually praising Li Qian's adorableness? Ever since she met him, her heartfelt compliments had not ceased. She seemed to be in high spirits. Had she resolved her family issues last night?
No.
How could Li Chieyan possibly be cuter than him? What is so impressive about a mushroom haircut? The teacher clapped rhythmically, encouraging everyone to sing along. As Li Chieyan sang, he became fully immersed, turning to smile at Li Xingqing. In the entire class, he only recognized Li Xingqing, so naturally, he sought him out for interaction. Gu Xixi exclaimed,
"Ah,
he looks even cuter when he smiles." She added, like a little doll. She further mused, "I just want to scoop him up and steal him away." It dawned on him. Was it Li Qian's love for laughter that made him appear so endearing? He glanced at his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling glass. Sitting at the edge, Li Xingqing quietly traced the contours of his face with his eyes. It seemed he hadn't smiled in ages. There hadn't been anything worth smiling about. His lips, once flat, appeared to lack the strength to even curve upward. Those who do not smile are indeed less likable. Li Xingqing gazed at his reflection, his mouth trembling slightly as he attempted to lift it. Isn't just a smile? Who can't do that? After 5 minutes of silent practice, Li Xingqing casually turned his head, waiting for Gu Xixi to look over, and then revealed a confident smile. Gu Xixi gasped. Did I provoke Li Xingqing? What's with that expression? She pondered. Is it because my singing is so off-key that he is warning me with that look? She mused. Men are all no good. Gu Xixi. Just now you gave me a little paper frog and now you're being so fierce towards me. Li Xingqing. Doesn't she enjoy when others smile? Why is it that when I smile, Gu Xixi neither praises my cuteness nor feels anything but intimidation? Is it possible that I smiled incorrectly? No. A smile is merely a form of expression. How could one possibly smile wrong? Li Xingqing furrowed his brows and turned his head back to the front. After pondering throughout an entire class, he still couldn't discern the difference between his smile and Li Qian's. The male protagonist is indeed the male protagonist. On his first day at kindergarten, during his very first class, he made a good friend, a little boy sitting beside him. After class, Li Qian intended to invite Li Xingqing to play outside, but was met with rejection. If no one paid attention to that little rascal, he could manage to deal with him begrudgingly. Now that someone was keeping him company, he felt no need to exert extra effort to perform in front of Li Qian. The two little boys ran out hand in hand. However, just 5 minutes later, Gu Xixi's urgent message made Li Xingqing's head spin. Gu Xixi. They're fighting. Li Qian is out there in a brawl. Gu Xixi. Oh, dear, how tragic. 6 against 1. Gu Xixi. Children fighting really shows no martial ethics. Having already rushed to the classroom door to spectate, Gu Xixi was immersed in the drama, leaving Li Xingqing alone in the classroom, unconcerned. It was Li Qian who was fighting, not him. Whether he got hurt or not was of no consequence to him. Slowly closing his eyes, Li Xingqing was suddenly reminded of Li Mingfeng's admonition, "Take good care of your brother." Indeed, if Li Qian were to be beaten, there was a chance that their father would turn around and blame him for not looking after him properly. Perhaps he should wait until Li Qian had taken a few hits before going out to call the teacher to intervene. Li Xingqing strolled leisurely towards the exit, but just as his left foot crossed the threshold of the classroom, he caught sight of a familiar green paper frog amidst the chaotic scene. To his astonishment, Gu Xixi was actually fighting alongside Li Qian against 6 other boys. What on earth? How did she end up in a brawl? What if she got hurt? He couldn't possibly lose her voice. Li Xingqing felt an urgent rush, rolled up his sleeves, and charged in. Chapter 89. Suspect List of Mothers. The paper frog lying on the ground appeared to have been trampled, with a small shoe print on it. Gu Xixi was surrounded by several taller boys, unfazed. As she swung her fists with determination, even without a power-up, her moves were quite impactful. "How dare you step on my uncle?
Take that. Take that."
Just 5 minutes prior, Gu Xixi had no intention of helping Li Qian fight. She was merely a spectator, hands tucked away, enjoying the show. Since he was the male protagonist, How would the plot unfold if he got beaten? Would Li Xingqing end up being scolded by their father for not taking good care of his brother, thereby deepening his dark transformation? The 6-on-1 fight was intense. As for the cause, it likely stemmed from Li Xingqing and his new friend kicking a ball when suddenly 6 kids from another class snatched it away. In the ensuing dispute, a brawl erupted. Xixi stood by, nearly getting caught up in it all, just as she pulled her hands from her pockets. The carefully stowed paper frog slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. "Uncle!" A piercing cry rang out as a foot came crashing down on the arm of the paper frog.
Quack.
Xixi eyes turned red with fury as she leaped forward to join the fray. What had begun as a 6-on-1 battle now transformed into a 6-on-2. Li Qian, bewildered, was astonished that Xixi had come to his aid. Even his newly acquainted friend had fled in fright, yet she had rushed in to help him. She was truly a good person. Just as Li Qian was touched, another figure charged into the fray. Li Xingqing, already taller than most, struck a commanding presence, instantly intimidating the 6 little rascals. 4 of them halted, too afraid to continue. "What's there to be afraid of? Hit me!" shouted a slightly longer-haired boy, who was half a head shorter than Li Xingqing, with a stout body resembling a round ball. Due to excessive facial fat, his eyes appeared small, accompanied by a double chin. The other 3 boys ceased their actions and stepped aside, sensing the imminent danger. They realized that continuing the fight would yield no advantage. However, the remaining 3 were not as clever, particularly the chubby boy. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Li Qian and then at Li Xingqing, decisively choosing Xixi as his target. That little girl looked short and small. Surely, she wouldn't withstand a punch, and he could make her cry.
Ha ha ha.
Dare to provoke him? He will show them. With that, the boy charged forward, fists raised, his hefty frame raising a cloud of dust as he ran.
Bang!
Before Xixi could even be touched, Li Xingqing landed a punch squarely on the boy's face. A sharp pain shot through him, erasing any remnants of his previous bravado, leaving only a swollen, red cheek. Stunned for a moment, the chubby boy let out a wail, bursting into tears. Li Qian's friend had just called for the teacher. It was only a trip to the restroom. How had it escalated to this? Teacher Song felt overwhelmed, gazing at the dirty little children, one of whom had a swollen cheek. That afternoon, Gu Jingyan received a call from the teacher at the company, informing him that his daughter had been involved in a fight and requesting his presence at the kindergarten. A fight? The news struck Gu Jingyan like a thunderclap during a meeting. He heard none of the reports being delivered around him. The others noticed his discomfort and spoke with heightened caution, as if attempting to extract a tooth from a tiger's mouth. The teacher asked Gu Jingyan to come by in the afternoon after school. Yet, he couldn't help but feel restless for several hours beforehand, fidgeting with anxiety. Why hadn't they called him sooner? Were they afraid of disturbing him? Or were they worried he would scold her? His precious daughter had fought. He could only feel heartache, never anger. Gu Jingyan's mind was flooded with various speculations, and the unease consumed him throughout the day. He couldn't help but wonder if Xixi had been hurt. He wanted to see her. During his lunch break, he even had Tang Yin drive him near the kindergarten. There were indeed numerous children playing outside, but Xixi was nowhere to be seen. She must not have been hurt. If she had been injured, the teacher would have contacted him immediately to take the little darling to the hospital. His worries were self-imposed, as was his futile attempt at self-reassurance. Finally, when school ended, Gu Jingyan arrived at the principal's office, only to find more than one child sitting inside. Li Xingqing was present as well, sitting beside a child with visible injuries on his face. Xixi appeared slightly disheveled but seemingly unharmed, sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Another chubby boy occupied a chair by himself, half his face swollen, with eyes puffy from crying intermittently. Xixi, as Gu Jingyan entered the office. His little darling instantly leaped from her seat, scampering over to him. He bent down to scoop her up, lowering his voice to inquire, "You fought?" Xixi replied with conviction. Xixi, didn't he lose? While she couldn't claim victory, it certainly wasn't a loss either. He patted her little head, choosing not to say much. As long as Xixi was unharmed and hadn't suffered any grievances, anything else could be discussed. Shortly thereafter, Li Mingfeng arrived. Upon entering, he immediately recognized Gu Jingyan. They had collaborated before, though they were not particularly close. The two prominent figures of Xia country exchanged a casual nod of acknowledgement, a silent greeting. "Xingqing, what happened?" Li Mingfeng crouched down, questioning Li Xingqing, but first checking on Li Qian. Li Xingqing appeared to be well accustomed to such scenes. They snatched his younger brother's ball and even struck him. observing the fury simmering in his father's eyes. Li Qian gripped tightly onto Li Xingqing's hand resting on his knee. Dad, it was me who got into a fight. My brother was just here to help. It has nothing to do with him. So it was revealed. The guilt in Li Mingfeng's gaze deepened as he reached out to ruffle Li Xingqing's hair.
Aunt.
Why did you take so long to arrive? The door swung open once more, and the dejected chubby boy suddenly found his confidence. I've been bullied terribly. The woman entering wore sunglasses, a mask, and a low-brimmed cap, standing tall and graceful, radiating an aura distinctly apart from the ordinary. I was busy earlier, and it took me a while to find the time to come. She spoke with a gentle and melodious voice, devoid of any hostility. The chubby boy pouted, somewhat displeased, and asked, "Where's Dad?" He said he was busy and sent me to see you. Aunt, you must back me up. They are all picking on me. The boy placed his hands defiantly on his hips, casting a smug glance at those present. My aunt is a big star. Humph. If you don't apologize to me, she'll go on TV and tell everyone you're all bad people. Let the whole world know what scoundrels you are. Listening to the chubby boy's triumphant accusations, one could sense the woman's exasperation even behind her sunglasses. She took a moment, inhaling deeply, and placed her hand on the boy's shoulder. Xixi, let your aunt first understand the situation. She knew this nephew all too well. It wasn't he the first nor the second time she had been notified by teachers about his fights. Almost every time, she was the one to intervene. He was always the instigator, a little tyrant at home, and a troublesome presence outside. Upon hearing this, the boy became infuriated. Aunt, they're the ones bullying me. Why aren't you scolding them right away? What are you waiting for? You're useless. I'd rather have Dad here. Once the door closed, the woman finally removed her sunglasses and mask. In person, she was even more stunning than her photos online. Gu Jingyan recognized her instantly. After the birthday banquet, he had conducted a background check on Zhu Cafe. Zhu Cafe's sister and wife were also on the list of suspects concerning Gu Xixi's mother. The woman before him, fully garbed, was Zhu Cafe's celebrity sister, Shen Ruoan. Chapter 90, Men Only Behave When Hung on the Wall. Her features were exquisitely crafted to evoke envy. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her back, flowing freely with a sheen. In photographs and on screen, Shen Ruoan's gaze was confident and clear, often adorned with a smile. Yet, at this moment, she appeared somewhat weary, a fatigue likely stemming from the tribulations brought about by Zhu Shiji. She had just wrapped up a night shoot and intended to seize the opportunity to return home for a shower and some rest. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Cafe had called, informing her of an incident involving their son at kindergarten. However, he was preoccupied with pressing matters and requested her to check on their son. Shen Ruoan initially thought it was a serious issue, only to arrive at the kindergarten and discover it was merely another fight. Such trivial matters encroached upon her precious little downtime. Zhu Cafe often lamented at home about lacking influence or connections, asserting that the most formidable member of their household was none other than his sister, the star. This was an elite kindergarten where those without status would be bullied, and Shen Ruoan was the embodiment of that status. Zhu Shiji's admission into this prestigious institution was solely due to Shen Ruoan's reputation. Yet, her nephew was far from easygoing, perpetually stirring up trouble. With her head bowed, her long hair veiling half her face, her unadorned complexion radiated a translucent beauty that seemed otherworldly. Gu Xixi mused, "System. Who is this stunning beauty?" The system replied, "You've seen her in the film. Cliff Knight. She was the leading lady." Gu Xixi exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now." She added, "She asked the one with incredible fight scenes, superb acting skills, and breathtaking beauty." Gu Xixi continued, "The script was a bit lacking, yet she single-handedly salvaged it, turning the tides." As Shen Ruoan conversed with the teacher to understand the situation, she was suddenly startled by a series of shrill cries from a little girl. The sound pierced her mind as though bypassing her ears entirely. Scanning the surroundings, she spotted only one little girl, Gu Xixi. The chubby little one, adorably round and fair, was engaged in conversation with her father, appearing far from having just screamed. Perhaps the fatigue from consecutive night shoots had led to some auditory hallucination. As she turned her head, Gu Xixi continued to gaze at her with starry eyes. Gu Xixi wondered, "Does she have any secrets?" The system responded, Wait a moment. Zhu Shiji had already exchanged heated words with Li Qian over a dozen rounds, and Gu Xixi was still waiting for the system to reveal its secrets. "System? Where are you? Have you malfunctioned?" The system replied, "It shows she doesn't have any secrets at the moment. Goose Xixi exclaimed. The idea that someone had no secrets was simply astonishing. The system continued. Apologies, there is something now. There may have been a delay earlier. Goose Xixi retorted. Okay. The system elaborated. Shen Ruoan takes her father's surname, while her brother takes their mother's. Their father was adopted into the maternal family. The system continued. Their family was relatively well off during her childhood, but they faced bankruptcy when Shen Ruoan was 5. The system added, life worsened progressively, with conditions deteriorating. The system noted, fortunately, Shen Ruoan's beauty enabled her to enter the entertainment industry before graduating from university. The system elaborated, she began as a model, then took on minor roles, gradually ascending to leading lady. As Goose Xixi absorbed the system's revelations, her thoughts raced. So, their family's entire livelihood relies on Shen Ruoan. She pondered, she truly has it tough. Then, she mused, oh no, and her brother is using the money she provides to secretly support a woman outside. A peculiar voice echoed again, still regarding Shen Ruoan's private matters, startling her into a sudden headshake. Everyone else was deeply engaged with their children, none casting a glance her way.
Yet,
the voice unmistakably belonged to that little girl, Goose Xixi, as she sweetly chatted with her father. The words spoken seemed innocent, but what reached Shen Ruoan's ears was a different narrative altogether. Shen Ruoan thought, what is happening? Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations? The recent grueling shooting schedule had worn her down, leaving her sleep-deprived for 36 hours. Yet, why was this little girl accusing her brother? Goose Xixi declared. Zhu Cafe doesn't he really have anything to attend to today? He only sent his sister to the kindergarten to avoid displeasing his mistress. Goose Xixi added. If one didn't know better, they might think this child was adopted by her brother. She continued, he has a child but doesn't he care for it properly? He is too busy indulging in his romance with his mistress. Trash. Gu Jingyan interjected. As Shen Ruoan listened to the increasingly coherent voice in her head, a spark of astonishment replaced her initial surprise at the hallucination. Could it be that her brother truly preferred the company of his mistress over addressing his own son as matters? The thought of having to sacrifice her already scant rest to deal with her nephew as troubles grew increasingly exasperating. If she hadn't come to the kindergarten, she could have been luxuriating in her comfortable bed at home. Yet, she wondered whether that voice spoke the truth. If only it would reveal Zhu Cafe's whereabouts. She could verify it herself. Gu Jingyan also discreetly monitored Goose Xixi's thoughts. Considering the information he had uncovered, it was evident that Shen Ruoan was the pillar of her family, providing for everyone. Without her, their household would struggle to maintain its current comfort. Yet, her brother had the audacity to secretly squander her hard-earned money on illicit affairs. Even the affluent Gu Jingyan found his behavior rather excessive. Shen Ruoan was famously known in the industry as a workaholic, tirelessly engaged in a continuous stream of films and television series throughout the year, while also participating in variety shows during her brief interludes. No one knew the driving force behind her relentless dedication. In truth, it was all for the sake of her family, with the hope that they might enjoy a better life. Goose Xixi remarked, indeed. Men only behave themselves when they are hung on the wall. Shen Ruoan responded, that statement holds considerable truth. Gu Jingyan added, I feel as though I, too, am being scolded. Observing the parents in the office, the principal felt overwhelmed. One was Gu Jingyan, akin to a myth in Xia country, while the other was the cunning fox Li Mingfeng. In contrast, Shen Ruoan's identity as an actress made her appear more vulnerable. After careful consideration, the principal cleared his throat. It wasn't favoritism. The fault lay squarely with her nephew. Fortunately, Li Qian's injury was not severe. Otherwise, how could he explain it to Li Mingfeng? It was quite normal for children to engage in playful scuffles, but Li Mingfeng, placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder, showed no sign of yielding. However, your nephew snatched my son's toy and instigated the fight, injuring his hand and face. Don't you think it is your nephew who should apologize? Having gathered the details of the altercation, Shen Ruoan also deemed Zhu Shiji at fault. It was unacceptable for a child to resort to fists whenever displeased. How would he handle conflicts as he grew older? He must learn to distinguish right from wrong. I understand that Shiji was wrong to hit someone. He should apologize, she stated. Zhu Shiji's demeanor starkly contrasted with Shen Ruoan's. One was akin to a mischievous little devil, while the other was rational, prioritizing principles over familial ties. Yet, after listening for a while, Gu Jingyan found himself perplexed. What did this have to do with his daughter, Xixi? The children were casting accusations at each other. Yet no one mentioned Gu Xixi. Xixi, why did you get into a fight? Gu Jingyan asked, not wishing to pursue the matter further, but merely out of curiosity. Xixi pouted and pointed at the chubby boy, stating, "He stepped on my second uncle." Gu Jingyan was taken aback. "Does he have a hearing problem? Why does this concern my brother-in-law?" The little one rummaged in her pocket and produced a somewhat dirty paper frog. After carefully wiping it clean with her pudgy fingers, Xixi, with indignation painted on her face, raised the paper frog high. "He stepped on my second uncle. A paper frog as a second uncle?" Gu Jingyan found it amusing, yet upon reflection, a pang of jealousy struck him. Why must his precious daughter name her toy after someone else? "Because my second uncle always croaks like a little frog, I decided to name it after him. It could also be called Little Lee," Gu Jingyan mused. "Though I don't quite grasp it, the thought process of children is truly delightful. I was hit and Xixi came to help me. He wanted to hit Xixi, so my brother struck him." Li Cheyenne, affected by the atmosphere, tearfully explained, "Brother only hit him once. He was trying to protect us. Dad, brother did nothing wrong." His little head stubbornly tilted upward, as though he sought his father's approval for reassurance. Li Xingqing stood there like a statue, indifferent to the situation. Throughout his life, he had seldom heard words of praise or commendation from this father. Only as he grew older did he comprehend the coldness and disregard he had perceived in his father's demeanor. "Xingqing, you did the right thing." Li Mingfeng gently patted Li Xingqing's head, speaking in a tone of tenderness he had never heard before. "When your brother is bullied, you should stand up for him. As a boy, you ought to protect the girls from harm. You did nothing wrong." What did that mean? Xixi, sensing the underlying message, became immediately disgruntled. "I was hurt too. Don't think you can bully someone and escape unscathed." Li Mingfeng chuckled coldly. "Little one, you should be grateful. This is merely a matter between children, and adults need not intervene." The palpable tension and chill emanating from him made the principal and teacher shudder. This was not good, very much not good. Naturally, Shen Ruowen recognized the two influential figures. Her nature was one of steadfastness. She would not admit fault when it wasn't hers. However, if the matter pertained to her own kin, she would confront the issue directly. "Shiji, you were in the wrong for hitting someone. You should apologize to your classmate," Shen Ruowen gently reminded him, placing a hand on his shoulder. To her surprise, the chubby boy, in a fit of defiance, raised his foot to stomp on her foot. This nephew had been spoiled rotten since childhood, mischievous and unruly, causing trouble at school regularly. Shen Ruowen was already weary of the situation. Yet now, in front of others, Xixi was still acting out, attempting to stomp on her foot. Wearing a pair of heels that exposed her instep, she feared that such an act might result in an injury. Especially since she had recently secured a high-heeled shoe advertisement, a foot injury could lead to hefty penalties for breach of contract. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Xixi's voice rose to meet Shen Ruowen's gaze. Standing tall and imposing under the light, a shadow loomed over Shen Ruowen, and as she looked up, she was met with an expression of mild irritation. The face was strikingly handsome, so much so that it made one hesitate to dwell on it for too long, lest Gu Jingyan deem it impolite. At that moment, Gu Jingyan grasped Xixi's collar, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Xixi's plan to stomp on her fell flat. Xixi felt as though his throat had been seized, spinning helplessly in midair, feet dangling above the ground. Who the hell is holding me?" he exclaimed as he twirled like a helicopter, feeling dizzy. Gu Jingyan furrowed his brow, his icy gaze fixed upon him, halting Xixi's rotation. The little imp, upon meeting that fearsome gaze, felt as if he had swallowed a coin, both frightened and chilled. Xixi had intended to hurl a few insults, but the man before him towered over him, even surpassing his aunt's height. If he were to retaliate, his aunt would undoubtedly be unable to intervene.
No.
If he uttered a word of defiance, he would surely face dire consequences. "Aunt, he's trying to steal from me." Xixi pouted, seeking Shen Ruowen's assistance. Surveying the room, he realized that only Shen Ruowen might come to his rescue. Xixi dared not provoke further, sensing an ominous warning. "Even though you are a child, it is wrong to strike adults," Gu Jingyan asserted, placing the little brat back on the ground. Xixi sat obediently on the sofa, hands resting on her knees, watching intently. This little rascal had managed to provoke even her handsome father. It was evident how troublesome he was. Xixi remarked, "Had I known, I would have hit him a few more times today. How dare this pig-headed boy step on my idol?"
Idol?
Is she referring to herself? Shen Ruowen felt a flicker of fondness for this adorable notion. Hearing the voice vowing to deal with Xixi, Shen Ruowen silently approved. Her nephew had been spoiled at home. always indulged, and it seemed fitting for someone else to teach him a lesson. Lost in her thoughts, Shen Ruoan forgot to express her gratitude to Gu Jingyan. Had he not intervened in time, she could have faced penalties from the advertisers due to an injury. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Shen Ruoan caught a glimpse of Zhu Shiji's discomfiture and felt a swell of delight. Finally, someone could intimidate that little troublemaker. No need for thanks. Gu Jingyan's gaze subtly assessed Shen Ruoan's stature, capturing her appearance in under a second. The woman from that night had left him with scant clues. In the dimly lit room, not only was it difficult to discern her features, but even her silhouette was swallowed by darkness. Nonetheless, he still faintly recalled the sensation of her skin's touch. However, to touch another's skin upon first meeting is nothing short of perverse and lewd. After a discreet assessment of Shen Ruoan's condition from a close distance, Gu Jingyan returned to Gu Xixi's side with an impassive demeanor.
Hey. Ha ha ha.
With all his might, Zhu Shiji seized the opportunity to leap and stomp hard on Gu Jingyan's foot before making a hasty retreat. With his plot having succeeded, he laughed boisterously, quickening his pace toward the door. Yet, before he could even grasp the doorknob, a figure obstructed his path, clutching his neck with a firm grip. The slight pressure of asphyxiation ignited a surge of fear within Zhu Shiji, who flailed desperately with his arms, but that formidable hand remained steadfast around his fragile throat. Forced to lift his gaze, he met the piercing eyes of Li Mingfeng, who stood uncomfortably close. This man's gaze was far more intimidating than that of the previous individual. While the earlier figure appeared cold and stern, he still exuded a semblance of elegance and rationality. The man before him, however, was entirely different. Zhu Shiji felt as if he had become a lamb awaiting slaughter, teetering on the brink of hell. Let go. Zhu Shiji stammered in his plea. Gu Jingyan observed Li Mingfeng's actions without uttering a word. Zhu Shiji had not even made contact with him, his jump had missed entirely, only to be caught by Li Mingfeng in a vice-like grip. Mr. Li, Shen Ruoan interjected, Zhu Shiji's actions were indeed instigated by him. He should be the one to apologize. It would be unnecessary for you to bear any adverse repercussions due to him. Li Mingfeng let out a cold chuckle and released his hold, stating, I merely acted upon seeing his attempt to flee in desperation. A ring of red marks encircled Zhu Shiji's neck, starkly contrasting with his delicate skin. Li Mingfeng had not exerted much force, yet the imprint was alarming. Gu Jingyan had long known that Li Mingfeng was not an ordinary individual, but he hadn't anticipated such a direct approach toward a mere child. Zhu Shiji, you initiated the aggression. Shouldn't you offer an apology to the child? Shen Ruoan crouched down and gently nudged the trembling boy from behind. Terrified, Zhu Shiji staggered forward, nodding apologetically like a chick pecking at grain. I'm sorry, Li Xingqing. I'm sorry, Li Chaiyan. I'm sorry, Gu Xixi. I am sorry, Uncle Li. I'm sorry, Uncle Gu. Zhu Shiji's apologies poured forth, not even sparing the principal and teachers, tears of grievance streaming down his face. He feared that if he missed one, Li Mingfeng would again tighten his icy grip around him. Acknowledging your mistakes is the mark of a good child, Li Mingfeng remarked, patting Zhu Shiji's head with a smile that sent shivers down spines. Children should coexist harmoniously, wouldn't you agree? Why yes, the boy stammered, shaking uncontrollably before him. Gu Xixi gazed at the man radiating an ominous aura, her curiosity piqued.
Wow.
Truly worthy of being the father of both the male lead and the antagonist. The aura he exudes is absolutely extraordinary. A childish voice suddenly echoed in her mind, prompting Gu Jingyan to glance at Li Mingfeng as well. Thus, it seemed that the Gu family was merely cannon fodder. The Li family was either the antagonist or the male lead, suggesting a significant presence within the narrative. Li Mingfeng likely did not encounter the same chaotic accidents and dangers that plagued the Gu family. I just didn't expect such a formidable individual to ultimately be poisoned to death by a woman, Gu Xixi mused. TSK, TSK, TSK. Before his demise, he was cruelly tormented. His corpse displayed on the corporate building, leaving the young male lead with a profound psychological scar. Li Xingqing, having overheard the thoughts, remained expressionless. Poisoned to death by a woman? That hardly came as a surprise. Where there was a mistress, there could easily be a fourth, fifth, or sixth. Such a man, unable to control himself, deserved to perish at the hands of a woman. Let him die. He could not be bothered to waste time on a rescue. Though Li Xingqing displayed no outward emotion, Li Mingfeng sensed something amiss and cast a puzzled glance his way. His son sat upright, his demeanor calm and obedient. There was nothing unusual about him. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Li Mingfeng detected a hint of an ominous presence. Gu Xixi nestled obediently by her father's side, her eyes fixated on Li Mingfeng's silhouette. What a pity that after Li Mingfeng's death, his family's relatives seized the Li family's fortune. Li Cheyenne, basking in the male lead's halo, was adopted. Poor Li Xingcheng was cast off to an orphanage. Li Xinggen,